Great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Fry the Coop has the best chicken sandwiches. Crispy, juicy, and that sweet, zesty pickle on top? Game over.
They're Vienna beef.
Vienna beef does pickles?
Oh, yeah. Been at it for 100 years.
100-year-old pickle? Ew.
No, dude. The brand. It's their 100th anniversary. And these are the refrigerated kind. About as fresh as they come.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles. The perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Recruiter and had this to say on Aaron Glenn's job security yesterday with us here on Unsportsmanlike.
Nobody is ever fully safe, okay? Nobody. I would say to you that I do think Aaron Glenn will be back. I do think behind him. I do think they think that they made the right call. All those things. Does that mean he's not going to get it at the end of the year? No. Anything's possible in this league.
So let's start with Aaron Glenn. Hot seat?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. You're in on that now.
Yeah, he's on the
I don't
hot
want
seat.
him to be.
I don't want him to be either, but there's going to have to be some tangible results behind all of the messaging that he's been having throughout the offseason, preseason, and the regular season. And if they don't find a way to run into a few wins, then I could see him getting clipped. To me, the bar to clear is 3 wins. That's exactly what Dan Campbell got in his first year in Detroit. Remember, Dan started out 0-10-1. He ended up winning 3 games that year, so there was progress that was made. We got to see the progression with Aaron Glenn's program in order for the Jets brass to have confidence that he's the guy moving forward. Now, what gives me some hope is that he's aligned with general manager Darren Muji. And so those two being on the same timeline creates an air of patience and stability. And you're hoping that that continuity is what the Jets decide to vote for at season's end. But again, you've got to have some tangible results in order to stay the course. And my biggest concern about Aaron Glenn's stance with Justin Fields is that Justin Fields has had opportunities across 3 different franchises, and I know they haven't been the best opportunities, and those franchises haven't always been the model of stability, but it's a pretty good sample size that we have with Justin Fields, and we're still asking the question of whether or not he's the franchise quarterback. And what do I always say? If you keep having to ask the question, eventually you're going to land on the answer being no. That's where I'm at with Justin Fields. He ain't your guy. He's not your guy for right now. He's not your guy for the future. Mm-hmm. I think you have to put somebody in there that is a competent NFL quarterback, somebody that has a higher floor, somebody that's more consistent, and to me, that's Tyrod Taylor. Even though Justin Fields has a higher ceiling than him, I've seen Tyrod Taylor be the quarterback for the entirety of a regular season and take a team to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. That's happened in the NFL. I think that's what Aaron Glenn is going to have to do, especially knowing now Garrett Wilson is going to be out for an extended period of time. You need somebody that can help the passing game come alive, because right now, the way that opposing defenses are playing the New York Jets, they are stacking the box and they are taking away what is the strength and the identity of that unit, which is running the football. And the only reason they can do that is because they don't have a competent quarterback under center.
You said something that just struck a thought when you said that Aaron Glenn and the GM for the Jets, Darren Muji, are both on the same timeline, that they came in this together, which you want. You want your front office and your coaching staff to be in alignment in that way. But if the results are not there and it's really bad, the Jets are going to be forced with an interesting decision here. Do we wipe the slate clean, start over? Hey, we got this regime wrong. We need a new GM, a new head coach, a new quarterback. Or is it going to be too tough for them to admit that, and they're going to keep this regime in place and give them more time? I mean, they just paid these guys.
You can't fire the general manager after 1 year. He hadn't even had an opportunity to do the job. You can't fire him after 1 year.
He didn't hire the coach.
But for Aaron Glenn, he hasn't had a quarterback. You can make the argument either way for both of them. And I wonder if because they're linked together, they're on the same timeline, maybe the Jets just say clean sweep.
Here's where he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt from the quarterback. He did run Aaron Rodgers out of the building, and you're seeing what Aaron Rodgers is doing now. Hindsight is 2020. I would have made the same decision.
Yeah, I think that's still the right move.
Everybody would have made that choice.
I would have got rid of him, but when you run Aaron Rodgers out, and Aaron Rodgers has the Steelers pacing the way that they have, and Justin Fields has looked the way that he has looked in several games this season, it's hard for the fan base to digest that. Justin Fields played awful against the Denver Broncos. And to be clear, Justin Fields was on his way to playing equally as bad against the Buffalo Bills. I think he was 3 of 11 in that game passing. He had a couple of fumbles, one that he lost. He was having a terrible game, and the Jets were non-competitive. So if you're Aaron Glenn, you have to be honest about what you're seeing, not only to yourself, but to the media, to the fan base, and most importantly, to the guys in that locker room, because that's who you have to be accountable to. So when you ask the question of whether or not he's on the hot seat, I would say that thing is heating up.
All right, let's go through some other ones here. Mike McDaniel, hot seat or not?
Oh
Miami
my God,
Dolphins.
Scorching.
Scorching?
How is it not scorching? We just talked about being linked and on the same timeline with the Jets. The Dolphins are inextricably linked. Chris Greer, Tua, and Mike McDaniel specifically with Tua are all connected. You paid him a bag of cash, and what have you gotten since then? He's a quarterback who's been injured. The results have not been there on the field. He has had issues with his teammates. He just chose to upbraid them in the media. Upbraid. Scold.
Very well done, sir.
He chose to upbraid them.
What does upbraid mean?
Scold. He chose to publicly upbraid his teammates for
Good
not
usage of it.
not showing up to team meetings or showing up late. He decided that was the best route to scold them, and then he forced his head coach to answer for that behavior. He had to come out and say something. So Mike McDaniel, because of Tua and because, of course, of the results on the field for the team as a whole, he is on the hottest of seats right now.
Let me give you the next one, CC. John Harbaugh, your former coach. Hot seat or not, tons of injuries, including the 2-time MVP, future Hall of Fame quarterback in Lamar Jackson.
I think it's a hot seat, but the organization just gave him a bag of cash last year on a contract extension, so I don't believe he's going anywhere. But I have to ask the question, based on how bad the Baltimore Ravens look, are they really closing the gap with the other teams that are perennial contenders in the AFC and the NFL as a whole? Because it doesn't feel like it. It feels like, if anything, there's been regression, and I just don't know how this roster, as they get older and more expensive, end up getting better to the point where they can give Lamar Jackson an opportunity to get back to the championship rounds and hopefully to a Super Bowl.
I like what you're doing here. This makes a lot of sense in my opinion. John Harbaugh's not on the hot seat. What this year does is put him on the hot seat for next year if they don't perform. It's a preemptive hot seat.
Can I ask you a question? What's the difference between John Harbaugh and Zach Taylor since their franchise quarterbacks got to their respective organizations?
Let's bring up Zach Taylor next. Why don't you answer the question?
I'm asking you.
So I think Zach Taylor has actually been somewhat underrated at times because of the fact he actually went to a Super Bowl, right?
Multiple conference championship games.
And
he only had one losing season with Joe Burrow, and that was his first one when Joe Burrow got cut in half by Chase Young.
And the first time around with Jake Browning was actually pretty good, the two of them together, which has made me get this horrible take of I think Jake Browning's good.
But they're looking at missing the playoffs for three consecutive seasons.
Yeah, Zach Taylor is better than we give him credit for, but also maybe simultaneously on the hot seat? Or do we just say with Zach Taylor, you can't put the coach on the hot seat if the quarterback's not healthy?
All I know is this. Since their franchise quarterbacks got to their respective organizations, Zach Taylor has had more postseason success than John Harbaugh. And Zach Taylor is the coach of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
Wait, let me do it this way then. Since the moment of arrival for Burrow and Lamar, would you rather be a Bengals fan or a Ravens fan? Since the moment of arrival, like you take that, not what John Harbaugh did in 12, or not what Brian Billick did prior, or Sam White, like none of that. Yeah. I'm saying since, to use your starting point.
You're closer to a championship with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, so I'd rather be a Bengals fan. We've been to a Super Bowl.
You're closer to a chip. Well, not just the Super Bowl. You've been to the Final Four twice.
Yeah.
Zach Taylor has had multiple playoff runs with multiple playoff wins. You know the last time John Harbaugh won multiple playoff games in a single postseason?
I'm going to guess 12 when he won the Super Bowl.
Exactly. How long ago was that? 13 years?
Been a minute.
How long are we supposed to wait?
Been a minute.
Yeah, they haven't had a good quarterback, though.
Been over 4,500 days, dog, since he's won multiple playoff games in a single postseason.
It's an interesting way of looking at it. It's a good spin. I like
crazy.
it. Hot seat or not here on Unsportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance. Kevin Stefanski, Cleveland Browns. Tony Rizzo, ESPN Cleveland, has gone viral with every take this week, basically, and has had enough of all of this, and I don't blame him. He's had enough of the Myles Garrett stuff in terms of the leadership. Surprised they're losing. You signed up for it. You asked out, then signed up for it. And I think while respectful of Stefanski, I think Riz has basically put out there, like, at some point you got to win in some capacity. You can't just rely on the Coach of the Year awards. Like, you need to win now. Is Stefanski on the hot seat?
Because you can always default to say that he hasn't had a quarterback, but then the question circles around and say, but isn't it up to him to develop said quarterback? So is it the chicken or the egg? Is it that Andrew Berry didn't give you the correct talent and you've had to make salad out of a chicken salad out of what you've been given? Or is it that you were given talent and you didn't develop it to the best of your abilities or to the best of their abilities? I think he's safe, but I think the seat is warm.
Oh, I don't think anybody in Cleveland is safe. I don't assume that at all, especially with how quiet owner Jimmy Haslam has been. He's taken a hands-off approach on all of this. He's empowered his people. Think back to how he handled the Myles Garrett situation, telling the player to talk to the GM and the head coach. He has allowed them to run it the way they want to run it.
That's a good point.
If they can't find their way out of this mess when it comes to quarterback roulette, then all of a sudden I could see a scenario where everybody's out of there, even with the owner giving them contract extensions a year ago. Now the question becomes, who wins out when it comes to the versus between the two quarterbacks? Andrew Berry, his guy Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, his guy is Kevin Stefanski is Dylan Gabriel's. Mm-hmm. So whoever ends up winning out on that is going to be fascinating, but I think how they handle the rookie quarterbacks is going to go a long ways to determining who has job security in Cleveland.
You wonder if this weekend Miami and Cleveland is a loser leaves town match with the head coaches. Just throwing that out there. Last one, AFC coaches on the hot seat. Pete Carroll in his first year with the Raiders?
Yes.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yes.
You do because what? Hey, we tried this. It didn't work. Maybe.
It's bad and you're old.
You're saying to me or to Pete Carroll?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So you're going to have short tenures for AP and Pete Carroll. That feels like an organizational issue.
AP would be longer. He would be a year and a half at least. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. Then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A-plus rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
$1.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we're bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out. Woo. Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With the Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Listen to all of our shows, watch all of our shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. We do on YouTube, also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Let's talk about the Bears as we're still in the afterglow of the Bears and their victory against the Washington Commanders on Monday night. Cap, there's a sidebar immediately. May I approach?
Yes, brought to you by Ankin Law, 3126 million for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois, the award-winning Howard Ankin.
It's not my ball. Cap, I never understood this. This is not just today, but in my career. I've never understood why the average fan needs to have justification to have an analyst from out of town to come in and support our team. I never understood that. Someone from out of town, someone that doesn't know about our teams. I don't care if it's the Cubs and Sox. I don't care if it's the Bulls. I don't care if it's the Bears, the Blackhawks. When it's on a national platform, I never understand why someone believes that you're going to get a home team call or a what you consider a fair shake as a fan. There's a reason why we're the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. I've told you I am the king of the sync game. Not S-I-N-K, but S-Y-N-C. The ability to be able to go to ESPN 1000, go to the ESPN Chicago app, hit that pause button, hit the pause button on my TV, and be able to listen to Jeff and Tom while I watch the game. You know why I do that is because I know that Joniak and Thea are informed about the Chicago Bears. They live it 365, 24/7. So then when you have an analyst that just helicopters in a 5-star hotel is in a meeting on Friday, and then they know everything they need to know about the Bears on Sunday, there's going to be stuff that they're going to miss. Obviously, they're not as good as Jeff and Tom because they know every little bit about both teams and the opponent. These people that are making millions of dollars, whether it's Tom Brady or Jonathan Vilma or whether it's Troy Aikman, they helicopter in and say, oh, yep, I'm up to speed. I've been around the team for 24 hours. This is what I've been told, and this is what I'm going to – this is my narrative. Who cares? Who cares? You're never going to get what you consider a home team call from a national announcer. That's why it doesn't bother me.
I don't think people are looking for a home team call. I beg to differ with you. Appreciate your passion. I can speak just for myself. I love Jeff and Tom, and I listen to Jeff on Waddle and Silvy. We have Tom on Thursdays. Tom's on with Carmen Jurko. I listen to all of it. I listen to the station all day long. I do want to hear the national perspective. And I frankly thought Troy Aikman came in with a biased agenda, and I thought he conducted himself like a jackass on the air the other night. I did. I thought listening to him, well, that ball was wet. That's why Jaden's fumbled it. Well, that's high snap. Caleb's got to handle that. It was one thing after another. There was no down the middle. Here's what I'm hearing about Washington. Here's what I'm hearing about the Bears. He absolutely had an axe to grind. He did not call that game down the middle, and I didn't like it. I didn't, and I'm an Aikman guy. I like Aikman, and if he sat down right now in that chair over there and was in here with us, I go, what was your deal the other night? What do you mean? You did not call that both ways. You were partial, you were biased, you were anti in many, many instances. And I do like to hear the national perspective at times.
Why? Why does it matter?
Because I like Joe Buck, one. I like to hear a different perspective. They sit down and talk with Ben Johnson at length. I know how the process goes, so do you. You've been in those meetings when you go do a game. That head coach gives you things that they may not always tell the locals. That's just a fact. And I like hearing what they have to say. And I respect Troy Aikman. He's a Hall of Famer. I like him a lot. But I thought he was horrible the other night.
Yeah, you want a different perspective, and then what you got on Monday night. You want a different perspective? You got one. It was not necessarily positive toward the Bears, apparently, from what I hear.
Yeah, that's a fact. But again, I like him. I've heard him do a million Bears games. We're on 3 or 4 times a year on Monday Night Football, or we get Collinsworth on Sunday, or we get Al Michaels and Herb Street on Thursdays. I like hearing that perspective. I like the outside look. I do. But I did not get entertained by Troy Aikman. Did not.
But as far as the Bears are concerned, you know that we have more knowledge than the analysts that helicopter in. You know that, right?
No question.
They have more intrinsic knowledge when it comes to, like, football, obviously, the X's and O's and what's supposed to happen. But as far as the personality and the makeup of the team and what's been going on, they're always lagging behind storyline-wise.
I don't disagree, but there are little nuggets that they may get that may get just lost in the weeds here because we do it every single day. And then when Troy and Joe go in and they get whatever amount of time they get with Ben Johnson, it's significant. And Caleb might throw them a nugget or whoever it is that they talk to. I sometimes hear something, I go, I didn't hear that here in town. Because we get lost in the minutia kind of falls away. It's every single day. I like Troy Aikman. I think he's a really good analyst. I thought he was horrible on Monday night.
I mean, if you're Washington, you thought he was great.
Of course.
I suppose. I don't know.
Over the middle, Zacchaeus off his left hand. He was open and sat down, and Caleb Williams missed him.
Well, he's been off tonight. And, this is another one of those where Olamide Zacchaeus, he comes off the ball, and it's zone coverage, so he does the right thing.
Is that fair?
That's a fair bit of analysis. That one didn't bother me.
All right.
Williams fires, and he's got DJ Moore. Good throw from Caleb Williams, and Moore with a sliding catch for 18.
Yeah, these intermediate throws, that's where Caleb Williams has been off the most on his accuracy, and these are the types of plays that if you're able to catch this on the move and continue to run, that's when the big plays happen. And really, when you go back to Ben Johnson's time in Detroit, That's how they created big plays. It wasn't so much airing the ball down the field.
How about that one? Talk about DJ
fine.
Moore.
You can pull whichever ones you want. I watched the entire game listening to him, and there are plenty in there where he gives great analysis, and there are several where he was absolutely showing bias one way or the other. Just the one I told you a minute ago. Well, that wet ball, that's going to happen with Jaden. And then on Caleb, he gets a bad snap. You got to grab that. You got to pull that. He did. I mean, that's just one of many.
Oh, this one.
This is everything's perfect except the catch. It just gets on him. It hits up on his high shoulder pad, the breastplate.
It wasn't on his high shoulder pad. It was right in his freaking hands. He was gone. That was 88 out of the gate. That was an 80-yard touchdown. He dropped it. That's going to happen. It was his first drop of the season. That will happen. But that was not high up on his shoulder pad. It's always a little dig.
Well, here's the thing. That's why you have the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000, so maybe not to have that kind of analysis. This is why it's not that important to me, Shay. That's why, for me, listen, I understand the announcers are there to narrate exactly what we see in front of us, but to be able to hold their feet to the fire, it's never going to be 100%. Like, I think that Vilma is one of the best in football when I do watch a Jonathan Vilma game. You know why? His perspective is from the defensive side of the football. Mm-hmm. It's different because you always got to hire the quarterback. You always got to hire the running back because everyone loves offense. But Vilma with Kenny Albert is always solid because Vilma sees it differently. It's a mirror effect, right? A defensive lineman or a defensive guy talking about the entire game. So, but ultimately, it does not matter to me what these guys say. They don't know as much as Tom Thayer or someone else. Yeah, there's going to be little nuggets and features that's going to be made because this is what ESPN or Fox has to do. They have those features to be able to talk about this on the sidelines or throughout the game. But ultimately, when it comes to the Bears, I know where I can get Bears coverage that sides with me and my fandom. I never need the outside. I don't need John Smoltz to tell me how good the Cubs are. Like, of all people. The dullard that is John Smoltz, I don't need him to tell me what's going on with the Cubs. Right. You know what I can go to? You. I can go to Cubs coverage to know about the Cubs.
And I appreciate that.
You.
But just speaking as a fan, I listen to our station all day, every day. When the game comes on, I listen some to Jeff and Tom, like to hear them call the 55-yard touchdown. I had them on. It was awesome. Awesome. Great call. But I also I like hearing John Smoltz's perspective. I do. Guy's a Hall of Fame pitcher. I like hearing it. I like hearing the national announcers on a national game. Sam Rosen and the sixth guy on the crew, no. I have ours synced up. You've taught me how to do that.
Did you guys hear the ending of the game when the Bears won, what Aikman said?
No, what did he say?
It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck!
Exactly. Thank you. Not a shock.
I'm sorry, Clay Matthews.
Oh, my God. So now you really have an axe to grind.
That's it.
After Aikman said that at the end of the game.
That's it. But it was absolutely a narrative throughout the fan base. And when Ben Johnson references it, and when Caleb's posting on TikTok when they land at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're aware. They're aware.
Good for them. Use whatever bulletin board material you have to use. I don't like that Ben Johnson commented on it, one.
I don't think he cares that you don't like it, but
I'm
that's
not
fine.
asking him to care. But I liked what he said at the podium, that you don't just wake up and be respected in this league. You got to earn your respect. Worry about your own stuff. And the respect from Troy Aikman will come if that's something you so desperately desire. Like, I don't get why fans are so irate about it. Watching live, didn't have any issue. Felt no type of way about Troy Aikman's calling the game. And then yesterday, all day, it's like a story on this station. It's a story on social media. Kap was hot about it yesterday morning. Watching live, I had no issue, really.
Because your heart, I know you like the Bears and this is your home and all that. It's not in your heart. Like you're a Patriots guy, too. And a Lions guy.
I'm a fan of the league.
That's my team.
Thank you, Rob Lowe.
So
I don't know, man. Like, I'm not trying to tell anybody I grew up here or like I feel the same way about their team that they do, but my heart was racing at the end of the game when Moody was sitting up to kick. I stood up and clapped when he nailed it and the Bears won. I was excited. And I just, watching the whole game, I had a rooting interest in the Chicago Bears, and I didn't really have any issue with what Aikman was saying. Caleb was off. He has been inaccurate this season. It's not bias to say that he's been inaccurate. And this idea that's now floating throughout the fan base, that's permeated throughout the fan base, that ESPN and the NFL are biased against the Chicago Bears, I promise you, there is nothing ESPN and the NFL want more than the Bears to be relevant. Nothing. They are the only team in the top 3 markets that doesn't have a competing team in their market. This is the one. They want this team to be good.
I'll just say that I've always felt today and for years doing this and for years as a fan is that our viewers and our listeners of this show and this station, your opinion is relevant, just like anyone else's opinion is of the Chicago Bears. It doesn't have to align with your opinion, but the idea that says, well, I'm less than, I'm just a fan, so I don't have an opinion. But Troy Aikman, because he's on because he's a Hall of Famer and because he's on the #1 booth at ESPN, that his opinion means more. It means as much as your opinion does. Whatever your feeling is of the Chicago Bears, your opinion matters. Don't think that as a fan it is way less than because you didn't play at a Hall of Fame level. I just don't agree with it. It has never bothered me. It never has, because you know what? The Bears will prove whether or not they are worthy of praise. From game to game, they will be. You don't need Troy Aikman to pat you on the ass to tell you how great you are. The Bears have to do that internally themselves. They have to be able to play hard. I don't need Troy Aikman or any analyst to tell me about how good or how bad the Chicago Bears are. I can see it. I got HD TV. I know where to see whether or not my team is good or not.
Hey, we came away with a victory, so I can care less about the commentary.
That's my point. Like, you won the game. Who cares? But, Hoodie, I think part of this, too, is I'm not trying to take a shot at anybody either, but it's where we are in sports media now. A lot of people have the team.com next to their resume.
Yeah.
And it's their job to feed you propaganda. And it's their job to be nice. And it's their job to tell you the daisies always look good. Everything's going great. And never criticize. And then you get on a national broadcast and somebody like Troy Aikman's critical and you start clutching your pearls about it. But the reality is people are allowed to be critical.
I don't think people have a problem with being critical, Shay. I don't have any problem with him being critical. Like the couple cuts that Hoodie played, fair. He had one, he zinged by Zacchaeus and he missed him. That was on Caleb. That wasn't on the receiver. I have no problem with critical. It's when you show bias one way versus the other.
Yeah, but I don't know that happened either. People keep telling me, all he would do is Jaden puts the ball on the turf and he's just still complimenting Jaden. Like it's the
when Jaden's on the bench laughing, smiling with his head back. Look how calm he is. His blood pressure doesn't get over 80. And if Caleb did that, that national narrative would have been that guy's not locked in, that guy's not focused. All that BS would have been out there. You know it.
You are right, Cap. You do have to watch that systolic number. If it's over 80, that is a problem.
That's it.
Diastolic, 120, 125.
Yeah.
But the doctor always tells me, watch that second number.
Yeah.
Careful.
I think a lot of these analysts, they give Daniels a little grace because of what he's achieved from his last season. Caleb didn't really achieve much. I mean, he had a decent season, but when you compare the two, Jalen had the better season, and he was this close to going to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So, therefore, they give him a little cachet, a little something extra. But when it comes down to Caleb, man, until he wins something, he's going to continue to be, criticized.
I just look at it like this, Jay Moore. It's like anything else, right? It is you take the opinions that matter to you, and then you flush the rest out.
Yep.
It's like being at church. Pastor's up there, and he might say some things, or she might say some things you might not like, and it's just like, okay, I don't need that. Yep. But I could use that as a word to go for the rest of the week. Mm-hmm. You just flush out like, that doesn't matter. Oh, that matters to me. Okay, I'll utilize that. That's all it is.
But it's good to actually hear what the national media thinks about your team.
That doesn't matter.
Just to hear what they think.
Well,
I'm with you. I like that.
It does, well, that's never mattered to me because we have fought with Chris Canty. Do you think that matters?
It does matter to a certain degree, meaning, okay, that's his opinion. He's entitled to it, but I like to know that.
Your opinion of the Bears means more to me than the national media. How about
Correct.
that?
Yeah.
I'm talking about you.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Because, you know why? Because you're watching every game.
Right.
So, someone who, listen, I've done national radio for 5+ years on ESPN radio with Dickerson. And it's one of those things where you got to be able to know something about everything, right? But it doesn't mean that I've gone through the L.A. Times, New York Times, and just with a fine-tooth comb and just going through the, with the yellow highlighter, all right, this. You try to know as much as you can. But when someone on that level talks about the Bears and says, oh, Caleb Williams, he's going to get benched. Did you see that? He's going to get benched? Well, that's not true. Now you're just making up stuff. You see Caleb Williams, you know that he struggled, and he did struggle in camp. It was not a good camp for Caleb Williams. It was not. But they take that and bring that to October and say, yeah, he still sucks from August. Well, he doesn't. He's actually getting better every game. It wasn't great on Monday night, but you know what? He's getting better every game. But that's what they do, Cap. That's why when I say the national media, they have an opinion, but it doesn't necessarily resonate with me 100%, is because some of it is just not it's either not true or they're not doing their homework on it.
It's usually the latter, but I separate the national media, a lot of whom I tune out. They just parrot whatever narrative's out there versus the analyst and the play-by-play. I don't look at them as national media. They're on the game. They are at the facility. They sit and spend an hour with Ben Johnson. They sit and spend an hour with Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn. I like the nuggets they get. I'm with Jay Moore. I like knowing their perspective.
I almost hit it.
What?
You know what?
What? What did I do?
You cleared it out.
The little frog. It's close. Oh, wow. It's close.
I like hearing what they say. When the Cubs are on Fox and I get to hear John Smoltz, I'm locking in. I want to hear what he says. I do.
I agree with you. I just thought the reaction to this being about his bias, because there was a play where Jaden Daniels missed a throw, and then he's going, I wondered if Montez Sweat got a piece of that ball, because Jaden Daniels usually a throw like that, he ain't going to miss it. Montez Sweat did, in fact, tip the pass.
Yeah, he did.
So, what's Aikman supposed to say? If Caleb's missing throws, Caleb has been inaccurate in intermediate throws this year. What's he supposed to say?
Does it matter that outside forces are talking about your team negatively? 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We're going to hear from Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears, coming up at 6:35. But we'll get to your phone calls and talk about the Bears right here on the home of the Bears. Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Ball.
Here comes Bears Saints, live from Soldier Field. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call starting at noon, pregame at 8. Network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. This is the home of the Bears. Here comes ESPN Chicago.
Folks, have you ever woken up and gone, God, sinuses, or did you snore all night? I was a snorer. Not anymore. Because sinus and snoring MD. My wife came to me and said, I want to sleep in the same bed. I don't want to sleep in separate rooms. You got to get the snoring checked. So I did. Have you met your insurance deductible this year? You paid into it all year. Now make it work for you. Fall allergies, sinus pressure, snoring can hit hard. No reason to suffer or have your loved ones suffer and have your hard-earned money go to waste. At Sinus and Snoring MD, Dr. Nariz and his team have years of ENT experience. They treat patients like family. They do all the care right in office, right where I went. Call or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com. Schedule today, breathe easier tomorrow. Sinusandsnoringmd.com or call 847-545-0147. Sinus and Snoring MD. Let's go.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo & Associates. We're there when you need us.
Hike it into Hooters for all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. 11 Chicagoland locations. Visit originalhooters.com for yours.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here. Those chilly drafts at home are no fun. I had the same problem until Window Nation stepped in. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, the offer ends October 31st. Go to windownation.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Now back to Kap J Hood.
I just come to let y'all know, put some respect on my name. I'll drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
On ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, down.
Talking Bears with you here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Yeah, we're hearing the music of D'Angelo, who passed away at age 51. Man, great Cap, great R&B singer. Man, passed away of cancer. Brown Sugar, Lady, Cruisin'. I Found My Smile Again, Nothing Even Matters, as he did that with Lauryn Hill. It's ridiculous, Cap, that, again, so young, age of 51, passing away because of cancer.
Michael Eugene Archer. This is better known, as you said, as D'Angelo.
Yeah.
Okay, I have never heard of the dude. Rest in peace, God bless and all that. 75th on the list of the 200 greatest singers of all time by Rolling Stone.
Yeah, man.
How can you be one of the top 75 singers ever?
He was instrumental in creating the sound, the whole neo soul sound.
Yeah.
artists like Jill Scott, artists like Erykah Badu. I know you probably don't know who they are, but
Google.com, like you do the rest of the show.
He was definitely instrumental in helping shape that sound. You know, the band, The Roots. I don't know if you heard of those guys either, but yeah, he was definitely one of the greatest artists from that particular era.
Well, when it comes to knowing music, Jay Moore is just at this insane level. You're good. He's elite.
It's my life, man.
And I suck.
Well, you could always learn.
Wow.
Or close a door on it, but you could always learn. This is why the show has the diversity it does, Cap.
Correct.
I learn from you. You learn from me.
Right. Like you said, I could always learn. And I'm always up. I think every day is a learning opportunity. I always try to read and learn things. But I'll never, ever be at the level of you guys musically. I just won't.
As long as we're together, man, you'll never suck. We'll make sure you need to know what you know, bro.
You're the man.
For sure.
Keep it that way. He was also part of the Soulquarians and the Soultronics. There you go.
Yep.
Michael Archer.
I love that as a name.
One of my dearest friends in my life is Mike Archer. Yeah. D'Angelo. Wow. God bless.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. To talk to you about the Bears, we're going to hear from Ben Johnson. We got a chance to sit down with Jeff Joniak in just a moment. But first, let us go to Joey G in Melrose Park on Kap and J Hood. Joey, good morning.
Jonathan Hood, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
What's your beef?
Hey, that sounds like a bit I did in 95. What's your beef?
What's your beef?
Dip with hot peppers.
Listen, anyways, good morning, Cap.
Hi, Joey. What's up, Sparky?
You're close to my age as you are. And when I called and I talked to Shay, Shay said, well, they're dead. Well, you and I know that game Monday night, if they were alive in their age, that would have been a Pat Summerall, John Madden game to be called on TV. That's that kind of voices to the
that was a celebration of football. Those two, they celebrated the game.
They did.
You know, and I like them, but they switch back and forth. The other team's going good. Yeah, it's because they got this guy, they got that guy. When as soon as they go bad, it's all on Caleb. I mean, across the country, the ESPN, whatever, WGN. What? Okay, you know what?
That'll be fine.
Camp, what did I tell you a couple weeks ago?
GN.
15 in a row, baby. When they were 0-2,
yeah,
I said we're going to run the table. And everybody was laughing at me at ESPN radio.
We still are. We still are, Joey.
Especially when you say about the Bears coverage on WGN.
Correct.
Huh?
We're not WGN.
Unreal. He called me and he goes, that game last night, Shay, it should have been Pat Summerall and John Madden. And I said, Joey, they're dead. It can't be Pat Summerall and John Madden.
Would that be something today to put them on?
You want AI, Pat Summerall and John Madden in the booth?
I thought he was taking a side swipe at the CW there for a second. There's no Bears coverage on Channel 9.
And again, I'm a big Joe Buck fan. I know that's not a popular opinion. I really think he's outstanding at what he does. And I usually like Troy. I just think Troy came in with an axe to grind or an agenda, and then he had to get in his limousine to leave and go, oh, God, the Bears won? What?
Well, if you couldn't tell, from the south side, here's Ernest on Kap and J Hood. Ernest, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. First-time caller, first-time listener, man. I've been looking for a Bears home radio station to tune in to, and I think I found my home.
You're the best. Welcome.
Tune in. No doubt. You know, I just want to say, man, you know, to the point about, you know, us getting our respect from the country, from the league, and from people around, you know, just football fans in general, we won't get that respect until we start to dominate these teams. We have skilled, top-level players and to dominate. Great quarterbacks. Look at Tom Brady and Baker Mayfield and all these other great guys. They dominate these teams, man. We can't be, playing it conservative and say, we're just going to run and try to get the 3 points and, kick the field goal and win the game. No, at least attempt to get a touchdown to put the nail in the to put the nail in the coffin.
Whoa.
That's all I'm saying. Bear down, man.
All right, bear down.
Fired up. Whoa. We love that you're with us, Ernest.
My God.
Keep it clean, man. Love the passion.
My God.
But he is basically saying what Ben Johnson said yesterday when he met the media. Patrick Finley asked him, what did you think of Troy Aikman? He said, I had it on mute. Or I had it, muted.
Yeah.
And he said, well, we heard you say something. He goes, look, we have to earn respect. That's it. Earn it. And I agree with all that he said. But my job is not his job. I'm not the coach of the Bears. My job's to call it as I see it. Just like I think the Brewers comported themselves with a lack of class the other night. An actual idiocy as I think about it. I was going back and forth with Silvy yesterday. And had the Brewers, Joe Johnson at Obvious Shirts, you got it right. Had the Brewers commandeered a W flag and taken a picture with that, that would have been cool.
Great.
To hold up an L flag, you're a bunch of losers. And guess what? Down 0-2, going to L.A. That'll be all. See ya.
I think the losers are the ones from Clark and Addison because they're not in the playoffs.
Okay. 3 more games probably, and the Brewers will be gone too.
Yeah, that's fine. But, I mean, the Chicago National League Ball Club is also at home.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
But if they wanted to be really creative, they would have come up and grabbed a W flag and held that up for their team photo. Holding up an L, that was silly, dumb, low class.
The W flag should have been flying in Game 5, but the Cubs fell short. That's the flag that should have been waving. That's the point.
Damn.
I mean, you don't want that L flag to wave? How about beating the Brewers?
I'm
in
not
a big
talking
spot?
about us. I'm talking about them.
I am.
They are the ones that took the picture with the L flag.
Yeah.
If they really wanted to be cute and funny, would have been a hilarious bit. Hold up a W flag. An L flag, you're a bunch of losers.
Yes.
Good luck to you.
Them and the Cubs. 312-332.
You can say it as many times as you want.
It's just a fact, though. I mean, the team that should have been able to beat the Brewers, so there's no L flag, should have been the Chicago Cubs.
And we lost in Game 5.
Yeah.
They are so rent-free in your head, Cappy.
Well, they're not rent-free in my head.
The Brewers are building a 5-star estate up there.
Actually not. We are the ones that are in their head.
He's so fired up about an L flag and not fired up about the Cubs falling short in 5.
I already was. I already
don't think
processed
the Cubs are
my
in
grief.
their heads at all, by the way. They're playing the Dodgers. They just
I already
beat you.
processed my grief. They're out. Now I want to see what Jed speaks at 11.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're not going to hear much, but I want to see what they do this offseason. Alex Bregman just announced he's opting out. So are you going to go after a guy like that, or do you think Matt Shaw takes the next step? There's a billion things we could talk about.
We got time. I just can't wait for 11 o'clock. It's an hour of my life I don't need. 312-332-ESPN.
I'll monitor it for you, kid. Like with the late-night baseball, I do the Cubs, you do the White Sox. I'll handle this one
Monitor
for you.
it for me.
I got you.
312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. As we're going to hear from Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears. That's going to be next. And your phone calls on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
That would have went viral.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news.
Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Tonight at 10/9 Central on BET, the new series 106 in Sports.
Oh, it's on now.
From executive producers LeBron James and Maverick Carter.
A new top 5 sports countdown.
Girl, we about to kill.
With hosts Ashley Nicole Moss and Cam Newton.
We are talking sports, culture, and entertainment.
We got people from the NFL, they're coming from the NBA.
And don't forget the WNBA.
106 in Sports. New series premieres tonight at 10/9 Central. Only on BET.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Hey, you ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know that you're getting sick? You know, with our schedule, getting sick and going on the IL, that just isn't an option. You could try to see a doctor. Good luck sitting there for hours in urgent care. No, you're not doing that. So you need a medical emergency kit. They've got so much in that kit, from Bactrim to Z-Pack to ivermectin and so much more to treat strep and pneumonia and sinus infections and UTIs and COVID and so much more. Check it out. It is at urgentcarekit.com, urgentcarekit.com/smalls, SMALLS, and get $50 off. Hey, you don't have time to go to the doctor? Try urgentcarekit.com/smalls. J-Mo.
This is Kap and J Hood. They beating the traffic commute, so you don't have to. No! Say it again. Say something else. Oh! On ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon. Bleck Abdalla uninterrupted between 2 and 3. Waddle Silvy at 3, right into Blue Jays baseball to take on the Mariners. That's at 6:30 right here on the home for Major League Baseball playoffs, ESPN 1000.
So a bunch of my basketball players from NIU, Kenny Battle, Brad Waller, Rodney Davis, all these guys are texting me, 40 years ago today. So the 15th, we would start practice, and we would start it by going out and doing this running thing at they called it the North 40 in DeKalb, hilly and all that. Mm-hmm. And if you didn't do it in a certain amount of time, you had to do it again. But once they got through that, then we would roll the balls out. Let's go. 40 years ago, man. A long time.
So are they dog cussing you in that chat saying you ran us too hard?
They haven't today, but they have in the past.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yes. We turn now to the head coach for the Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson, who got a chance to talk to Jeff Joniak. You can watch that entire conversation on our YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Please subscribe. Ben Johnson on the win against Washington.
I think this particular game, you're talking about a really dangerous running team. And it's no secret, those first 4 games, we weren't great at defending the run, at least not consistently enough. And so that was a huge task this week. And I thought our defense did a great job answering the bell. I mean, I can't say enough good things about the game plan. I can't say enough good things about the commitment to the fundamentals that the guys made throughout the week that showed up on game day. Whatever the rushing stats said, you take the quarterback scrambles out of it, and we held this team, and we really controlled their running game. And I just thought that was a huge deal. We knew that we wanted to get them into second and long and third down opportunities, because that's where we're at our best as a defense. And so that was huge for us on that side of the ball. And then on offense, you saw our running game come to life. I think it's the cleanest we've been up front with our combinations, being able to handle some of the movement they were throwing at us. They pressured us a little bit more than I thought that they might. And yet our guys didn't bat an eye at it. They were running off the ball with some of our wide zone stuff, and we were able to find some creases. I thought Swift ran really hard, and he played a physical brand of football last night as well. So when you look at it, I thought the run game played a huge factor in that game, particularly with those conditions. It was a little bit nasty out there with the wind and the rain, and yet we were able to control the ball there on the ground.
Yes, thoughts there from Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, with Jeff Joniak. We'll hear more from Coach Johnson coming up at 8:35.
So in listening to Ben, I was telling you this earlier this morning before the show. Like, I just feel, how blessed are we that this dude's our coach? Like, he could have gone anywhere. And I feel like we finally have, I'm not saying a tactical advantage over every other team in the league, because there's some great coaches, Andy Reid and Sean Payton and Sean McVay and Mike Tomlin, like some really wonderful coaches. Just think of how far behind we were every year. Every year.
Yeah.
And even when Lovey was here and they had some success, we didn't have offensive success because he couldn't get the right offensive coordinator. They never quite fixed the O-line. I feel like Mark Trestman to Fox to Nagy to Eberflus, like Ben Johnson picked us. And he even said in an interview the other day, part of the reason I wanted to go there is I wanted to coach Caleb Williams. And now we've got this thing, and it looks like it's trending in a very positive direction. There will be hiccups. He acknowledged that in the interview I watched. He said, this thing is not just going to be easy. Every week we're going to win. There's going to be days where you're like, oh, God. But we're building something, and it's super cool to have, I'll speak just for me, my heart all in on the table.
Antonio in Aurora, as well as Dave in Grand Rapids, want to talk about Troy Aikman here on ESPN 1000. Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hoodie. Good morning, Cap. How are you guys?
Good. What's up? Antonio, good morning to you. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. So,
all right.
Dave, say hello to Antonio.
Hey, what's up, Antonio? How are you, man?
What's up, Dave? I'm doing good. How about you, man?
Good, buddy. Out here in Grand Rapids, it's raining this morning, but all good.
So, Dave,
you go first.
Dave, you go ahead. What do you think of Troy Aikman? What were you saying?
Okay, so I started out on the side of he was annoying as heck listening to the game the other night. I wasn't a fan already, but I would have liked if he was non-biased. But the old codger Wilbon had a good point yesterday on Waddle and Silvy, and he was like, I actually love it. He goes, I want whatever will light a fire under Caleb and our coaches' butts nonstop. He's like, I want those guys to have an edge, and if that's what it takes and they can take from that and it pisses them off, then that's great. And I actually thought that was a really good point.
Antonio, what do you think?
I kind of was hearing what all you guys were saying, and I asked Shay this question. Do you guys think Troy was being so hard on Caleb, not just throughout the broadcast, but I feel like Brady's on it, does it when he's broadcasting? He's hard on him because he knows how good he can be. Like, he knows he can be the best of the best, and in order to do that, you got to take the step-by-step process of making sure, you got to hit Zacchaeus on the numbers when he sits down in the curl route. You got to do those little things. When Zacchaeus doesn't catch the ball when you put it right on the numbers, that's one thing. But you got to do the little things to help your team to be the best you can be. And when we can win games when 18's not his best like that, we can do a lot of things. But we need 18 to be a little bit better going down the stretch to be better.
What do you think, Cap? I mean, so annoyed that the coaching quarterback. Dave talks about, and then Troy being hard on Caleb because he was the quarterback at a high level.
Yeah, again, I don't have a problem, to your question, when he's critical of a particular play. I don't. I think it's cool. That's one of the reasons I enjoy him. I listen. Hey, man, he's got to do this. If you're going to look off that safety and then deliver it there, that ball's got to get out on top, whatever he says. I enjoy that, good or bad. If our guy made a good play or a bad play. There were digs, there were little biases that showed. I'm like, what do you got against Caleb? Like, hey, how about a little credit there? Oh, that guy did that, and you don't say the same thing. That was what I felt, and I don't normally feel that with him. And there have been times we've gotten our head kicked in on Monday night, or we've won on a Monday night, and I've liked him either way. This time it rubbed me wrong.
I appreciate your analysis more.
I appreciate yours.
So only because it's honest.
We try.
That's why.
I've always said to you, I don't broadcast for the owners of the teams or the players. Lord knows I've had more than my share of run-ins. You've been here when the phone rings, whether it was Jerry Reinsdorf or Anthony Rizzo's agent or whoever, ticked off. And I don't care. I really don't. The only people that I have to be loyal to are the people that are honoring us by listening. That's it.
The platform with Shay Norling is next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Wet.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Let me tell you about our friend Howard Aikman. He is the single best personal injury attorney in Illinois. He's won all the big awards, John. And if you have a medical malpractice case, you have a personal injury case, you have a rideshare injury case, the only guy you need to call, put him in your phone, 312-6million for Howard Aikman.
That's right. We are proud to spread the word that Howard Aikman and Aikman Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. They have more than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. So call the number 312-6million, 312-6million for injury law made personal. That's Aikman Law. Jay Moore.
Save big money on your next project now at Menards. Get ready for the winter and keep your equipment protected with Shelter Logic Storage Solutions. We carry durable steel frame shelters and garages to fit your needs. They offer quick installation to store vehicles, boats, and yard equipment with easy drive-in access. Save big money on all outdoor storage and check out more great deals happening now in our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books. October is here, and we are smoking hot again. 5-1 on Saturday in college football. UFC wins, soccer wins. Everybody is making money. If you're not winning, you are not signed up at FatJackSports.com. Basketball season is here, and we are ready to make money this week. Go to FatJackSports.com for less than $100 a week. Get all the plays through the Super Bowl, or save money with those longer packages and add hoops now. FatJackSports.com to win today.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air is seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy, but for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Now time for Shay's Platform. Here's Shay Norland.
Shay's Platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
What do you got, Troy?
I don't know if the two of you have listened at all to Chicago's College Tailgate this year, but I have been doing the...
What station is that on?
It's on this station right here. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m.
I actually do.
Very funny. I've been doing the 10 hottest seats in America and updating it with coaching firings.
Yeah.
I can't remember a year where I've seen more coaching firings this early in the season and teams as willing to eat massive buyouts. In Penn State's case, because Adidas was like, sure, we'll pay off James Franklin to get out of there. I can't remember seeing this many firings. On my top 10 preseason, already, Trent Dilfer clipped, Sam Pittman clipped, Brent Pry clipped, Mike Gundy clipped.
Who? Brent
Virginia
Pry,
Tech. Virginia Tech.
Okay.
The update, I had James Franklin clipped. I think I might have a little power here where I can get coaches fired.
Wow.
So I want to use this microphone today, Hoodie, to do something very important.
Yeah, he wants Michigan State to clean out the football office this morning.
Damn right. I am adding officially on this program Jonathan Smith to the 10 hottest seats in America in the hopes that I can get him clipped by next week. And honest to God...
You play Michigan next week?
No. It's Indiana this week, and we're 27-point dogs.
Oh, God.
It's bad enough you lost against UCLA, so it's not going to get better this week.
I hope the Hoosiers beat us by 70. Just prove that this guy cannot be the head coach anymore. He's boring. They go out to the sideline, and he's got the same expression on his face constantly, no matter what state the game is in. And it's not in a cool way where they're, like, winning by 20, and he seems pissed off. It's you have no passion. It doesn't feel like you belong here. He's not a Midwest guy. He had no connection to the school. It's just not working. And on Saturday, losing to UCLA, as Hood mentioned, That's the most disgraceful performance I have seen in my adult life out of Michigan State football. There is never, ever an excuse for them to look that way. So I am officially adding Jonathan Smith to the 10 hottest seats in America in the hopes that I can get my own coach clipped.
I think that, if nothing else, this shows my partner, Shay, that if you want to buy out a coach, the price does not matter. It does not matter. Gundy, longtime Oklahoma State coach, also clipped. You mentioned some other coaches as well. Deshaun Foster, that was just nonsense at UCLA. But the point is, Cap, if there's a booster, if there's a supporter, and they say, I'll pay it, they're going to pay it. They're going to get you out. I know as a coach that doesn't rub you the right way, but this is what it is. I mean, listen, all I can tell you is this. For Penn State, hopefully they could find someone that was as good as James Franklin from a one-loss record standpoint. He loses because he can't win the big games, clearly, in the top 25 or in the Big Ten. But overall, he cleaned up that program. Post Bill O'Brien and post Paterno. The program was clean. He just couldn't win big games. And it's worth it for Penn State and the boosters to get him out because of the slide. Whether that's right or wrong, they did it.
Sounds like Matt Rule is going to be the number one guy there.
The fascinating thing for Franklin, too, Hoodie, is how many programs in America, like, honestly, Michigan State right now would be happy to be a team that wins 10 games a year and just can't win the big games. Virginia Tech, they'd be happy to be that school. Like, James Franklin's going to go someplace not as high pressure as Penn State and probably be looked at pretty fondly. And that school will only have to pay him the offset of the buyout. They won't have to pay him a full contract.
Listen, I can just say this, Cap. If you were coaching Penn State and you were 4-21 against AP top 10 opponents and 1-18 against Big Ten teams in conference games.
Wait. 1 and what?
18 versus Big Ten teams in.
That's not right. He's not. He's done very well in conference. I know he's 1-13 against Michigan and Ohio State. I think he's 1-18 against Michigan, Ohio State, and Notre Dame.
Those three.
There you go.
Those three. But 4-21 against AP top 10 opponents.
He's 128-60 overall. Okay. Look up Ryan Day's record. And there are people, some behind the other side of the glass, that think Ryan Day should be fired if they don't beat Michigan. Ryan Day's got like an 80-some% win percentage.
76-10. I don't believe that anymore, by the way. He won the national title. That absolves a lot of the sins.
Yep. But would you still be in? You take that $49 million buyout or more?
If I was James Franklin?
Sure.
Yeah, I would be relaxing and then plot my next move. How old is James Franklin? 53? He's not done.
No, he'll be hired quickly, too. Because, like I said, there are schools that would be happy to win 10 games and just lose the big ones.
There's been some adjustments that were made for the Bears in the bye week into the game against the Washington Commanders. We'll get to that. But first, Shay, tell us about the CTA.
Yeah, Shay's platform brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority, and hopefully Jonathan Smith can use it to get from Midway Airport to his interview at Chicago State's new football program once he's fired by Michigan State.
Wow.
CTA doors are always open for you. You don't need to sit in traffic. You could ride the train. Park and ride is available at the Cumberland exit number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas. $5 will cover Jonathan Smith's trip and back on the CTA to his interview with Chicago State. Just sit back. We'll do the driving. Tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
I'm not going to take that 95th and King Drive slander. That'll be all for that.
Hey, I went to school at Chicago State for a while.
Hey, you got a new football program? Be an inspiring hire.
Let's pause now 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago Radio Network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Wondering what makes Neutral so tasty? It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, real refreshing. When good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. Join Neutral at Anchor Bar, home of the original Buffalo Wing in Oswego, for the football toss promotion October 16th. Take your shot for a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas. Plus, enjoy food and drink specials every day. Neutral. Real vodka, real juice, real tasty.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Kap, J Hood, Shay, Jay Moore. Every day I start my morning with you guys. I look forward to getting in the car and hearing you guys
on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you. Here on this Waddle Wednesday, we're going to hear from Tommy coming up at 7:35 with open phone lines for you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Please like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap, it was so good to be able to see the Bears do something a little different than the previous 4 games that we saw. At the bye, you could tell, because Shay asked the question yesterday, shot or no shot, how much is that win against Washington on coaching? Well, the coaching adjustments were made. There's a number of things I'd like to point out to you, and you tell me if you agree or not, based on the result for the Bears in their win against Washington. I'll start with the defense, because you know I've been hard on this defense since training camp. I just knew, like, this defense just could not stop the run, couldn't stop the big play over the top. I know there's been some injury, but also there's been some missed gaps and some things that have not worked out well for the defense. However, I just want to give the Bears their flowers, because one of the keys that you and I talked about in the game against Washington is how can they stop the run, right? It's one thing to run the football, yes, and the Bears did that well. But we talked about Bill, this Krosky Merritt, right? So outside of the 10 for 52 for Dayton Daniels on just running the football himself, Krosky Merritt ran the football 17 times for 61 yards. That's a win.
Oh, that was an absolute win. And I did a show with Waddle and Olin last night, and Tommy said that if you had told him before the game Bears are going to outrush the Commanders, he would have said, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
And they did.
That's a win.
It's a win.
But I'll tell you why it's a win, more so than the numbers and Krosky Merritt only 61 yards and 17 carries. I just want to say that I believe at this point in time that Dennis Allen's doing a better job with his linebackers than Eberflus did, because Edmonds now is at the Will linebacker, Edwards is at the Mike linebacker, and I think that with Edwards out there, I thought that Edwards and Edmonds did a great job of being able to slow down the run, along with Javon Dexter with his 1.5 sacks, along with the big guy plugging up the middle in Billings. I thought that the Bears did a hell of a job, because that was nothing even close to the Raiders game, with Ashton Genty running all over the place. Bears plugged up the hole. I think that was really strong for the Bears to be able to get that done. That's the adjustment from the bye into the game against Washington.
Yeah, they made that adjustment. Olin was telling Tommy and I, as he studied the tape yesterday, the All-22, that unlike Eberflus, the way that they have the linemen on the defensive line, their footwork and the way that they're aligned, he said it's a different teaching technique. Doesn't mean that Eberflus's was bad, but the way that they're teaching it now under Dennis Allen is different, and it takes a little time to learn, but that's one of the reasons that getting T.J. Edwards back, I think between T.J. Edwards, Kevin Byard, and Tremaine Edmonds, who has really played well, I think they combined for 22 tackles. Those guys are locked in. Those two linebackers especially. I think it's 28, the three guys. The two backers, 22 tackles.
Yes.
Super cool.
Yeah, so I like that a lot. The obvious one is taking a look at that offensive line and saying, okay, we got to make the adjustment here. But before we talk about Benedict, if nothing else about Ben Johnson, he'll tell you as much as he can about what's on his mind. Do you recall Ben Johnson saying that at the bye we're going to reevaluate some things?
They're going to do a self-scout, which every team does, but what do you do with it?
He could have gone along with the general manager, Ryan Poles, and said, I know that Braxton Jones is your guy, so he's going to stay at left tackle. We'll work with him. He's going to be No. I want to have Theo Benedict, who is as versatile of an offensive lineman as we have on the roster, that can work on the right side or the left side, and it's going to be just fine. Now, moving forward, Benedict is going to it's going to be a learning curve for him because, you got to take on some of the best here the next few games. Maybe Hendrickson plays, maybe he doesn't, who knows. But you got to take on a number of quality players on the defensive side of the football, and, Benedict's going to learn. But I'll tell you what, he did a great job, I thought, helping open those holes for the running game for Swift.
Yeah, the guy who I was most impressed on watching the tape yesterday, and I'd love to talk to Tommy on a Waddle Wednesday about it, was Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright's playing with a torn ulnar collateral ligament is what I'm being told. That would be Tommy John surgery in baseball.
Yep.
And he braced it up, and he found a way to get out there and not only play at a very high level. I was super impressed. And then that interior did a really good job. Tooney, Dahlman, Jonah Jackson has come on. Look at his numbers, allowing very little pressure.
I like the idea that Darnell Wright is out there and like a warrior playing hard at right tackle. You mentioned yesterday, and I'm sure you saw it again when you watched the film, about him trying to block two guys to be able to open up holes. Two guys, Darnell Wright.
He had the one earlier in the game, in the first half, where he went out on the right edge and he took one guy and drove him into another, and there goes Swift, who did a great job bouncing it outside. I thought DeAndre Swift was magnificent. He also had some lanes finally to run in, but I thought he hit the holes hard. He played really, really solid football. And then the whole thing, who was talking on NFL Network? They said for the first time this year, he said, I've watched every tape. It might have been Chase Daniel, said that the Bears' offensive line looked like a symphony as opposed to five guys grabbed a guitar and said, let's try and make some music.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great way to put it.
That's fair. That's what we've been looking for all season. And so when the running game's open and then Caleb has time to throw or has time to run, that's because the offensive line was moving furniture out there. And I really enjoyed that. Another talking point that we had earlier in the season before the bye was, how can some of these young rookies have the opportunity to make an impact? We see it across the league, and we were wondering, so what about, why is Burden not playing? What's going on with Loveland, all this? So Colston Loveland, I think, is still going to come into his own. Next year, that's going to be his position. It won't be Cole Kmet. It's going to be Loveland as the number one. It's TE1 on the depth chart, I'm sure. Right?
They're two different kinds of players, though. Loveland can't block like Cole. Cole might not be able to get separation like Loveland. So maybe they have them both here. I don't know.
That's why the good Lord made Durham Smythe.
Yeah, he's not a receiver at all. He's
blocking.
He's the modern-day Mercedes Lewis.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
So that's that. So what I'm saying is that there's so many dishes that you got to be able to put in front of this offense, because there's a lot of guys that need to eat. With Colston Loveland, he's going to come into his own. I think he had 2 receptions on Monday's game. But Luther Burden had a big play.
He did.
You're wondering, when is Luther Burden going to have a big play? There's going to be a time, Cap, that we're going to come in here and talk about Adunze on one side and Burden on the other side.
pretty good.
That's what it's going to be.
Pretty good.
At some point, we're going to see that with the Bears.
And maybe Sunday, because I don't know if DJ Moore is going to play on Sunday. I'll be surprised if he does. Maybe. I hope he does, but I'll be surprised. The trade deadline is Tuesday, November 4 at 3 o'clock Central.
Okay.
You play the Bengals 2 days before that. Is Trey Hendrickson playing in that game for the Bengals?
I have no idea. I have no idea if he will.
There is a lot of smoke that he's getting moved. He's on a 1-year deal, and they cannot franchise him. That was part of the agreement. Why would they not trade him?
I don't know, and I don't know. And one, and two, I don't know if the Bears are in that conversation.
I don't know if the Bears are. Yeah. I think there are other teams that absolutely are. Shay, do you think he gets moved?
Yeah, I absolutely believe he gets
Do you think he plays against the Bear on the 2nd of November? Why would you allow him to get that far down the road and take a chance on getting him hurt if you're moving him?
Is that not the deadline?
The deadline's the 4th. 2 days before we play the Bengals.
He might not play.
I mean,
maybe he suits up for you. Ask him to change sidelines.
Trey, yeah, you're in the other locker room. We traded you. Remember that in Moneyball?
Yes.
Ricardo Rincon and walk over to the A's locker room across the field. That would be hilarious. I don't think the Bears are going to be all in to do that. Do you?
No. Ryan Poles is still the general manager.
Why? Every year he's aggressive.
I don't think that that's going to happen.
There's nothing he loves more than flipping a second-round pick at the deadline.
Right.
It's like he's addicted to it.
Right.
Okay.
He did it for Sweat. He did it for Chase Claypool. If he could get Trey Hendrickson in here, why would he not do that? Now, he would have to restructure somebody's deal to get enough cap space, and then they would have to extend him because he's out of contract. But just like Sweat, same deal.
I think, actually, they can just get it done from what I looked at on Spotrac because you don't absorb the dead cap that gets left in Cincinnati. You just take on what's left. I think they could fit him in at the deadline. Just plain and simple.
But then you have to get room to get him extended.
Right. That's the issue. But
because he's only on a 1-year deal with no ability to tag him.
That's all on your 2026 stuff.
But you think he's a $30 million DN? I don't think so.
Oh, he's getting more than 30.
He's making 30
Seriously?
this year. Yeah.
He's had 17 sacks each of the last 2 years.
I'm talking about the extension.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to get paid.
From the Bears?
Whoever gets him, he's getting paid.
I don't know, man.
Well, that's the point. It's the Bears. As much as I
That's
would like,
what I'm saying.
as much as I would like for that to happen, but again, now we start going to the slippery slope of just pie in the sky, top-notch availability for the Cubs. And
I think their max was DJ Moore to 27.
Yeah.
I don't think they're.
So
they gave $100 million to Sweat.
Yeah, it'd probably be like 3 years, $105 million for Hendrickson.
But what is Sweat getting per year?
I don't know how they structure it. Shay, do you know what Sweat's average is?
Because it's not 27, right?
It's up there. It's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. And if you want an elite pass rusher, and unless you're drafting him, if you're getting Max Crosby and you're getting Trey Hendrickson and you're getting Micah Parsons, what did Micah get? 40 a year?
Yeah.
If it's Max Crosby, I give him whatever he wants.
24 and a half AAV for Sweat.
It's 24, so that's what I'm saying. I think the max was probably the contract for DJ Moore. I don't think they're going to pay over 30 for him, and he's like 31, right?
31.
Yeah, that's just he's not going. They're not going to pay that.
Max Crosby, I would.
Tonight. I just said that.
Tonight.
He can have a piece of the stadium too.
Yeah, exactly.
What stadium?
Right. Oh, I forgot.
Oh boy.
Maybe he wants to host his own weekend show in the offseason. Danny, ride in there and give the guy a little show on the station too. Put that part of the deal.
Chicago's college tailgate?
Yeah, they don't have any hosts. Welcome into Chicago's college tailgate. I'm Max Crosby.
Yeah, what if we're going to do Eastern Michigan content here? Max Crosby's going to be talking Eastern Michigan Eagles on college tailgate. Mac football show.
Whatever it takes, man. Get him here.
Eugenio Suarez to the Bears. We'll see.
312-332-ESPN,
332-3776.
Hey, Kap, this is Eugenio Suarez. Yeah. Maybe I'll be seeing you in 2 days.
Yes. Or maybe you won't.
Maybe you'll still be playing while my team's at home.
Yes. I'll see you in the World Series. I think that's what he meant.
Probably right.
More coming up on the Chicago Bears and your phone calls, 312-332-3776. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Unreal.
Here comes Bears Seats, live from Soldier Field. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call starting at noon, pregame at 8, network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. This is the home of the Bears. Here comes ESPN Chicago.
If you are in the market for windows, and my wife Mindy and I just were, we called Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. Do not get fooled by those buy one, get one free gimmicks or the sketchy half-off deals. Russ keeps it real. He offers the most, let me say that again, the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price guaranteed. No subcontractors, no marathon sales pitches, just top-quality products, expert installation, and you deal directly with Russ himself. Chicago window guys are the guys I trust, and you should too. They put our windows in last week. So great to have windows that open beautifully. It's quiet in the house. Absolutely love our windows. Call 847-881-3060, 847-881-3060, or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
There's Crash Bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo, and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible. Overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things, people, love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
You better buckle the fuck up.
On ESPN Chicago.
You're listening to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Don't forget, the Kap and J Hood Morning Show has a YouTube channel. We got our own YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Kap and J Hood. If you can't listen all 3 hours, if you missed the show, you just go to the YouTube and make sure that you subscribe. That way you miss nothing from our special features to our ridiculousness. It's all on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on YouTube, youtube.com. We're going to hear from Tommy in just a moment on a Waddle Wednesday here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Some thoughts from Tom Pelissero, who covers the National Football League. You asked Kap about the Bears at the trade deadline, and Tom says
that's going to be one of the most interesting teams over the next 3 weeks to see what they do at the trade deadline. Ryan Poles has been unafraid, for better or worse, to make big deals. He's traded for Montez Sweat at the deadline. He traded for Chase Claypool, who's now out of the league.
He's a second-round pick for
at the deadline. Second-round pick for Claypool. Second-round pick, I believe, for Montez Sweat. He's made, obviously, the trade with the Panthers for the #1 pick, getting DJ Moore as part of that deal. They're always active. But are they in a position where they feel like they should be buyers? In other words, first year with Ben Johnson, are they a Super Bowl? Are they winning the Super Bowl in 2025?
The Bears?
Are they winning the Super Bowl? Because I would argue, if you're not winning the Super Bowl and you don't have an opportunity to fill something specific you don't think you get in next year's draft, you're at times overextending yourself just to say, hey, we got to get into the playoffs this year. There are times where you're better off amassing things for the future while building culturally from within. That's why I'm saying I think they're a fascinating type of a team at the deadline here.
So do you have a wish list, Kap? You mentioned Trey Hendrickson, but do you have a wish list as far as positions you'd like to have covered?
Yeah, I would love to get a rush edge and a running back. So what do the Bengals say to me if I tell them I'll give them a second-round pick, but I'm getting Trey Hendrickson and Chase Brown?
They hang up the phone. Are you out of your mind?
I'll give them a 2 and a 3, and I get both.
Are you out of your mind? Chase Brown's on a rookie contract. No, you're not getting Chase Brown.
All right, then I want Breece Hall from the Jets, an expiring deal.
How are you going to – here's your problem. How are you going to pay – you get one or the other, I think. You're not going to get a rush edge and Breece Hall because you have to pay both of those players.
Not this year, I don't.
No, but going forward, you do. And talk about an unbalanced cap sheet. Then you'll have Montez Sweat getting $24.5 million. Your rush edge is probably getting north of 30 if you trade for one. And then Breece Hall's going to get $15 million a year.
He's going to get that much a year.
The Saquon got paid, right? We're back in the world where running backs are getting paid. I'm not saying he is, but James Cook got $15 million a year, didn't he?
Wow, Breece Hall's getting that kind of glue.
And the price of milk has gone up.
Like Carmen Jurko probably like, what the hell?
Well,
we thought we had that thing taken care of.
Typical Kap, trying to get something on a coupon, always trying to get the budget, just trying to get the bargain basement deal.
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Shame on you. You're better than that.
No, I'm not. I'm listening to the show.
I am not asking to pay bargain basement dollars.
You just said 2 for 1. Like the Bears are going to.
I'm giving you 2 good picks.
Like the Bears are going to bend over back. Like anyone's going to bend over backwards for the Bears just because it's the Bears.
Okay, so can I get the Saints to leave Kamara here in town?
4.
He's only got 1 year left after this. He wants to win. He has said it. I read the quote yesterday. I'd like to try and compete to win at some point before I get done, and the clock is ticking here.
Sorry, Brother Manungai, you're inactive.
Would you do a straight-up deal for DJ Moore?
DJ Moore for who?
Hendrickson.
For Trey Hendrickson? Yeah.
A straight-up
deal. The Bengals wouldn't. They've already got T. Higgins and Jamar Chase.
Sure. DJ, fresh out of the hospital? Sure. fresh out of the ambulance.
Hey, Mr. Poles, really nice of you to come here to the hospital to get me. Yeah, get in this wheelchair. Okay. That must be a policy. Where are you taking me? Yeah, you see that Bengals van right there? Get in.
Push him in there. Push him in the meat wagon. That's exactly right. Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Mike Brown, owner of the Bengals.
With his rolled up sporting news and his London fog coat.
DJ Moore be like, but
nah.
Wait a minute.
I still got stuff at Hallis.
We finally got a good coach, and the quarterback and I are on a good place.
Nip it in the butt.
Goodbye, DJ.
Thank you. Enjoy Cincinnati. Waddle and Silvy will be there in a couple weeks.
Hello?
They can say hey.
Hello?
Who's this?
They're going to put him on live.
Who's this?
There was a time where I thought you could trade DJ for Breece Hall, but if DJ's going to play the way he did on Monday night and show like the tenacity that he showed, I don't know that I'm running to do that.
Tommy, it is just amazing. We just can't enjoy 3-2. Now we're making deals like we're just ass out in the National Football League in the basement.
We're
it
trying
is amazing.
to get Tommy his guy. We're trying to get Trey Hendrickson.
I'm so twisted right now. Like, you guys are playing let's make a deal all of a
unbelievable.
sudden. And Trey Hendrickson has now come, that name's coming out of everyone's mouth. I love it. Welcome, guys. And by the way, why do you want Alvin Kamara now? He's had a great career, Cap. He's averaging 3.8 yards per carry. And he makes, $16 million? Why would you make that trade?
Well, first of all, he's got 1 year left on his deal. I think I need a second back to work with Swift. I'm not sure Monungai's that guy right now. I'm not sure.
But you saw, Cap, my point is you saw Monday night what impact a better offensive line will have on a running
Thank you.
back.
You just answered my question. The prosecution rests him with our offensive line as opposed to what they got going on down in New Orleans.
But my point is like Carmen and Jurko say it all the time. I value running backs more than they do, but you just got 175 total yards out of Swift behind an offensive line that was the story of the game on Monday night. So why are you giving up currency to go get a running back at this point?
Because we're ESPN Cleveland. Apparently.
Wow.
We're the freaking Dolphins, apparently. That's why. We're trying to make trades now. And I understand the conversation. You're just trying to plug some holes and try to upgrade. But my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the salaries. They make a little more money than I realized, some of these backs.
You can't get Kamara,
Barkley's
man.
making 20.6. McCaffrey's 19. Derrick Henry makes 15. Jonathan Taylor makes 14. Kamara makes 12.25. Josh Jacobs is making $12 million. James Cook got 11.5. Aaron Jones, for crying out loud, makes $10 million. James Conner gets 9.5.
Yeah, and then you balk. Breece Hall is probably going to get close to $15 million a year. And I don't want to be the team that extends him.
No.
And
I agreed.
I
didn't realize it would cost me that much.
Alvin Kamara is highest outcome DeAndre Swift. He's a receiving style back. They have the same play style. I just don't feel like it's a fit. Breece Hall, at least, I think, offers me something a little different. But I don't want to be the team that pays him.
The reason why the Cap is surprised by this is because he constantly is duped by Carmen and Jurko. It's just amazing to me. They have an opinion, and so he just rides with it. You don't pay a running back that. It's a different day now, Cap. It's 2025. They're part of the offense.
I'm not duped by them to that level. I mean, I'm prepared to pay a good running back. I just didn't realize they were making $20 million a year.
Yeah, look, I think you've got a bigger issue. Despite how they played on Monday night, we can get into that later. I was thrilled by how they won and how they played, and there's so many bouquets to toss out for improvement on stopping the run. But they still have a pass rush problem, guys. And I give Dennis Allen a ton of credit because, we give Ben Johnson credit for game planning and scheming guys open. Guess what? You do the same kind of thing on the defensive side of the ball. When you can't win one-on-one battles, you have to scheme pressure. And he did a really good job of that, especially late in the game when it was really most meaningful. But they don't have a good pass rush at this particular time. So if you're going to pool together your resources, both salary and draft currency, I would still be focused on finding someone that helps you get to opposing quarterbacks more frequently.
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
No.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep.
Your 5-time league champion Chicago Wolves open the 2025-26 season this Saturday night at 7 o'clock at the Allstate Arena against the Rockford Ice Hogs. This year's squad is stacked and chasing another Calder Cup title. Wolves games are affordable, fan-friendly, and packed with excitement. Grab great seats at Saturday's home opener and get there early for a free coffee mug courtesy of DanielGoodmanLaw.com. Plus, don't miss Family Sunday at 3 o'clock, courtesy of Scott Credit Union. Get yours today. This is Wolves Hockey. Jay Moore.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Aiken. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Aiken Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Aiken, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, hey.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy shots are bringing the flavor and energy. One of my personal favorites, Strawberry Banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for everyone. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce cup of coffee, but with zero sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
What a Monday night, and the big week continues for the Bears. The focus turns to Sunday's showdown against New Orleans on the lakefront. This ESPN Chicago Big Week, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools that you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you and your fantasy team synced right into the app. So that way you can back your squad. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And Waddle Wednesday is brought to you by WindowWorks, the company your neighbors trust. Yes, WindowWorks. As we turn to the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm riding the momentum of a 3-game win streak, Jonathan.
I want to get your overall thoughts on Caleb Williams, your letter grade and what you liked and things that Williams still has to work on.
Well, I'm going to enter the beehive here by saying I gave him a C. I don't think it was horrible. I thought they asked him to play.
You gave him a B- last night.
I did not. I think maybe Olin did, but I did not.
Okay.
No. We had a caller call in and tried to make me feel guilty for it. He wanted me to give him a C+, so I just agreed just to make the caller feel good. But, look, I thought that this was a game where he wasn't asked to do the heavy lifting as much. That was done by the running game, thankfully, in the defense. Excuse me.
That's a fine.
Thank you.
Hello,
my
baby.
I thought he was okay. Like, he threw for 250 yards. A majority of it was screens, run after the catch and stuff, which is fine. I'm not holding that against him, but I thought this was a game where he wasn't as sharp as he has been in the past. The first drive, the deep ball to Rome, that ball's got to be cut loose before Rome even gets even with the defensive back. Then it's thrown late, then it's underthrown. He missed a 2-point conversion. The running back's wide open. He just missed the read. The 4th down throw, he cut it loose late. The Mikey Sanders drill should have intercepted him in the red zone. He misread the play. And look, I mean, I could go through a litany. Now, the deep crosser to Burden in the second half was a dime. The touchdown pass to Rome that was called back, which was a joke, was a great throw as well. You can go through all these plays. At the end of the day, Jonathan, I thought, I give the offensive line an A. I give Swift an A. I give Cole Kmet, who really bounced back from a really bad game against the Raiders, blocked his ass off in this game. I give him an A. I thought it's not a sin to say I didn't think the quarterback was at his best, is it?
No, but I think that you're giving him a B++ if that Odunze touchdown counted.
Probably giving him maybe a B-.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that touchdown would have mattered, though, the way Odunze had to kind of contort his body to be able to catch it.
That was a hell of a throw and a hell of a catch. The catch was amazing.
Yeah.
But that's an example of you can have a great catch, but it can also be a great throw at the same time.
Yes.
And that was an example of it.
Yeah,
that
he
was
put
a
it
great
where
throw.
the only spot he could make a play, and then he made the play.
Yeah, and I will say this as well. In difficult conditions, he took care of the football. Again, they were fortunate in the red zone that Sanders still, or however you pronounce his name,
Mikey Sanders still, yeah.
Yeah, he tried to breadbasket the ball and couldn't bring it in. But look, it's just, I'm just giving you, I watched the game. I thought after the game, fellas, it was kind of a clunky game at times for the quarterback, but I really don't care because they won and their running game evolved. And then I went back and watched the film yesterday morning. But I'm not bothered by it. I'm encouraged that the kid is playing within the structure of the offense like he never has before. And before the start of this year, I don't know that he ever has been asked to play in structure. So it is a huge change for him, and I think he's taking the coaching well. He's making progress. It was just a game, from my humble perspective, where he didn't have his fastball, which is fine, and they still won a game, which is glorious.
Tommy, in terms of this game coming up with the New Orleans Saints, in my world, and you know my philosophy is there are no such thing as must-wins unless you get eliminated if you lose. But if you have any designs about going to the postseason, winning 10 football games, this you have to have.
Yeah, it's a game. They're coming to your building. They're a team that is behind you in terms of the rebuild. You're a better football team. But I would, and I don't think that I think with the coaching they have, I don't think they're going to, to rest on their laurels, or I don't think they're not going to be ready to play. I think they'll be ready to play. Look, guys, every game's going to be a grind. Like, I don't take the Saints for granted, even though they haven't won a game on the road and they've won one game. They come to town, you better bring your A game, because you just beat two opponents in the last two games by 1 point. And what were you? You were +7 or +8 in the turnover category.
+7.
They're +10 over the course of the last 3 weeks. That's a positive. Don't get me wrong. They've taken the ball away 11 times in 3 games and only coughed it up once. +10. Like, that is fabulous. I hope it continues. It's unusual if it would. So how will you play if your defense doesn't hand you, the football at the 50-yard line, and you've got to manufacture more on your own? My point is there's still a work in progress. As much as I'm thrilled with where they're at, and I don't think I've felt this good about this organization in a really long time. But, don't think that the Saints are coming here and you should just throw your helmet on the field and going to win.
We saw that what happened with the Patriots here last year.
Different, different vibe, different environment,
Agreed.
Different group, different coach. Last year's last year. I don't even give a rat's ass about last year.
But my point is, a lousy, inferior, on paper, opponent came in and beat your ass.
It happens all the time in this league. This is a week-to-week league at this point. Anyone can beat anyone at this point in the season. I think you see teams rounding into form in the second half, but right now, anyone can beat anyone. And I will predict the Bears to beat the Saints. I'm just not taking the Saints lightly.
Right. And you shouldn't. I was telling Kap earlier, Tommy, about how there were adjustments made through the bye, and we saw in Washington.
Yes.
I'll take something small like Shamar Turner, right?
Yes.
You just press him into service like, hey, you're a rookie. Let's see what you can do out there. Along with Edmonds at will linebacker and Edmonds at middle linebacker. I think they're utilized properly now. Benedict on the offensive line. Obviously, Dexter and what we saw Billings plugging up the middle. I just like that you don't take the bye week for granted, and you actually make some adjustments to see what happens. I think that paid dividends for the Bears.
You just gave me the football tingles, Jonathan, because I'm all in on that. I'm a nerd with that stuff. They kicked Shamar Turner to the outside and said, kid, play on the edge. They had, as I said earlier with Dennis Allen, he's in charge of doing the same thing defensively that Ben Johnson is offensively. So I've got this group of guys with this skill set going up against the number one rushing attack in the National Football League. How are we going to slow it down? Well, they spent the week working on the stuff that they don't do well, and they came out and they did it better. Yes, it helped that you had T.J. Edwards out there, and he and I thought Tremaine Edmonds were sideline to sideline. They tackled well. That was another thing. This team did not miss a ton of tackles. Their angles were correct. They played with tremendous discipline, because when you play Jaden Daniels in that offense, you're going to get caught on one of those read options. Not once did they get caught on one of those read option plays. The majority of Daniels' rushing yards came on pure scrambles. So can they repeat it? Can they replicate it? I don't know. They're going to have to be creative every single week. But yes, Jonathan, what they did in the off week, they truly, this is the difference in coaching, and this is why I get excited about Ben Johnson and his staff. People ask, really, how much can you get better over the course of an off week where you really don't even have a ton of contact with your players? Well, I would say put on the film against the Washington Commanders.
He is the epitome of the American success story. He's Gregory Thomas Waddle. More on the Kap J Hood Show next.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago. For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago trusts Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish and amazing thin crust. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish. Drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. I grew up on this stuff. It's the greatest. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Jay Moore.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is kicking off fall with big savings. Score deals on OLED and QLED TVs. And don't miss a play this season. Add a powerful soundbar to feel the action every time your team scores. And for game day snacks, Apt's Gourmet Shop has top-rated air fryers, so you can make wings, mozzarella sticks, and other favorites healthier without sacrificing any flavor. It's game time. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, the sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Remember when Michelle Smallman was talking about the Venmo card? You know, she's right. The college football season and your school spirit, it's all part of it. Get your Venmo card. It's college branded. Get yours on the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard. Max cash back varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. Jay Moore.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap and J Hood experience on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN. Hello. Chicago.
Good morning. Tommy Waddle's with us on a Waddle Wednesday here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Hey, if nothing else, Tommy, for many, many years we talked about how the Bears are in the basement, talking about the draft, around December. We don't have to worry about that now. The Bears are 3-2. You just wanted them to continue their momentum. Like it's fine now, but man, if you could just be able to piece together a great defensive effort and then the offense being able to lead the way and put up, sevens instead of threes, like we didn't get enough of in the first half, then you got something there.
Yeah, I mean, think about it too, Jonathan. How much easier is Caleb's got tremendous skill and he's being tutored correctly. Think of how much pressure is taken off of his shoulders to do everything on his own if you've got a run game that complements him. So, how you win to me sometimes, ultimately the W or the L is going to be what's most important, but how you win or lose can also have a huge effect on your team. Go back to Detroit. They got dog walked by the Lions. Remember after that game? Not only you put on the film do you see that the Lions are significantly more talented than them, but they played with more intensity. They played harder, and the coach told you that, right? And then the following couple of weeks, what did you see? You saw a team that was playing harder. I saw guys swarming to the football. I saw wide receivers that played a large role on Monday night on Swift getting to the second level and getting beyond. So I think you've seen a level of intensity and a level of want to that has gone up with this group. And I just think that, and then you look at how they played at the line of scrimmage. They outran the Commanders. They slowed them down defensively. How they won that game in the trenches. They won at the line of scrimmage. And, Jonathan, I know you're a huge fan of the big boys up front.
Yes.
They moved people. I'll roll with that team. If you can run the ball effectively and you're creative in how you can stop people running the ball, then we got something. So, yeah, I don't think this is a Super Bowl caliber team right now. But I don't think I haven't felt this good about the direction they're pointed in a really long time.
Tommy, in terms of looking at this trade deadline, I know we've talked about running back and
you have.
Give up.
I haven't.
No, we have because we had the discussion.
I was an unwilling participant in that conversation. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
But you did participate.
It's true.
I got the best
thank
job
you.
card.
Take that.
Get out of here, Skip.
So,
what's he doing there?
Wow.
I got the best job card.
So, in terms of the deadline, is November 4. Would you do anything if you were Poles or absolutely nothing?
I mean, my phone
Don't
is
you
always...
have a loyalty to the guys in the room? If they were to win this week, 4-2, they got Baltimore coming up. What if they're 5-2? You don't feel like loyalty to those guys.
Time out. So you have the loyalty to the one individual that you may move, but not the 52 other guys that you're trying to help them get better as a team?
You're misunderstanding me. If you're the GM and you walk in there and go, I believe in you guys, and guess what? I just made a trade to get so-and-so. I'm trying to help us this year, right now, and for the future. Those other 52 guys are like, man, management's all in with us. And it's how many players have you heard in the Major League deadline go, man, it's such a shot of adrenaline into the room?
Okay, so you were going the other direction. Yeah, I think Jesse reported that talking to some of the Cubs veterans, they were a little bit down about not having more.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my point.
I don't know where that team is right now. I mean, with regard to that, I just think it's the general manager's job to always be on the lookout to make his team better. That's the role. So, and I think Ryan has been very aggressive, and he has been willing to move, stick and move, and make changes. Some of them are going to work, some of them aren't, but you're always trying to make your team better. So, yeah, I'm listening to everything. I'm calling people for sure.
Tommy, remember this. Repeat after me. Good, better, best.
No, I don't.
Never let it rest until your good gets better and your better gets best. Bears on 3. 3. go. Come on, Tommy, let's go.
Listen, I'm not your radio monkey, okay, Cap? All right? Like, I'm not like some sort of caged animal that does tricks when you want me to.
I'm not asking you to do tricks. I'm asking you to repeat after me. That mantra.
Dance
That's
for me,
awesome.
clown.
Yeah, like that's for them.
Make me a
That's not for me.
bicycle, clown.
Cap, you know what? After games in the Nagy era, I didn't have my own personal club dub at the house either.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
You know?
The lights going on and off.
Yeah, yeah, that happened, but it wasn't celebrating Bears victories. It was just I didn't pay my bill.
Yeah, so I guess the ultimate question what Cap is saying, will Poles cook or will he order takeout? That's the question.
Yeah,
Well said.
I listen. If you can
Thank you,
trade for Trey Hendrickson and you know your doctors approve of he's healthy, he's listed with a hip, not a back too. So I don't know what it is, but I don't buy. I'm not a huge subscriber, Jonathan, of the we're not Super Bowl ready, so we shouldn't make that deal.
Mm-hmm.
I could see some situation with that. Your job every year is to be better. And nobody thought the Commanders were going to the NFC title game last year. Nobody thought the Vikings were going to win 12 games. Nobody thought the Chargers were going to go 11-6. Things happen in this league. And if you could trade for Trey Hendrickson and make sure you could sign him to a couple-year extension, he makes you better in a position that is arguably your biggest issue.
Fair.
I'll say this. I know that we poked DJ Moore in the ribs. But, Tommy, for someone who played the game, you had to take your hat off to DJ Moore because while he's hurt, he's still blocking, he's still trying to play. He probably shouldn't have played the rest of that game after the initial injury, but hats off to him for just trying.
He stayed in that last drive. It was just amazing.
That's crazy,
Jonathan,
man.
we give the Benny's toast of the game on our show. I gave it to Darnell Wright for the very reason, playing with a torn UCL and playing excellent football, and I gave it to DJ Moore for doing exactly what we all honor as football fans, a guy that goes out there even when he may not be 100% and just keeps playing. It's the reason why Jonathan, in his first couple of years, he did that every day in practice.
Yeah.
Like he never missed a practice. He's a tough SOB. He's a really good football player. Last year he looked disgruntled at times and he was frustrated and it came off in his play. I'm glad you mentioned that because I think you can see signs of the guy that we all kind of fell in love with when he first got here and his way and his style of playing. So, good point by you, as always.
There you go, Jonathan. Nicely done.
I toast Jonathan for recognizing a player out there doing, great
yeoman work.
Despite not being 100%.
There you go.
So
Tommy didn't have the luxury of saying, all right, fellas, you fly back. I'm going to go to the hospital real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, Jonathan,
McCaskies wouldn't have paid for that.
It's so funny. It just wasn't the time. I basically tore a big vein or whatever, may have been an artery in my hip. I had compartment syndrome in my hip coming back from Cleveland. I couldn't get my pants on. Now, it wasn't because I was hammered. I couldn't get my pants on after the game because my hip swelled so bad. I was wearing Keith Van Horn's sweatpants on the plane. God. So it's an example in today's they would have never let me out of Cleveland. They would have never let me get on a plane with a swelling issue the way that it was. And it wasn't a money issue. And that's the funny aspect of it. It was like medically, times have improved for sure.
Tommy, we will hear you at 3 o'clock. Okay, Tyler, mark it. We'll hear him at 3. We'll play it at 4.
Wow. I'll be there.
Thank you, Tommy.
All right. Thank you, fellas.
There it is.
Bye, Tom.
It's a Waddle Wednesday brought to you by the fine folks over at Window Works. Yes, Window Works. The company your neighbors trust. On the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
We're getting ready for Shot or No Shot, but first we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the deep, thick, veiny, girthy,
vast,
cavernous, Kap J Hood.
Pleasure filled.
Hey, wait a minute now! Hang on! ESPN Chicago Radio Network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Wondering what makes Neutral so tasty? You've come to the right place. It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, and nothing fake. Because when good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. Head to the Town Bar in Aurora, where there's always something happening. Poker nights, dart and bags leagues, live music, trivia, and so much more. Don't miss the half-price Sunday menu and grab an ice-cold Neutral while you're there. Real vodka, real juice, real tasty.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
You're listening to Kap J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We're talking to you about the Bears and still to come. Cap, we're going to have Around the NFL. That's always special.
Look forward to it.
It always has a great theme, so
make sure it's not some stupid mock draft. It's a great segment.
Okay, there's no reason for that. I'm sorry, Shay. Now time for Shot or No Shot. Here's Shay Norley.
It's what it is, because you know what? Just like the flippery is, I know that there will come a time soon where he'll say, I make fun of it, but his draft coverage is really great.
I've always told you do a good job on the draft. You just vacillate too much with mock draft 1.0, mock draft 11.6. Yeah, if you do 72 mock drafts, you're eventually going to get them right.
You know that Mel Kiper's built a great compound in Maryland with that same thing you just laid out.
God bless.
He's built a empire by what you just mentioned.
God bless him.
The mock draft.
And some nice hair products.
That's true.
Well, yes.
By the way, can you tell me?
He likes pumpkin pie for breakfast. Go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Are you aware of that?
I had heard that you told me that.
He has very odd eating habits.
Yeah, what's his name? Saban eats 2 Little Debbie snack cakes every morning.
Good for him.
Can you tell me who the head coach at Texas Tech football is?
I'm drawing a blank. I know it.
I do.
I love that team. They just spend so much money. Go ahead.
Joey
McGuire.
Thank you.
I have never heard of that human being in my life.
All right, Shay, go ahead.
I thought that was like Al's grandkid.
Fantastic. All right, we got a lot to get to, so let's get started with Shot or No Shot. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, both yesterday took shots at Troy Aikman's perceived bias on the Monday night broadcast, with Caleb posting on social media at 4:30 in the morning and quoting Aikman. It was luck attributed to TA. Ben Johnson told Joniak he heard some of the commentary when his kids were watching in the morning, the second half. Whether I agree that Troy was over-the-top biased or not, I would just ask, shot or no shot, it's good that Ben and Caleb are finding motivation anywhere that they can.
That's a shot. You know what? If you're going to say something, you might get called out once in a while. But as Ben correctly said to the media yesterday, you have to earn respect in this league, and we have to do that.
Yeah, I think you said it best. I love that perspective. It sounded like from that game the other night, a few people weren't particularly pleased with how we were winning right now. So I woke up this morning and my kids were watching the second half before school, and so I heard some of the commentary. But listen, in this league, any way you can find a way to win is a big deal.
Yeah, so that's a shot. Whatever you need, if that helps you win, go ahead. That's just fine. We'll hear more, by the way, from Ben Johnson at 8:35, his conversation with Jeff Joniak talking about the back-to-back wins and Darnell Wright's performance. But, yeah, Shay, I would just say that whatever you need, okay? If you need that for motivation, that's just part of sports. It's the bulletin board, but I think now it's a dry erase board. But it's the same, right? Whatever you need. Yep. So that's a shot.
Hoodie, I've talked in the past about how the analytics sometimes confuse me. I'm an analytics-driven person. I like EPA per play stuff. I like some of the more advanced metrics. I always get a little confused, though, when I watch with my eyes Jordan Love play football, and I think, and then I log on to the EPA sites, and he's top 5 in football. If Bears fans have latched on to PFF now as well with the grades, not that this is anything new. People have always taken issue.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw the weekly grades for quarterbacks. Caleb Williams graded out dead last. That puts him behind Justin Fields. That puts him behind Dylan Gabriel. That puts him behind Russell Wilson, who threw all of one pass. It puts him behind Tua, Cooper Rush, Tyler Huntley, Cam Ward, all types of players who I think just, if you're watching with your eyeballs, Caleb was better than those guys.
Yes.
He didn't play his best. He also wasn't the worst quarterback in football. Shot or no shot, this is where PFF loses credibility.
Yeah, that's a shot. That's just stupid. Justin Fields threw for 45 yards, and they lost 13-11. Caleb threw for 252 yards and led you on the game-winning drive and led you on the almost game time when they missed the 2-point. They didn't tie it in the second half, late. That's just dumb. PFF, I'm canceling my subscription if you keep that nonsense up.
It's just like anything else. You see numbers and you know it doesn't matter. It's kind of like we look at some of these polls or these lists, because we all love a list in sports, right? If it doesn't jive from what we believe, you know what you do with that list? You just take that list and you just move on. You just take that list and you just throw it in the garbage.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter.
Agreed.
So, I mean, clearly, some of those numbers, Shay, make sense. Like how they graded the offensive linemen. I saw that. I think that makes sense. If you watch the Monday night game, you know that a number of the linemen for the Bears, offensive linemen, did grade well because they played well. So, but when you have Caleb Williams last in that list, that means that you're not paying attention or you have some funky formula that I'm not interested in. Some of this stuff is just common sense, though, right?
Yeah, and I think the way that they grade stuff, I actually kind of like the way that they grade stuff. It's a play-by-play basis, and you get graded on each individual play, and then they put together a composite. But what I would say is, when you go through the plays and you're doing your grading, if it comes out at the end that you're grading out Caleb worse than Justin Fields this past weekend, you have to look at the way that you graded the tape and have somebody else corroborate this, because that just can't possibly be right. Justin Fields had -10 passing yards. You can't ever grade him as better than Caleb Williams was on Monday night. It just can't happen.
Was there small print that you might have missed, though, in the bottom of that thing that said results through Sunday?
No, this is the full week.
I could accept it more if it was just like, this is through Sunday. This was printed before the Monday night game.
And I think the way that they put it together is, look, Caleb did not have a good completion percentage. I didn't think he played all that great on Monday night. He took 2 sacks that were unequivocally his fault.
Correct.
The offensive line played well. I didn't think Caleb played great. But when you grade him out and he's worse than Cam Ward in one of the worst performances I watched all weekend, or Justin Fields, you have to look at the way you're grading players.
Yeah, just ruled out of hand in that spot. And by the way, speaking of Caleb Williams, I mentioned this to Shay in the meeting earlier this morning, Cap. That last play, that 55-yarder, Caleb Williams messed up the play call. His quote was talking about the 55-yard catch, and run from DeAndre Swift that stopped the bleeding and got the Bears back on track. The quote was, from Williams, I actually messed up the play call. So a great job from the guys getting lined up in that situation and us being able to get something off. The Bears snapped the ball moments after the play clock hit 0, but no flag was thrown, so both teams played on. Williams said that he and Swift were able to fix the play call issue after the ball was snapped, thinking on his feet. So actually, and I'm sure this happens a lot, but Caleb's like, yeah, that's on me. I did not get the play call in properly.
Would you have known that if he didn't disclose it?
No.
Growth.
I love that he is honest and answers the question because the results speak volumes.
Biggest issue I had watching Monday night, by the way, was something similar to that. There were multiple occasions where they broke the huddle at 10 seconds on the play clock.
I know this was late. Yeah.
You're no longer listening to your coach even at that point. That can't be a consistent thing.
I noticed it was getting very close to like 5, 4, 3 before they snapped the ball.
Yeah.
They're supposed to get away from that. Maybe that gets cleaned up against the Saints. All right, what else do we have, sir?
All right, this stadium saga, I am so sick of it. It is never ending. And there's now a new bill introduced in Springfield. It would require public review of stadium deals and potentially force a team to repay subsidies if it relocates before a contract ends. The ultimate aim of this, per the reporting, is significantly delaying the stadium development in Arlington Heights, if not blocking it altogether. Reasoning is people in Arlington Heights who believe it would be a detriment to the city of Chicago if the Bears left. Shot or no shot, the stadium has become the single most annoying story in Chicago sports.
Yeah, that's a no shot. I mean, I don't really pay attention to it. I know they're going to Arlington Heights. It'll eventually get worked out. And whatever state rep, I've tuned out listening to politics in this world. I don't really care. It's wake me up when the stadium's being built.
Okay, so what is number one then?
Number one most annoying story?
Yeah.
Probably the lack of spend that it's relative to victory. You have to spend $1 billion or you're not trying to win. No, I just would like better management and better use of our resources. I'm not telling you have to spend like the Dodgers or you have to spend like whatever team it is. Usually it's baseball because there's no salary cap.
Yeah.
Just do a better freaking job developing your players, please.
I mean, that's part of it. Oh, you'll see development, by the way, when Owen Casey's getting 400 at-bats. You'll get your development.
Oh, wow. Well, tell me we took that money and we signed Framber Valdez. I'm good.
Well, maybe, but you'll get Beige Tucker out of there, and you'll probably have Casey out there in right field.
Maybe.
That's fine.
That's fine. Give me another starting pitcher.
I would say that it is a shot because I don't have a second one, Shay, besides that. That's what I would say is annoying. I would say that that's number one with a bullet because when we found out that the Bears own that land, that's their land in Arlington Heights, and yet all we continue to see is, the Bears saying, oh, yes, we're going to be in Arlington Heights, but there's just no movement. It is annoying because you'd like to know whether or not Ben Johnson's going to be able to coach in Arlington Heights or not. Because that's still in the air, by the way.
I would just like a resolution on this. I don't care what it is. If you stay in Chicago and you build a new stadium there, I don't care. If you go to Arlington Heights, I don't care. I'm just we were supposed to have a shovel in the ground 2 years ago. We've been hearing about this for what feels like half a decade now. Just figure it out. Get a resolution.
Well, you see that, Cap? Our buddy over here across the glass, he's learning about the state of Illinois politics, isn't he?
He's finding out.
Dude, it's the way it works around
It's the way it works in this state, man.
Kevin Warren and I are together in that.
Man.
We're both learning about it. And somebody just figure this out and get it done. It can't possibly be this complicated.
In this state?
The idea that it's just
brother.
Not that we talk politics, but the idea that it's just people like Chicago representatives who are upset that they're losing the team and now we're just going to introduce legislation to try to block this. Just who cares? Just let it happen. Let a shovel get in the ground on a stadium, please, anywhere. I don't care where.
Yeah, I don't care what Representative Cam Buckner, was he a safety for the Raiders back in the day?
He was not.
Of the Seahawks.
No, but
he
did play first for the Cubs. Go ahead.
There you go. Oh, that's very good. I like that one. I'm tired of hearing about state rep this, senator that. I don't care. Just build the freaking stadium. how Kevin Warren doesn't just go ballistic.
Well, he didn't know.
Now he does.
I mean, he knows who the
Kevin's a smart guy.
He knows now, but I mean, at the time, it's like, oh, this will be as easy as the Minneapolis St. Paul. We'll just put it right up.
I'd love to ask Kevin this question. I'd like to have dinner with Kevin one day. I'd love to look him in the eye and ask him this exact question. When you got to Chicago to take over the Bears job, leave the Big Ten, was it harder to get everyone around there in line that we're doing our business a different way? We're paying our coach $13 million. We're paying our coordinator $5 or $6 or whatever he's getting.
Sure.
We're flying first class. We're going to have a charter jet account. We're going to act like a big boy team, or dealing with the ridiculous politics in this state. What's harder? Because he was turning a battleship around in a canal with the Bears. This looks worse, the politics. So
I would say it's the latter.
The politics is harder?
Yeah. In this state.
Because if I said to you that George McCaskey is basically going to be mute, he's out of the way, and he's going to greenlight whatever you want to do. You're going to be the boss.
Yeah, that's easy.
I would have gone, the Bears are paying Ben Johnson $13 million a year and letting him get all the staff he wants. No shot. They're doing it.
Ultimately, he's out that. That's why he's here, to get this stadium built.
He is, but he also had to get the stadium built. He also had to get his owners and his board of directors to sign off that spend what you need to spend and make us look like a real organization. Enough with the nonsense.
So, will Ben Johnson's coach in Arlington Heights as a Chicago Bears head coach?
That's a guarantee.
Not so sure.
Why?
I don't know when it's going to be built.
Unless you tell me it's going to be built for 60 years and Ben's going to be 90-something.
Is he getting a Lovey run, Ben Johnson? I think you got to win in order to get that. You got to win some.
At this rate, 2030 feels optimistic.
Agreed, but 2033 is when their lease is up. Better get some shovels in the ground.
Play at the Fire Stadium. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number.
Bridgeview Bears.
Why not? Aurora? What was that?
Nice ring to it, Cap, actually.
Aurora Bears. Aurora Bears.
Brownsville Bears.
It's a big empty lot near my house they actually had looked at. You put it right there.
Country Club Hills Bears.
Sylvie could walk to do the pregame.
You can keep Chicago in it. The Chicago Bears of Inglewood.
There we go. There's space. Oh, God!
Inglewood Football Club.
All good. We got Around the NFL. That's next. Kap and J Hood weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Damn, you a pretty man.
Here comes Bears 6, live from Soldier Field. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call starting at noon. Pregame at 8. Network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. This is the home of the Bears. Here comes ESPN Chicago.
Wow. Apt, your number one destination for the home. Discover Electrolux washers, Johnny, featuring Smart Boost. That is the award-winning technology that premixes water and detergent before the cycle begins, unlocking maximum cleaning power for brighter whites, vivid colors, and tough stain removal. Save water and energy with Instant Refresh, which removes wrinkles and refreshes items from lightware in 10 minutes without having to do a full wash. Experience superior cleaning and care in every load. Electrolux for free and home delivery, expert installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop at App, A-B-T. App.com, pleasing people since 1936.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night. At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online. Complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life. $400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Tonight at 10/9 Central on BET, the new series 106 in Sports.
Oh, it's on now.
From executive producers LeBron James and Maverick Carter.
A new top 5 sports countdown.
Girl, we about to kill.
With hosts Ashley Nicole Moss and Cam Newton.
We are talking sports, culture, and entertainment.
We got people from the NFL, they're coming from the NBA.
And don't forget the WNBA.
106 in Sports. New series premieres tonight at 10/9 Central. Only on BET.
October means fall allergies are in full swing. Congestion, itchy eyes, sinus pressure. Don't let it slow you down. Sinus and Snoring MD specializes in sinus, allergy, and snoring care, all done in-office by experienced providers who treat you like family. With locations throughout Chicagoland and into Wisconsin, relief is closer than you think. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com to schedule. Trust me, you want to take care of this now. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes!
Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap, I'm sending you a one of these spam calls, these messages.
Yep.
It looks like I got a part-time job coming.
Really?
Yeah, another one. I just sent it to you. Tell me whether or not I should go for it. But first, we go around the NFL. And by the way, we're going to hear from Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears, with Jeff Joniak coming up in our next half hour.
Oh, wow. Nora from the recruiting team. She's got you hooked up. Yeah, 15 to 20 days of paid vacation per year, all standard holidays, one of 35 open positions, and they'll pay you $350 a day. How about that? Good for Hoodie. Because I just made a deal while we were at break.
Yeah.
I'm sending a bunch of money to Nigeria, and they promised to give me 10 times my money.
Look at you. That's quite the come up.
I just called Mindy and said, hey, take the 401k. We're going to get it back tenfold. Move it out to Nigeria.
Brother.
Well, they wouldn't say that. As we turn now to Shay Norling.
Wow.
With Around the NFL, Shay.
All right, Udi, it's a Power Rankings Wednesday, the current top 10 in my mind in the NFL. This was one of the more difficult times I've had assembling the Power Rankings because a lot of good teams lost this weekend, so let's get to it.
Do you have an OLI for us?
I don't actually. It would be probably the Chargers, but I just don't believe in them getting right. Jacksonville slipped out of the top 10 after last week, so they would be just outside of the top 10. That would really be the two.
Okay. Let me get the pen out. All right, here we go.
And Pittsburgh, I'm sorry, I still got to see more. I just beaten the Browns in a compromised position coming back from London. I still don't buy their defense. The offense is starting to look good, though. That DK Metcalf connection with Aaron Rodgers, there was a timing route they threw. It reminded me of Devontae Adams and him in Green Bay.
So how about that, Cap? Did you hear what he said?
I did.
Steelers out of the top 10 at 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a hater. He just doesn't like the fact that Mr. Football in there, I told him they were going to win the division. And he's like, yeah, right. Oh, God. Now they're 4-1.
Prescient, right? He knew Cleveland was going to be bad. We all knew that. He knew Baltimore would be 1-5 and the Bengals would be 2-4.
I told you Baltimore wasn't all that in a bag of chips.
He knew Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow both would get hurt for extended time.
Whatever it takes, dude. I told you. That's it.
That's because you're I'm not going to say that word. But something at the teat of Aaron Rodgers is what I was going to say.
There you go. All right, let's get to
Number
it.
10.
At 10, I have the Denver Broncos in the same spot they were last week. I can't move them up. I can't move them down. But they really had no business beating the Jets in London. Justin Fields just handed it to them.
Oh, that is true.
If you wanted to split hairs, I could put Pittsburgh at 10 and move Denver out. That would be about as good as it could get.
No, we like controversy in the poll. So I'll take the Broncos at 10. Number 9, Shay.
Number 9, I have the Seattle Seahawks, who were unranked last week, and I'll just admit I'm going to be the slowest to move on this team. I've seen some people throw them into the top 5. I'm not ready to do that. I'm okay with taking my time here. I didn't believe in Sam Darnold going outdoors, going behind a bad offensive line. So far, he's looked great. Keep showing me, and then I'll move you up.
You know how bad that loss is for the Jaguars, Cap? That's a body clock game for Seattle going across the country from Seattle to Jacksonville, and they beat your ass by 8.
And Seattle's a really good football team, and that guy is a really good coach.
Now it's Seattle against the Texans overseas, Shay. 9 o'clock. What time is that game? No, is that Sunday Night Football? Let me see. It's Monday Night Football. Seattle Texans Monday night. So it looks like here.
Yep.
The 20th, yes.
We have 2 games Monday night again, right?
Another doubleheader? Okay.
Love it.
9 o'clocker in Houston. God. All right, Shay.
9 o'clock.
That's what it says here.
That's got to be Eastern. Got to be. No way they're starting at 10 Eastern. I mean, if that's 9 Central, no shot.
Yeah, 9 Central. Yep.
It's in Seattle, I should say. It's in Seattle, not Houston.
That's crazy.
All right, next one, Shay.
At 8, I have the LA Rams, also unmoved from last week. They beat the Ravens. They had zero interest in playing that game. It didn't look great, but it also just looked like they wanted to handle their business and get the hell out of there. So I'm not moving them up, not moving them down.
Who was it at 8, did you say?
The LA Rams.
LA Rams. The Super Bowl champion Rams.
We hope.
Just wait, right?
We hope.
Just wait. All right, number 7.
7 biggest losers this week, moving down 4 spots, the Philadelphia Eagles. That was an eye-opening loss on Thursday night. Their defensive line has serious problems. Jalen Carter was out. The edge rotation is just straight up bad. They lost a lot from what was a great roster last year and haven't replaced it with production yet. Zadarius Smith retired on them. Quinyon Mitchell got hurt. Jalen Hurts has not been good. There's a lot of benefit of the doubt that's sticking them at 7 here, but they're in the danger zone.
Yeah, 4-game winning streak, then 2-game losing streak against the Broncos and the Giants, and now the Vikings and the Eagles. Interesting game.
Yeah, I think the Eagles win that game, and I think it's more of a high-scoring affair. I would play the over in that game, 43.5.
Shay?
At 6, I have Green Bay, unmoved from last week. Need to start playing better. You can't look the way you looked against Cleveland. You can't look the way you looked against Cincinnati. The analytics still support the hell out of this offense, but I don't see it when I'm watching it. I don't trust what I'm watching there. They got to start playing better.
Yeah, I think they're an okay team. They're a good team. I never tell you they're not a good team. They're not all that. They're not the best team in football as was portrayed through 1 week, 2 weeks. They're not.
So still last place in the division?
What are they right now?
3-1 and
3-1.
Yeah.
I believe they're in first at the moment.
Correct.
I would probably tell you no, they won't finish last. I don't think they're winning it. I think Detroit is winning it.
Now you got to go back on ESPN Madison and go back on your last place prediction.
Oh, I mean, I'm evolving. I'll tell you that they're probably not going to finish last. Who finishes last? That's a great question. If the Bears want to eject the basement, better not lose to New Orleans. Get that one done. Get to 4-2. Let's go.
Number 5, Shay.
All right, top 5. I have Kansas City, the biggest winner of the week, moving up from unranked a week ago to 5. They held serve at home against Detroit, battled back to 3-3, and now they get their secret weapon in Rashee Rice. You just watch out.
What's the matter?
This guy. I mean, he's
what?
He vacillates. Unranked all the way up to 5, but you can't put the Steelers anywhere even in 10, and they're 4-1.
I believe what I'm seeing more from Kansas City than I do what I'm seeing from Pittsburgh.
Who does KC have this week?
The Kansas City Chiefs will take on the Raiders.
Oh, they'll win that game. Where's that at?
Kansas City.
No, blowout.
It's Raiders, Commanders, and then the Bills on November 2nd.
Bills where?
Bills at Buffalo.
The Chiefs will lose that game. They will win the next 2.
Yeah, I think that's feasible. They're not. They might not be strong like they once were, but they're going to be fine.
They're good. They're a good team, man. Yeah. They are.
Number 4, Shay.
Number 4, speaking of Buffalo, I have Buffalo down 2. They are in their typical October swoon, I'll call it. I'm not ready to hit the panic button on them. Josh Allen has looked much more like the old gunslinger and a lot less like the polished quarterback we've seen the last couple years, the last 2 weeks.
I can't even give you it's okay. The get-right game is against the Panthers. Now, look, The Bills might win that game, but the Panthers are going to fight. I think that's going to be in Carolina, by the way.
Yeah, Lou Canellis is doing a really good job with that team.
Bills get him off a bye, though.
I think he kind of regressed because of the defense, man. The defense is bad for the Bills.
It always is, and it's why, Cap, you give me so much hell about Sean McDermott. You're a defensive head coach, and your defense can't be this bad every damn year.
Well, when you're spending the kind of money you're spending offensively,
what money are they spending offensively? They've got nobody at receiver.
Well, they're paying their running back, what, $15 million a year they just signed him to?
12.5, yeah.
Okay, 12.5, whatever. They're paying Josh Allen a fortune. They've got a lot of guys on that payroll. They have to keep cutting guys, and they've been cutting on the defensive side. It is what it is.
They allocated a lot of money for that new stadium.
There you
go.
go.
I don't know if they've been cut. They paid Von Miller a couple years ago. Now they went and got Joey Bosa. It can't keep looking like this.
By the way, I have my headphone case open for you. You know why it's open?
Why?
It's for you to put $20 in for stealing a Lou Canellis joke. Number 3. Go into your pocket, $20 for stealing a joke.
I'm not giving you $20.
Yeah, just stealing. Not even saying Hoodie would say, stealing.
I've given you credit before for that.
When?
Many times. I did the other day. I said, I stole that one from Hoodie. I'm not going to do it every time.
Is that right, Shay?
Yeah.
Well, since we coming clean, I took a line from Shay. He said veiny. So I'll put $5 in it.
There you go.
All right, Shay, number 3.
Number 3 is the Indianapolis Colts with the number 2 offense in football. It wasn't as pretty as it has been against Arizona, but they just keep winning. And Daniel Jones is continue to be outstanding. Their offense is outstanding. It's week 7 now. Can't keep doubting it.
Number 2?
Number 2, the Detroit Lions dropping 1 spot. I'm trying not to overreact too much to a loss at Arrowhead. They were a few plays away from having a chance to win that football game. Amon-Ra drops a 4th down. It didn't go their way. But I'm not going to overreact and put them in a cellar here.
All right. So coming up, we're going to hear from Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, with Jeff Joniak.
And number
one is the Jets. I got it. So we
the
move
Tampa
on
Bay Buccaneers.
as we get a chance
number
to hear
one is
from
the
Ben.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They have the MVP of the league today,
and
Baker Mayfield.
They will lose and not even cover this weekend.
Maybe that's true, but you see what I've done here? I'm like the AP poll. I've set up a 1 and 2
Lions
on Monday
win
night.
by more than a touchdown. At least a touchdown. Line's 5.5. I would lay the 5.5.
Let's have number one now, Shay. We turn now to Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears. That is coming up next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
I'm bossy.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Bleck Abdalla's pregame tailgate. Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Bleck Abdalla and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Bleck Abdalla's pregame tailgate. Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when 1 is a collection of many, 1 could stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all, Jay Moore.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey!
Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Yurko, the good kid. Sometimes you all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Your fantasy roster is set, the smack talk is heating up, and this season ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook, download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy shots are bringing the flavor and the energy. One of my personal favorites, strawberry banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a
Thanks,
compact. I don't know why it's one of my personal favorites. Someone else who has this read. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeine shot. Big flavor, tiny bottle. Tasty caffeine done right. Grab yours in store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
Rest in peace, D'Angelo. You're on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 9 o'clock, and then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by the Rich Eisen Show at noon. It is Bleck Abdalla Interrupted at 2, followed by Waddle Silvy at 3, and then the Blue Jays and the Mariners at 6:30. Right here on your home for the Major League Baseball playoffs and the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. As promised, we're going to hear now from the head coach for the Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson, with Jeff Joniak, the voice of the Bears. They talked about a number of things, including Darnell Wright's performance at right tackle for the Bears' victory against the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Darnell in particular, a guy coming off of injury like that, desperately wanted to play and be out there with his guys. And, he's just such a unique talent that he's so powerful. He can move players at the point of attack. Really good pass protector, but at the same time to have feet like he has, that we would be doing a disservice to really the whole team if we didn't get him out on the perimeter a few times each week. And so whether that's screens or, like you said, the toss crack series that we had in last night, and I thought he did a phenomenal job, not just getting the play started, but there was one there at the end where he tried to block two defenders, right, by himself, which was huge. And then, of course, Swifty, that's really in his wheelhouse too. You give him some space, and usually he can find a crease and get going. So it played out well there at the end.
Also, the Bears getting it done on the road against the Raiders and Commanders. Back-to-back wins.
Back-to-back road wins, a road Monday nighter, and a conference win. So that's a triple whammy.
I think you said it best. In this league, any way you can find a way to win is a big deal. Like you said, that's 2 in a row on the road. That came down to the last play, and the guys did a great job believing and executing there to finish the game. Now, we do know it's not sustainable, for the rest of the season as well. So there's a number of mistakes we got to clean up, penalties we got to clean up. There's a lot of work we still got to do to get this thing going the way we want it to. But when you're winning games and it's ugly like that, that's certainly going a long way for your team.
13 points off takeaways.
Takeaways is something that we've harped on as a defensive staff and entire team all year long. It's come to life, and usually when they come in bunches, just like you alluded to. It's on our offense to turn those things into points. I thought we did a better job of that last night, and certainly played a large role in how that game went for us. Being ball conscious, really on both sides of the ball. We got to continue to protect the ball on offense, and then on defense, if we get those takeaways, we know that's such a critical factor in wins and losses.
Full conversation with Jeff Joniak and Ben Johnson available now on our ESPN Chicago channel. Just like, share, and subscribe it. You can see the entire interview right there on ESPN Chicago. The key to all of that, Cap, is him saying that what you've seen over the last couple of games is not sustainable. You got a pair of 25 to 24 victories, and again, you earned those victories. There's no question. Nobody gave you anything. You had to go and get it. When you get 3 takeaways in each one of these games and you're able to flip the field and you have enough offense to win, especially on the road in this league, it is so difficult to get that done, and the Bears did. But here's the thing. The head coach of the Chicago Bears lives in reality. The previous coach for the Chicago Bears would have said, yep, we're on the right track. Yep, we're just going to keep just skating by. Cap, he understands, he likes the winning, but also understands, we got a long way to go, because you want to be able to solidify those victories, especially offensively, right? You got to be able to do more than what they've already done. I mean, 3-2 is great, but even he says not sustainable.
He's correct. You can't get, as he said, to live and die by takeaways. I remember the 2018 Bears. They had just an amazing number of takeaways. But, Shay, look up how many they took for touchdowns. I think they had, if I remember right, 6 defensive touchdowns. There was no way that was sustainable the next season. And, of course, it wasn't. They still had a good defense. Khalil Mack and who was the big Akeem Hicks in the middle. Like, they had good players. Eddie Jackson was an all-pro. But unsustainable if you think you're going to live and die by takeaways and defensive scores. Just doesn't happen on a regular basis, and you can't get 9 penalties. You can't.
Yeah. Eddie Goldman, Akeem Hicks. Sam Acho was on that team.
There you go.
Prince Amukamara, who was opportunistic, out of football now, but opportunistic at one of the corner spots.
Yeah, they had good players. I'm not telling you the defense wasn't good the next year. It was nowhere near what it was in 18. That was lightning in a bottle, and you had a lot of people think if they didn't have the double doink that they would have won the Super Bowl. I'm not one that co-signs that.
That's fair.
But I think they had a very strong opportunity to go to wherever it was next, New Orleans or L.A. They'd already beaten the Rams once that season in December and had a chance to maybe make a run. Who knows? But it'll never be.
6 defensive touchdowns is correct, by the way.
There you go. You can't. 6?
Yeah.
That's an insane number.
You're talking about Akeem Hicks, Eddie Goldman, Khalil Mack, Danny Trevathan, Roquan Smith, Leonard Floyd. Oh, man, Leonard Floyd. Kyle Fuller, Prince Amukamara, Eddie Jackson, Adrian Amos, and Bryce Callahan.
Right, and those are good football players. Like Adrian Amos went to the Packers because they paid him.
Yeah.
He was a really good player up there. Akeem Hicks, monster. Khalil Mack, legendary player. He's going to the Hall of Fame. There are some really, really amazing players on that team.
I loved Akeem Hicks, man, until Waddle chased him out of town.
Right. Way to go, Tommy. Nice job. Guy still be playing for us if you hadn't gotten rid of him.
He'd still be playing. He'd still be with the Bear. But Tommy chased him out of town.
Out of the sport.
He did.
Remember that? Tommy just made a little joke?
Yes.
And Akeem took it the wrong way and hung up.
Wouldn't talk to me, wouldn't talk to anybody.
Nobody.
I had a good relationship with Akeem Hicks. Cap, I'd go to the house all the time.
I went to Bourbonnais and did a sit-down with him.
Yeah.
He was awesome on TV.
I love talking
He's
to
like,
Akeem
hey,
Hicks.
brother, anytime you need anything. All of a sudden, thanks, Tom.
Seriously.
You guys are out.
Akeem Hicks used to be a source.
He was great.
Until Tommy chased him out of town.
And if you asked him a question, you would get a direct answer.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on with your offense? I'll tell you what's going on. Like, whoa.
But now, Tommy chased him out of town.
Way to go, Tom.
There you go. No answer.
Hello?
From Akeem Hicks.
Who's this?
Yeah.
Call from ESPN Chicago. Bam. Gone.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Let's go, man. Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Let me tell you about my friends at ComEd. I am all over my wife at times for leaving lights on.
Yes.
Walks out of the office that we have in the house. Not only is the overhead light on, but the little under the cabinet light, that's on too. And she's gone. I'm like, hon, you are just lighting money on fire. How do I know that? Because I have the ESPN intro to ComEd, and I have the ComEd app now. And the ComEd app says you are 36% over your usage of your neighbors. Huh, why? We don't even have the kids living at home anymore. How the heck are we doing that? So the app got me to get Mindy under control right from my phone, anytime, anywhere. So make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. It's a free app. Download the app today. Save money. ComEd.com/app. Jay Moore.
Tonight at 10/9 Central on BET, the new series 106 in Sports.
Oh, it's on now.
From executive producers LeBron James and Maverick Carter.
A new top 5 sports countdown. Ooh-wee.
Girl, we about to chill.
With hosts Ashley Nicole Moss and Cam Newton. We are talking sports, culture, and entertainment.
We got people from the NFL, they're coming from the NBA.
And don't forget the WNBA. 106 in Sports. New series premieres tonight at 10/9 Central. Only on BET.
Hurry in and save big money now at Menards. Improve your home's appearance with a new Ideal garage door. Choose from our large in-stock selection or design your own using our free Garage Door Designer. In-store or online. Save big on Ideal garage doors. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
With the Bears back in Springfield this week, hoping to get lawmakers' help on a new stadium-anchored project in Arlington Heights, one local state rep is trying to make that harder. A new bill introduced this week calls for any agreement on a subsidy or incentive for a pro sports stadium to be posted publicly for at least 30 days. And if a team relocates from a stadium before the end of a lease, they would be required to repay all the taxpayer help. The proposal comes from Chicago Rep Cam Buckner and directs a shot at the Bears during the fall veto legislative session now underway. The team is pushing for a new state law that would allow it to negotiate property taxes with local districts at its new suburban venue and entertainment district, and separately win as much as $855 million in taxpayer help for infrastructure to support it. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington-Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, in which you got to pay nothing for installation or repairs or replacements and tire rotations. It's all there at Midas. Midas, trust the Midas touch. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Jay Moore.
Oh, damn.
Yes, it's boring.
Wow.
Take that.
Wow.
Whatever. Because I got the CTA run through that.
Would you do a straight-up deal for DJ Moore?
For Trey Hendrickson? Yeah.
A straight-up
the
deal.
Bengals wouldn't. They've already got
Yeah.
T. Higgins and Jamar Chase.
Sure. DJ, fresh out of the hospital? Sure. Fresh out of the ambulance.
Hey, Mr. Poles, really nice of you to come here to the hospital to get me. Yeah, get in this wheelchair. Okay. That must be a policy. Where are you taking me? Yeah, you see that Bengals van right there? Get in.
Push him in there. Push him in the meat wagon. That's exactly right. Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Mike Brown, owner of the Bengals.
With his rolled up sporting news and his London fog coat.
DJ Moore be like, but
Nah.
Wait a minute.
I still got stuff in Hallis.
We finally got a good coach, and the quarterback and I are on a good place.
Nipped it in the butt.
Goodbye, DJ.
Thank you. Enjoy Cincinnati. Waddle and Silvy will be there in a couple weeks.
Hello?
They can say hey.
Hello?
Who's this?
They're going to put him on live.
Who's this?
And that's all, folks.
The Kap J Hood cut of the day.
But he was taking a chair, like wheeling it out. Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore and the deliciously awesome Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
Cap, what is shawarma?
Shawarma, I think, is like skewers of meat, usually at a Middle Eastern restaurant.
I see. Well, happy National Shawarma Day.
Shawarma's good, man. Am I wrong? Abdalla saying I'm wrong. What is it?
Shawarma's like basically an Arab burrito. It's like that big cone of meat. You shave it off. You wrap it up in like a little burrito.
Like a
you put some
pita?
of that garlic sauce in there. Sometimes fries. The Saudis put fries in there. The Egyptians don't put fries in there. The best ones come with fries. My favorite is the Saudi shawarma.
In a pita?
Yeah, in a pita.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And now, yes, absolutely.
Live and learn, kid. Live and learn.
We thank you for listening and calling in, being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Our
Maybe
thanks to-
kebabs, what I was confusing it with.
That's correct.
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. How about tomorrow? We do a Tom Thayer Thursday.
That sounds awesome to me, baby. Be here with bells on.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
Carm.
Kap and J Hood.
I got the best
Morning
job.
6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
I got the best job, Carm.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You got
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
When your cat's me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse, and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Good morning, everybody.
Dun, dun.
What is that, Footloose?
Dun, dun.
What do you got, Carm?
Carmen and Jurko. Happy Wednesday morning. Back to work Wednesday. Quick turnaround after the Monday Nighter. We'll talk to Courtney Cronin live at Hallis today. Bears and Saints on Sunday. Money coming in on the Saints, Jurko. The steam is on the Saints. Bears down to a 4.5-point favorite. The Saints might be the best 1-5 team in the league. Maybe Baltimore, because Baltimore's Baltimore still, and they've got Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And they're 1-5. The Saints are a better 1-5 team than most. But we'll start the preview for Week 7 today, and there's still some lingering after effects of what happened Monday night. I mean, most was positive for the Bears. They obviously won the game, which is great. The Troy Aikman part of the story continues, because even Ben Johnson felt the need to address it yesterday when he was talking on the coaches show, which we air on the station the day after every Bears game, win or lose. Jeff Joniak always sits down with Ben Johnson. I mean, Ben Johnson was well aware of it. This was during his conversation with Joniak yesterday.
Yeah, I think you said it best. I love that perspective. It sounded like from that game the other night, a few people weren't particularly pleased with how we're winning right now. So I woke up this morning and my kids were watching the second half before school, and so I heard some of the commentary. But listen, in this league, any way you can find a way to win is a big deal.
A little shot there at Troy, not liking the commentary, criticizing his quarterback. And then here was Ben Johnson when he met the media later in the day.
I saw you said somewhere today that you caught a little bit of the TV copy of the second half. Did the tone of coming from the color analyst there surprise you?
Maybe I just had it on mute.
It sounded like you heard some of what they said.
No. Listen, you want respect in this league, you got to go earn it. And so that's where we're at right now. We need to go earn that respect from not only the rest of the teams in the NFL, but everybody. So that's where we are.
I'm not sure why he walked it back there. Like it was on mute. No, I didn't hear anything. But I like his response when he said you do have to earn respect in this league.
This is how you do it. You take your shot. You took your shot.
And then you walk it back?
You don't need to explain it after that. The shot was taken.
The shot was fired?
Yeah, when you fire it across the,
that wasn't even across the bow. That was a direct
when you fired
hit.
it across the bow, that you sent your shot. You let everybody know. You don't need to explain it the rest of the way out. And then you just talk about it. The best thing I heard him say there is respect is earned.
I agree with you. Love it.
100% correct.
Yeah. Believe that.
They will doubt you forever. And then at some point, you'll stop those people from doubting, and they'll believe you. So that's the way it works. And that's what this team is trying to do.
Yeah. And if you need to use it as bulletin board material, so be it. Yeah. I have no problem with that.
Exactly.
I mean, find whatever extra motivation you can find. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, what Troy Aikman says doesn't really matter. All that matters is what you're doing, how you're accomplishing it. Are you winning games or not? You're going to be criticized, win, lose, or draw most of the time anyway by people. Perhaps they do have agendas. Perhaps they have some biases. Who knows? Who cares? The way fan bases get all riled up over what commentators say.
But you let fan bases do that. That's what fan bases can do. They're the ones that are supposed to be excitable. They're the ones that are supposed to, be up hot and bothered when they hear something after that. The head coach's job is there to keep his players focused. If he could use something to to motivate his team, that's great. Use it to motivate your team. But at the end of the day, his responsibility is for those players and to get them prepared for whatever is happening next.
The best theory I heard is from our man Stu here at the office, who said, you know why Troy Aikman doesn't like Caleb Williams? And I said, actually, no, I don't know why Troy Aikman doesn't like Caleb Williams. And he said to me, where did Troy Aikman go to school? And I said, Oklahoma State and UCLA. And that's when I was like, oh, I see what you're saying.
UCLA, yeah.
Yes, it's the whole Bruins versus Trojans thing.
Yeah.
So that's why Troy Aikman doesn't like Caleb Williams. I don't know if Troy Aikman likes or dislikes Caleb Williams.
He must have had a real thing with Rodney Pete back in the day, He and Rodney Pete must not have been so happy with each other. Because he's the quarterback for USC, right?
Yes, of course. Rodney Pete was a quarterback for USC. Yeah. Yes,
I remember those two must have hated each other. I mean, what is going on?
I don't know if Troy likes or dislikes him. The Bears won't be back on Monday Night Football this year, so it doesn't really matter.
Can I add this to the conversation?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the opening game I thought
Opening game, yes.
I thought Troy Aikman was very complimentary of Caleb for most of the opener.
And Caleb was lousy in the opener.
Yeah, I thought so. Like, I don't know if it's just like an anti. I just think he's just over the top with Jaden Daniels. I mean, have you ever seen a quarterback smile the way that Jaden does?
Yeah, it's
what
another
a winner
thing I don't
because
care
of
about that
smile.
much, whether he's smiling or not.
Yeah. Smiles per play, man.
Yeah, smiles per play. You said that yesterday, which was good. I don't know. I don't know why I can't get.
Don't you guys recall the Monday night? Like, he was making.
Not really.
He was,
to be honest, I don't.
From what I recall, is like he was trying to point out that like Caleb was
all the good
like
things.
even though he was playing poorly, he was pointing out the good spots from him.
Yeah, I don't really recall. I don't know. I don't know if he's got a bias against him. Maybe it's just a lot of love for Jaden Daniels. Whatever.
A whole lot of love.
I don't like how much a quarterback is smiling or not smiling.
Right.
I don't recall seeing Tom Brady doing a lot of smiling on the sidelines over the years.
Well, I know this. Favre always had fun playing football. Favre was always having a good time, unless he was playing Minnesota.
Yeah.
Unless he was playing the Vikings and John Randall was barking at him.
Right.
There was a look of fear of God in his eyes.
I mean, did you guys notice that on the sideline? Hey, Brett's happy. He's smiling.
Brett was always happy. That's the point, though.
So that was okay.
No matter what, he was good. He's noticing John Candy's in the stands. He's noticing all types of other things. Not knowing what a nickel is.
Yeah.
He was happy. He's like that new little puppy dog. He's just coming in. Hey, I'm happy as hell just to be here. And then he owned his craft, and it took him some time, and then he became a stud.
I think all that matters with Caleb is that he seemingly is getting better and is doing the things that Ben Johnson wants him to do. It wasn't a perfect game. You're not going to get many perfect games.
No.
Josh Allen didn't play a perfect game Monday night.
The only guy that did was Joe Tooney.
Joe
Tooney played a perfect game, according to stats.
Okay.
He played a perfect game. That's the only guy ever.
Best game I've seen, going back and rewatching last night, best game, I'm not an expert when it comes to O-line play. Don't get me wrong. That's Yurko's fort. But best game I've seen Darnell Wright play. Period. Best game I've seen him play in the NFL. Actually, I take that back. Second best.
Second best.
Second best game I've seen him
first
play
best was?
in the NFL. And now I'm trying to remember. It was
something special.
Hold on.
Must have been memorable because it stopped you in your tracks. And you remember
I'm not thinking of Darnell. You know what I was thinking of? I got confused for a second. I was thinking of a great game 3 years ago that who's our guy from Oklahoma State that's no longer here?
I
Tevin.
remember him.
Probably the best game I've seen Darnell Wright play.
Yeah. Good.
He was awesome.
Good, yes.
With a bum elbow.
Yeah.
But brace it up. You got your custom-made brace. You're going to have to wear it the rest of the year.
Playing in
Go
the league.
out and do what you did.
Once you're in the league, playing is easy. Because you're playing against a bunch of guys that are just as talented as you are. Playing in this league with injury is the challenge. Remember who said that to the good kid? Former Cincinnati Bengal and Seattle Seahawk and Green Bay Packer. Blair Bush. The center, Blair Bush.
Yeah, I've heard you say that, drop that knowledge before. Yeah.
Playing in the league with an injury, playing hurt.
Well,
that's what separates the men from the boys.
I thought he was awesome on Monday night.
Yep.
But nobody plays a perfect game. Quarterbacks don't really play perfect games.
Right.
Like Mahomes doesn't play perfect games, or at least not all the time. Josh Allen didn't play a perfect game on Monday night. I don't expect it to be perfect.
No, he didn't.
Did Caleb miss some things? Sure. There were throws that were missed. There were things that were there that for whatever reason were just a little bit late, a little bit off. First play of the second drive. After the Bears came out and ran nothing but 11 personnel on their first drive, which is kind of a deviation for them. Going into the week 6, they were in one of the highest rates of 12 personnel, one back, 2 tight ends in the entire NFL.
Sure.
Their first drive, they didn't run a single set.
Nothing but 11?
Nothing but 11.
Force the personnel move. Force the personnel move on the other side.
First play of the second drive. 2 tight ends on the right side, go a little heavy formation on the right. 2-man route, hard play action, and it's just a crappy throw. You had a 50-yard gain to Roma Dunze. And it was just a crappy throw. It was just a miss. It was beautiful design. It was beautiful. Look, we're going to run the ball, hard play action. Now we have a 50-yard completion. And the quarterback missed it. Okay, it happens. I've seen Patrick Mahomes miss plenty of deep throws this year. Plenty. We watched him basically miss every deep throw the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
So I don't expect Caleb to be perfect in year 2. I don't think Ben Johnson expects him to be perfect. I don't know that Troy Aikman should. I don't know that Troy Aikman should be expecting him to be perfect, and I don't know that he is. I think he's just pointing out what he sees. Hey, that's a miss. Yes, that was a miss.
Yeah,
and it's okay.
And you don't have
cover your ears. It's okay. The quarterback missed.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know when a quarterback misses a guy too.
Yeah, when Troy Aikman says, "Hey, that's a miss on Caleb Williams," Zacchaeus sees zone and is sitting in the zone.
Yeah,
Caleb's got to know that. Oh my God, baby ears can't take the fact that Troy Aikman was just critical of Caleb Williams.
Are you blasting Bears fans right now?
I don't understand. Like
as being a tad bit sensitive.
Like
maybe a little overly.
Oh my God!
sensitive.
I can't believe you would say something like that about Caleb Williams.
Yeah,
the quarterback missed. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. And right now, with the statistics the way they are, he's going to miss 38 of 100 passes. He's only completing 62% of his balls. So guess what's going to happen here, guys?
I hope
on average, 38 balls going to hit the turf. Some might be dropped. Some might be poorly thrown. Hopefully they're not being thrown in the other team's direction where they're catching them.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Sometimes there are drops. Sometimes it's not the quarterback, it's somebody else that makes a mistake.
Yeah, like when Zacchaeus dropped the ball.
made a drop.
And they called Zacchaeus out. Was anybody crying about Zacchaeus being yelled at? No. Why?
Yeah, I mean,
he dropped the ball.
I think Aikman called him out there.
Yes, he did. 100%. If you don't do your job, you are up for criticism. That's the way this world works.
Sometimes the quarterback makes a great play and things beyond his control go against him or the team, like the ridiculous call on Theo Benedett on the touchdown. Yeah. That was a great throw by Caleb.
Yes.
It was great.
Great adjustment to the ball.
And it was a great catch by
adjustment to the
Romadunze.
ball. That's where the quarterback threw it up and said, wide receiver, help me. Go get that ball. And guess what happened? He went and got the ball. Touchdown. And then some lame duck probably got a know-nothing job elsewhere who's got the camera and the spotlight on him, decides I'm going to throw a flag for no apparent reason.
Yeah. And so there are all these things within a game that sometimes are going to go against you. Sometimes maybe you'll get a little bit of a break. Sometimes the quarterback's going to miss. It's not always going to be perfect. But Caleb's doing the things that are necessary to win, to keep drives alive. Don't take sacks. Don't turn the ball over. And he's doing those things much better than we've ever seen him do it at this level.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's important. That's what's good.
We should have a dunk tank.
A dunk tank?
At our new facility, a dunk tank. And the two types of people that belong in the dunk tank are officials and public officials. Okay, those are the two officials.
Speaking of which, there's a
politicians and people that referee games are the only ones that get to go into the dunk tank to raise money for whatever we've got going on.
Speaking of which, there's new legislation that's being what do you call it?
Bandy-booed about? Being introduced, Carm?
Introduced.
Being introduced?
I like bandy-booed about so much better.
Bandy-booed about.
Being introduced. I couldn't think of the word introduced,
Yeah,
but
it's a tough one.
bandy-booed about is so much better.
There you go.
Trying to prevent the Bears from leaving town, speaking of public officials. Yeah, maybe we should get a dunk tank for that, Yerk.
Is that Cam Buckner?
Yeah, it's Cam Buckner.
Former Fighting Illini?
Yeah, that's right. Former Fighting Illini football player, yes. So we'll talk about stadium stuff maybe a little bit later on, too. Boy, I'm tapped out on the stadium stuff.
Well, here's the thing. When's the lease run out?
It's like 2033, I think.
2033. So what's the Bears' obligation to Soldier Field after 2033?
I don't believe they have one, although they're still paying the debt off.
Who's paying the debt off?
Well, don't the Bears have to pay that debt off?
If the lease is done by 2033?
But they haven't paid any of the debt that they haven't paid it back the money they borrowed.
What's Jerry done over at U.S. Commissioner?
I don't know.
No, I'm asking a simple question.
I don't know.
The Illinois Sports Authority. What has Jerry done over there? They've only paid off the interest. They haven't paid off an ounce of the principal over there, have they not?
I think that's
Didn't that
right.
report come out? Didn't we talk about that?
I believe that's correct.
Is anybody asking Uncle Jerry for the payment on the whole thing? Anybody say, hey, we still got the principal here that's still owed? Jerry, I know you're thinking about moving and you want more public money. No?
It's so confusing.
Okay, let's not.
Above my pay grade.
We agreed to lease until 2033. What's their obligation after that, the Bears?
They get to just bail? Who has to cover the nut on that? Us?
The Illinois Sports Authority, right? That's a part of that whole thing, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, I believe they are. Yeah.
They still own it. The Illinois Sports Authority, the entity that was created to manage it all, They own it.
That was the entity that was created to keep the Sox here. Was that right? Is that when they created that Sports Authority thing?
Yes.
Is that what they did?
When Beyonce has a concert, who takes the money? Do the Bears get any of that money, or does the city get that money?
I would think the Park District gets some of that.
Park District, right? They get the money. They get the proceeds. The city gets the proceeds. Do the Bears get to collect any money off of that?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know the
When
answer
Kenny
for sure,
Chesney comes to town and gets his old rockabilly thing going on there, do the Bears get any of that money?
I don't know, Yerk.
Or does the Park District? They still have an entity, a structure that can generate revenues on the lakefront.
So what have they done?
So my point is, what exactly are we doing with whatever Mr. Buckner is introducing?
Well, we'll read a little bit of
say,
that later.
The official parlance, bandy-booed about.
Bandy-booed about. The Bears have no hope anytime soon of figuring out where the hell they're going to play football beyond 2033 when they want to build this new stadium. No, but seriously, on Bears, Saints, the Aikman stuff, if it really annoys you that much, I think it's just an analyst pointing out some things. I think that's his job. Does he get a little gushy sometimes? Do they all have a tendency to, like, pick a player and get gushy? Yeah. Like, Caliendo made a living. He was here last week with us, like, spoofing Madden's love for Favre. And everybody loves to joke about Chris Collinsworth's love for Patrick Mahomes. And
oh, my God.
I get it.
That's some sort of weird fetish.
Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is. All right. You know, I don't think it's the end of the world. And I think, was Troy Aikman too mean?
I don't go there. You know,
I don't either. I know you don't, and I think he was just pointing out some
Caleb
of them.
even responded to it.
What's
too.
that?
Caleb even responded to it. Too.
Yeah, Caleb was putting stuff on his social media, I guess.
He
right?
put it on his Instagram.
Okay, and like if Caleb feel like
nobody's on Instagram, guys.
You know,
Literally
Caleb,
everybody's on Instagram.
Everybody's on Instagram. Caleb will have the last laugh the more he wins. That's all Caleb Williams should be thinking about.
It's that TikTok.
Your TikTok, and he'll have the last
TikTok,
laugh
you
the more he wins. The more he goes out there and he proves he was the right choice. And I'm telling you, you can watch it and see that Caleb is getting better. And he's far from a finished product. I don't know that any of these second-year guys are finished products. You pointed it out yesterday. You said it, or Monday.
Yeah, I said
Bo Nix hasn't played great.
No. Yeah, he's been on the bus. The struggle bus.
He has not played great.
And Jane Daniels has regressed. Jane Daniels has regressed a little bit.
A little bit.
He's got a little C.J. Stroud thing going on this year. It's okay. You could say it. You're not being overly critical. Just that, if you're looking for progression or you're looking for being the same, it hasn't been there.
You're probably right.
It's a fair statement. It's not being overly critical. It is what it is.
Here's where I'll give Jaden Daniels credit. Where Caleb still has to get better with some of the accuracy.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is accurate.
Yeah, right into Brisker's arms.
Well, yeah, that's a bad.
Accurate.
There's a good.
Accurately threw it right into the opposing team's arms.
But Yerk, that's a good point. Like
touchdown.
That's a mistake.
Yes, that is a mistake.
It's got nothing to do with his accuracy or inaccuracy. That was a mistake.
Yeah, it was a bad throw.
Go watch his throw on his first touchdown to Chris Moore.
Into the corner.
It was.
Was that Sky Moore or Chris Moore? Which
Chris
Moore is that?
That throw, I texted Waddle last night because he watched the film too. I said, that throw on tape is even more impressive.
It's a beauty.
That throw to Moore in the end zone was incredible.
Stevenson in coverage?
No, it was Gordon.
It was right. It was right or Gordon?
I believe it was Kyler Gordon.
Okay, Gordon.
It was
coming out of the slot.
Incredible.
It came out of the slot and you ran into the corner.
It was incredible. Like Jaden's, I will say when you watch him, you go, damn, dude, the ball's on the guy's face mask on a slant. It's like most of the time it's where it needs to be. That said, he made a terrible mistake when he threw the pick to Brisker.
He did. Can I say it?
These guys make mistakes.
Did Troy call it a mistake in the broadcast? I think he did.
I don't recall. I'm okay, so there you go.
He said it was a bad throw.
So it's not always going to be perfect, especially for a second-year quarterback.
Yeah.
312-332-3776 if you want to join us. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes
Bears, Saints, live from Soldier Field. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call starting at noon. Pregame at 8. Network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Yeah. $1.5 million Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies. But I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until when? Now. And the Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years. It's including my neighbors and friends. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, served over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they're going to help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Chicago Wolves hockey is back.
The five-time league champs return to the Allstate.
The Wolves open their season this Saturday and Sunday at Allstate Arena against the Rockville Isos.
You're going to get some bad blood.
This is Wolves hockey.
It's rock'em sock'em as they go toe-to-toe.
Get your tickets for Chicago Wolves home opening weekend this Saturday and Sunday at Allstate Arena. Chicago Wolves hockey. You've got to see this live.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books. October is here, and we are smoking hot again. 5-1 on Saturday in college football. UFC wins, soccer wins. Everybody is making money. If you're not winning, you are not signed up at FatJackSports.com. Basketball season is here, and we are ready to make money this week. Go to FatJackSports.com for less than $100 a week. Get all the plays through the Super Bowl, or save money with those longer packages and add hoops now. FatJackSports.com to win today.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football, and I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust. No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play. Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline. Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
He somehow claimed the conference room. The lights are all out. It's completely pitch black in there between Peggy and Jurko. So I mind my own business. I don't ask to turn the lights off. I sit in the dark too, because that's the way the good kid likes it. The good kid, as DJ Moore got rolled up on, starts yelling at the TV. Speaking of silence is golden. And he starts saying, any injury to a guy not wearing these thigh pads and knee pads and all these things, you deserve to get hurt. And I said to Jurko, I go, doesn't most of the league not wear these pads anymore?
Very few guys
I don't care about what the rest of the league does. I'm talking about DJ Moore.
That's just when the conversation, you just move on to something. You check out your phone or something.
And then during one big moment of the first half, in the middle of the play, Jurko goes, hey, anyone know what the Hawks are doing? So he can't shake me. He can criticize me all he wants. I love the good kid, and I love watching him watch football. Jurko appreciates me and likes hanging out. He just won't admit it.
We need to sell tickets for the road games. I'm serious. We need to sell tickets for the road games when these guys are here together to sit and watch from the back row. Just watch the experience of Silvy, Jurko, Peggy, the dynamic.
And Little Smokey was there too the other day.
Little Smokey was
there the other day.
So what is Waddle gets right out of Dodge? He gets out of town the minute the game starts? Waddle's like, I'm not sitting here with you knuckleheads.
He's taillights. Yeah. Sylvie's got the halftime responsibility, so Sylvie's got to stick around. So he does. Here's what I'll say to that.
Does anyone know what the Hawk?
The requisite requirements of the NFL uniform does call for thigh boards and knee pads, and it does call for the pants to be below the knees.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it doesn't feel good. Doesn't matter. So if you end up getting hurt, and he got banged up when he hit the ground, and it was whatever could have been. It could have been a hip, could have been a thigh, could have been the knee, could be anything. If you're not wearing the required uniform and the pads, then if something happens to me, guess what? You brought it upon yourself.
You made your bed.
Sylvie's point, well, nobody does. Well, just because nobody does doesn't mean you shouldn't, right?
Yeah.
And why the league has decided not to call penalties on that is absolutely ridiculous. That's what they should clean up. There used to be a uniform code. You look like a professional. Okay? Individuality is what they try to take out of the NFL game. They want you to be a part of the team. In college, they let you you could dress like a ragamuffin. They don't care.
That's why it's called a uniform.
Nobody cares. Exactly. So, if you're not wearing the uniform, you're not wearing the required pads, you get hurt. That's on you. And that's your problem. That's all I said. As far as sitting in the darkness, when you sit in that room, if it's a noon game, we pull the shades down, boom. We don't need lights. You want to bring the best picture out you possibly can. And flooding the room with lights doesn't do anything for anybody.
It's true.
That's just to get the quality picture. So that's what that's all about.
Yes.
You want the best picture you possibly can have. At nighttime, you don't get the glare, but you do get the lights from the Chicago theater that are quite bright.
Yeah.
You kind of want to drown that out if there's a possibility. So Sylvie's a good guy.
Yeah, I know.
He interviewed me at Southern. You know that, right?
I do.
As a Cub reporter, he came in looking at a bunch of naked men. I caught him staring. I did. I didn't say anything because I'm a gentleman. But I caught him staring. He's a blank watcher.
He's a blank watcher.
All right?
You're unbelievable.
I didn't say anything. But as a Cub reporter, he came in and interviewed. Asked some good questions, quality questions. You know what that did?
It propelled him to this
That
career
led
that he's
him
got today.
on his path.
That's right.
That's right. That
Look
led
what
him
he's
on his
done.
path.
I mean, look how accomplished.
He went from a farm field in Iowa.
Right.
Right? To the big leagues.
To the big leagues.
The afternoon slot in Chicago on a 50,000-watt powerhouse.
On a mofo, baby. On a blowtorch.
Absolutely. He's one of my little buddies. He's one of my little buddies.
Julian's in Lindenhurst. What's up, Julian?
Julian, how are you?
You're killing me. You're killing me, Yerk. Hey, I got a couple to rattle off real quick. So, has the Players Association ever pushed for NFL refs to be full-time? Do you think Wright is playing more focused because of the injury? And three, I think pregame with Aikman, they might be looking at what's going on with Caleb and stuff and just making that a point, because if you watch the game, they show all the stats against the Bears. They're 1 for 7, this and that, and they throw nothing up there about 3 turnovers and how many points we got off of that, and their third down percentage was just as bad as ours.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes that pregame is stuck in their mind, and that's it. And Yerk, when you were a kid, did your dad used to take you to the international soccer games, friendlies, back at Hanson Stadium? Because I used to have to get.
Yeah, Germany came to town one time. We went out to a stadium. We watched Germany play.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was fun. We were a soccer family, so it was fun. Let's get back to his points, though, from the beginning. Did the Players Association ever push for full-time officials? They've looked at full-time officials, but the NFL won't pay them.
Right, that's the problem.
The problem is they're not going to pay them because these guys are, like principals. Our guy, Dean Hakes, was the dean of students at Thornton Fractional North. He was on Mark Bright's crew. Some of these guys are lawyers.
Accountants, CPAs. Yes.
These guys make a ton of money,
Right.
but they do the football refereeing because they love football.
Yes.
That's why they do it, because they love football. They don't do it necessarily for the checks.
Mm-hmm.
The thing they're doing normally is putting the money in their pocket. They do this because they like to do it. It's something that they had interest in. They started out in high school. They went to college. Then they graduated from college and became professional officials.
That's right.
That's the way they do it. how much is enough to pay these guys? Over the course of 5 months, 6 months, how much is enough to pay them? Well, the NFL has reached the maximum amount that they
that's what
want
I
to pay
think. I
them.
think you're right.
Trust me when I say that.
Yeah.
So your dilemma is that if you're going to make them full-time officials, you're going to have to pay at least what you pay the 53rd guy on the roster. It's got to be at least $600,000.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
To pay. No, they're not going to do it. Of course, they're not going to do it. That's why we're going to. He asked the triple barrel question.
He has the quadruple.
Darnell Wright.
He has the quadruple barrel.
Darnell Wright might be playing better because he has to concentrate and he's got to rely upon his feet. I always told you, how do you block in the NFL? You block with your feet.
Right.
Your body has to get you there. Balance with your feet. The upper body has a tendency to get you off of balance. When you punch, you have a tendency maybe to get a little off balance. So if he's got to concentrate and the feet are taking him where he needs to be, that you're in good shape. The third question I forgot because there were too many questions.
I forgot.
Major violation of the questions by the great John Zawadzki.
Antonio's
interview specialist.
Antonio's in Aurora. What's up, Antonio?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Great.
In regards to Troy Aikman's stuff last night, I didn't think he was too harsh on Caleb or anything like that. You know, I just think I want to know what you guys think about this too. I just think he's like harsh on him, and people are saying in air quotes harsh, because he knows how good he can be as a great quarterback himself. Like he knows how good Caleb can be and what he's capable of. And what you saw last night with some of the inaccurate throws, you know, I can remember one to Zacchaeus sitting down in the flat. The one with Loveland where he had him over the middle for the touchdown. If he would have waited just maybe a half a second more, he would have had him wide open for the touchdown. But just some of his decision-making process and accuracy issues, like you guys were saying, I think that's kind of what Troy was hitting on. And I want to hear what you guys think. I mean, you guys already said it, but do you guys think he's harsh on him because you know how great he can be and what he's capable of?
I don't know even if it's that, Antonio, or it's just a guy with a trained eye seeing some mistakes. And look, Troy Aikman wasn't perfect when he played. Again, I mean, it's easy when you're a commentator, but that's his job, is to look and tell you, that's a miss, that's a plus, that's a minus, that was a good play, that was a bad play. And then explain why. It's not like he's just saying without explaining. He's telling you the why and what he's seeing and where the mistakes are being made. You mentioned DJ Moore's injury. We want to talk more about that coming up because that one's kind of a weird one. We wonder how long that might linger. He's back home, which is good, but will he be ready to go on Sunday? DJ played great. I mean, he played great. He blocked his ass off. And he got hurt early in that game, it looked like, and he still blocked his ass off. 312-332-3776 to talk Bears with us. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas. For those unexpected costs for car repair, $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. And then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
Hey Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-646-5454. That's 800-646-5454.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
What a Monday night, and the big week continues for the Bears. The focus turns to Sunday's showdown against New Orleans on the lakefront. This ESPN Chicago Big Week, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
DJ Moore had to stay at the hospital overnight after the game Monday. Now he's back. They said it had something to do with it's like very nebulous at best. Something with the groin, but something personal, and they just wanted to be sure.
Something
like,
personal with the groin.
Right? Yeah. What the heck could have happened?
I don't know. Well, here's
what would prevent you from flying back?
Like a hematoma.
Hematoma.
Something like a bruise.
Where they don't want you going up in the pressure,
right? The pressure. You don't want more inflammation. You don't want more bleeding. That kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just very precautionary?
I would think so. In the old days, you flew home no matter what.
Waddle said about his hip it happened.
Yeah. The first guy I remember not flying home was Jeff Novak when he had a contusion on his shin, and it became problematic. So they stayed. He stayed in Carolina an extra day, and he came back the next day. They started doing that in the late '90s, and I think they're more apt to take care of players, and they always have somebody that's is like scheduled to stay. If something happens, you're prepared to have extra clothes or stuff like that, so you could stay an extra day just in case it needs it with somebody with the medical issues. So, So day to day.
Is he?
Is it then
quick turnaround?
It's not
Can he
that
play
serious.
Sunday?
It might have just been something that was a little short-term thing, and couldn't travel the one day. He's back now. Hopefully, he'll play. Now he played banged up. He got banged up during the game.
Quarter.
He got hurt during the game. He wasn't 100%. He still played.
And he played great.
So he played banged up. He was willing to get out there. You know what
willing
that is?
blocker.
A tremendous example by a veteran of things are gonna happen to you, and guess what? There ain't no time off. You got to get out there and you got to play. You're being relied upon. So good for him. I hope he's healthy. I hope he can play.
This team is getting the message from Ben Johnson and the coaching staff. It is abundantly clear. I think it has become abundantly clear to them, and now it is abundantly clear watching that they are starting to get the message. They're playing like he wants them to play. They're playing physical. You have to block. whatever is being asked of you, whatever you're called upon to do on a particular play, and if the ball's not coming to you and you have to block, you better be blocking. That is as simple as it gets from Ben Johnson. He has been preaching that since the moment he got here. And it's been a recurring theme through the spring and the summer and the early portions of the season. Remember the way he talked about his offense after the win in Vegas? Remember what he told Joniak after the win in Vegas? And if you're going to point fingers at DeAndre Swift, how that's crazy. And he said, it's on all of us. It's on me. It's on our line. We're not doing the things that we have to do to be a successful running team. What did they do in the bye? Went to work. Some scheme stuff. Continue to preach. This is what's expected. And they went out and blocked their asses off. And they ran the hell out of the ball. It's the best running performance we've seen from this team this year and in quite some time. And they're doing all the little things that Ben Johnson is asking them to do. They are responding. I think the Bears have the right coach. I really do. I think for the first time in maybe forever. I mean, honestly, I mean, they got it right with Ditka. Lovey was good, too. In fairness to Lovey, Lovey was a good coach.
Gave you 10 good years.
Coach, but he was a good coach.
10 good years.
And they got it right with Ditka. I mean, Ditka always used to tell us a story how he even had to sort of press Papa Bear about it. And I mean, what was Ditka when he got the job? 43-ish, right? he was young.
He played till he was about 35.
He was young.
Yeah.
And he had to kind of press him and push him. And obviously they got that one right. For the first time in forever, I think they've gotten this one right. I really do believe that. I think they're listening and they're buying in, and I think you see this guy has what it takes to be a great coach in this league.
Coach played till he was 33, so 34 is when he started coaching.
Okay, and then when did he get? How long was he with Landry? Oh, so maybe he was even younger then. Then maybe he was even 43. Might be high.
Could be here. Wiki, I got it.
Could have been late 30s.
So he came to the Bears in 60. No, that was playing history. Oh boy, 82.
Yeah, 1982.
1982. He was born in 1939.
So
43 years old.
So you had it right. Yeah, 43 years old. He was young. And was a little inexperienced and was only a special teams coordinator, So, but they saw something and they found something, and I think they've done it with Ben Johnson. I really do believe that it's still the thing I probably have the most confidence in. My confidence in Caleb is growing. I think that's great. Not that it waned too much. Waned a little. I'd say it waned a little at times last year through camp. The first Monday Nighter of the year, it was like, oh, sweet Jesus.
Yeah.
But it's growing. It's getting better.
Ditka was 106-62.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty darn good.
That's very darn good.
And
not so much when he went to New Orleans.
In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, he finished first in the NFC Central 6 times, second once, third, fourth, and then the strike year in 82, he was 12th.
It's the only glorious run of Bears football we've had in my lifetime.
And it was 5 in a row.
Yeah.
From 84 to 88, it was 5 division titles in a row.
Unfortunately, one title, but
all with double-digit wins.
Right.
All with double-digit wins.
The only and I was a kid. I was so young. I'm talking elementary school. That's how young I was. These guys weren't even born.
No.
Bleck and Abdalla were barely crawling around in diapers. Most of our producers weren't a glint in their father's eyes.
Yeah, a gleam even.
A gleam.
Yeah, not even a gleam in their father's eyes.
Not even a gleam or a gleam.
They weren't even a thought. They weren't even like a post-wedding reception, consummation thought at that point.
That's the last time they were any kind of relevant or sustainably good. I shouldn't say relevant, but like sustainably good. And before that, you got to go back to the 1940s for crying out loud. So, the coach matters, and I think this guy matters, and I think he's the right one.
And we got him.
I feel better about this than I ever felt even about Nagy.
Yeah. Carm, have you watched the All-22 yet?
Yes, I watched it last night.
So Ted Wynn for The Athletic does All-22 breakdowns, and he has a clip of the Swift touchdown play, how earlier in the game, Ben Johnson saw when Swift was in motion on a third down play, the high safety went with him.
Yeah.
And so on that play for the touchdown, It's exactly what happened, but he ran into the other defender.
He ran
which
a nice little picked. Yeah, a nice
which
rub.
is a setup from Ben Johnson to get him open.
Like, that's what Jurko always talks about. What are you doing? What are you seeing? What are you learning from those first 15? And then how are you countering off?
Because it's a first quarter play, and then the payoff is in the later in the game.
It was huge. And I don't know what he saw or what this coaching staff saw that told them, let's ditch 12 personnel for the week and go 3 wides all game. I have no idea. I'm not football smart enough to know that. But obviously they are. They watched Washington and thought, this is something we can take advantage of. And they did it. That's coaching. That's good coaching. That's good play calling. There's a rhyme and reason to what he's doing, to the route concepts, you see it. It makes sense. And we haven't seen enough of that in recent years, especially from the offensive play calling. So I think there's so many positive things that are starting to happen. That said, you got to keep stacking wins, too. You can't let this momentum get away when you have a very winnable game, when you have a beatable opponent coming into your building this weekend. So you've got to sustain this. That's the hard part about this league.
Yeah.
You've got to keep stacking these.
You got to replicate it.
That's right. Alex is in Montgomery. What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys. I love the show. Just wanted to get your thoughts. I'm a big Caleb Williams fan since his time at USC and saw a lot of his games. But one thing I don't like is it seems like his body language on the sidelines is not the best. Is that something that should be a concern? Because I would love to see him riling the troops, getting them up, when there's mistakes, letting them know he's got their back. I'm going to drop off and listen to see what you guys got to say.
I don't think we see all of the sideline particulars unless you're at the game and that's all you do the whole game.
Yep.
And who does that? I think you see bits and pieces of it on TV. Body language, sideline demeanor, to me, it's like is Jaden Daniels great because he's smiling a lot, or is Jaden Daniels, I shouldn't say great either, Jaden Daniels good, or is Jaden Daniels good because he knows how to play quarterback? I don't. Was Tom Brady's demeanor on the sidelines appropriate, or what you? It was Tom Brady was constantly yelling at everybody.
He was chewing everybody out.
But that's the way it worked for Tom Brady.
That's
and he was great, and people respected him, and that worked for him. Jurko just told you Brett Favre was always kind of laughing and chuckling on the sideline.
And Peyton Manning went to the sideline and took a look at the pictures.
Yeah.
Well, he knew what he was looking for.
Or yelled at his O-lineman.
Right.
Yes.
But he knew what he was looking for. When Peyton Manning's looking at the thing, he knows exactly what he's trying to dissect. And somebody goes to me the other day, they go, Gene Daniels gets down to the sideline, and he's got the tablet in his hand, and he's looking. I go, but does he know what he's looking for? Some guys I played with had no idea what they were looking for. They just watched film to watch film to kind of like pass the time. If you don't know what you're looking for, you need somebody there that can point out, this is what you're looking for. This is your key. This is what you want. Hopefully, your quarterbacks know that. But looking at it just for the sake of looking at it does nothing.
Yeah, and I think
you got to know what you're looking at. And
sure.
if you don't know, you got to have somebody there to help you look at it.
I think respect is like, you gain respect from your teammates based on not what you're doing on the sideline necessarily, but what you're doing all the other times that the game isn't going on. What are you doing during the week? How hard do you work? How hard do you prepare? Are you in the weight room? Are you an example?
Yeah.
Are you not just going through the motions?
Yeah.
I think that's where guys earn respect. And it didn't matter if Tom Brady was laughing on the sideline or chewing everybody out. They knew he worked his ass off, and they knew he was great.
Yeah.
And so he could be however he wanted to be on the sideline. And if Caleb does all the other things that earn the players' respect and teammates' respect, that's all that matters. Does he really work? Not fake work. There's a difference.
Real work.
And players know. Players know who works hard and who doesn't.
2 examples I can give you. 90 with Marino. He had a shoulder issue and like an operation. So his first 40 minutes in the locker room, he had a rehab situation set up for him where he had a springboard where he'd throw a ball against and he'd catch, and he'd throw it to catch. And he had like 10 different exercises that he had to do 20 repetitions on, like 4 sets. And there he was while talking to his wide receivers, his other quarterbacks. His quarterbacks were Scott Mitchell and Scott Secules at the time, were the 2 backup guys that were there. While talking to them, talking about game plans, answering questions, he's rehabbing his shoulder the whole time, trying to get strength, trying to get mobility, trying to get the full range of motion going. So that was him, first guy in, getting his rehab work done every single day because that's how it had to happen every single day. Favre was the first guy at the office every day, and he'd get his workout in the morning.
Was he?
You'd come walking in, and Favre was already in a full lather and a full sweat. His workout happened every single day, 5 days a week.
So I think that's what guys see, right?
That's what he did.
players
That's
see.
what you see. And then from there, he was up in his meeting with Mike. He had his meeting in the morning with Mike. So he had to get there early to get his workout in because he knew he had a meeting with Mike. So when you see that, and the guy's in, and the guy's that, and whatever they said about Brett, he could party, and he could drink, and he could have a good time, and he could get all looped up, and was a ladies' man. All that's still true, but where was he in the morning, Monday through Friday? He was there getting the work in and getting the work done. So you couldn't question anything he did because he was putting the time in.
Caleb's body language is way improved compared to what it was at SC, too.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
See, and I didn't watch as much. Chris
like
sees that,
the
but,
body
like,
language thing has always been there with him.
Yeah.
But he is definitely toned it down. Definitely toned it down. Because at SC, it was a lot of chirping at players,
Was it
other
really?
wide receivers, guys. It was always like when things weren't going right, he had terrible body language.
I think a lot of like what makes guys leaders are people. Oh, I don't. But look at his body. Look at this. Look at that. Is it what makes guys? The way they earn respect is usually the stuff that we don't get to see. It's stuff that happens away from the game, behind closed doors. Players aren't fooled. Like, they know. Like, Yurko's just giving you examples. Yeah. Pro players aren't fooled by fake work or just talk. Like, they know who's working hard, who's doing what's required of them.
You know who's half-stepping it, too.
Exactly.
You know who's trying to sneak another year in, you know.
Yeah.
Just doing it with smoke and mirrors, you know, walking through the weight room, not hitting the weight, you know. Get down on the bench, lift it off the bar, re-rack it, and go, woo, man.
That's where respect is earned. I think that's
you
important.
know the guys that are just trying to get through another year, you know? You see that, too.
Yeah.
I got it. It's 11th year. Good for you. Get it in. God bless you.
Courtney Cronin will join us live at Hallis at 11. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Aiken Law.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chicago Wolves hockey is back. Your 5-time league champion Wolves open up the 26 campaign Saturday night at 7 at Allstate against Rockford, their rival. This year's squad is stacked and chasing another Cup title, another Calder Cup title. Wolves games are affordable. They're family-friendly. They're packed with excitement. I could vouch. Love Wolves games. Always a good time. Grab seats for Saturday's home opener and get there for a free coffee mug courtesy of DanielGoodmanLaw.com. Plus, don't miss a Family Sunday at 3. Bears game will be over. Go see a Family Sunday. It's courtesy of Scott Credit Union. Get your tickets today. This is Wolves Hockey.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
$1.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere. So make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
Update your home and save big money with Mastercraft Doors at Menards. For over 50 years, Mastercraft has been making quality doors inside and out. Choose from the best in-stock selection of interior and exterior doors ready to take home today. Or design your door your way with our free designer in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on Mastercraft Doors and check out more great deals happening now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Our attention turns quickly to Week 7. Bears and Saints Sunday at Soldier Field. The Saints are 0-2 on the road. They've been outscored 75-32 in 2 road games. They've been much more competitive at home, but probably one of the more feisty, competitive 1-5 teams you're going to find, to be quite honest. Like the Bears, are doing a good job of protecting the football and not taking sacks. I mean, Spencer Rattler's got a sack percentage that's a little bit lower than Caleb's. Caleb's on pace, by the way, to literally cut his sack total from a year ago, which was astronomically high, in half. Right now, through 5 games played, Caleb is on pace to cut it exactly in half.
34.
That's exactly right.
Track for
he is on track for 34, which is you could live with that. You could live right there. But Rattler and the Saints have done a pretty good job of taking care of the ball. The Bears aren't giving it away. They haven't given it away too much. I think on talent, they're not as good, but they appear to be well coached by Kellen Moore and Brandon Staley, former Bears coach, obviously, and former head coach in this league as their DC, coordinating their defense. I mean, there are some things that they're doing well, and they're probably they'll be one of the more pesky losing teams probably for teams to play most of the year. So don't lull yourself into any false sense of security that this will be easy, even though the Bears are going to close as a...
Who's on the bye, Carm?
This week,
Buffalo and Baltimore on the bye.
Yeah, I knew Baltimore. Right. That's right, because they come out of bye to play the Bears. Buffalo and Baltimore. There's 2 more Monday nighters.
Yeah, 6 and 9.
Week 7 as well.
6 and 9 at Seattle and at Detroit.
We'll continue to preview this game and talk about the Bears moving forward now at 3-2. Plus, I want to play something Tom Pelissero said yesterday on NFL Network. Actually, I think it was maybe when he was in with Rich Eisen, talking about the Bears on Rich's show, talking about the Bears at the trade deadline, which is fast approaching. You know, could they be in the market to make a move to improve? We'll play that coming up. 312-332-ESPN. Back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone is having a great morning. We're on till noon, then it's Rich Eisen's show. Bleck and Abdalla back with you at 2. Waddle and Silvy will get you home 3 until 6:30. Then it's Blue Jays Mariners game 3 from Seattle. More on baseball in just a little bit. Let's keep talking Bears and NFL. Courtney Cronin will join us in an hour. We'll get an injury designation at some point today, and DJ Moore, he's back home. Sounded a little scary, but stayed overnight for precautionary reasons. They didn't say much. They said it's a little bit personal. Who knows? I told you the story once about, a trainer coming to us when I covered the Bulls and said, listen, it's a little personal issue. The guy doesn't want it talked about. He told us what it was. And
testicular torsion,
it wasn't
was it?
testicular torsion.
You sure?
But it was, we talked about it once on the air. I think you guys even got out of me who the player was.
Yeah, nothing like having the little guys get all twisted up.
That wasn't it, but it was of a personal nature.
Right.
I could see where it'd be a little embarrassing.
George Brett hemorrhoids. Remember that?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Where it was a little embarrassing.
In the World Series, too.
Yes.
He had the hemorrhoids flare up in the World Series.
You don't want that. That's no joke. And so they said it was somewhat of a personal nature, and we can respect that. And okay, will you please stop? I mean, that's twice. That's twice in the last 45 seconds.
Turn the mic off.
It doesn't matter. Like my water's sitting right here.
I mean, I've got some abdominal angst. God. I mean, what do you want from me?
Like you're literally lifting your cheek, and my water is 2 feet from where you're passing gas.
Got a little sciatica issue in the back, too. Maybe
that
it's
ketchup?
flaring
I can
everything
taste
up.
it.
Yeah.
He's wearing pants.
Onions? I don't care.
Yeah.
You think it's going to fight through the khaki that he has there?
Well, I tell you, that's industrial strength stuff, too, man. I got some jockeys on, and now I got these beautiful Adidas.
Come on, man.
Thinks the particles are going to fly through the...
Well, I don't know. Fecal particles in
By the way,
air.
that's for another time because you're on a soliloquy here, and I like the direction that you're going, but this is another time. These shorts I bought a couple years ago. They got a 10-inch inseam, right? Now they're selling shorts with 8-inch inseam.
7, Yerk. 7.
They're too short.
6.
Yeah, I mean, haven't you seen young guys? Young guys wear really short.
Oh, what is wrong with you guys, man?
Thighs out summer.
I go back to Pinehurst. Hey, I go back to the Pinehurst and I go looking for those 10-inch inseams.
They don't sell them anymore.
Hey, what are you doing? Let's get back to the stylish pants that are stretchy.
Yurko likes 9 inches.
I want the stretchy
No
waistband.
surprise.
Hey, yo.
We've hung out with Yurko before. We know what he's looking for.
Guys, stretchy. You know when the waistband used to be stretchy? Give me
Yeah,
the
they don't
stretchy
have it
waistband again.
Everything's taut.
Everyone's in shape now.
Nobody's in
Everyone's
shape.
taking the
This
shot.
country
Everyone's
is a
fit.
mess.
Come on,
you
Yurk.
looked at the physical fitness.
I don't know.
We need to get Arnold Schwarzenegger back
Yurk,
with
he'll
his
come around.
steroid-induced body to be the guy that shows everybody what you need to look like.
It'll come back around this way.
It seems to me that Baggy
It is kind of coming back around.
Baggy's kind of coming
Yeah,
back,
it
right, you
is.
guys?
Yeah,
It is.
Baggy, corduroys back.
Corduroy shorts.
I don't want to
Who
go back
doesn't
to
love those?
Baggy. I like the
No,
slim
Baggy's
stuff.
back.
Ocean Pacific.
Baggy's back.
OP used to have a great corduroy short. man.
Ocean Pacific.
Ocean Pacific. You remember them?
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna bust out the
Yeah.
Chenkos.
They had
The
a
thick
great
corduroy?
Oh, yeah.
The real thick.
The whale corduroy.
Like a
Yeah.
powder blue.
yeah.
A North Carolina blue.
Oh,
OP
man.
on the bottom.
Baggy's back. You're not wearing skinny jeans anymore.
Are we
bro.
going back to like baggy jeans
Not
and
like
carpenter
baggy
jeans?
At least get relaxed fit. I
Yeah.
mean, you
Yeah,
can't wear
jeez.
skinny jeans anymore.
No,
Those are
yeah.
Well, I never realized skinny jeans. I like the tapered leg, though. Is that okay?
Oh, taper. He loves the leg.
It's I would be
Loves showing it.
what I would be told, Carmen, is that that's not in anymore.
So, like the jeans
From-
I'm wearing, I'm not supposed
Are
to
they
wear
tapered
these?
at the bottom?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. Come in and look at these. Adam,
I'm not going to come look at
Adam,
your
come
legs.
look at
I
these.
mean,
Take your pants
Put
off.
your leg up
Adam.
on the table.
take
but
your
then
pants
take
off
your
and show
pants
us
off.
on the
Adam,
camera.
Come look
No,
at these.
How
Adam.
Those are
tapered?
fine.
Like
Those
above
are
the
fine.
ankle?
I can see them on Twitch. You're fine.
Do they
That's
cover
okay?
your
No,
sock?
they're
and-
fine.
Okay, then you're
They're
okay.
fine.
You're okay.
That's
You're
all
okay.
right.
They're not like Z Cavaricci's, He's not peeling them up there,
I don't want to go back to baggy clothes.
You don't have to
I
go
just
back.
got
You
used
listen.
to.
Listen, I'm the
I'll
guy
tell you
that
this.
had the
Carmen,
complaint.
let me tell you something.
And it's about shorts specifically.
At this point in your life,
Too old anyway.
Yeah,
I
don't
agree
worry
with
about
you.
it.
I agree
Don't
with
worry
you.
about it.
Doesn't
worry about
matter.
it.
Which hoodie am I going to wear this morning? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
That's
the
all I
toughest-
wear.
That's
I'm
me.
gonna do what I'm gonna
By the
do.
way,
You're
Just
right.
wear what you want to
By
wear,
the way,
man.
guys, the number one ranked team in college basketball,
Purdue, I saw
right
that,
now.
yeah.
I want you guys to know that. Florida's number 3, and Houston's number 2. Just so
Yes,
you guys know.
yes.
This used to be Midnight Madness.
Not anymore.
October 15th used to be Midnight Madness. I don't know what happened. They've augmented everything in college, sports. So what used to be the old staples when you knew they're at the Dean Dome or they're down at the Cameron Crazies, at midnight basketball was going to start.
Yeah.
Not no more. No, it can't be special anymore.
To Adam's point, I'm too old to care about what the fashion trends are. I'm just to dress the way I like to dress. I still wear ankle socks. The kids today, they all wear white tube socks pulled up like when we were kids.
I'll
in the
die
80s.
with the ankle sock.
I mean, I'm gonna die with them too, Chris.
I'm not wearing high
Tube
socks.
sock?
shorts.
No chance.
Never.
Ankle
No.
sock.
I'm going to
No.
die with wearing
Yeah.
my ankle
No.
socks.
Yeah.
And the kids right now make fun of me, I'm sure. And when I'm 80 and I'm
I'm
wearing
sure
them, they're like,
Gio-
look at
Gio
this old man.
probably tall socks, right?
They all
the
wear
kids.
tall. They all pull up
Yeah, with their
white
slides.
socks.
Yeah,
with their
that's a
slides.
cool look.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what they wear.
You
Kids.
are a huge nerd.
Yeah. That's what they wear. I'm going to die with my ankle socks on. That's it.
I am too.
Yeah.
I love the ankle socks.
Absolutely.
I got foot choice. I got 20 pair of those foot choice.
Anyway, I digress. I got us
And they're
way off
beautiful,
track.
and
I
they're
don't know-
comfortable,
I don't know how we
Carm.
got so far off track.
My
but-
toesy woesies are warm.
What was I saying before you farted again? And we started talking about your pants and.
I'm all out of farts. What am I without
It was
you?
something about the Bears. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, it was about DJ maybe, and can he play? We'll get an injury designation.
We'll get the designation today. Yeah.
We'll find out.
Right. We talked about the NFL schedule.
The Courtney will join us at 11.
NFL schedule. Courtney's going to join us.
I want to play this Tom Pelissero thing. This is Tom Pelissero, NFL insider.
What's he talking
about? The Bears at the deadline, which is coming up here the first week of November.
November 4th, Carm, to be
November
exact.
4th. Let's take a listen.
That's going to be one of the most interesting teams over the next 3 weeks to see what they do at the trade deadline. Ryan Poles has been unafraid, for better or worse, to make big deals. He's traded for Montez Sweat at the deadline. He traded for Chase Claypool, who's now out of the league.
He's a second-round pick for
at the
Chase
deadline.
Claypool?
Second-round pick for Claypool. Second-round pick, I believe, for Montez Sweat. He's made, obviously, the trade with the Panthers for the number 1 pick, getting DJ Moore as a part of that deal. They're always active. But are they in a position where they feel like they should be buyers? In other words, first year with Ben Johnson, are they a Super Bowl? Are they winning the Super Bowl in 2025?
The Bears?
Are they winning the Super Bowl? Because I would argue if you're not winning the Super Bowl and you don't have an opportunity to fill something specific you don't think you get in next year's draft, you're at times overextending yourself just to say, hey, we got to get into the playoffs this year. There are times where you're better off amassing things for the future while building culturally from within. That's why I'm saying I think they're a fascinating type of a team at the deadline here.
The Bears are not a Super Bowl winner. Not right now. Is there? I don't even know that there's.
No, they're building the confidence. They're building the foundation of what it might become a good football team down the line. Yes.
They're not a
gaining
Super
the
Bowl
confidence.
winner this year.
Not yet.
And I can't even imagine the most optimistic Bear fan that would think that. I'm sure we'd find some, but
I think you'd find people that think this team could get to the playoffs. 10-7,
which would be
I think
wonderful.
You'll find those people,
which would be a huge win.
One of those people.
The good kid picked them.
ME has them banking the
which
playoffs.
Would be a huge
10-7
for this franchise.
Yeah,
right. Huge.
Got that right. Be gigantic.
Yes, but to Pelicero's point, how much do you want to go all in?
Yeah.
When I think you. This is not like the Cubs season and what they could have done at the deadline.
We know this guy up until last year hated second-round draft choices too. Ryan Poles. He might be willing to dump a second-round draft choice for somebody out there. He's done it in his history. You can see it.
To me, doing it for a running back wouldn't make much sense.
No.
Especially when you'd have to pay.
No.
Cap was asking this morning about
They
Trey
don't
Hendrickson.
need a running back.
I don't think so. I mean, could they upgrade that position?
number-
Sure, but I wouldn't be trading
Right.
and then paying.
No, the number one thing that they've got to look at is a guy that can get to quarterback, period.
The problem is it's hard to go out and acquire those guys because usually they're not available.
Right.
It's weird
Or
when
you-
Micah becomes available.
You've got to give something up.
Or you have to give a lot
You got to
up.
give up some stuff. And then that's where you're at. So without any of that being available, then I've got to move on. I just move on. I've addressed my offensive line, it seems.
Yeah.
I've addressed four out of 5 are new starters, Carm.
Especially if
With
Benedict.
Yeah.
Especially if Benedict's going to hold down that position.
And it looks like he's got the ability to hold it down at the very least,
Yeah.
To be like a 104 replacement player if we give a little baseball stuff in there. You know what I'm
That's good.
saying?
That's good.
Just above the average.
Yeah.
Give me somebody just above the average right now. I'll take that.
Don't get killed there, right? Just give me somebody who's not going to get killed there.
Yeah.
So
I like it, Carmen.
Let's see how the next couple weeks go.
Mm-hmm.
And because I think our opinions might change come November 1st, depending on how the next 3 games go.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a likelihood if the Bears continue to do things right that they could win 2 of those 3 games.
Yeah.
And that means going into that week they'd be 5-3. And that would be through half the season. That'd be, we're
just
feeling
under
frisky.
Half. Just under half, Carmen.
Technically just under half.
Just under half. 5-3. Yeah.
That's why I hate the odd number of games here. We need
too.
to be.
We need the
to get
18th game.
We need the 18th game so
me the
we
18th
know where
game.
the line of demarcation is for halfway.
That's right.
We need 9 games for crying out loud.
100%
We need
correct.
8 or 9. What are we doing with an odd schedule
I'm
here?
with you.
17 games. Come on.
I'm with you.
It's easy to pick out the median. It's hard to pick out the half.
5-3. They're 5-3. I'm feeling a little bit fresh.
Great.
Yeah.
Feel great.
Then you got 2 at home, right? Then you got 2 at home.
Yeah.
5-3 with 2 in a row at home. One of those against Pittsburgh. The other one against who?
It's the Giants, I think.
Thank you.
Yes. the
Giants, yes, in Pittsburgh.
No,
Games
no,
are-
no, no. I take that back.
Who do we have? Cincinnati.
Yeah, the Giants and then the Pittsburgh, and in between there is the
Bengal game.
Viking,
Cincinnati.
the Viking game.
Yeah, then the Vikings, and then you get the Packers, Philly.
Yes.
The
That's when you-
Vikings start, the Steelers and the Vikings back-to-back starts like a gauntlet.
Yeah.
It does.
Of teams that should be in the playoffs or in the playoff
got you.
hunt.
But going into the week of the deadline, so it's 11-4, you said, Yerk.
Yeah.
So there's 3 games before then. It's Saints, at Ravens, at Bengals. And if they continue to do things right and well, the things we've seen the last couple of weeks,
Right.
practice hard, run the ball, execute, take it away, don't turn it over. I think there's a very good chance the Bears are favored in 2 of those 3, and they win 2 of those 3.
Yep.
And it starts this week against the Saints. And that's the number I was talking
And
about.
then you're feeling good
that
about.
gets them to 5-3. Then you're home against the Giants, you're at the Vikings, you're home against the Steelers.
That's it.
So
I like it. I like it, Carm.
Jackson's in Tinley Park talking Bears. What's up, Jackson?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I think Darnell Wright had an unbelievable game at right tackle on Monday night. I don't think he had a penalty. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But his backup who played 2 weeks ago, I think he got waxed by Max Crosby. I know we've talked about that a bunch of times, and him needing a double team, that's fine. But also, I do not think we should trade for anybody besides the defensive end, defensive tackle kind of a deal. I know you have to give up a lot of people, but that's about the only trade at this point.
Yeah.
I think I would make. That's the it.
I
But
think you're
Darnell
right.
Wright proved himself to be the right tackle, definitely.
Yeah. Thanks, Jackson. Appreciate it. It was a good game for the offensive line all the way around. It's great when you can run the ball like that,
Yeah.
when you're imposing your will, when you're winning at the point of attack.
I like it.
It's a beautiful thing. It really is. 312-332-ESPN if you want to talk Bears. Courtney Cronin live at House at 11. Brunch Rush coming up in about 15 minutes. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes
Bears, Saints, live from Soldier Field. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call starting at noon, pregame at 8. Network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air is seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
D.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Chicago Wolves hockey is back.
The 5-time league champs return to the Allstate.
The Wolves open their season this Saturday and Sunday at Allstate Arena against the Rockville Ice.
You're going to get some bad blood.
This is Wolves hockey.
It's rock'em sock'em as they go toe-to-toe.
Get your tickets for Chicago Wolves home opening weekend this Saturday and Sunday at Allstate Arena. Chicago Wolves hockey. You've got to see this live.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Football and pizza, what a glorious combo this time of year. Maybe the best. For me, it's all about Nancy's Pizza. Whether you're going with the original stuffed crust or the thin, which I love, it's all delicious. Fresh toppings, gooey cheese, crispy crust. They've been doing it the same way for 50 years because they know it works. They got a family business, and they're fabulous. Order today at nancyspizza.com. They've got 14 Chicagoland locations. Should be one near you. Hit up the flagship restaurant in the West Loop before and after games and events at the UC. It is outstanding. Nancy's Pizza is the real deal.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Silvy's a good guy.
Yeah, I know.
He interviewed me at Southern. You know that, right?
I do.
As a Cub reporter, he came in looking at a bunch of naked men. I caught him staring. I did. I didn't say anything because I'm a gentleman.
Is that really what?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know it was even like I saw him, and then later on in my life, I saw Silvy again. I said, wait a minute. I said, you work for the student newspaper down there. And he said, yeah. And all of a sudden, I became a little uncomfortable.
Oh, you did not.
No, I didn't. Of course not. No, I'm just playing around. I'm having fun. Come on, guys. Got to have a little bit of fun, right?
You got to have fun.
We're teammates. We're teammates, for heaven's sake.
Today would have been HT's birthday, right, Yerk? October 15th?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I think October 15th.
October 15th, 1960, for one Harry Tynowitz.
Harry Tynowitz, who our buddy who passed earlier this year, was thinking about Harry here these last couple of days. I knew his birthday was nearing.
Yeah.
Today is the 20th anniversary of the White Sox Game 4 win against the Angels in the ALCS. They would, of course, win. The only game they lost that entire postseason was Game 1 of the ALCS. They lost 3-2. Then they ripped off 4 straight. You had the craziness in Game 2, the drop third strike, that the Josh Paul, AJ Pierzynski game. They went out to L.A. They won Game 3 behind John Garland. It was on this day 20 years ago today that Freddie Garcia pitched them to an 8-2 win, and then it was Jose Contreras' turn tomorrow, and they would rip off 4 straight and go to the World Series.
Yeah.
It's a lifetime ago. I mean, it's 20 years ago. I think
20
about
years,
how much
guys.
has changed, how different the world is, how different my life is, your life, Bleck Abdalla's. I mean, 20 years.
20 years, guys.
Pretty much the same for us.
Not really.
Chris and I are still
You have a
seeing,
kid.
Well, Chris and I are still seeing each other every day.
That's true.
That's true.
It's kind of
It's a little different.
Well, you guys see
like
each other.
honestly, like I thought we'd be different.
You guys still get your Russian
You didn't think you'd
bathhouse
still be
time.
seeing each other every day.
Yeah, I
doing
thought
a
we'd
show.
be over this by
No,
now.
you're still together. It's a beautiful thing.
Do you know what other anniversary is today? What other baseball anniversary is today?
This is
Chicago
something
baseball anniversary is today.
The Cubs did something special in 2016. Didn't
Yes, they did.
Was today the clinching of the NLCS? It's about that time.
I don't know if this game did it, but it was a big moment in a game.
Miggy Montero home run.
Yes, it is.
There you go. Remember the short-lived Miguel Montero
Oh,
show on the
one
Carmen
show.
Jurko
One
program?
show.
Remember when he came on Waddle Silvy drunk?
I love Miggy Montero. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
I really do. He came on drunk at the parade with Waddle and Silvy, and he ripped Joe Madden. And then he came on. We started the Miggy Montero show. Then he came on once. I think the next day he caught Jake Arrieta. He ripped Arrieta after the game. And
it was over.
Cubs cut him. That was it. It was
over.
That was done.
The Miggy Montero show, the massive investment they finally made in our show,
one game
disappeared.
One show. Awesome. But today is the anniversary, the 20-year anniversary of Freddie Garcia's masterpiece. Again, that was just one of 4 straight by the White Sox.
Yeah.
And I only bring it up. Well, I bring it up for a few reasons. 20 years, the White Sox have not won a playoff series since. They've won 3 playoff games. 3.
Yep.
Wait, is it 2 or 3? Did they win one in the Oakland series, or did they get swept in that 2-game series? I'm trying to remember now. Can't even remember. It's either 2 or 3 playoff wins. They haven't won a series in 20 years, which is just so sad. What 20 years you haven't won a playoff series?
It's been 20 years, Carm.
But I bring it up only to also illustrate the point that the Dodgers are getting some rare pitching performances here. We don't see
Yamamoto.
Yeah, we don't see what we've seen the last couple of nights much anymore
Did you see
in
that?
baseball.
Yamamoto gave up the first inning home run.
Yeah.
And then shut him down, Carm.
You'll never see. He gave up the first inning, first pitch.
Yeah. Was it to Churio?
To Churio.
Yeah.
Jackson Churio hit the leadoff home run.
Opposite field.
Yeah, a little bit oppo, yeah.
Not a little bit. He went to right field. He's a
I
right-hander.
would say that was more like kind of.
Oh, no. Right field. Right
shaded
center
towards-
field. I mean, it wasn't by the foul pole. It was right field.
I'd say
Carm.
that's like right center. Like north by northwest.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm willing to bet.
All right, I won't bet you
No,
if you say
center
so.
in the right field pole halfway. You said
think it
right
was about
center,
halfway?
center. That means you go to right field in the center, and then you go like that.
Yeah.
So if that's what you're telling me,
You're
where
thinking
it
it's
was,
more direct right center?
I think it's more direct right field. than it is right center. The foul pole's not right field. That's the foul pole right field.
Okay.
So you go center and right, and you go halfway.
Yeah, you
that
might be
is
right,
field.
You
Center
might be
field's
right.
dead away. Left field is halfway in between that.
I'm like picturing it in my head now. You might be right.
Yeah.
First pitch of the game. And then they didn't.
It was right. You know where it was? Right at the crook.
Right at the crook.
In Milwaukee, right where the thing bends, the wall bends.
Yeah.
So you might be right now that I'm looking at where the wall bends, because they showed a overhead shot of
Felt
it.
a little right center-ish to me,
All right,
but
well,
that's all right.
You know what? We're going to talk about it.
They scored one run. That was it. Yamamoto goes the distance. It is the first complete game in the postseason, Yerk. I don't think this will surprise you, in 8 years. Just doesn't happen much anymore. 2017 was the last time we saw it. It was Justin Verlander in Game 2 of the ALCS against the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
There are only 4 of these since 2015. Since the playoffs started in 2015. So 11 postseasons, 10 years, 11 postseasons, Yerk. Only 4. Jake Arrieta in the wild card game against Pittsburgh in 2015. Madison Bumgarner in 2016.
Right.
Verlander in 17, and Yamamoto yesterday. That's it. And Blake Snell went 8 innings. Yamamoto said, I'll show you. Went the distance. 111 pitches, 7 Ks, 3 hits. The Dodgers starters in the series covered 17 innings with 4 hits allowed and 17 strikeouts. You just don't see it anymore. It takes you back to the 05 White Sox. You'll never see the 4 in a row again like that. But
All right, I got it.
Incredible stuff.
Come here.
Let's see.
Tell me what you think.
All right, let me see.
All right, hold on. Okay, there it is. There's the pitch. Trio gets a hold of it, right?
Yeah, it's more
Take a look where it's going.
You're right. That's right.
All right, it's like 22 and a half
You're right.
degrees.
That's
If I'm
right,
looking at 45, right?
Yeah.
Baseball field's 90. Center is right down the center is 45 to right field line.
Yeah.
If you go halfway, it's closer to 22 and a half degrees than it would be.
You're right. It's right field.
All right.
I thought it was a little more right centerish, but you're right.
I thought you were saying that because maybe you were challenging the fact that I didn't watch the game
No,
and I just
not
seen
at
a
all.
highlight.
Not at all.
I was dedicated to the first inning of this game.
I love it.
I want you to know that. First inning of this game.
You were dedicated to the first
inning? I
inning?
was dedicated to the first inning of this game. There's a lot of hockey on last night.
There was. I
Carm.
watched them.
A lot of hockey last night. I mean, my head was on a swivel watching hockey.
I watched a little. I'm going to try to watch the Hawks tonight.
Yeah, it was Taco Tuesday, by the way.
It was Taco
Yesterday. So at the local pub, I had myself 3 tacos.
Did you?
Delicious, Carm. Absolutely delicious.
Like street tacos, small?
They were like, they're hard tacos, small.
tacos?
But they're hard. There were no flour tortillas here. These were the good tortillas.
You don't like flour tortillas, huh? You like the corn?
I like them both.
I like the corn.
These come via the corn without a choice.
I like those.
These come one specific way on Tuesdays.
I'm more with you. I like
Yeah.
that. I think that's a little bit more like traditional
Could be,
like
yes.
Mexican street food. I
Yes.
think that's how they would, I think.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Though if you're eating on the street, it doesn't matter what kind of food it is. It's still considered street food,
It's still
right?
street food. But
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit more appropriate if it's corn. I love that.
But it was delicious. It was delicious yesterday. But man, a slew of hockey.
There was a lot of hockey
on a
on.
Tuesday. Just man, my eyes were all over looking at just guys skating.
And for those of us that got screwed by Chizen when they took the antenna option away, we can watch the Hawks tonight.
TNT.
I believe they're a TNT game tonight against
Dynamite.
the Blues. So I will try to watch a little bit of the Hawks, who picked up their
I
first
am
win of the
too.
year on Monday.
They beat the Mammoth.
They beat the Mammoth.
The Utah Mammoth.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear the hockey stick company is suing them?
Who?
Mammoth Hockey Sticks.
I didn't even know
You
there
ever
was
see
this.
them? Oh,
I never-
yeah. Take a look. Look up Mammoth Hockey Stick.
I never heard of that
They're
company.
suing the Utah Mammoth.
Is that right?
Yeah, for stealing their name. Mammoth Hockey
how do you-
Sticks.
I mean, how-
Well, you
how
do
do you
it by
do that?
saying, hey, that's our name for our hockey sticks. You are entering the hockey world via the professional level. You can't steal our stick name.
Yeah, but
That's
a
what they're
Mammoth,
trying to
you
say.
can't have a. You can't have like a.
Isn't that what they ran into with the Yeti? Didn't they want
yeah.
to be called the Yeti? And
They
Yeti
did.
Cooler
Yeti
said
company?
you can't.
Oh, I guess you
it's
can't.
too
Same thing,
close.
Jacksonville ran in with the Jaguars. They had a logo that looked similar to the Jaguar that was
Yeah.
on top of the roof, and they had to change the Jaguar to just the head.
Yeah, so you can't have a trademark on something that's.
You most defiantly can, absolutely.
I've never heard of a Yeti. I mean, excuse me, a Mammoth hockey stick.
Well,
before.
of
I
course.
never
I
heard of
mean,
that.
you quit playing a long time ago once you lost your teeth. Have you found the Mammoth hockey stick?
No.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're out there, Carm.
Splatler. I do not
Right here.
see
I'm looking at it right now. Oh, that's Player Mint. Hold on. I'm not looking for Utah Mammoth. I don't want Utah Mammoth. I'm looking for the regular hockey company.
I don't know. I didn't hear about that, though. But I will try to watch a little bit of the Hawks tonight. But, yeah, Dave Roberts and Andrew Friedman breathing a sigh of relief, knowing they don't have to go to their bullpen. The Dodgers are something, man.
Here you go.
Let me see.
Mammoth Hockey, right there. I never heard of them. Yeah. Well, I've been around the block a little bit.
That's true.
They've got gear, player gear. They got all types of good stuff, Carm.
That's true. First time, Yurko, since 1970 that both teams in the LCS, both the road teams, started 2-0. First time since 1970, which was like the infancy of playoff series. Up until that point, you had just had to win the pennant. When they expanded and they changed the playoff structure, I think that was 69. So that's how far you got to go back. 1970, the Reds and the Orioles who would meet in the World Series that year, and the Orioles would beat the Reds. That's the last time it happened where both road teams won each of the first two games. In both series, both the ALCS and the NLCS, the road team won each of the first two games. So,
have you guys seen this on the interwebs a little bit?
What's that?
Cubs fans taking a little bit of a victory lap.
I haven't really, but I don't pay close attention to that kind of stuff.
I've seen this a little bit.
What is the victory lap?
The victory lap
is
lost. That the Brewers are now the ones
that's stupid
doing the losing to
dumb.
the Dodgers.
You lost.
And that Cubs fans are now relishing, pun intended, Chicago.
A funny guy.
That the Brewers are the ones getting their blanks kicked in by a team.
Well, I don't know what kind of satisfaction you get out of that other than maybe just that the team that beat you gets knocked out, but that's silly. To take a victory lap is insane. They beat your ass again in the division, and they beat you in the playoffs.
Just seen it from a few mouthy Cubs fans.
If they would win and they'd win the World Series and you end up losing to the eventual world champion, then I can understand it. Hey, look, we lost to the world champions. We played the best team. We lost to the best team. But not if they get eliminated by the Dodgers.
Yeah, there's no victory laps.
What are you bragging about?
I don't know how the Cubs would have pieced together their rotation against the Dodgers either, not with their starting pitching. And it's amazing to me, this is where the Dodgers are good, Yerk. They find ways and they overcome their weaknesses. They basically held a starting staff together in October with duct tape. They really had no starting pitching. They had a brilliant bullpen. And they found a way to navigate all those series. Remember, we had the Padres bet. The Padres were up 2-1 in that divisional series. And they found a way to piddle it away. The Dodgers came back and won. They won the LCS. They won the World Series. Basically without a starting staff. They did it with their bullpen. This year, if they win, they're going to have to do the exact opposite. And I give them credit for how they do these things. They were smart with the way they kind of protected Blake Snell throughout the course of the year. He looks awesome now, and Yamamoto, and they're going to go with Glasnow, I believe, in Game 3, and then you got Shohei waiting in the wings. But they don't want to go to their bullpen at all. It stinks. And if they win again, like the way they can overcome some of their deficiencies, very, very impressive. They got a long way to go. They haven't won anything yet, but you still got to win 6 more games. But it is impressive. We got the Brunch Rush coming up next. Courtney Cronin at 11 with an update from Hallis. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate.
Bleck Abdalla's pregame tailgate, Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Bleck Abdalla and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Bleck Abdalla's pregame tailgate, Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University
on ESPN Chicago.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey!
Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable, large, light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now, during Truck Month, get 2.9% APR financing on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Chiro One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Chiro1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Glenview, Wheeling, and Libertyville. That's Chiro1.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty, and when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local, veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
$1.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
It's time for the brunch rush. I'm reading a story on Bleacher Nation, just eviscerating Jerry Reinsdorf. And I got to admit, it may be a little petty on my part. Okay. I'm kind of liking it. I'm not going to lie.
Bleacher Nation, huh?
I'm kind of liking it. I know it's a little petty, you know. I'm kind of liking it. Because like I said, it's been 20 years since the White Sox were relevant. I mean, they were relevant last year because they were so bad. But that's not fun. Like, it's not fun to only hear people talk about your team nationally because they're an embarrassment, right? That's not fun. I guess you'd say no press is bad press, and at least people were talking about them, but that wasn't really fun. They've won 3 playoff games since 05, Yerk. 3. They've only had, as Jerry's owned the team, they've only won a series and 1 playoffs. That was 05 when they won 3.
Yes.
They've never even won another series. And they're just so irrelevant that it is painful. I had my young nephew ask me recently. My youngest brother's a Cub fan. And I had one of his twin boys, my nephew, came up to me and said, "Why are you a Sox fan?" And I didn't even really know how to answer it. You know,
right?
I said it's hard. I said, I said I won't even try.
Right,
Jim. I won't even try to make.
Right.
Stick with your old man. I won't even try. It's hard. It's. I've said this for years. It is hard. We are irrelevant. Nobody talks about us. They leave us off graphics talking about the great teams of the 21st century.
That's right.
It's gotten so bad that I think ESPN is now deliberately trolling us. And my proof is that during the draft this year, as they were putting up the credentials of their draft analysts, Chris Burke is one of them, who played in the big leagues for the Houston Astros, they wrote on the graphic 2005 World Series champion. No, he played on the losing team in 2005.
Yes, he did.
How do you make that mistake? Even AI wouldn't make that mistake. Like what they did when Bobby Jenks passed was sad because some young person who didn't know about Bobby Jenks or the 05 White Sox just asked AI.
Yeah.
But AI wouldn't even make that mistake. The Astros didn't win the 05 World Series. The White Sox did. I'm convinced ESPN is now just trolling us. So it's brutal. So I'm enjoying this story at Bleacher Nation. I haven't gotten through all of it yet, but I mean, just absolutely taking Jerry to the woodshed. Anyway, I digress. Adam?
Hi, guys.
It's brunch rush time.
I think
are we all good?
I think you need a mimosa, dude.
You need something.
Why do I need a mimosa?
Because you
We
got to
need to
calm
chill,
down,
chill
man.
out,
You got to
chill.
calm
I'm
down,
just saying,
man.
Ishbia's on the way.
Yeah.
Come on.
In 5 years.
2032.
Well, it's still, hey, you never know.
2032.
Life happens, Carm. You never know what could take place.
2032. What are we? We're in 2025, 2023, 7 years.
Close your eyes.
I'm like
blink.
I'll be like
next thing you know.
I'll be like 54.
Yeah,
All
well,
right.
hey, we're getting old.
You got what? You got 30 solid years after
Ishbia's
that.
on the way.
I
He was
hope.
at the Cubs playoff game.
You know, you know what it'll be? You by then you'll be the old guy with the cane at the World Series, shaking your cane.
Do you guys know? I will be. Do you know? I don't have FOMO much, but I had a moment of FOMO last week. Do you want me to do this now, or should we save it? Should I save it?
Save it.
Because it's Cubs Sox related. I had
Save
FOMO. You want me to save it, Adam? I'll save it.
Sure. Save
You
it.
guys know what FOMO is? I know Bleck and Abdalla know. what
Find
FOMO
out, money out.
Yeah,
close.
yeah, that's what the kids
Because
say.
you know what FOMO
the kids
is?
are out here saying, "Find out, money out."
Find out, money out. FOMO is fear of missing out.
Oh, okay.
I had a moment of FOMO, and it's related to us, the Cubs, the Sox, and Mark Silverman. I will explain to you a little. I had FOMO. I don't have that very often.
You wanted to be stuck in a parking lot of it.
Yeah, you wanted to be on a party bus.
No, that's the one thing I probably didn't admit.
Okay.
I'll explain a little bit more coming up.
later
We'll do it
on.
after we talk to
Great
Courtney.
tease.
But in this, go to Bleacher Nation and check out this article too. All right, go ahead, Adam.
All right, I was perusing some mock drafts, not because the Bears are out of it. They're 3-2. It's great, but I want to see what what I should start watching for. It's that time of college football season, guys. We're in week 8, right? It sounds like
week 8 in college.
It sounds like a Bleck and Abdalla read is about to start.
Hey, Abdalla, did you know that we're in week 8?
Wow, and there's nothing like kicking off college
grab some
football.
Yuengling.
All right.
Grab some Yuengling.
So
sorry.
basically everybody now, all these rankings are just done by where the records are right now. The Bears are picking right around the middle, 17th, 18th, 16th, right around there. Everyone has them picking an edge rusher, okay?
Oh, good.
Everyone has them picking an edge rusher because I believe if you're going to make a trade, it's not going to be for an edge rusher because you're already paying Montez Sweat $1 bajillion and you're paying, whatever his name is, $30 million, right?
Odangba.
His name. $30 million. So, one trade on CBS Sports that teams could make that is realistic for the Bears as I scroll down because my computer has crashed
frozen
like
again?
4 times today. Oh, it's been...
Abdalla has been MFing the computer behind the scenes for the last 40 minutes.
So this would actually work because the Saints are on their way here today, and Dennis Allen actually drafted this player, Alontae Taylor, cornerback, out of New Orleans. He was drafted. He's on the last year of his deal. It would make a lot of sense here in this system because he's very familiar. And guess what? The Bears need a corner.
Need a corner with Jalen Johnson being out. And Deshaun Wright has struggled.
He would not cost you a lot because he is on the last year of his deal. The Saints are bad. I'm sure they would take something for him.
That's like a kind of minor move that might be impactful, that could help, that you're not mortgaging the future too much.
27 years old.
Who wrote that? CBS
Sports, yeah. It was one move every contender. And they said the Bears are a contender. How
I like
about
what
that?
they're thinking there, yeah.
Contender.
Yeah.
I like where they're thinking, and I like that they call the Bears a contender. I agree.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that would be good. That's well thought out.
All right, what else?
Because I don't think they're going to make any moves for
I don't think they're trading
a
for
running
Breece
back
Hall
or
no, I don't think so.
You're not getting what Cap said, a second-round pick for Hendrickson and Breece Hall.
A second
Or
round.
second-round pick for he said a second-round pick. Who was it? It was for it was Hendrickson and who else on the
Chase Brown?
Chase Brown on the Bengals.
Yeah. I don't think
second-round pick for that. And
I don't think you're getting both those players
No,
for a second round
no,
pick. I would be surprised at that.
And then you'd have to pay Breece Hall, who would want around $15 to $16 million a year.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not in the market for that. I gotta be
dumb.
honest. Yeah.
We've got our good friend Matt Eberflus, who has the second to worst defense in the NFL in points allowed per game and the worst defense allowed in yards allowed per game.
Yeah.
And Jerry Jones says that's the man he would want in a foxhole with him.
Well, it might not be a long battle, Jerry, if that's the guy you're going into the foxhole with. But okay, to each his own. It's hard.
What are you
to
guys
totally...
going to hide under dead bodies?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, what
hard
are you
to
doing
totally
in that
blame
foxhole?
Eberflus for everything. They lost Micah, but
you're okay. To
Move
your
the
point,
bodies. I'm hiding.
I don't want to defend Matt Eberflus.
No, nor should you.
However, Dallas has had a bottom defense the last 5 years.
Well, the last couple for sure. Well, I think with Dan Quinn leaving hurts.
Yeah,
I think Deron Bland being injured off and on the last couple years hurts.
His fault.
Trading Micah Parsons hurts.
It's not entirely his fault.
I would agree. It's not.
He's going to be the fall guy, obviously. But to say that's the man you want to be in the foxhole with, I would have thought that he wouldn't have been a fan of his haircut. A little too flashy for him.
A little too stylish? A little too flashy?
A little too flashy for
Yeah,
him.
but I don't know. I mean, Jerry has fine taste, I think, as a man of many riches. And he probably can at least look at Matt Eberflus and say he's spending a lot of money on that haircut. So I think Jerry respects that in a way. Does that make sense? Jerry probably looks at him and he thinks, now that's a man spending $150 on a haircut. I like that kind of guy. Jerry rolls with the highfalutin crowd.
Yeah, he does.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Oh, yeah.
We know, Jerry.
You got
very
that
low
right.
percentage.
Very low percentage.
A gusher.
Not a lot of glory holes.
That's what the man loves, a gusher.
What else, Adam?
I just had another story here.
Your
and
quick
now
computer
it's-
crashed again?
No. Everything is refreshing now.
Oh.
Everything's refreshing. There was some more official problems here. You guys saw in the Lions game where there was the trick play and Jared Goff caught the touchdown.
Yeah,
the flag was thrown immediately, and apparently after the game, Dan Campbell talked to the officials, and they said it should not have been a flag. It came from New York. That it should not have been a flag. So Dan Campbell is
really.
now.
So now they're saying that was. I thought Jurko described it well, and I thought the rules officials described it well. You can't go under center and then go in motion without resetting, right? I thought that was a correct call. They're saying now that
Wallstad said the penalty was called for after discussion. The circumstances and the delay invited speculation that Wallstad received guidance from the league office as to the situation. That speculation may be accurate. Appearing Wednesday on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit, Lions coach Dan Campbell said that he was told that New York made the call, not the officials.
So the referee didn't necessarily have that knowledge and that call on that.
But the league can watch.
When they called for the replay, because it was a scoring thing, because it was a touchdown,
all
right?
scoring plays are reviewed.
Then the league intervened.
Got it.
New York intervened, and they made the call.
And they caught it.
So when they threw the flag right away, it wasn't a penalty right away. They reviewed it afterwards.
It's all confusing. I think ultimately they got that right. That appeared to be an illegal motion by
But that's
Jared
not the way
Goff.
replay's supposed to work.
No.
No, it's not.
Mm-mm.
The league is not allowed to, from the bird's eye view, say, wait a minute, you guys missed something. I thought they were allowed to do that. They're not allowed to do that?
I don't think so.
They're
not allowed.
Now I'm all confused.
They're not allowed to call penalty that wasn't called. I don't think there was a penalty called on the play.
Is that what Adam's saying? There wasn't a flag thrown? I think you said the flag was thrown early. What does that mean?
There was a flag thrown early, I believe.
Okay, so
What was it for?
I have no idea. I'm confused now. I have no clue. I'm very confused, which is not the first time.
I'm still more confused.
I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got it right, if they got it wrong, if they're supposed to do that, if they're not supposed to do that. I feel like Chris Penn in Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah.
I don't know who's shot. I don't know who's not. I don't know who's got the diamonds. All I know is Daddy's coming down here and he's effing pissed. That's all I know.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Great movie.
We still might get a North Carolina Bill Belichick documentary. It was axed from Hulu, but Bill Belichick was asked about the project yesterday, and he said it's still a work in progress, and we're working through a few logistics, so no real update at this time, but there will be something.
I don't need a North Carolina Bill Belichick documentary. Do you? I don't need it.
Yeah, I kind of want one.
Jordan, you want to see Jordan?
I kind of want. No, I don't need to see her.
What do you mean?
I don't want.
He and Mike Lombardi, a couple of guys in their 70s and making a mess in North Carolina.
I want it to be unauthorized, though. I want it to be unauthorized.
Good luck.
But he's the one controlling it.
That's the point. I want this to be unauthorized.
I don't need it. Keep it, pass.
I need this to be unauthorized. I need people to be the shadows. I need voices to be fixed and pixelated and whatnot.
Good luck.
I need people to be like, well, what I was seeing is that recruits were being ushered in and out and sideline passes given. I need all that.
Ain't gonna happen. All right, what else?
That's the Brunch Rush.
That's the Brunch Rush. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. And then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fry the Coop got itself into a pickle. And when I say pickle, I mean a Vienna beef pickle. Yeah, that's right. Vienna beef sells pickles. Now on the best chicken sandwiches in Chicago. Fry the Coop. Available at all locations.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Our stream all this week is brought to you by Chevy. Nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. Ask Jurko. He's had Silverados for a long time. He's got a beautiful new one right now. I see him driving around. You talk about the man in that thing. Your good kid pulls up, and he's the man. Make no mistake.
Got that right.
J.D. Power's most dependable large light-duty pickup. Man. During Truck Month, get 2.9% APR on all 26 Silverado 1500 S's. Visit ChevyDriveChicago.com. That's ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, the official truck of the Chicago Bears. Drive what Jurko drives. Drive what Taves and Kane drive. Drive a Chevy. By the way, you were speaking yesterday. I saw young to the youth.
Yeah,
America's youth.
Yeah,
the local youth, the football team.
My son's an assistant coach at the local grammar school, the one that he attended.
Yeah,
and the neighbor boy Jack is the head coach. So he asked me the other day, or one of the days during the fall, he goes, "Can you come out and speak to the boys?
Mm-hmm.
Say a word or two to the fellas."
And do they do the big introduction? Say, listen, this guy played 10 years in the league. You guys need to listen.
They gave me the proper introduction.
Yeah.
They gave me the proper introduction, and the fact that, I was the neighbor there and I lived in Cherville and everything. So it was good. It was nice.
Excellent.
Just talk to the kids about participation and being a part of organizations, whether they're sports organizations or whether they're student council, whether they're a member of the 4-H club or whatever it is.
Whatever it is. Be part of a team, a group, right?
Or to participate. Be actively involved.
Yes.
Don't just sit on the sidelines,
That's a great message.
Don't sit on the sidelines and brood.
Be involved. That's a great message.
You're not a part of it. Get involved. Do that. Doesn't matter what it is. Whether it's an academic organization, whether it's a social organization, whatever it is, become a part of something.
Look at you.
Yeah. So it was a good little message, good little talk.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. You do some X's and O's with them too? Or
no X's and O's. It's more just big picture items.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic.
I spoke probably for about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. That's it.
Good.
With the kids, wished them luck. They got one more game left.
Good.
They put one on there. Talked to them about the importance of wrestling, too. If you're going to play football, wrestle. I said, play other sports. Don't listen to these coaches that say you only play one sport. Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Amen.
Yeah. You got to
Don't
play
get too specialized.
Play everything
when
if
you're young.
you can.
If you can.
Yeah, if you can. Some high schools, it's impossible to get 100 kids coming out for the freshman baseball team.
Yeah.
I get it. Other high schools, they need somebody to play all the sports.
Yeah.
Get as many guys out as they possibly can, which is kind of a nice way to go through life, being able to participate.
That's a great message, Eric. It's a message of hope from the good kid.
Now the problem is people see me speak at 1.
Don't call
And they
them.
took the video, and then it's going, hey, can you get... No.
This is Jurko's way of saying don't ask.
Yeah, no. I'm going to be at the local pub. Be at the local pub, spinning yarns and telling stories.
Kids, let me tell you about the importance of not sitting on the sideline. You want to go out, you want to do. Hey, Jurko, you come speak to my team? No, I'm going to go to the local pub.
No. They only listen to me because I was there with my son and with the neighbor boys, and they were coaching now.
I love you.
That's why they listen to me.
I'm going to be at the
You
local
don't want to
pub.
hear from me. You know, you don't want to hear from me. Trust me when I say it.
Take that, all you.
And I always say there's no speaking engagement too big, no speaking engagement fee that's too big at the same breath.
Absolutely.
Nobody, and not only that, but nobody ever wants to pay.
No, of course.
It's always on the arm.
Always on the arm.
Always on the arm.
It's always on the arm.
For my kid, yes. For anybody else, no.
Courtney Cronin live.
And how much is too much? There is no number that's too much.
Oh, God. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, rolling along. Hope everyone's having a great morning. We've got another hour, and then Rich Eisen's on the air. Bleck Abdalla back with you live and local at 2. Uninterrupted until 3. Waddle and Silvy get you home until 6:30, and then it is Game 3 from Seattle. That place is going to be rocking tonight. You can catch the game right here on your home for October baseball, ESPN Chicago. Blue Jays and Mariners. Mariners up 2-0. Did you see after the – we'll get to Courtney here in 1 second. I won't take us too far off track, but did you see from the win on Friday – we didn't get a chance to talk about that because, Monday Cubs had been eliminated. It was a Bears Monday. We're getting ready – but the Friday night, the Mariner Tiger game, incredible into the 15th inning. And did you see that one of the government facilities that registers the seismic activity, of course, because of the location of Seattle off the Pacific coast?
Sure.
Like, did you see MLB? Yeah, MLB tweeted it out. Like
the Richter scale.
It registered the ground moving. When who walked it off? Did Polanco walk it off? I think Jorge Polanco.
Placido Polanco.
He's got Placido Polanco.
Yeah. No.
It was registering the ground moving, like the seismic center, whatever the hell it is.
The Richter scale was activated.
The Richter scale was activated.
Yeah, seismic activity.
That place was going nuts. That scene was incredible.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so that place tonight, they're dying for a winner. We think our team's bad sometimes. My White Sox are bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had so little to cheer about this century.
A lot of losers in Seattle.
Yeah, well, especially the baseball team, and I think they're on the verge of something special.
I was talking about their sports teams,
I guess there's nothing to. I mean, the Seahawks won a Super Bowl though here in recent years. They've been to a couple.
They won with Pete Carroll.
Yeah,
Pete Carroll, but they lost the Supersonics.
They did, but the baseball team's been so bad.
You lose a sports franchise.
Yeah, it sucks.
You got to feel like losers, don't you?
That's true. It does suck.
But they did win a Super Bowl. Congrats.
Yeah, went to 2.
And they got the Kraken now.
And they've got the Kraken.
So they lost one, but they got one back. They got the Kraken.
But they're dying for a winner, and I think their
they are.
baseball team looks like it might be a winner.
Jack Sikma was a winner.
Jack Sikma was a winner.
Oh, boy, you bet he was.
Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline.
Jack Sikma.
It's the head of Courtney Cronin.
Courtney.
She's brought to you by Costa Ivone. Injured in a crash or at work? Call Costa Ivone, your local injury lawyers. They live here. They work here. They fight for their people. Costa Ivone, call 708-4 million. You did the double dip on the East Coast outside the nation's capital. How were both games? I mean, thrilling. The second one you got to cover was pretty thrilling on Monday night. That's for sure.
It was awesome. Yeah. I mean, what a way to just the emotional swing of that game, and being up 13 points and then being down by 8, and then to see the Bears come back and to walk it off that way. Like, I guess this is the way that these games are going to go from now on, whether it's a Hail Mary or a game-winning field goal after a fumble at midfield. I mean, that was awesome. The game before, the day before, I guess like a little early scouting look for me on the Ravens, since that's the team that the Bears play in 2 weeks. But, God, they look bad right now. Don't understand why Cooper Rush is the backup quarterback for Lamar Jackson. He doesn't at all mirror his skill set. He doesn't at all throw the ball. Like, they don't clearly trust him to do that, but they also don't seem to trust their running back, Derrick Henry. Some really weird play calls there, and the fact that they only scored 3 points. Not great. But it was a long weekend, but it was a good one.
Yeah, for the Bears, I mean, to come out of bye and do a lot of the things that they had struggled to do early in the season, I think is pretty refreshing. And that starts and ends with the run game. And it was really an all-around dominant performance. I mean, they got exactly what they were looking for. I thought it was maybe the best game Darnell Wright's played in his career, too, and maybe a little bit ironic because he's got this injury he's got to play with the rest of the year now.
Yeah, I mean, that elbow injury sounds like it's going to be one that, certainly isn't going away quickly. But, the offensive line and the pass blocking, like if you go back and watch the tape, I mean, nothing stood out to you during the game where it's like, wow, like, nothing stood out to you in a bad way. I mean, like that was, and then upon a rewatch, it felt like Theo Benedict settled in very quickly. I know there was the one penalty on him, and they are still a pretty highly penalized team all the way around. But the O-line looks like it's taken shape in a way that I think Ben Johnson, this offensive staff, can be happy with going forward. And, beyond that, the fact that they were able to gut out another ugly win. Like, imagine what it's going to look like when they can start, doing some of the things, not getting flagged, the illegal procedure. I understand it was ticky-tack, but, that wiped off a touchdown. Imagine what happens when they start playing clean football. I think Ben pointed that out yesterday. Like, that's why he's so excited to see how far they can push this thing, because you're on a 3-game win streak right now. You've won coming out of the bye. Those are things that Bears teams of old, yes, I know they had a 3-game win streak last year, ending in Jacksonville, and then, coming out of the bye, we know what happened. Like, this is now your chance to show you're a different team, to show that you can handle sustained success and keep it going. With the Saints coming to town and then being able to take advantage of a vulnerable Ravens team in 2 weeks. Like, I know John Harbaugh said, like, immediately Sunday that Lamar will be playing in Week 8, but let's see. The defense there is not good. I mean, this is a chance for the Bears to build off what they've been doing and go on a nice little run. No matter what happens in the month of November, like, there's some really prime opportunities that if they continue to play it the way they have, to continue to correct some of these, big mistakes, the run defense, the run game, like, those are the two biggest problems, and neither of them were big problems. They were actually net positives for them, certainly in the run game with DeAndre Swift on Monday. If you can continue to build on that, this can look, pretty good going into the month of November.
What's wrong with DJ Moore?
I know people are speculating on how severe of a groin injury it could have been to get him to not travel with the team. Ben said it's kind of a personal thing. I mean, you can speculate on that all you want, femoral artery, all the other things that, the Twitter doctors are putting out there. But he's day-to-day. Like, if it was worse, they would have said week to week, because that's typically how Ben's been addressing longer-term injuries. I think it's just a good thing that they checked on it, because I saw him in the locker room, and then all of a sudden we hear, hey, he left in an ambulance. He finished the game. The only play of that final drive that he wasn't out there for was the kneel down to be able to set up the field goal. he was on the sideline a little bit. I saw there was a moment, I looked up at the broadcast that showed him and Andre Tucker, their head athletic trainer, on the sideline, and DJ was crouched down a little bit. So maybe it was something that he sustained, early on that he was able to fight through, or maybe something flared up afterwards. But it was a precautionary measure. And now, they won't practice today. Today's a closed walkthrough. But when we see the injury report tomorrow to see, what he was able to do, or at least today would be like an estimated one, I think you'll get a sense of what this could look like over the next couple of days. But I would imagine if it is, in the injury report today, it'd probably be DNP, considering he did just have a hospital stay.
Yeah. Were you surprised at all to hear all the rhetoric around the commentary during the game on Monday, and that Ben Johnson even felt the need to kind of get out in front and address it when he was talking to Joniak on the coaches show yesterday?
So how bad was it in real time? Because, I listen to Joniak and Thayer during the game. I always do. I've been doing that since I got here. I don't listen to the national broadcast, whether it's Westwood One or whether it's on TV. So when I went, I saw the comments on, about Troy Aikman, the way that the big, I guess, the way I'd summarize it is that what I saw on Monday was that it sounded like they weren't being fair to Caleb and they were propping up Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
is that how you guys heard it when you were watching it on TV on Monday night?
That's probably a fair assessment. These are one of the things, and listen, whatever floats your boat, I'm not criticizing necessarily. It just doesn't affect me at all. So I'm sometimes the wrong person to ask, who cares what Troy Aikman says? I got to be honest. I just, how it affects your ability to watch a game, I don't think these announcers care nearly as much as people think about each fan group and each team. I just don't. I don't think it exists. But maybe I'm wrong, and if you're hot and bothered by it, okay. But I think you nailed it, that it was too overly critical of Caleb and too glowing in the praise for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, because when I watched the game back, I watched the All-22, so and
there's no sound.
And there's no sound. But I was curious because Ben did seem a little annoyed because he said, let's just say I watched it on mute when he was asked about, because I think he said it in the afternoon yesterday when he was on with us about the game and, the comments that were made. He is right, though. You have to go out and earn your respect.
Yep.
They haven't won anything, to be honest with you. Yes, a 3-game win streak is a good thing to have right now. But in the grand scheme of an entire season, you haven't proven anything yet. And he'd be the first person to tell you that. I mean, I thought his comments yesterday, after getting past that initial comment about, Troy Aikman's analysis of Caleb, was spot on. They have to continue this, not just be a flash in the pan the way that they have been when they've had these win streaks, mini win streaks before.
They're doing all the little things that Ben is asking, it feels like, Courtney. All the things that he's been preaching, and sometimes you get this natural pop when a new coach and a new staff takes over. Not always. It's not happening for Aaron Glenn and the Jets in New York right now. Never really fired for Callahan in Tennessee. He's out after just a year and a quarter or so. But it happens a lot, but it really feels like it's sinking in. All the things he's been preaching about since he got the job, the spring, the summer, that he continued to harp on going into the bye week, it seems like they're starting to get the message about the attention to detail and about the things that are expected of you if you want to stick around on this team.
Yeah, and I think players will be the first to tell you that, when you see something working, it's easier to buy in to continue to do that. And, when Ben's pointing out yesterday how, he goes in for breakfast, he sees guys on their iPads studying, and that's not something that guys deserve roses for. They're professional athletes. They make a lot of money to do this job, but they see something. I keep using that phrase, proof of concept. When you see something work after you've been told, hey, if you do it this way, it will work, then guys are going to be more, they're going to want to buy into it, and they're going to want to continue to, do their actions based on the coaching to see how things will play out long term. And so we use that word culture so often, and sometimes I think it gets thrown around maybe too loosely. And even George McCaskey, I remember when we were talking with him in the off season in August about, Ben and the culture shift inside Hallis Hall. And he was kind of quick to stop, to stop and say, it's not a culture shift yet. You got to go out there and win games. they do this a lot. They fire head coaches, and then they bring new ones in. There's a big promise made, and a lot of times it's not delivered on.
Yeah.
Grand scheme, it hasn't been delivered on yet, but you're starting to see progress, and that's a good thing to show you that you've got the right head coach who has the right, acumen to do this job, and players believe in that. Players believe that they're going to be put in good situations late in games that, their execution coupled with coaching decisions is going to yield good results. And so far you've seen that. End of games, beginning of games, the way they've started, especially playing on the road the last couple of weeks, bouncing back from how they started on the road in Vegas. And that's coaching. And that's a lot of that, I think, is what Ben Johnson, is able to show players. And the last thing I'll say on this, when Caleb was talking the other night and he was saying how just his relationship with Ben over the first month, that there'll be times where he's like, hey, here's a good play call coming up. And sometimes it's like, is this really going to work? And then it does. And then Ben's like, yeah, that was a good play call. Even the quarterback at times, I wouldn't say questions things, but it's I don't know. And then all of a sudden you see it work. And it's okay, I can do this. He does know what he's doing. He is pushing the right buttons. And I think that goes a long way with the team and the buy-in and belief that they can, go on a run here.
Okay, injury-wise, other than DJ, which you updated us on, unfortunately Sewell with the concussion in that game. I don't know that they'll be, that they're going to have 3 linebackers on the field a ton anyway Sunday. Kellen Moore's running a lot of 11, so they probably won't be in base a ton. But any other key injuries we need to know about? Or it seems like they got out of that game pretty healthy, other than the 2 we talked about.
They did, and I think Grady Jarrett's a good candidate to come back this week. So he didn't practice at all last week. It's the same knee injury that he's been dealing with for the entire season, playing on it. They give him last week off coming out of the bye. I think this would be a week where he's a good candidate to return.
Okay. All right. Anything else we should know?
No, I mean, their Bears are going to be up there. We're up there today. It's Ben Johnson, it's Caleb, and then a few other players. So I think the big thing going forward is against this, Saints are, 17th against the run right now. This is a good opportunity to see if you can start putting DeAndre Swift in those positions to continually, generate some big yards on the ground. It might not be a 55-yard catch and run again. Maybe it will be, but that was pretty impressive to see them break through finally after they've been saying just give it some time and it'll come through, and it did.
Yeah, it was great. Saints are probably one of the better 1-5 teams you'll run into, to be honest. As crazy as that sounds, they're not terrible, and especially when you look into some of the metrics. They're not.
No, I mean they almost beat the Bills. Had it not been for their ridiculously stupid Philly special that they botched. They're one of those teams where the record isn't indicative of how close those games, some of them, have been. And even with the Patriots this past weekend, that's true too.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Good stuff, Courtney. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
This is Courtney Cronin, brought to you by Costa Ivoni on the Yuengling guest hotline. Follow Courtney on X. She is at Courtney R. Cronin. Get back out and take some more of your Bears calls if you want to chime in, whether it's the Aikman stuff, if you were hot and bothered by it, Caleb's overall performance, the things that you're liking. I mean, he is getting better. He is trending in a very good direction. It's still not perfect. Nobody expects it to be. And even great quarterbacks aren't always going to have perfect games, perfect moments, perfect halves, perfect quarters. Drake May had almost a perfect half last week against the Saints. Not so much in the second half. Even within a game, you can see things changed and adjustments being made and teams doing things differently. It will be interesting to see if this offense can go out and carve up the Saints the way the Patriots did in the first half last week. But, that game was... the second half was played at a different pace, really, than the first half was. But May and the Patriots did a lot of good things against that Saints defense in the first 30 minutes last Sunday. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Here comes Bears, Saints, live from Soldier Field. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call starting at noon. Pre-game at 8. Network pre-game at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app.
This is the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa Ivoni, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection. one Chicagoan to another.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
Hey, guys, if you're looking for the best live music in Chicagoland, you know it's Joe's Live in Rosemont. That's the place to be. Coming up, they've got Randall King on November 1st and Priscilla Block December 5th. 2 huge shows. You don't want to miss them. So get your tickets now because they're going fast. Grab yours at joesliverosemont.com. Again, that's joesliverosemont.com.
Wondering what makes neutral so tasty? It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, real refreshing. When good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. Join Neutral at Anchor Bar, home of the original Buffalo Wing in Oswego for the football toss promotion October 16th. Take your shot for a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas. Plus, enjoy food and drink specials every day. Neutral. Real vodka, real juice, real tasty.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Get ready for chilly days with True North's True Brew Coffee. True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend brewed daily. Now only $1 when you use your True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Saints D is 19th in the NFL in EPA per play yard, but they were carved up by Drake May in the first half last week. May was number 1 in the NFL for week 6 in EPA plus completion percentage over expectation. His adjusted EPA per play in the first half last week was 1.1. That's insane. Nobody goes over 1. For context, the next best first half performance of week 6 was Jackson Dart. He was at .731. I mean, that's like 1.1 is nuts. But he had a near perfect quarterback rating in that first half. He had 3 touchdown passes. He was pretty awesome. That game kind of slowed to a halt in the second half. There were only 2 field goals. But the Saints really have been in pretty much all their games except one that got away from them. Other than that, they've been kind of hanging around. They've been a little bit pesty. So I don't think it'll be look, nobody's thinking that the Saints are going to come in here and roll over, that the Bears are so good that you're going to have this thing in cruise control. Good week of practice, a lot of focus, and like you say all the time, the only way you get really great in this league is by stacking these performances. doing it over and over
right.
and over and over and
That's
over
right.
and over again. And that is how you earn trust. That's how you earn Respect. That's exactly right. And that's what Ben
That's
Johnson
how you
was saying
build
yesterday.
the foundation of a football team.
Yeah. No let up here against the Saints.
You want to
just because they're 1-5.
build that on, not a castle made of sand.
That's
or a
that's right.
house of cards.
That's right.
Don't take much to blow away, Carm.
Yeah.
You want something solid,
Something
bedrock,
solid.
baby.
I want concrete, baby.
That's right.
Let's go to Chris in Naperville. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, Carm Jurko, thanks for having me.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys remember the last time I called in. It was about a month before the draft. And I said at 10, if he was there, they were going to take Genty. Well, I heard earlier you guys were talking about all the mock drafts are showing an edge rusher. And I can only hope that's true. And I can only hope that the Bears build on what they did in the running game, because everything that I have seen on the early mocks is Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame, and I just went, oh God, here we go. Like, we're going to be living this whole deja vu all over again.
I've seen that, yeah.
It's Vuja Day all over
I've seen
again.
that a little bit, Chris. Who knows? We're so far away from that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's no time to start fretting over what the Bears may or may not do in the draft.
And Carmen and I don't mind a running back if you're going to be like picking 28th. You made the playoffs. You went far. You're 28th. You want to take a running back? What do we say?
Yeah,
Then you get the
stealing the
fifth-year
extra
option.
year.
Then you get the fifth-year option. Yeah, stealing the extra year.
I don't mind. I don't mind second round. I thought, they had obviously they really like Trevion Henderson. I would have loved that. He's not off to a great start. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I don't.
No, you blame the line.
Yeah, you
Offensive
blame a
line is
yeah.
always to blame, guys.
I don't blame Genty
can't
for
run the
some of the
ball.
struggles early
O-line.
on.
Yeah.
He, you see the talent he has, and if you ever marry him with a really good scheme and a good O-line, they'll be great. But you could find, that we look around the league all the time, and you constantly find productive running backs. All the time. I mean, week in and week out, you see it. You're seeing it with Krosky Merritt. The Bears did a good job against him.
They did.
But you've seen the fine season he's having.
They pinned him up.
I mean, hell, the Chargers are down to their third guy, and he had 140-something yards last week, didn't he?
Yeah.
Against Miami.
Kakuni Vilma.
Vidal.
Yeah, Kakuni Vilma.
Kamani, I think, right? Kamani Vidal.
Kamani Vidal.
Vidal Sassoon.
Kamani Vidal.
He had a big game.
Yes, he did.
So, you can find it. It's just not a big investment that Jurko and I are, we're not proponents of investing heavily there, and certainly not high draft capital. Sure feels like the Bears need an edge rusher somewhere. I don't know where you're going to get it. Maybe Booker provides it when he comes back. Grady Jarrett, as Courtney was just saying, probably a good candidate to be back on, the field this Sunday against the Saints. Viking Scott's on ESPN 1000. What's up, Scotty?
Oh, third of the way through the season, gentlemen, and I can tell you this: there's no dominant team in this league.
Doesn't appear to be.
No, and obviously I watched all the games this past Sunday. I didn't see the noon games. I was there cheering on my daughter in the Chicago Marathon.
Nice.
So, yes. But,
congratulations.
Yeah, hey, I'll tell you, I don't know how anybody does that. My ankles were sore when I
just
through the 13-minute halfway mark, and I had when they feel like you when your wife's pregnant and you get those pains. My ankles were hurting watching those people run by. Literally, were killing me just standing there watching them.
Sympathy pain, yeah.
Sympathy pain, exactly that. I'm telling you. Oh, so anyway, just me and my wife following around. My wife has one of those counters on her watch. We did 19,000 steps, seeing her at 3 different spots.
There you go.
Yes, but getting into the season now, 3 weeks in, a lot of people do these power rankings, and I don't think they take the complete eye test. Like when you watch a team play, yes, the Lions didn't beat the Chiefs, but looking at them, you would say they're one of the top 5 teams.
Yeah.
Just like the Chiefs are always going to be with Mahomes. But what I'm asking you guys, because, the morning show's got a lot more, you guys are a little more to the point saying where the Bears are at right now. Are they a good team? We don't know. Could they be a good team? Yes. But if you watch that game Monday night, looking at them, do you think that looked like a playoff team?
No, probably not quite, but I think close. Okay. I mean, I think close. And
Listen, at 4-7, we weren't a playoff team in '96. We ran off 5 straight. We were 9-7. Morton Anderson missed a 37-yard field goal. The whole world thought we were garbage. We went as 8-point dogs against Buffalo, 130-27. Went to Denver as a 14-point dog. We ended up winning 30-27. There's back-to-back playoff 30-27s for you.
That's weird.
Yeah, and barely lost to New England, even though the score got away from us at the end when Ted Johnson picked up a fumble and ran it in for a touchdown. We were right there on the cusp On the cusp of greatness back then.
So what
no,
I say
at 4
now,
and 7, we didn't look like crap. We looked like garbage. 5
so
weeks
with
later,
12
we
or
looked
13,
good.
12 and 13 games left for all these teams, there's plenty of time to grow in areas. Like, even though Buffalo looked horrible on Monday night, I think we'll all agree.
They did.
And even
terrible.
though Tampa Bay won that game against San Fran on Sunday, their pass defense looked garbage. Guys were open all day, and Matt Jones was banged up.
Yep.
So I'm just saying you got to give it time. And obviously the big one for the Vikings with the Eagles this week, and we're getting a lot of our injured players back after that bye week.
Who's coming back, Scott?
Is Cashman back finally?
Cashman's back. Van Ginkel's still questionable.
Yeah.
But we have Dallas Turner filling in, the number 1 pick from a year ago. But the big thing is on the offensive line, Darisaw is going to be off his pitch count. We get the Jackson, the rookie guard, who played phenomenal before he hurt his wrist. And the only guys we'll be missing is Kelly and O'Neal on the center and the right tackle.
That's still big, though.
It is. But at the same time, those other guys that filled in, we got the 7th-round pick, that Joe Huber that filled in for Jackson. He'll probably move over to the right side. He was a rookie pick, 7th round. And he played well when we played against that good Cleveland Brown line, the defensive line in London. So I think that helps. Sometimes people say, even though you go into those injuries, they got the experience, they got their feet wet, and they might be impressive more than you thought going into training.
I've got a very fair question for you, Viking Scott.
Yes, sir.
Is there a better chance over the next 3 weeks you guys end up 6-3 or 3-6?
I think there's no way we go 3-6, but 6-3 will be tough with the games we have. But it's going to be our test. We got the Eagles at home, Chargers on Thursday night. Get the 10-day rest to play the Lions. I'm saying looking 2-1 is great because then we do get it. But here's my last question for you guys. Still at this point with the Bears, with their success, 3 wins in a row, would you guys put any amount of $200-$300 on the Bears to win 2 divisional games?
0-2. That's a good question. Thanks, Scotty. Yeah,
Yes.
I probably would.
Yes, is my answer.
They
to
already
that.
played one game on the road in the division.
And they played one at home.
They played one at home.
That they got destroyed. That last game of the year against Detroit.
I'd probably say yes.
Yeah, and against Green Bay, and then, of course, Minnesota.
Can you believe the Cincinnati Bengals are
3 games.
Do you believe the Bengals are in second place in that division?
2-4. 4 games in a row they lost.
Cleveland and Baltimore are 1-5. The Patriots are in first place in the East.
Yes. You talked about that.
I said it on Monday.
And
I didn't think the Bills were going to lose.
Yeah, if Buffalo loses tonight, they're going to be behind New England in the.
The Bills are behind the Patriots right now in the AFC.
And the reality is going to come and smack New England upside the head too. It has a tendency to do that. I go back and I looked at some of the teams that I played on, and you watch like 3-game winning streaks, then you lose 2 or 3. It's weird how the season kind of works out.
I know.
And I asked him the question about the Vikings. If they don't beat Philadelphia at home, the Chargers game and the other game, they're on the road.
On the road. Yeah.
They're on the road.
Including a short week
Yes.
trip to L.A.
Not easy going out to the Chargers.
No.
It's not easy.
They'll have a nice crowd there. I think they'll have a pro-Viking crowd there, but I hear what you're saying. Then they've got the Ravens and the Bears after that, too. And by then, the Ravens might actually look more like the team we expected them to look like.
And the Bears are going to be a juggernaut.
Like 6 weeks in, the standings are just weird. I mean, Houston's 2-3, but would you count out Houston for the playoffs just yet?
Well,
I don't think I would.
They got to get past 2 teams.
I know.
And I mean,
Carolina's 3-3.
Jayville's 4-2. But
Jayville's 4-2.
It's hard to believe what Jacksonville.
Carolina's 3-3, Yerk.
I know, and they're 3-0 on the road. I believe. Isn't that the little nuance in that schedule?
No, because they won a home game.
Are you sure?
They won last week at home. They were
somebody's 3-0 on the road.
They're 0-2 on the road. They're 3-0 at home. If that's what you're thinking, they're a perfect 3-0 at home.
Maybe that's it. I'm trying to
the
find
standings
somebody
are just
who's been
weird
balling
right
on
now.
the road.
6 weeks in.
Seattle's 3-0 on the road.
Yeah, good
there
call.
you go.
Yes,
I knew I heard it about somebody. Yep. Tampa's 3-0 on the road. I mean, you're doing some ball playing there, Carm.
You're doing some ball.
You're doing some ball playing, going 3-0, and the
Bears are 2-1 on the road.
Patriots are 3-0 on the road.
Yes, they are.
There you go. No. So I knew there was something going on.
The Bears have back-to-back road wins. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivory.
October means fall allergies are in full swing. Congestion, itchy eyes, sinus pressure. Don't let it slow you down. Sinus and Snoring MD specializes in sinus, allergy, and snoring care, all done in-office by experienced providers who treat you like family. With locations throughout Chicagoland and into Wisconsin, relief is closer than you think. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com to schedule. Trust me, you want to take care of this now. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go!
I'm Sammy Luback, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Luback, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Kickoff to the perfect game day starts at Twin Peaks, the ultimate destination for every play. Catch all the action on wall-to-wall TVs while enjoying ice-cold 29-degree beer and made-from-scratch favorites. There's no better way to celebrate game day than at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
He somehow claimed the conference room. The lights are all out. It's completely pitch black in there with between Peggy and Jurko. So I mind my own business. I don't ask to turn the lights off. I sit in the dark too, because that's the way the good kid likes it. The good kid, as DJ Moore got rolled up on, starts yelling at the TV. Speaking of silence is golden. And he starts saying, any injury to a guy not wearing these thigh pads and knee pads and all these things, you deserve to get hurt. And I said to Jurko, I go, doesn't most of the league not wear these pads anymore?
Very few guys
I
do.
don't care about what the rest of the league does. I'm talking about DJ Moore.
That's just when the conversation, you just move on to something. You check out your phone or something.
And then during one big moment of the first half, in the middle of the play, Jurko goes, "Hey, anyone know what the Hawks are doing?" That's my favorite. So he can't shake me. He can criticize me all he wants. I love the good kid, and I love watching him watch football. Jurko appreciates me and likes hanging out. He just won't admit it.
Silvy's a good guy.
Yeah, I know.
He interviewed me at Southern. You know that, right?
I do.
As a Cub reporter, he came in looking at a bunch of naked men. I caught him staring. I did. I didn't say anything because I'm a gentleman.
He's a blank watcher. I love when Jurko sings.
I remember him as a youth.
Yes, yeah. I'm telling you, they need to sell tickets to have people come in and watch this experience with you two.
Yeah.
The best part about that, and it's so Jurko, in the middle of Monday Night Football, I didn't even know the Hawks were playing Monday night.
Yeah,
there was playoff baseball.
The Mammoth.
Jurko goes, "Hey, anybody know what the Hawks are doing?"
I thought somebody might have had a score, you know?
Awesome.
And worst part about, like,
My
on
favorite
Sunday.
part about you.
On Sunday when there's a doldrums, like, I usually hit the TVG, I'll bet a race or two, you know, around the country. Yeah, take a look at what's happening, what's hot, right?
Man, yeah.
Because you have to sometimes.
Yeah?
You just want to take a gander. But on Monday night, yeah, you got some harness tracks that are open
not
around
much
the
going
country.
on.
I'd harness the buggies 1-9. 1-9?
1-9.
1-9?
Jeez.
Let's get
That's
some
like
horses.
laying a price on showing to win MVP.
Yeah,
right?
it's like ridiculous. So, yeah, but we got 6 straight nooners.
6 straight, yes.
6 straight nooners.
All the way till Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah.
When they will play Black Friday.
Then
at
I'll be
2.
here on Friday.
Yes, you will be.
Yeah. Doing some shopping that day, too.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I love it.
Nobody
some
does
deals,
that.
man. It's Black Friday.
Yeah, you know.
Come on, man. Where are you going to be at? What's going on, Carm? Doing any shopping for the good kid this year?
I'll get you something. I always get you a little something.
Better be.
We always just exchange a bottle of booze.
Nice bottle of booze.
That's usually
I've
what we do.
upgraded my selections
You've
for you.
picked out some great bottles the last few
some
years.
beauties, Carm.
Some real beauties.
Old Jurko can find some beauties for Carmen Jurko.
Angels Envy cast strength last year.
Ooh.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Delicious. Good job on that one. Wills and Skokie.
Old Templeton. Thinking about
We're doing Templeton Rye for Whiskey U next
are
week.
we?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Let me double check location. It's next Wednesday. I'll
Is the
double
good
check.
kid coming?
I don't think so.
Nothing for
But
me?
no. But you know this is the 4-year anniversary?
A little stipend, maybe? A little something?
You know this is the 4-year anniversary of Whiskey U? 4 years this month.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary.
That's technically a degree.
That's right. Adam's got it. Now we finally have our degree.
A very successful run here.
It's been amazing.
On the bourbon circuit.
Amazing.
Not only that, but you become one of the most respected bourbon guys in the country.
At least I'm respected for something.
right.
Jurko. Will's and Skokie. What's going on, Will?
Hey guys, just wanted to say love the show.
Thank you.
And it's not often that Joe Buck talking makes me happy. But that's how I felt on Monday. Every time he talked, I was happy because Troy Aikman wasn't talking.
Awesome.
It was very one-sided, and that's how I felt. I was in a bar full of people, and everybody kind of agreed it was not the best look for him. And, you know, Caleb's got more yards than he did as a rookie or in his first 20 games. So, and more touchdowns and less interceptions. So I don't know where he gets off.
Well, all right. Now I'll respond to that though, Will. That line was hilarious. That was very well done. But whatever he did in his first year and a half compared to what Caleb did, that's really neither here nor there. Troy Aikman's in the Hall of Fame. Troy Aikman also played in an era where they didn't throw it as much. Touchdown passes per season weren't as high. Yards for quarterbacks weren't going to be as high. So that's not necessarily a very fair comparison or an apples to apples comparison. And regardless, he's allowed to have an opinion on guys. He is a Hall of Fame quarterback. He knows the way the position is supposed to be played.
I don't disagree with you, but part of me remembers watching the Cowboys in the 90s, and the glorious part of that was not Troy Aikman. It was Emmitt Smith. You could argue that Troy Aikman is one of the least deserving Hall of Fame quarterbacks because he got carried there by the rest of, by Michael Irving, by his all-star cast.
His all-star offensive line, absolutely.
The whole team, Jimmy Johnson.
Yes.
Every part of the Cowboys organization used to be fantastic, and
Well,
I don't know.
Fair enough, Will, and thank you for calling, buddy. We do appreciate it. Whether you made the Hall of Fame or not, if you played at a certain level, I think you've earned the right to be critical when you see things. Jurko earned the right through 10 years of playing professional football to be able to look at things and know when it's right or when it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You were coached at an extremely high level for a long time.
Yes.
Whether Troy made the Hall of Fame or not, or how deserving he is, or I sometimes people are like, well, why should I? That quarterback.
Yeah, Troy is there.
That quarterback played 2 games in the NFL. Yeah, that level of play makes you an expert. Whether you played 100 games in the NFL or 2.
Not only that, but
you get to the NFL, you are an expert.
Like, who's the coach of Buffalo for so many years?
Marv
that was up there.
Levy.
Yeah, not Marv Levy, but Marv he was a decent football player. He was coordinator. Jimmy Haslett. Jim Haslett was in Buffalo for a while as a D coordinator, went down to New Orleans.
It was in New Orleans.
Jim Haslett wasn't a fantastic NFL football player, but he did play.
Of course.
And some of those guys sometimes are the best guys that end up being coaches.
With a good eye.
Right.
And so you can be critical.
They had the mental area of it, but physically they just weren't as imposing as everybody else.
Yeah.
But because they had the mental aspect of it, it helped propel them and get them to where they at least got before they finally got eliminated out of the league. But guys like Haslett are some of the best coaches you can find out there.
Troy is being paid to give his opinion as a guy, whether you like it or not, is an expert on quarterback play.
Yeah.
He was coached and played at a very high level.
And his voice might grate on you.
Troy's?
Yeah, it might. It might. Just the minute he starts talking, it may burn your ears down. But he is a guy that does know football, and he's going to give you his thoughts, and that's what he's there.
That's what we all have to remember.
That's what he's there for.
And it's okay if guys are critical. Who
Same
cares?
thing with Collinsworth.
Yes.
The minute I see him, I cringe.
Yeah, right.
I just cringe the moment I get sight of him because I can hear him start to talk.
The beautiful
It's
part,
just putrid, absolutely putrid. But he knows what he's talking about.
He played in the league. The beautiful part of this is Caleb can have the last laugh.
Yeah.
If he continues to go out and play better and be great, that's all that really matters. And guys are going to point out when they see things that aren't right or things that were done improperly or misses that were, if a guy misses, and that's okay.
Absolutely, Carmen.
It's okay. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators to explore financing options. Stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun as well. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education. With grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
Football season's back. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Our video stream all week is brought to you by Chevy. Nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. J.D. Power's most dependable large light-duty pickup. During Truck Month, get 2.9% APR on all 26 Silverado 1500Ss. Visit ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, the official truck of the Chicago Bears and of the Good Kid. Let's grab a few more calls.
Let's do it.
Coming up, we've got Rich Eisen, Bleck Abdalla back with you at 2. Q's on the south side. What's going on, Q?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Tell us, man.
Hey, I just want to chime in on the Troy Aikman situation. And like the guy who just called previously, we're kind of missing the angle that Troy's taking on him. He's not condemning him like that. You must understand, Troy Aikman, when he looks at Caleb, he sees a lot of him in Caleb. They both went to Oklahoma initially.
Well, Troy went to Oklahoma State.
Well, Oklahoma State. We're in Oklahoma. They both.
Oh, did he? I thought it was Oklahoma State. Was it Oklahoma? Oh, okay. You're right.
Oklahoma.
He went to Oklahoma. They both transferred out west, one to UCLA, one to USC. They both were the number one picks in their draft, consensus number one picks in their draft. They both were. They both struggled mightily, and their teams were disastrous their first year. So when he sees Caleb and he sees the progression of him and sees the things he's doing, he's simply saying, "Hey, man, I didn't have anybody to tell me, to critique me like this when I was coming through, man. Some of the things you're doing, you should be a little further along. You shouldn't attempt to do, because I attempted some of the same things and it turned out disastrous. Stop looking at it as if he's got it out for the kid. Why would he have it out for Caleb? He just sees him on the field. The pressure of being the number one pick, the expectation when the franchise is losing, the weight of the world on him, and some of the reads and mistakes he's making. Troy simply sees that I done the exact same thing, young man. You don't have to make that mistake. I made that mistake for you already. Just listen to what I got to say, and you'll continue to advance.
Much more positive look on it, Q. I like that. All right, thank you. I didn't really think about that, but okay.
1 in 15, by the way, is rookie year.
1 in 15.
The Dallas Cowboys, 1 in 15.
Peyton was what, 3 in 13?
I believe
Troy
so.
was 1 in 15.
Yeah.
Tom is in Lockport. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, guys. With regard to Troy, right? I agree with Carm with what you were saying, and the last caller as well. You know, Troy was the guy who also said, with regard to Justin Fields in year 2. It's like, look, year 1 you throw away. But if your team is bad in year 2, you're part of the problem. And again, I don't think he's got it out for anybody. I think his criticisms are very, very valid. And I think Caleb is going to pick it up. I think he's going to be able to have the same system over the next few years. I think he's going to start seeing the field better, right? The only thing that does concern me a bit, because I think, like I said, he'll start seeing this. He's no different than a defender on, when the Bears 46 defense, they said, God, it's so complicated. And then all of a sudden, these guys weren't thinking anymore. They were just going. They were just doing it. I think Caleb will get that down. The accuracy makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I hope that improves. I like the point you made, Tom, about the coordinator consistency. Caleb's had 4 coordinators in 3 years. That's never position A.
That's not the easiest thing in the world.
It's a little bit better here with some, the 2 of them together for the foreseeable future. And if Caleb wants to take receipts, hey, man, take receipts, Okay, if you want to let it fuel you, that's cool, too. Just make it work at the end of the day. Danny in Schaumburg. What up, Danny?
Hey, Carm, Mayor Skip, is he syndicate?
Why do you gotta call with stuff like that? Why do you gotta call with stuff like that? Why do you gotta criticize the good name of a positive Italian American doing great things for his community? Why do you gotta call with stereotypes and innuendo? Why do you gotta do that?
I don't do that anymore, Carm. Since going to Italy, it's offensive to anybody of Italian descent.
So then why'd you say it?
That's right.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm going to joke all over your head next time I see you. Wait till I see you, Danny.
There he is.
I've got the best
job, Carm. Aikman, who cares what Aikman says? I actually prefer him over Collinsworth, Romo, or that goody two-shoes Greg Olson that you and Sylvie drool all over.
That guy's nauseating. He looked like he combed his hair with an egg beater
I'm with
this
Danny.
week.
Who cares is right, Danny. Thanks.
Boy, they thought the guy just got slept on the corner last night when he came in to do the game.
Who?
Did you hear the Olsen stuff this week?
No, I don't know.
He was
good.
disheveled.
I like Greg. Greg's
he was
good.
disheveled.
Oh, he was on. Portnoy was giving him credit.
No, but Portnoy was giving him credit 2 weeks ago when he came on, and he
was giving him a hard time.
No, but this is this past weekend when he was on the air. I think he did the Carolina game.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he was back in Carolina this week, and his hair was just kind of mopped.
I didn't tell you.
Amin called like a 17-inning game and sounded more awake than Olsen did.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, Olsen probably was out all night.
Well, Amin called a 45-inning game and sounded more alert than Greg Olsen
But
did.
then they showed a picture of him, and it did. It looked like he took an egg beater and combed his hair with it.
Not to create an excuse, does Olsen live in Carolina still?
I don't know.
North Carolina?
I have no idea.
No clue.
Don't know.
Honestly,
maybe it's a home game for him, and maybe
he went out. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, or he's been dealing with family stuff, and then you get to the stadium and
Could have been up all night.
You travel for work for these games. You sit in the hotel the night before.
Right.
You have nothing to do. You're ready to go.
You've got time that morning.
Maybe he's just exhausted. Maybe the kids are up all night.
And I don't know one way or the other. I didn't notice it. It was featured.
I didn't.
I came to the computer, and it was featured.
York, I never told you what I've got FOMO about. I don't.
Yeah, what's
it doesn't
your FOMO?
happen. Well, now we're out of time. I'll do it tomorrow, maybe.
No, let me know.
No, it's got to have some time to breathe. I don't. This doesn't happen often.
What were you missing out on?
I had a lot of FOMO last week, late last weekend into the weekend, a lot. And I thought of it today because I was reading the Bleacher Nation article. Good article on Bleacher Nation, just
about Reinsdorf.
Yeah, criticizing Jerry for all the missteps. With the author's ultimate stance on why he decided to write it now was a fun one to read about and an interesting one. So you can check that out. I'll tell you tomorrow because I did have FOMO. Thanks to Bleck Abdalla. They're back in 2 hours. So stick around. They're going to be with you live and local 2 until 3. Waddle and Silvy after that. Thanks to Courtney Cronin. We'll talk to Jason McKee tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you Thursday. Rich Eisen's next. I got the best job, Carm.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey football fans, hike it into Hooters to watch all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Hooters has over 14 sauces and rubs to choose from. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. Wash them down with a Big Daddy mug of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra or Dos Equis, or a $6 legendary margarita. With 11 Chicagoland locations, there's a Hooters near you. Visit originalhooters.com to find yours today. Hooters, the original wing joint.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
This is ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's do this.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
I feel like I try to do my best at blocking out the noise.
With guest host, Tom Pelissero.
And then you get 100 text messages. Keep blocking out the noise.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Good Morning Football co-host Jamie Erdahl. Coming up, NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Plus, latest news and more. And now, it's Tom Pelissero.
Welcome back to a Rich Eisenless edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Tom Pelissero in for Rich once again, along with Chris Brockman, Mike Del Tufo, TJ Jefferson. Just had Jamie Erdahl in studio. Simply the best.
Yes, sir.
Love talking to her. Love having her over here. Ton of NFL stuff to tackle throughout the course of the rest of this show, including something we talked about over the past couple of days here since Tua Tagovailoa's comments post-game, calling out, well, pretty much everybody, impugning everybody in the locker room, the coaching staff, everybody else. Tua's actually supposed to speak around 12:30 Pacific time, 3:30 Eastern today. Mike McDaniel, though, was asked once again regarding the process that Tua has gone through of, well, speaking with various people who might have been offended by comments about something that, to my understanding, doesn't even exist, an ongoing issue with tardiness or absence from player-only meetings. Here's Mike McDaniel.
The first, last, and only thing, if I have anything to say about it, and I did in several meetings today, is the Cleveland Browns and our focus within that regard. Absolutely, he communicated with his teammates both in group and individually, and there's much bigger fish to fry in our team's opinion, in my opinion.
Fish to fry, maybe not the best phrasing from the head coach of the Dolphins.
Well, dolphin is a mammal, so.
Yeah, Dolphin's not a mammal.
Yes, it is. Tom.
Yeah, it is. Really?
Wow.
But yeah, but that
was a joke. I've seen Ace Ventura.
Okay, just checking. Just making sure. Lace is out.
But basically, Mike McDaniel has had enough. 3 days of this, which is precisely why when we discussed this on Monday, I said the biggest upshot of this, besides the fact that no one in Miami knows what Tua was talking about, is that you just created this firestorm for everyone else. Everyone. Most notably, accidentally, yourself.
Yes.
It's bad enough. You're 1-5. We all know what it looks like. You lost Tyreek Hill. Your offensive line is gutted. You choked away a win in the final minute, which, by the way, that wasn't on Tua. 3 interceptions were not great, but throws a go-ahead touchdown pass with 30-odd seconds left to Darren Waller, and then you give up a long kick return, and you can't get Justin Herbert or Ladd McConkey on the ground. But still, you follow that up by, for some reason, he wasn't asked about any of this.
Nope.
Brought up himself that we got to get these, the leadership has to do a better job. That's you. You're the captain of the team, and here we are on Wednesday, Mike McDaniel, who, listen, I don't want to get into speculating about people's jobs. There's no doubt, though, anytime you're a coach who is coming off a non-playoff season and things are headed this direction and you're in year 4, there's a level of pressure. And you're facing a Browns team right now that you can certainly argue is the worst team in the NFL. Pretty good defensively, but overall, they're 1-5. The Dolphins are 1-5. Somebody is walking out of the stadium in Cleveland on Sunday going, we are really off the rails now. And you're hoping it's not the quarterback who is going to have to spend his press conference today answering questions about literally everything but how are you going to beat the Browns? We talked, by the way, about the 40-something-year-old quarterback matchup on Thursday night, the novelty, as it was put to Aaron Rodgers. How about the ever-rare left-handed quarterback matchup? You have Dylan Gabriel going up against Tua Tagovailoa. That is not something that happens very often. So a big game for both those teams, and Mike McDaniel, Tua Tagovailoa trying to redirect the focus. We are also right now 20 days out from the trade deadline. The Dolphins and Browns, the Browns are already dealing. They made 2 trades last week, picked up a couple of 5th-round picks in pick swap type situations. They now have 10 picks, 2 first-rounders, 3 in the 5th, 3 in the 7th. But you're having to make decisions about what direction the season is going to go. And there is a certain team that TJ's lit a candle for over there in the corner that still, as we discussed on this show yesterday, can at least make themselves believe that maybe we're a player away from really getting this thing going the right direction in Dallas. Mm-hmm. It's not just me. Jerry has been tantalizing us.
Jerry says a lot.
With this idea since literally the day after the Micah Parsons trade.
Talk a lot.
The first thing out of his mouth was, we got to stop the run.
Yeah. How's that going?
Rico Dowdle, I think, is still running.
Yeah. If you didn't notice, Rico Dowdle ran behind you about 5 minutes ago.
That was him.
Yeah. You missed him. You were talking to Jamie Erdahl.
I thought it was just somebody who had stolen Brockman's suitcase.
Oh, man.
It was not. No, it's still
just a little bit.
Thank you.
Still right back there. I appreciate that you have the handle up and your coat on it so we can see it in the background of your shot. Yeah. If there was any doubt that Brockman's leaving town, his coat is hanging on the suitcase.
I didn't do that on purpose, by the way.
No.
Should I change it? Should I move it?
No, I'm just saying, I think it's a humble brag.
Thank you.
You're going to London after the show.
I'm going too, Tom. You keep saying like he's
You're going. I said that off the top. You're also going.
Yeah, well, Felly's already there.
Feller's got real stuff to do. You guys are going to go over there and have a few beers and show up and do the show. Feller's got real work to do.
Are you saying hard work isn't real?
Do.
I mean, how dare you, sir? How dare you?
True. Jerry Jones, though, again, you're right. He does say a lot.
A lot.
He's on the radio a lot. He was on the radio yesterday.
105.
Talking about the possibility that lingers of the Cowboys making a trade before the deadline.
Oh, boy.
We're in position to look at a trade. That doesn't mean we're going to make one, but we have certainly had in mind when we started this season that we were going to have ammo to be more flexible in terms of what we do with the roster as we move along this year and, of course, as we get into next couple of years.
All right, I come to our resident Cowboys fanatic in the corner, TJ Jefferson. All right.
Mm-hmm. Tom, I just want to let you know real quick before you ask this question, I'm in the position to buy a Maybach. I'm probably not going to do it, but I'm in the position to buy one. See how stupid that sounds? Like,
well, you've been saying you need a new car.
Yeah,
so I thought,
forever.
And we need a new run.
So
we need
much
a new
like Jerry
defense.
Jones saying we might make a trade, you keep saying you're going to buy a new car, then you throw one out there, and now when you don't buy a Maybach, I'm going to be like,
get your damn act together.
Exactly. Thank you, Jerry. Let's take it at face value.
Okay.
That all this is not just, and I said this the day after the Parsons trade, the way that Jerry was dangling, hey, we got all this capital. We could move up in the draft next year. We could move up for somebody right now. We could go get a player. I said, Jerry has found a way, regardless what happens this season, for the Cowboys to be relevant, extremely relevant, all the way through the 2026 draft because of the additional capital they got in that trade. But I ask you, TJ, let's assume that he's actually referring to something tangible, that there actually is going to be a Cowboys acquisition, not a trade away, an acquisition. If that's true, what would you want it to be? Player, position, what do you actually think would give the Cowboys a better opportunity from 2-3-1 in a division that is still pretty open right now to give them an opportunity to actually play not just relevant news-wise, but play relevant football at the end of the season?
I mean, look, our defensive backfield, our corners, our safeties, it's a mess back there. So, yeah, you'd want someone back there to help shut down some of these receivers. But like we just said, we cannot stop the run. There's not just one player who's going to, fix what's going on right there. You did give me hope, though. I will say this. You did remind me, we do have some extra picks. We have a lot of salary cap money, right, for next season.
You're not paying Micah $47 million a year like the Packers are.
We have that pick from the Packers, which will probably be 27, 28, or 29, probably. But, I mean, look, there's not one player out there unless you get a Myles Garrett.
You're not answering the question, TJ. We are assuming Jerry is serious. He's making a trade. Who do you want it to be?
You want me to give you a player name?
A player or a position?
We need a run stopper. I know we're supposed to have a run stopper, but we don't.
So bring in defensive linemen is what you're thinking.
Defensive linemen, yes. But then again,
trade for, let's throw in a name. All right. And I'm not saying the Jets are going to do this. I'm not saying the
Quinnen Williams.
Quinnen Williams is available. You'd trade for Quinnen Williams.
Depending upon what it would take to get him. Yeah, Quinnen Williams is what, 25 years old?
Might be 26, 27 now, but still in his prime. Absolutely.
Still in his prime, an absolute monster. Respectfully to the
27.
Jets, 27. I don't think that they're going to be going anywhere either anytime soon. So, yeah, if you had a chance to get a Quinnen Williams, absolutely I'd be down for that. But I don't believe that's the case. I don't think that's going to happen.
If I'm in Jerry's shoes, I'm absolutely active. I want to know what the opportunities are. The position where I think a lot of teams are going to be looking for help coming up to the deadline is wide receiver. They already made that trade. Yeah. They gave up a third rounder for George Pickens. And that, to this point, looks like a pretty smart trade. Now, we'll see how it plays out over the course of the season here. We'll see how they handle things next spring. By the way, George Pickens' agent happens to be the same one as Micah Parsons' agent.
And I'm worried about that, Tom. Like, what happens?
David Mulugeta is a professional. It's not going to impact anything. But to the extent that the Cowboys operate like this with everybody, with every agent, that could end up being a really tricky type of spot. I mean, right now, there's no doubt in my mind you are franchise tagging George Pickens.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday.
You can't let that dude out the door.
Yeah.
No way. But if you're going to get a deal done with him, and the top of the wide receiver market is probably going to be $40 million right now. Jamar Chase, I think, is 38. If I'm George Pickens, I'm going, why am I not a $35 to $40 million a year player? And if you've got the leverage, even if you get tagged, you've still got the leverage. All right, you can play out 1 year. You can tag him again? I guess maybe. It's possible. But that's a postseason story. In terms of Cowboys, to me, I'm looking at every avenue of this, including trading players away. I just don't know that Jerry is in that mode. He's seeing an offense that is operating at a really high level. And I give Brian Schottenheimer credit for this. The way that offense has stayed on track without CeeDee Lamb, with basically their entire offensive line in and out of the lineup. The center's out long term. Tyler Booker's been out. Tyler Smith has missed time. They've had all kinds of moving parts, but they've put up numbers. Javonte Williams is back. I mean,
he's been amazing this season.
They've done a really good job offensively. Defensively, they're not good enough. And so then the question becomes, all right, you've said, Schottenheimer has said, he believes in the scheme. He believes they have the players to run the scheme, but you can always get players that are better suited. It's not a Matt Eberflus scheme. It's not a corner dominant type of scheme. There's a lot of zone involved. You can get by with different types of players. So is there a scenario where maybe there's a different corner that's a better fit? Maybe you're looking at somebody want Trayvon Diggs. I'm not saying any of this is going to happen, but I would be looking at critically if this is the direction you're going to go. Remember the last time that you had a new head coach, Mike McCarthy fired Mike Nolan after 1 year. So I've got no reason to believe that's going to happen with Matt Eberflus. But realistically, to get the correct personnel in place, it's going to take some time. And you might have to think outside the box of, hey, let's bring in one player and sneak into the playoffs, and that's going to be enough. There were some injury updates, by the way, on that game on Sunday. Cowboys-Commanders, which feels like a big game, especially with the Eagles stumbling right now. Commanders put Noah Brown on injured reserve. He'd already been out for, I think, 3 or 4 games. He's now on IR, so out at least 4 more games. Ooh. Terry McLaurin, though, back at practice, which I said this on Sunday morning. My understanding is like he thinks he's got a shot to play. They think he's got a shot to play. We'll find out whether or not that happens. That quad kept him out for 3 games. This was kind of right around where they thought he'd be back. That would be huge for them. And then with CeeDee Lamb, again, we'll see whether or not he can practice today. When I checked in over the weekend, I was told 50-50 that he's back this week. But it sounds like he's got a shot, which then the only concern I have about that Cowboys offense is when George Pickens isn't getting the number 1 type of touches, does that alter the dynamic that's really been working here in recent weeks? I mean, they put up 77 points over the previous 2 games. Then even last week in Carolina, the offense was not the problem in that game. It'll be interesting to see how they navigate this. But this is the reality of the NFL at the 1/3 mark of the season. When you've got, as we were talking about with Jamie, whatever, 11 teams with 4 wins, 20 teams have at least 3 wins through 6 weeks. There's just not a lot of teams that are ready right now to hit the eject button on the season. That's why, and who knows, we could have a trade today. We've had no trades this week. We had several trades, no trades this week. And that's because there's a bunch of teams that are sitting there and going, we don't quite know. We think we know what direction the season's going. Even in a place like Tennessee, where I fully expect them to be open for business for everybody except Cam Ward, essentially, to be available. Doesn't mean they're going to trade everybody. It's going to be high prices on a lot of guys. But you have to be open for business for them. But even they're going, we got to make sure the quarterback's got something around him. We trade Calvin Ridley tomorrow. How hard are we making the job on your interim coach, Mike McCoy, and Bo Hardigree and everybody else? That's the dynamic that these teams have to navigate through.
By the way, if Jeffrey Simmons is available, sure, I'd love to take him off there.
Jeff Simmons, I don't think there's anybody except Cam Ward that would be completely off the table. If there's a second guy, though, it would be Jeff Simmons. Last year it was everybody's available except Jeff Simmons. That was more or less the message the teams got. Mm-hmm. They ended up making, I think they made 1 or 2 trades, but it wasn't like a fire sale type of situation. It would be a very high price on Jeff Simmons. That is your core culture dude. That is the tone setter for everybody in the organization, Cam Ward being 1B in terms of that. But Jeffrey Simmons is he's the dude in that locker room. You trade him, it's going to get that much tougher just to keep this thing together, not just for the rest of 2025, a season that's already sunk, but going into 2026 and beyond. It's going to raise a lot of questions about exactly what is the plan here in Tennessee. We got our Ian Rappaport going to join us in just a few minutes here. A lot of injury updates around the league. When are we going to see Emeka Egbuka on the field again? Does not sound like it's going to be on Monday night against the Lions. We'll check in with Ian on that. And a lot more on the other side of this break. Tom Pelissero in for Rich on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Progressive knows there are 2 things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wondering what makes Neutral so tasty? You've come to the right place. It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, and nothing fake. Because when good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. Head to the Town Bar in Aurora, where there's always something happening. Poker nights, dart and bags leagues, live music, trivia, and so much more. Don't miss the half-price Sunday menu and grab an ice-cold Neutral while you're there. Real vodka, real juice, real tasty.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. Oh, yeah. Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books. October is here, and we are smoking hot again. 5-1 on Saturday in college football. UFC wins, soccer wins. Everybody is making money. If you're not winning, you are not signed up at FatJackSports.com. Basketball season is here, and we are ready to make money this week. Go to FatJackSports.com for less than $100 a week. Get all the plays through the Super Bowl, or save money with those longer packages and add hoops now. FatJackSports.com to win today.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey everyone, big news, exciting news. The Carmen and Jurko show is now going to be on from 9 until noon.
Weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
If treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door.
Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show. Thank you for watching on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and listening on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Rolling into Week 7 of the NFL schedule, starting tomorrow night, or as you, Brockman, and you, TJ Jefferson, would call it, Friday morning, London time. Kicking it all off with the Steelers and the Browns. My guest right now, you can see as part of the Prime Video coverage. More importantly, you can see him co-hosting the Insiders with me on NFL Network Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Ian Rappaport,
let's go.
Joining the show. You got like a like a golf clap, which I think is enough.
What you want?
It's sufficient for you. Let's start out here. Injury updates, Ian. Emeka Egbuka, one of the best stories in the NFL so far this season. Great guest too when we've had him on the Insiders. Really cool kid. Hurts his hamstring, which Bucs fans are looking at and they're like, yeah, at this point, sure, why not? Everybody else is out too. Right. What is the timetable realistically that you're hearing on Emeka Egbuka being back on the field?
I think probably the most important thing I heard was that he's not expected to play this week. And, hamstrings are weird. We can get injury updates and we can get estimates. And reality is, is it major? Is he going to be out, several months? No, this does not seem like that. Or is he going to be out a couple weeks? Yes, this is what it seems like. So it sounds to me like less bad than the Mike Evans, which was 3 to 4 weeks, but bad enough where they know he's unlikely to play this week. And, remember, it's a Monday nighter, so you're not going to get an injury report today. You're going to get injury reports Thursday. Right. And it does seem like everyone's been a little bit closed-lipped about this, which is fine. You don't have to give injury information until you actually have to give it. But, for the Bucs, who might get Mike Evans back this week, at least back at practice, doesn't sound like they're going to have Egbuka on the field.
It seems like a rash of wide receiver injuries, and I'm speaking strictly anecdotally. I have no historical comparisons here, but even looking at, we were just talking about the Cowboys-Commanders game on Sunday. Noah Brown just went on IR. CD, I was told over the weekend, 50-50 chance he's back. We'll see if he practices today. Terry McLaurin is back onto the practice field today. Just feels like there's a lot of moving parts to that position, which also might get a little bit extra action around the trade deadline that's now less than 3 weeks away too.
Yeah, and I would see, there's going to be several receivers who we're going to be talking about around the time of the trade deadline. I mean, you can sort of go down the list of the teams that maybe are not very good or might have an extra receiver. I think the Saints receivers, Rashid Shaheed, maybe Olave would certainly be two to watch. We talked about the Jacoby Myers trade request. We have not seen the Raiders, show any indication that they would move him. At least I have not as of right now. We'll see if that ends up happening. Calvin Ridley's due a lot of money from the Tennessee Titans. Would be surprised if he went. But yeah, I mean, at the position, we've seen a lot of hamstrings, a lot of, hip flexors, which is what McLaurin is. Seen some calves. It's, certainly seems like the kind of thing where if you're a team that happens to have let's just randomly take it, a back-flipping, touchdown-catching number 5 receiver like maybe the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, then you're probably in luck.
You mentioned Calvin Ridley in there, and he's part of a Titans team that my understanding has been, I believe you've alluded to this on TV as well, over these next few weeks, they're going to be open for business. It's not a fire sale in terms of, hey, just get guys out of here, we'll take whatever we can get. But certainly they know they need a lot of picks. This is a ground-up rebuild. They got to get it right. They're obviously going to have a new head coach after firing Brian Callahan on Monday. But at the same time, if you're trying to get this thing going with Cam Ward, trading one of your running backs, trading one of your number 1 wide receiver, trading anybody else, there is a point at which it's like, all right, is this going to potentially put the quarterback even further behind as we move forward, which creates an interesting dynamic there for Chad Brinker and Mike Borgonzi.
Yeah, and it does seem like the interest from outside has come on defense for them, not on offense. Now, I did have a team ask about their offensive linemen, and I would be surprised if they traded an offensive line, maybe a backup, but I'd be surprised if they traded a starting offensive lineman, even though those guys are talented, haven't played great, but are talented, and probably would get some draft capital because, like, part of what you're going to try to do the next, however many games is try to get the quarterback better, right? I mean, it should be a desirable job. I think Mike Borgonzi is a really good young GM who is learning on the job. I think Chad Brinker's trying to do a good job of building that building out as far as analytics and infrastructure and kind of catching that place up from, essentially where it has been. But to get Cam Ward playing better would certainly help that job's desirability. The other thing I think it does, like, let's say they trade some guys. Like, let's say they trade, Arden Key would be a good example of someone, previous regime, making some money, probably someone they could trade. Well, it's like, if you're going to deal with a new staff coming in and having their own vision of players, you might as well give that group picks to build with. So, certainly some trades would make sense for the Titans.
We were live on air on Monday when the Titans announced via press release on social media that they had fired Brian Callahan. Obviously, you and I both know Callie. He's a great guy. You heard Chad Brinker talk about he's a good football coach, too. It wasn't working. They didn't want to do it this early. They just felt like something had to change right now to get the quarterback and the whole team showing more progress. But then the attention immediately turns to who is the next coach going to be. You certainly raised an interesting point here, which is the desirability of a job where there have been 8 to 10 major moves in the power structure on the football side in the past 3 years. But it's still 1 of 32. Cam Ward's got a lot of fans within the NFL. If you are drawing up the perfect head coach to take over the Titans next season, what does it look like, or who is it? So,
first of all, I do think it's a desirable job. Mostly because it is a job that's open, right? I mean, that's a very good thing. And if you're a young candidate or even an older candidate and there's a job that's open, it's good because you could get it. And we've seen jobs that are, quote unquote, not great places, like the Chicago Bears. And then Ben Johnson comes in, flips Caleb Williams around. They tighten up the room. They improve the offensive line. And the Bears are actually maybe kind of good. So, yes, I would say if you want to look at where to go, it doesn't seem like there's a Ben Johnson in this mix. It doesn't seem like there's a can't-miss candidate. A couple that have been mentioned to me, I would say Matt Nagy, who has a close relationship with Mike Borgonzi, the OC and with the Chiefs. Former coach of the year, was a good coach with the Bears until he wasn't, and sort of has gone back around and sort of use that experience. I'd say he'd be a name to watch. That would be one. Arthur Smith, former OC in Tennessee, another former head coach. Didn't have a quarterback in Atlanta, but someone who's done it and I think was a good head coaching candidate, I think would be a good one. And then you have some other, really good coordinators, like the Joe Brady of the world. Lou Anarumo is another one, done a really nice job in Indy. I think the main thing for me is everyone's going to focus on who can fix this quarterback and who can get the quarterback playing well. There are plenty of examples of really strong defensive coaches who have turned places around because they just hired good coordinators to build an infrastructure around them. Like, Dan Quinn is not a quarterback guru, but the Commanders are doing just fine. I would more focus on leading and, who can get the room better as opposed to who's the sort of quarterback guru.
Well, and they had that guy in Mike Vrabel, obviously, for a long time. There were various issues, a lot of them generated by Vrabel himself, that ended with him leaving Tennessee and now going to New England, who, by the way, they go into Tennessee this Sunday to face Mike McCoy in his interim coach debut. It is an interesting point, too, because there are not a lot of, just talking to people within the league, as I know you do, there aren't a lot of those clear, dialed-up, hot candidates. Joe Brady is probably the closest thing to a Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson was the guy for 3 years. And then finally last year was the first time he was like, okay, I'm really going to do this. He had a big offer from the Raiders. He ends up choosing the Bears. You also mentioned Dan Quinn. The biggest hire he had was Cliff Kingsbury, who only became available because things went sideways in his contract negotiated with the Raiders, as you remember, to be the offensive coordinator. Cliff is an interesting one, because if you think of where Cam Ward had his success going all the way back to Incarnate Word, he was running the air raid offense. It is a very similar type of a scheme to the one that Cliff Kingsbury runs. You could see him fitting in that town. I wouldn't rule that out. I also wouldn't rule out if you want to get back to just, hey, we got to establish a core competency here. Mike McCarthy's a guy who has done it in multiple different places, had a relationship with Chad Brinker going back to Green Bay. It's just a matter of, hiring a 60-year-old coach isn't going to be for everyone. Some people want to hire the younger coach here. It's a really interesting thing to navigate, but in terms of, who the hot candidates are going to be, it's a short list. And I also wonder, as much as we can speculate, Ian, about, what happens in some of these places. Obviously, Miami has been talked about plenty through the course of this season. That's another one. Whether or not the potential paucity of clear-cut head coaching candidates might make some of these owners go, you know what, let's just give another year to somebody because there's just not a guy who we are convinced is a clear upgrade.
Yeah, and, I would say 2 years ago that kind of happened, right? Was it 2 years ago when they're just like, I think it ended up being 4 or 5, right?
Yes, yeah. And it's cyclical. It averages 7 per year, but there's some years we have 5, and there's other years we got 8 or 9. We have
10, yeah. So the hot candidate's an interesting one for me, right? So, I would have said 2 weeks ago, Joe Brady definitely getting a job. And then, the Bills struggle a little bit, and it's like, okay, well, now he's sort of not as hot. I don't know that any of that matters, to be honest, because what we found is that hot candidates really sort of don't matter very much. I mean, Brian Callahan was hired by the Titans because the Panthers were trying to get him on a plane, I'm pretty sure, to hire him, or at least to give him a really good look. And the Titans were like, we're just going to do this. We're just going to hire this guy. And that's how hot he was, because 2 places were kind of fighting over him, right?
And he was the first, I believe he was the first hire in that, first or second hire in that cycle.
I'm pretty sure that was the year that Burrow had the wrist, so I think they weren't in the playoffs. So he had a kind of a jump on people there, if I remember the years correctly. But Liam Cohen is an interesting one for me. I don't know how many people had Liam Cohen as a sort of hot candidate. Turned out, at the end, he was hot for one team. He ended up in dramatic fashion, which we broke, getting hired by that team, and has proved to be a really good hire. So it's really just, and I would say Dave Canales, who a lot of people doubted would be really good, has, I don't know that the Panthers are perfect, but they're kind of playing some good football, and maybe look like they could be a team that at least would push for the playoffs this year. So maybe that was kind of a good hire too. And so it's the conventional wisdom doesn't always mean a ton, and the hot candidates sort of don't always work out. So the fact that the Titans have 2 months to figure this out is probably a good thing.
Ian Rappaport, NFL Media Insider, is our guest. Tom Pelissero in for Rich. The Liam Cohen thing, by the way, just on a quick aside, there's various reasons at times that we end up reporting something as spotted somewhere, spotted at the airport, spotted in the building. This was literally Liam Cohen was spotted in the Bucs building the same day or the day after in the Jaguars, but the day after he had agreed with the Bucs in principle, not signed anything, but they thought he was returning as the offensive coordinator. And then all of a sudden, I think it was 24 hours later, he is walking into the building and is seen by people. And it was like, oh, I guess he's now the Jaguars head coach. That's the wackiness to the way that the process is set up. There's certainly, I think, fair criticism to some of the things in terms of how this manipulates, even if people are not doing it intentionally, the spirit of the Rooney Rule and the way that things are supposed to operate. There are a lot of occasions where we have seen teams operate a certain way where you kind of go, they appear to know who their guy is and they're doing things a certain way here, but they've succeeded in slowing down. The league has the hiring cadence, but the way that these searches play out, it's just completely changed. Would you agree?
Yeah, and I think that's, first of all, CeeDee Lamb back at practice. Brian Schottenheimer just announced. We were talking about it earlier, so they said he was very involved in walkthrough.
Well, great, 51%.
Yeah, and, about to play your rival, making sure they know how involved he was in walkthrough, and then he's going to practice. We'll see. Maybe some gamesmanship here. But anyway, it's a good thing that he's back practicing. Turpin also practicing. So anyway, I think with the coaching hires, I don't know if it's good or bad, but almost nobody goes into it being like, well, we'll see how this goes. Now, sometimes you may have a favorite, and you decide during the process that that's not the guy you want, or something happens to go against. Like, I would have called 2 years ago Bill Belichick the favorite to get the Atlanta Falcons job. I mean, would you have agreed, right? I mean, that seems...
He met with Arthur Blank twice, including once on his yacht, and then went through the car wash in the facility. Every indication was this is extremely real, and then all of a sudden we took a hard left turn. In his case, it ended up in Chapel Hill, and
which has not gone great.
Well, we'll see how long that one actually ends up lasting here. You mentioned, CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys. Jerry Jones keeps saying, Ian, he keeps telling us, hey, we got the picks. I said it on the Insiders the day of the Micah Parsons trade. I said Jerry Jones has managed to make himself relevant no matter what they do or don't do. By virtue of getting an extra first-round pick next year and all the questions that raises, he has made them a centerpiece story in the NFL, even if this team isn't particularly good. Do you buy or sell? We will see the Cowboys make a trade to bring in a player prior to the trade deadline that's 20 days away.
I do think that it is at least a little bit intentional to let everyone know. I mean, yes, it's about the media and to make sure that this segment happens, make sure we talk about the Cowboys during this segment. But I do think some teams like themselves being out there because, like, let's say you have an edge, and I assume that's where it would be. Let's say you have, Bradley Chubb. I don't know, just pick a random edge. Arden Key, Kingsley Anibare from the Pack. Like, if you have an edge that you might trade, you're going to call the Cowboys. Now you're going to call the Cowboys. So at least what Jerry Jones has guaranteed is that they get a look at there he is right there.
That's the perfect Jerry Jones photo right there, by the way. That is a man who, he's got us talking about the Cowboys. They're 2-3-1, and we're talking about they're going to make a splash move at the deadline, Ian.
Man. Yeah, and I don't even know that it would be a splash, but I could see them bringing in someone. They love defensive tackles. They could use an edge. Like, that would make sense. The only problem is that as an organization, like, they have done some trades. They sure have done some trades. I think last offseason they did a bunch of trades. They are a team that collects picks. They have drafted very well, with the exception of Mozzie Smith and maybe a couple others. But they have drafted very well, so well that they keep having to pay their guys top dollar, which has sort of led to this mess to begin with. I could see them doing some trades, but I can't see them giving up a ton because they're not a team that likes to just go all in. Because there is no going all in the NFL, right? I mean, it's you always sort of have to collect the picks and make sure that you're investing in your future and all that. So I could see him doing something. I just don't know how. I just don't know that they're going to say, all right, we got an extra one for Micah. We're just going to trade that for whoever. I don't know.
The all-in or not thing is also interesting as it pertains to what the Jaguars are doing right now. Because obviously James Gladstone and Liam Cohen were with Les Snead in the Rams. They saw the bleep them picks. Les Snead. They also saw all right, now because we did that for a long time, we now need to get rid of all these older, expensive players and get a bunch of draft picks and then have one of the youngest roster and kind of start the process
and hit on all the picks.
The Jaguars appear to be in bleep them picks mode. They appear to be willing, by virtue of giving up the next year's one to go get Travis Hunter, by virtue of a really different deal, the Greg Newsome swap for Tyson Campbell, where they're going, we're going to get rid of the cost-controlled guy for the next several years who doesn't really fit for a guy on an expiring contract who we think does fit. I know this. I will say, James Gladstone has certainly been in contact with other GMs, basically letting them know, like, hey, whenever you're ready, you got any ideas? Like, I want to talk trade. I mean, he told me that in August. He was like, I can't believe nobody's trading yet. I'm like, it's August 7th, dude. Like, it'll get going. Don't worry. I would not be surprised at all if we see the Jaguars do something else before the deadline that makes us go, they really are going in to win right now.
Yeah, and I would say, they have a couple areas of focus. I would say defensive line probably makes sense for them. So, there are some defensive linemen who certainly have been in focus and discussed. I could see them adding there. But you're right. I mean, they got a quarterback, and I think Trevor is playing well enough now for them to say, like, all right, like, we don't need a number one pick for a quarterback. And my theory, and who really knows, but my theory has been if you have a quarterback, you don't need a number one pick. You can use that for whatever you want. Whereas why, like the Cowboys, they traded Micah for a couple ones, I'm kind of like, all right, are they building up a stack of ones to go get a quarterback after Dak? Like, that was kind of my first thought when I found out about this trade. So I think if you're the Jaguars, you got I mean, it's actually a pretty good team. You got a quarterback. You got all sorts of players at the skill spots. You have edge. You have some corners. Like, you can use picks to load up because you kind of don't, like, need anything, right? There's nothing where you're like, all right, we have to have a 1 for this. So they actually have some picks to play with, and I would agree. Like, they've made 2 trades so far. I could see at least one more before this all stops.
You got my wheels spinning. I think you got TJ smiling over there in the corner. Yeah. Can't you wait right now, TJ, for the storyline in the offseason when Dak Prescott wins the NFL MVP, the Cowboys roar forward and make the playoffs, and then they trade up to take his replacement in April? The most Jerry Jones sequence of events humanly possible.
That'd be a very Cowboy
thing. Keep
that would be awesome.
Your team in the headlines.
That's how you do it. I mean, that's... I mean,
you have been a staunch defender of the Falcons, and on Monday night, at least for one night, it sure looked like that went great for Michael Penix.
I am the world's
Kirk Cousins over 2 years, but
I am the world's cheerleader of the Falcons' Michael Penix move.
From
nobody besides me, or more so than anyone, I think that was a great move, and I will stand by that. And the Cousins situation emphasizes that. And when this is a success, I will take all the credit. And when it's not, I'll pretend that it never happened.
Ian, great stuff. That is your MO. Absolutely. I appreciate the candor. Thank you very much for being here. I will see you tonight on The Insider, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on NFL Network. Boy, you were, I could see you. Every time the Cowboys came up, I just saw TJ like straightening up a little bit in the chair. Like,
well, I was interested. He looked like an NBA Jam shirt on there. I was trying to like see what he had on before he left. But yeah, that sounds great in theory, Tom, but is that really any of that going to happen with Jerry?
Well, I mean, the starting point is, does Dak keep playing at a level? We had Chase Daniel on yesterday, and he was saying he's playing quarterback better than anyone in the league. Yeah, but if they were thinking about drafting the next quarterback, do they really do it with Dak playing like this?
I don't think you can, right?
I mean, if the Falcons can give Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed and draft Michael Penix 6 weeks later, moments after Kirk is waving a towel on the stage and getting all the Falcons fans excited, yeah, I would say anything is possible. Still more to come here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education. With grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Hey, bro. Weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi just works. Visit astound.com today.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips.
Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clip salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. Then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
A 1-hour, uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
About the Blue Jays makes it feel like for the pinstripers, the Blue Jays were supposed to have been good for like 4 seasons. Hadn't happened. You have to ask yourself if changes are going to happen in the Yankees organization as a result.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show, Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today.
You guys.
I'm just looking at you over there, those teeth glowing in the lights. It's a pleasure actually having you here, Del Tufo.
Worth every penny, right, Mike?
Worth every penny. I had bad teeth.
We got the first mock draft of
the first one. Yes. Yeah,
first
excited.
Mock draft
Excited.
Of mock drafts. Actually, that's probably not true. I bet there was some the day after.
No,
right?
there's been a bunch, but the first one on ESPN that I've seen, Jordan Reed throughout his first mock draft that's out, first round. We had Mel's big board come out yesterday. Okay, Jordan's mock draft
Just lay
here.
the quarterbacks on me.
Yeah, let's talk QBs. There are 4 of them. Okay, Fernando Mendoza from Indiana, Dante Moore from Oregon. You got Lenoris Sellers, South Carolina, and Ty Simpson from Alabama. Now, are you curious where our ESPN colleague has these quarterbacks?
I'd be very curious.
Slotted.
Who's taken whom? Granted, in a mock draft that's built around the current standings, meaning things like the Ravens are drafted at number 2.
Sure, Ravens number 2 taking an edge rusher from Miami, which I'm sure they have no chance of actually getting. And remember, last year at this time, no one was talking about Cam Ward as being the first overall pick. But right now, he's got Fernando Mendoza going number 1 to the Jets.
Ooh. I mean, I believe it. Fernando Mendoza, going back to Cal, he had all the offers around the country of where he could transfer. He decided to go into the upstart Indiana program, which just last year, Curtis Rourke, if he didn't play the whole year with a torn ACL, would have been a much higher draft pick. They run a pro-style offense. I believe Chandler Whitmer, right, is the offensive coordinator there, longtime NFL assistant coach. It makes total sense to me. The Jets, 2 years and $40 million for Justin Fields. I think $10 million guaranteed next year.
Right.
That's a drop in the bucket. You could be the backup. You could cut him. They got to play better as a team, obviously. Last week was Justin Fields' worst game, but Jets taking a quarterback at number one, not a shock at all.
And that's why I kind of put Kirk Cignetti being in the NFL next year an overreaction Monday on Tuesday
going on that.
Because you linked those
it has
two
been
guys
noted
together.
It has been noted.
Cleveland taking a quarterback. Dante Moore, another Oregon quarterback, goes to the Browns.
That wasn't. I have not seen, admittedly, a ton of Dante Moore. Last week was not the best showing for him or the Oregon offense, losing to Indiana.
Played well at Penn State.
Cleveland's in a spot. Well, remember, they got 2 firsts. They got the Jaguars first-round pick, too. And this is precisely why they want to see Dylan Gabriel. They want to see Shedeur Sanders. Did they luck into one? Not luck, but third, fifth round. It's a lottery ticket. Did they happen to pull the right one?
Right.
That's what we'll find out.
Yeah, Lenore Sellers, a big guy coming into the season, talking about the South Carolina quarterback. Going number 9 to the Raiders.
I mean, Geno Smith has, I believe, 18 or so guaranteed next year. It's been a bumpy ride so far. Played better last week. I was checking in because I wondered, could this have been the last hurrah for Geno Smith? I was told there's been no serious discussion of benching him. Again, played better, still threw a pick. But the Raiders' big picture, Tom Brady being hyper-involved, absolutely the Raiders are a potential quarterback team in 2026.
Yeah, and last one, Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, which no one was really talking about coming into the season. He's played great so far now through 6 weeks into the college season. Going number 30 to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Steelers, depending on what happens with Aaron Rodgers, I mean, they could, if they run this thing off, they're 4-1, they win 13 games, and Aaron decides to come back, do you get one more year?
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ainken. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck. Please have him call me.
My guy. Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ainken is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ainken, our guy, on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Chicago Wolves hockey is back.
The five-time league champs return to the Allstate.
The Wolves open their season this Saturday and Sunday at Allstate Arena against the Rockville Eisen.
You're going to get some bad blood.
This is Wolves hockey.
It's rock'em sock'em as they go toe-to-toe.
Get your tickets for Chicago Wolves home opening weekend this Saturday and Sunday at Allstate Arena. Chicago Wolves hockey. You've got to see this live.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you, games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable large light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now, during Truck Month, get 2.9% APR financing on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's do this.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
I feel like I try to do my best at blocking out the noise.
With guest host Tom Pelissero.
Then you get 100 text messages. Keep blocking out the noise.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Good Morning Football co-host Jamie Erdahl. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Coming up, latest news and more. And now, it's Tom Pelissero.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show. Tom Pelissero in for Rich for one more hour before, well, not me, but two of the other members of our crew here in studio, Chris Brockman, TJ Jefferson. Join Rich tomorrow in London.
Yeah, buddy.
Which will be afternoon tomorrow, 5 p.m. local time, kickoff of the show,
5 p.m.
I believe.
local time, yeah, 5 to 8.
Be very
time.
Solid. And then you'll be getting dragged out of some type of a breakfast buffet around 6:30 a.m. Friday when Thursday Night Football ends.
Yeah, Thursday Night Football, I think, kicks at 1:15 local in the morning?
3:15. 3:15. According to Google and my math, 3:15 a.m.
No, because it's a 5-hour time difference from the East Coast, and it's an 8:15 East Coast game. Can you guys do math?
Yeah, 8 hours after 8:15.
No, 8 hours from 5:15. Come on, guys.
All right. Well, anyway, it's late.
It's 1:15 in the morning. Not going to be too bad.
I thought it. Okay.
Well, hold on.
That was my issue, was I was calculating it
You were calculating it from
L.A.
From L.A.
I have no hope.
5 hours on the East.
I have
from the East
no
Coast.
chance.
I'm here for you, man.
To figure this out.
660 math SAT score. You know what I'm saying?
You can go home now.
Oh, 660.
Come on now.
That's nothing.
660. Not that
I
great.
definitely beat that.
I think that was my total.
Math?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Wow.
I had like a 710, 730, somewhere in there.
Look at you.
That was my total.
That's why I went to
You can't tell time.
went to finance major to college until I got there and was like, oh, it's a lot harder here. And then I transferred to communications, which is a phony major. Took a bunch of classes about, editing SVHS tape and making macromedia flash websites. And here I am.
And here we are.
Hosting this show and not having any idea what time it is in London. We got a lot of good games coming up this weekend, including the one that Rich is going to call bright and early, Rams-Jaguars.
Sneaky, really good game.
Sunday morning, Jaguars trying to bounce back. The Rams could easily be 6-0. They let a couple of games get away from them early in the season. I'll be entertained by that one. Vikings-Eagles, perhaps a Carson Wentz revenge game on Sunday. Colts-Chargers, a game that nobody was circling preseason that has, heavy playoff implications. The winner of that game could be in the number one seed as we come up on the halfway point of the schedule. Of course, we've got Bucs-Lions on Monday night, part of a doubleheader with Texans-Seahawks. And then we've got the Patriots-Texans game. Ooh. This was always going to be a sneaky one throughout the season. Mike Vrabel's first trip back.
Titans, Tom.
To Nashville. What did I say?
He said the Texans.
Patriots-Titans on Sunday. It was always going to be.
Buckle up.
It was always going to be an interesting dynamic from a storyline perspective. Mike Vrabel back for the first time since he was fired after the 2023 season in a move that was shocking to, I think, a lot of people. But when you unwound the dynamics and even being familiar with what was going on for months there, it did make more sense, as much from the Titans' perspective as Mike Vrabel's perspective. There was not a lot that Mike Vrabel was doing over that final season that made you think he's all in on wanting to be the Titans head coach as long as he can. Most memorably, of course, during the Titans bye week, going to New England to be inducted into their Ring of Honor, sitting in his Patriots Hall of Fame red jacket next to Robert Kraft in his booth, going on the field at halftime and announcing to the crowd, enjoy this place because not everywhere is like it. And I am only mildly paraphrasing that. And then coming back to the Titans building, and from everything I was told, never addressing it. Never being like, hey, yeah, maybe that was a little much. Just never brought it up. He was mad about a lot of different things.
Well, A.J. Brown getting traded without his consent probably was high on the list.
The A.J. Brown trade was part of it. And then John Robinson, who had a good relationship with Braves, they knew each other from New England, he gets fired. Vrabel wanted Ryan Cowden to be his general manager. They instead hired Rand Carthon. Again, two guys who got along fine personally, but were not on the same page about building the team. Then they fire Vrabel. They promote Rand. Soon after that, they fire Rand. They hire Mike Borgonzi. They hired Brian Callahan to replace Mike Vrabel. Now Callahan is gone. And this morning, Mike Vrabel at the podium in New England and answering questions about the fact that his successor in Tennessee has already been let go.
Of course I did. I mean, I don't want to see anybody that shares a job with you, get let go. That's not the, that's a tough feeling, with family and school and, whether it's in college or pro, like we're in the media every single day. And there's a human element to this and that I don't want to forget. I just remember all those coaches or people that reached out after I was let go. And, I think that's important because nobody texts when you lose. They all text when you win.
So Mike Vrabel reached out to Brian Callahan after being fired from the same job less than 2 years after Vrabel was fired from it. I will be interested to see. There are a lot of occasions through the years where a team will get a very temporary bump from a coaching change. Sometimes it lasts longer. The Raiders on multiple occasions have had it last longer. Rich Bisaccia took over. That was a very unique situation. Went to the playoffs. Antonio Pierce took over from the guy who had replaced Bisaccia and John Gruden, which was Josh McDaniels. They played well enough that Pierce got the full-time job before he was let go after one full-time season in the head coaching profession. I mean, that's how much these things move over the course of time. I was sitting in this chair, you guys remember it, when Jeff Saturday took over, or at least that week leading into the game, with Jeff Saturday being the interim head coach.
That was crazy.
They went into the Raiders building, and what happened? They won.
They won.
They didn't win another game after that.
Right.
But the 1 week bump from Jeff Saturday coming in and just wild. Whatever he was doing of it's different now. They went in and they beat the Raiders on that Sunday. Yep. I don't know that Mike McCoy is the same type of guy. We heard his press conference yesterday. Mike has always seemed like a genuinely good dude. After he got fired with the Chargers, he was out of football. Or he had a couple coordinator jobs after that. But then he spent like 4 years where he wasn't in the NFL. Came back a couple of years ago, was coaching with the Jaguars. Gets hired as a senior offensive assistant after everyone in Jacksonville got fired on Doug Peterson's staff. And now is the interim head coach of the team. It's a nice little pay bump that comes with that. He had a long-standing relationship with Brian Callahan, so it's weird for him, too. I'll be interested to see, do they get that 1 week bump? Vrabel, by the way, was also asked something along the lines of, will the guys be fired up for you going back into Tennessee? And he said, as only Vrabel can, it's not like we're trying to win one for the Gipper here. In other words, for Vrabel, it's just, we're rolling. But every week is its own grind, its own challenge. We got to go in and take care of business. And I would say, to the extent that we're talking about, like we were with Ian Rappaport in the last hour, the desirability of the Titans' job, Cam Ward has a lot of fans around the NFL. Cam Ward was the one guy who, when you talk to scouts, you talk to coaches last year going into the draft, it was the one guy that everyone was like, he's pretty good. Yeah, there are things that are a little loose sometimes with his play style, things off schedule, sure. Was the background and completely clean in terms of how, he interacted with people when he was at Washington State and things like that? No, there were some things he had to sort through. But as much as, maybe some guys are independent contractors or whatever, like in terms of him leading by example, in terms of him putting in the time, being the first one in, last one out, all those cliches, like that is Cam Ward. He wants it that bad. And I personally have been impressed, and I know I've talked to people in the league who've been impressed with like the demeanor. He could easily be the guy who is coming into the huddle and doom and gloom and shoulders down. You see that all the time from young quarterbacks. He's not that guy. Now he's frustrated because they haven't been able to score a point.
Yeah.
And in the 3 weeks since Brian Callahan was told he needed to give up play calling duties if he wanted to remain the head coach, they've somehow been even worse. They've been terrible for 3 weeks. You're not going to throw out the entire offense and put in a different scheme. All right, you're working within the same boundaries. Mike McCoy said, it's got to be players, not plays, when he was asked about his philosophy. I guarantee Brian Callahan wasn't sitting there going, guys, I think it should be plays, not players. I think we shouldn't try to get the ball to Calvin Ridley. I think we should just throw it to whoever's – no, like you're trying to build it around your players. So there's a lot of talk that comes into it, but can they get a bounce? Can they just go and find a way to get a win? They had the ball bounce their way in Arizona. It didn't translate, and they were terrible in the first 3 quarters on offense in that game. But you saw glimpses of Cam Ward down the stretch. What are they going to do now against one of the hottest teams in the NFL? A guy in Drake May who, I think in a year where there is no dominant team, there is nobody who's running over everybody, the likes of Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson we talk about every year as being MVP candidates, none of them have had a completely clean start. I think there is a path for a Drake May to go be the MVP. I'm not making a prediction here, but if he continues to play at this level, and you can't say enough about the job that Josh McDaniels and that staff have done with Drake May, there's a lot you go through when you have upheaval like they've had. Even going back to Mac Jones, his first year when Josh was there in New England. Mac Jones, Brockman, you watched it closer than anyone.
Oh, man.
Where did you think, off year one with Mac Jones, where did you think he would be? Rank him in the 32 starting quarterbacks. What type of quarterback did you think you had with Mac Jones?
Oh, man, you remember top 100 list that year, he was in the 80s.
Yes.
So even his peers thought he was one of those players who, wow, great rookie season, year 2, look out, player on the rise. You're thinking he's going to be in the top 12 probably.
Right. Top 10 upside,
quarterback,
right?
Yeah, top 10 upside. Maybe get a weapon or two and see what, you remember his year at Alabama. He absolutely cooked, Heisman Trophy finalist, and you thought you were getting that type of player. Year 1 looked great, Pro Bowl, playoffs, and then it was the opposite of all of that.
And that's part of the reason that even before they knew for sure that they were going to get Mike Vrabel as the head coach, I can tell you the Crafts were very interested in Josh McDaniels coming back. He'd obviously been there several times, going back to when he was there with Bill. Despite how it went in Vegas, despite how it ended in Denver, Josh is a really smart football mind, and he has a way of tailoring the offense to a young quarterback. He's done it at a really high level, and you're seeing that right now with Drake May. So it's Drake May versus Cam Ward. That's one of the matchups you get to look forward to in Week 7, coming off of a Week 6 that began with us getting a national TV look at a bunch of those quarterbacks that went up high in the 2024 draft, the other ones, besides Drake May. I will open this up here real quick. We got to break in a few, but is there anything you guys want to throw at me? I've been here for 4 days now.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything, football or otherwise, you really want to know here, Brock?
Otherwise, too. We can go off the football board.
You can hit whatever you want.
I want to go football first, and I want to stay with New England, obviously. TJ, you can get to the Cowboys in a second.
I'm giving him a lot of Cowboys.
A lot of internet chatter about trade possibilities, deadline in a few weeks. Could a wide receiver be on the move, headed to Foxborough? Are the Patriots looking at wide receivers right now, Tom?
I don't view wide receiver as a spot that they're looking because Stephon Diggs has come on. I know the production wasn't there. You know, he had the big game against Buffalo, then not so much last week. But Diggs looks like Diggs again. Kayshon Boutte is one of the undertold stories in the NFL right now. He's playing. He has played really well, and he's had some really productive games, and he's got the height, weight, speed you look for. And then Pop Douglas is a really fun weapon. I don't personally, based on what I know, I don't believe that that's a target. Now, could the Patriots potentially upgrade other positions? Remember, they lost Antonio Gibson. I don't know that they can trust Ramondre Stevenson just based upon the ongoing fumble issues. And Travion Henderson, for whatever reason, just hasn't gotten going. The thinking going into the season was they would use all three of those running backs. Losing Gibson both in the return phase and in the backfield was a pretty big loss. I would just say, to me, doesn't mean that they won't trade for a wide receiver, but all things equal, I'd say there's a better chance you see them trade for a running back than a wide receiver.
Really? So not going to get the big, A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, that type of splash deal for
If something
New England.
drops into your lap, you don't say no, but they are paying Diggs $20+ million right now. If you're talking about taking on a bunch of salary for another wide receiver, again, never say never, anything's possible, but I would view running back, I'd probably view edge, those as being more pressing needs if the Patriots looking for an upgrade than wide receiver.
You mentioned Mac Jones. He's played great with San Francisco. I think we can all agree with that. Suffered his first loss over the weekend, but 3-1 as a starter filling in for Brock Purdy. He has a 2-year contract. Are teams thinking about possibly calling the 49ers about Mac Jones being a starter next year, or could he possibly make Purdy's seat a little warm?
It's a good question on the trade front because we have seen him play at a high level. He's hurt. I mean, Mac's playing through a knee injury right now, and you see that with the brace that he's had on. I think he also had an oblique going into the game last week. Like, he is laboring at times, but he's played at a high level. If I'm Kyle Shanahan and I've got the best bargain backup in the league, not just for the rest of this season, but for 2026, I'm going to want a premium price if I'm even thinking of letting that guy go, especially because the only thing that's held back Brock Purdy in his career is injuries. Right. He has been banged up. He's not the biggest guy. I don't even know if I'd call him injury prone because some of these things are just total freak deals. The elbow he had in his first year, now this toe injury that he aggravated once again. Like, history would tell you Brock might miss a little bit of time in the coming years. If there's one position you need a backup plan at, it's quarterback. And that's why they had Brock Purdy when they were going into the season with Trey Lance. That's why you had multiple quarterbacks when it was Jimmy and it was Trey. Like, you've always wanted to have multiple options at that position because once you lose somebody, if you don't have a guy you think you can win with, you're essentially punting on the season. So possible they would get a call, especially if other quarterbacks go down. I just find it hard to believe that Kyle wants to let that guy out of the building.
Yeah. But Purdy going to play this week, you think?
Well, we'll see. They practice later on this afternoon. If he's not practicing today, I don't think that he's going to play. But the way that Mac is playing, it certainly eases some of the pressure in terms of getting Brock back onto the field, as much as I'm sure he's chomping at the bit here. It seems like he's in play. There's at least a chance. But if he doesn't practice today, I would think that would probably rule him out for Sunday.
And George Kittle?
Kittle seems like he's got a better chance. He's at least going to practice this week. Knowing George, the moment that he gets back on the field and huffs the smelling salts, like he's going to think that he can go out and play 70 snaps. So I'd say, it seems like a pretty decent chance. It's going to depend how he looks in practice. But again, knowing Kittle's mentality, he's practicing. He thinks he's going to play.
I got a question, Tom, but before, you said something about players being injury prone, and I always find that funny because the whole idea of this game is for big, strong men to put on armor and put punishment on other men's bodies. Sure. And yet we like knock people because they get hurt doing this. It's amazing to me more people don't get hurt playing this game. But anyway.
There's players who have an injury phase, too. There's guys who will be injured for 3-4 years all the time, and then all of a sudden they get out of it, and they don't have the bad luck, or they change things about their regimen, and all of a sudden they become durable. Like, that's not an impossible thing. Just because you suffer injuries in your first few years doesn't mean you can't get healthy later. It just changes the percentages.
Now, my higher register last week was I went higher register about the Bears, and I said that something we spoke about earlier about how the season was going well for them. Then they had that unfortunate for them Hail Mary against Washington, and then the season for the Bears went all the way down. And I said if they can get past the Washington football team this week, which was last week, I said, I think the Bears can go on a nice little run. And now that they've got that W over Washington, I'm looking at the schedule. They've got the Saints, I think a seemingly still Lamar-less Ravens, Cincinnati, and the Giants. Was I wrong in thinking that the Bears could go on a nice little run here and rack up some dubs?
I would say the odds toward Lamar being back are, I know they're hopeful. John Harbaugh referenced that after the game. My understanding is they are hopeful Lamar will be back. It's a hamstring. He will have had basically 4 weeks to recover. It's Lamar. Things are always a little bit different with Lamar, but it seems like it's pointing toward him being back for that game. You're right, though. I mean, the Saints, we'll see how the Bengals look after Thursday night. If they lose, if they lose that game tomorrow night, the calculus their whole season maybe changes a little bit here. But, yeah, the schedule seems to be set up fairly well for the Bears. I would also just point to they're winning a lot of close games. They obviously got a bounce that went their way with the fumble late against Washington. But I sat here on Tuesday morning and said, like, I mean, that felt like that's the best we've seen Caleb play, certainly the most under control that we have seen Caleb play. That portends a lot of good things moving forward because it appears he's buying into what Ben Johnson wants to see his quarterback do. DeAndre Swift had a big game. Rona Dunze has been unbelievable. We'll see what the status of DJ Moore is. Ended up in the hospital with a groin injury, which you can only imagine what that might involve. I've got a decent idea of what it involves. Not the best, but they seem like they are in position to at least maintain relevancy. It's still year one with Ben Johnson. I just think, and I think Brockman, you posed this on Tuesday in terms of overreaction. I still think that saying, all right, they're a playoff team now, that's probably a little much. Right. Again, you have to see Caleb do it week in and week out. And there are other spots on that team where they don't necessarily have everything exactly the way that Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen want it to look. But do I think they're going to be playing relevant games in December? I do. And that alone is a step forward for the Bears.
All right. And this I don't know, this topic may be, not really in our realm of, what we do, but when we look at old sitcoms and old movies from back in like the 80s and 90s, right, guys, we see people and we look at them and you look at them now and you think, man, they look like they're 50s. And then you realize that, no, they were 35. They were 40 at this time. As humans evolve and get older, we're talking about quarterbacks and Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco being 41 years old and being the old guys. But as human beings evolve, do you think that this is going to become more normal for quarterbacks to play into their 40s and to the point where it won't be such a story? Because I feel like, this is going to become the norm going forward.
It's still abnormal. Tom Brady normalized it to a certain degree, play until he was 45. It's still not a lot of guys who do it, and we see, the Derek Carrs of the world walk away when they're in their 30s. But for a long time, if you go back, and I remember looking at this when Brett Favre retired the first time after the 2007 season, almost every Hall of Fame quarterback for a generation retired at either age 37 or 38. Like, you could go back. They all, Elway, Montana, Steve Young, they all retired at basically the same age. Once Brady pushed the envelope on that, it probably does have some type of a psychological effect, if nothing else, on some of the other quarterbacks. It's also, frankly, it's probably because just dudes know what they're doing with their bodies now.
That was my other point.
Life expectancy has changed.
Life expectancy,
there's
training
smoothie bars and clean foods in every facility, and you're paying, Russell Wilson pays $1 million a year or whatever for like his team
recovery
to travel around with him and spend time with them. I've been in a hotel gym the day before the game, and Russ is in there at 7 a.m. getting some workout in, and that's different than dudes there used to be a 7-week preseason or whatever it was, because guys would be, working on a truck and smoking cigarettes the whole offseason. It took them time to get into shape.
Smoking squares during halftime of the games. So like I said,
championship games.
I feel like maybe in 5, 6, 10 years, we're going to be looking at, you're going to see a lot more quarterbacks, because it just seems the way that we've been evolving.
I do think that the possibilities are out there. Part of it's the want to. And if you saw Aaron Rodgers with the Jets last year and just everything looked like it hurt, you would have said, there's no way Aaron Rodgers is coming back for another run. All of a sudden, he's on a good team. This has to be the longest Aaron has gone without being on the injury report in years. In years. If he takes a big hit on Thursday night, and I certainly don't wish that upon him, but if he takes a big hit and he starts to feel it a little bit more, he might be rethinking whether or not it was a good idea to play at 40, much less 41, 42, and beyond. All right, we got to take a quick break here. Brockman's MVP Index coming up on the other side of this break. Tom Pelissero in for Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen Show, Disney Plus, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when a University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, Waddle, you ready for another Football Friday? Because I'm fired up.
Born ready. Ice cold beer, football, and the perfect way to get the weekend started early with your buddies.
We're live this Friday from 3 to 6:30 at Twin Peaks in Algonquin. We love this place. We're getting hyped for the big matchup against New Orleans on the lakefront.
Eats, drinks, scenic views, and all the football chatter you can handle. The ultimate Friday kickoff.
Come start the weekend the right way.
It's Football Friday live at Twin Peaks in Algonquin. Please enjoy responsibly.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Yurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8.
White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower your utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
Hawkauto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Member Week is back at Lowe's with big savings for pros. Now through October 15th, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, building materials, and more. Plus, get free standard shipping. Shop these exclusive member-only savings before they're gone. Not a rewards member? Join for free today. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
To your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
That turns out not so much.
No, not.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Tom Pelissero in for Rich, and I understand that before most of the cast here departs for London to reunite with Rich for a couple of London shows ahead of the Rams-Jaguars duel Sunday morning on NFL Network. Brockman's got a little something for us.
Brockman's NFL MVP Index.
Oh, you know it's that time of the year, boys.
Is that your head on Bob Knight's body? Is that what that was?
Bill Walsh, actually.
Bill Walsh,
yeah. I'm the Bill Walsh of MVP
I can
Index.
see that.
Yeah. My head's a little small, I think, for that. Looks pretty
Bob
good,
Knight's
though.
same sweater, but probably a little different build.
Bill Walsh was all about those big pop collars. Here's the thing. We know, TJ, you've said it. Might as well be the MVQ award, right?
Oh, yeah.
We know the MVP is going to a quarterback this year, right? It would be really awesome if Baker Mayfield won. That would be pretty sick. He's a cool guy and having a great year. However, through 6 weeks of this NFL season, I am busting out the non-quarterback MVP index.
All right.
It's not just one position, responsible for winning. It's everybody, Tom, as you know. It's all 53.
The quarterback's pretty important, but I get your point.
Quarterback's pretty important.
Go on.
All right,
I don't want to ruin your premise
the
here.
non-quarterback MVP index number 5. Going to Jacksonville. Devin Lloyd. This guy has been an absolute beast. Leads the NFL in interceptions as a linebacker, and we know he had that unbelievable pick 6 against Patrick Mahomes. This guy's absolutely balling, and one of the main reasons Jacksonville 4-2 in the playoff mix, and a surprise team that could win their division.
Like Devin Lloyd, met him the morning that he was drafted. I believe that was the Las Vegas draft. He was in the suite that we had, in the Cosmopolitan Hotel, like at the breakfast buffet. I was like, oh, yeah, hey. Yeah, where do you think you're going? You know, one of those like weird moments, and then obviously his career's gone. I hadn't thought a ton about Devin Lloyd since, quite honestly, until this year when obviously he begins making a ton of plays.
Yeah, huge leap.
For a revamped Jacksonville defense. I mean, Anthony Campanile deserves so much credit for the way that they've generated as a team a lot of these turnovers. I mean, he's had a fantastic year, not going to play, not making the trip to London because of the calf injury that he suffered last week. But Devin Lloyd off to a great start. I mean, Defensive Player of the Year, if you were naming that right now, I think he'd probably be in that mix with, well, I don't want to ruin any of the other names you're going to say, but I would think that he would at least be in that conversation.
Well, I imagine you were about to say this person's name coming in at number 4.
Nick Bonito?
The best defense in the NFL, the Denver Broncos. Nick Bonito leads the NFL in sacks.
See, I had
8 of them.
I walked him right into it. I actually let him say it.
Teammates.
But then he gave me the opening.
Teammates.
Nick Bonito's
been awesome this year. Yeah.
He's been really good. Him and Brian Burns tied, I believe. Or if Bonito got one last week, but they're both up there at the top.
Brian Burns 7.5 sacks. Nick Bonito 8.
Bonito added a half sack then, since we had Brian Burns on the show on Friday. I mean, Bonito is certainly. I mean, he's the straw that stirs the drink. Broncos got him locked up for years to come. Between him and Pat Surtain, I mean, those are the two guys that kind of everything goes through there. I mean, he's been really good on a Denver team that is atop, or at least tied atop the AFC West, despite the fact that that offense has been a roller coaster ride so far.
Number 3, also a player not going to play this week. Let's go down to Tampa. This dude has been absolutely unbelievable. Offensive Rookie of the Year is in the sights for this player, and he is number 3 on the non-quarterback MVP index. Got to be Amir Ibuka. With all the injuries going on in Tampa, Emeka Ibuka. Did I just pull a Gronk for a second?
I thought you were doing a Gronk impression.
No, yeah, that's
Ebubu.
That was really embarrassing for Gronk. Seems like he scored a touchdown every game. He has been everywhere for Baker Mayfield on this offense, who has suffered a litany of injuries to Mike Evans and Godwin coming back and Bucky Irving being out. This dude has been absolutely the real deal and looks like the best wideout in this class.
He's exceeded, I think, anybody's reasonable expectations, including mine, because the one thing you heard about him, because really in talking to people around the league, the only lock first-round guy was really Teteroa McMillan.
Right.
Like, he was the one that everyone was like, all right, he's in the mix. It was just, is that the style of receiver you want? Was the tape too up and down? Matthew Golden was the next one, especially after he blazed the 40. And then after that, like, I was remember going through mock drafts on NFL.com, and, like, nobody had Emeka Ibuka in the first round. The thing I kept hearing, especially when I talked to coaches, was, all right, the traits, scouts worry about traits. Coaches are just like, dude can play football. Like, he's such a good football player and a wide receiver. He's going to be good. What I didn't expect to see was that he'd be the deep threat. He'd be making the plays down the field, not just the guy who's, possession-type receiver, but the big play threat and the degree of difficulty absolutely has blown me away this season. MVP, probably a little strong, especially because, again, that hamstring, that could be a few weeks.
Yeah.
Hamstrings can take a little bit here. We'll see whether or not he's an IR guy by the end of the week. A lot of times those moves aren't made until Saturday. But in terms of most impact rookie receivers in recent NFL history, there's not a lot of guys who have come out of the gate the way that this guy has. Justin Jefferson, week 1 was down his first year. Week 2, he got a whole lot better. After that, he certainly made an instant impact on the game. Jamar Chase had a good rookie season, but I mean, this guy's unbelievable.
Number 2, I'm going a little off the board here. Maybe you guys aren't thinking about this player, but you really should. 4-2 for the Seattle Seahawks. I'm talking about Jackson Smith-Njigba. This guy has been absolutely unreal. Top 5 in catches, leads the NFL with almost 700 yards. He's on pace for an absolute monster season. It seems like he gets every single target from Sam Darnold in that offense. Sam Darnold having a great year. Seattle looks like a playoff team. It's mostly because of that guy right there, 11, number JSN.
I've seen some of those photos of the Ohio State receivers on the bench back when these guys were all in college, because they were all together. You mentioned a bunch of them, along with Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. was supposed to be the one who would make the instant impact, and while he's played better the past couple of weeks here, hasn't been, that guy right out of the gate. Instead, we're talking about Ibuka, and we're talking about Jackson Smith-Njigba. You're right. I mean, I give John Schneider all the credit for the way that they have totally revamped that team. When you think about it, a year ago, and obviously Smith-Njigba was on the team, but it was Geno Smith throwing the ball to DK Metcalf. That was the primary receiver. Tyler Lockett was still there. All 3 of those guys are gone. They get Sam Darnold for less than what Geno wanted, plus get a third-round pick, ship off DK Metcalf, and cut Tyler Lockett, which opens up all the floodgates for Jackson Smith-Njigba to become the high-volume receiver that he's capable of being. He has been excellent so far through the course of the season.
Lastly, number 1, probably the most surprising team in the league, 5-1 Indianapolis Colts. Yeah, TJ, I'm talking about your boy, Jonathan Taylor. Leads the NFL in rushing, leads the NFL in rushing touchdowns. This guy has been an absolute monster. Looks like the offensive player of the year right now. And I know I said, Bijan Robinson is the best, player in the NFL last year. I mean, look, let's be honest. Jonathan Taylor is playing like that dude right now. Gotta love JT. He's number 1.
Jonathan Taylor at number 1 and Bijan not making your list. That's bold. That might get aggregated. Make sure you post that since you run the X account, Brock.
Of course. What?
I think we need one more.
I mean, I've seen some of the stats.
Just jump the gun on the one more, Mike.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I've seen the stats with Jonathan Taylor.
I thought he was done. Sorry, Tom. I thought you were done. Sorry.
He has been as effective when he's been healthy as anybody in terms of consistently producing on a week-in, week-out basis. He's a huge part of what they're doing in Indianapolis right now. I think that everybody realistically is wondering, is Daniel Jones going to be able to do this for all 17 games and in the playoffs, or are we going to reach a point where those bumps in the road come? Well, having Jonathan Taylor there, even when your wide receiver group is a little bit beat up, Alec Pierce didn't play for a couple of weeks there, having that guy and Jonathan Taylor you can count on definitely helps. Jonathan Taylor should be in the conversation. Hasn't been a running back winning the MVP since Adrian Peterson, 2012?
Adrian Peterson.
You have one more. I did not know this.
I wasn't even done. Jonathan Taylor is the highest running back on the MVP odds list.
Fake me out, these guys.
Joe Flacco had better timing after 5 days on the Bengals than you've got on the soundbar today.
I wonder if Brockwood has one more.
Jonathan Taylor's 100-1 for MVP.
Now, I can't give gambling advice.
Never asked.
But he's on pace for how many yards right now?
He's got, let's see, I just had it up. I think he's got, over 700 yards?
Yeah, it's in that 2,000 neighborhood right now. I don't know if it's slightly under or slightly over.
He's got 600 yards in 6 games. He's averaging 100
600 yards. So he's, on pace for 1,800 yards. If he's in that category and the Colts go 14-3, maybe I'm wrong. I find it hard to believe Daniel Jones is going to eat up a bunch of MVP votes.
Didn't even come close.
But I mean, that was in a little different situation. Again, it's like, how much credit do you give to the singular player if it's not a quarterback? I mean, that's always been it, which is, it doesn't matter how good the running back is. If the quarterback sucks, then he's not going to be able to have that level of production.
He's now minus money for Offensive Player of the Year, so Bijan would have to go nuts to kind of overtake him.
I mean, Bijan might be, and I know we talked about this before, but he might be the best player going in the NFL right now.
He's on a pace for 1,150 yards receiving. Bijan Robinson.
They've done a great job. I mean, Zach Robinson, since he moved down from the booth, that offense has been as consistent as anybody. You go back, remember, Arthur Smith was there when they drafted Bijan and they drafted Kyle Pitts and they drafted Drake London. And the idea was, let's build a basketball team and no one will be able to compete with our combination of size and speed. They didn't have the quarterback.
Right.
They never used a high pick on a quarterback.
They did on everybody else. Offensive line,
everything else. They
running back, wide receiver.
They took Desmond Ridder in the third.
Pitts.
That didn't work out, but it's a third-round pick.
Yeah.
And obviously Arthur Blank decided to move on. Right now, it looks like the Falcons' offense is headed in the right direction. It took a long time to get to this point, but if Michael Penix Jr. ends up being that dude that Desmond Ridder and Marcus Mariota and even late career Matt Ryan could not be, job one is win that division. And to do that, you got to get past the other guy you mentioned, Baker Mayfield, and the Bucs, who one way or another, no matter how many people are hurt, no matter how rough the schedule is, no matter how ugly it might be at times, they find a way year in and year out to hang another
All right,
banner.
Mike, play the drop.
We need one more.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll get
Now
one
we're
more.
going to get one. I feel like I heard that 10 minutes ago.
You ruined
Blind
the
Squirrel
surprise.
and Mike Del Tufo on the soundbar. All right, let's
All right, one more. Non-QB MVP index, guys. I got to do it. It's Scatterbo. It's Ken Scatterbo. All vibes, all juice. I don't even know what's in that juice. It's probably not legal. This guy is
Hold on.
This is the guy that we want leading this. He's injected a certain swag that was not existing on the New York Giants right now. 2 out of 3 wins, and it's because of this guy. He's shirtless, ripping with Fitzpatrick. Jackson Dart. He has an S in his name. Come on, look at those guys.
Now I want to be clear. I want to be clear on one thing, because you said what Cam Scadaboo is putting in his drink might not be legal, and you said Cam Scadaboo injected.
I'm not implying anything.
Abundantly clear.
Those were just
Cam
weird
Scadaboo,
words.
all natural,
all natty,
and a little bit nuts.
Ooh, a lot nuts.
I think that if Cam Scadaboo and the Giants, and last week was one game, but if they continue going this, I would be all for a new award that is the Cam Scadaboo Award.
Ooh.
It would be the rookie who most changes the vibes.
Yes.
Of a team.
Of a team.
If Deion Dawkins can get a lineman award, why can't we get a vibe award?
It's not the rookie of the year. It is not the best player. It's just the one who everyone's like, oh man, this is fun. Look at this guy.
The culture change.
Look what this guy over here is doing. This is cool. I would be up for the Cam Scadaboo Award. All natural. And
all natural.
And the top of the trophy would be him shirtless, bumping chest with Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Ripping his...
Yes, ripping the shirt off. You're right.
Ripping the shirt off like Hulk Hogan. Rest in peace, TJ. Scadaboo.
I would dig. Can we work on this?
We can make our own trophy. Literally just give it to
Roger Goodell to do the Protector Award.
That's
I want to do...
That's what I mean.
The Scadaboo Award.
I think Scadaboo was an angry run. He gets the scepter this week.
Well, what would it be, though? What's on the bottom of it? Is it the Scadabowl? You get the Scadabowl, and inside the bowl is Scadaboo ripping off his shirt?
Scadabowl. He did go to Arizona State. I don't know.
We'll workshop it in the break.
Scadaboo.
All right, more of your questions, too. If anyone's got anything they want to chime in on, 844-204-RICH. That is the phone number. One more segment. Tom Pelissero in for Rich. More of your NFL questions next.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Kennedy Express lanes closed? Well, the CTA doors are open. Why are you sitting in traffic?
When you could ride the train.
Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, and ride CTA.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Trade candidate Camaro could be shipped elsewhere with a couple of contenders.
Check it out on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast.
Welcome back to the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. As you all know, Rich cares deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why we're all proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional, it comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. Great cause there. Great being in the past few days here for Rich.
Tom, you're so good. Love you being here.
Who you will you'll be seeing in the not too distant future tomorrow, London time in the evening. 844-204-RICH, the phone lines. We got any final questions here? Vinny in Long Island has been waiting to weigh in here. Vinny, it's Tom Pellicero. What's up?
Hey Tom, how you doing?
Doing fantastic, man. What's on your mind?
So I'm a huge Giants fan. I'm happy the vibes are high. That's all great. But all I keep watching every week is Daniel Jones just play out of his mind in Indianapolis. And I'm just wondering, just with your contacts around the league, what does the league think of his resurgence and just the Colts in general? And then also, if he continues to play like this, plays at a Pro Bowl level and somehow wins the AFC South for the Colts and wins the playoff game and all that great stuff, how bad does that look for Brian Daboll and Joe Shane?
Well, the Giants won a playoff game with Daniel Jones and Brian Daboll 3 years ago. They went into Minnesota as a wild card and won a game there. They did see the best of Daniel Jones, and then he went through a couple of years where he was banged up and obviously got benched in 2024. I mean, injuries were a factor. He never, fully captured the draft position that he was taken in. I would say, in terms of the league-wide reaction to it, number one, it might be the best free agent signing of the offseason. Daniel Jones for 1 year, and it was like around up to $15 million, somewhere in there. The Vikings had a similar type of an offer, but when they realized Daniel Jones really didn't necessarily want to be back in Minnesota, they pulled the offer, said good luck in Indianapolis. It's worked out, certainly well for Daniel Jones and the Colts, and the Vikings still, even though J.J. McCarthy's not on the field right now, they believe in the long run it's going to work out for them as well. I think that the other part of this, in terms of the league reaction, is just how long is this going to go? At some point, are we going to see the bad Daniel Jones? Because there has been the good and bad Daniel Jones through the years, which is why he was in this position. I think that the bigger picture here, Vinny, is if Daniel Jones does the things you said and gets the Colts into the playoffs and wins a playoff game and performs at this level, how much money is somebody paying him in March? Because he's a free agent. Ooh. The Colts could franchise tag him. That would be another option. That's a big old rock sitting on your cap.
That's
if you do that, like $40 million or so. Yeah. But is Daniel Jones suddenly a $50+ million a year quarterback? His last year was 4 for 160, I believe, and people lost their minds about it.
Yep.
That was as much a leverage thing as anything because it was him and Saquon. I appreciate the call, Vinny. Him and Saquon, they tried to get the Saquon deal done. Saquon ultimately wanted more money, so they went, well, all right, we got to get the Daniel Jones deal done then because we want to tag Saquon. This is all coming off of that playoff season, and that's the direction that it went, all of which led us right here where they spent the additional resources that they had on the defense, getting that all squared away while they knew they probably didn't have the long-term quarterback option. I don't think that, the Daniel Jones performance necessarily reflects poorly upon the Giants. It's more so a reflection of two organizations that were at different spots. The Colts, by all accounts, had built up a pretty darn good roster. They did not get the quarterback right. They drafted Anthony Richardson, who at this point, and thankfully it's not worse, but just suffered an orbital fracture, went on injured reserve doing band work before a game. He has had the most remarkable run of unfortunate circumstances you could imagine. But everyone's sitting there going, Anthony Richardson hasn't done anything to justify that. Does that look bad on the Colts? Well, it only looks as bad as what you make of it, which for them is signing Daniel Jones at a bargain rate and allowing them to unlock, hey, the rest of this roster is pretty darn good. Been great to be with you guys all this week. Thank you to everybody who's been listening on ESPN Radio, Tom. Presented by Progressive Insurance. Rich and the boys back tomorrow live from London.
Thank you, Tom. It's Bleck Abdalla live from Chicago here on ESPN 1000. Coming up in 5 minutes, Ben Johnson meets the media live at Hallis Hall, and also Caleb will join and talk to the media at Hallis Hall right after Ben Johnson. So we'll carry it. We have Chauncey coming up. We have all kinds of stuff.
We got everything.
It's coming up in 5 minutes.
Wednesday on a Wednesday.
Yep, Wednesday. Yep.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is kicking off fall with big savings. Score deals on OLED and QLED TVs. And don't miss a play this season. Add a powerful soundbar to feel the action every time your team scores. And for game day snacks, Apt's Gourmet Shop has top-rated air fryers, so you can make wings, mozzarella sticks, and other favorites healthier without sacrificing any flavor. It's game time for free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop, at Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
You know what makes game day way better? When everything just works. Your TV, your phone, your tablet, even your Wi-Fi working together so you never miss a play. That's what Xfinity does. Their Wi-Fi is smart enough to know when your devices need a boost. The equipment, top-notch, letting you stream multiple games at once with multi-view. And Xfinity Mobile, well, it gives you Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. So you're always connected at home or on the go. And the games themselves, all in one place with enhanced 4K, so it feels like you're right there in the stadium. No lag, no buffering, no switching apps, just pure game day action. Game day should be fun, not frustrating. Xfinity keeps everything running smooth so you can focus on the plays, the snacks, the hype, and maybe a little friendly trash talk, too. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them, visit Xfinity.com, or stop by an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Atlas Roofing provides the best value in architectural shingles. Atlas shingles feature a limited lifetime warranty and wind resistance up to 130 miles per hour. Plus, their super wide design saves on installation time. Visit us in store or on Menards.com and get a free estimate fast on your shingle project with our easy-to-use design program.
Save big money at Menards.
October means fall allergies are in full swing. Congestion, itchy eyes, sinus pressure. Don't let it slow you down. Sinus and Snoring MD specializes in sinus, allergy, and snoring care, all done in-office by experienced providers who treat you like family. With locations throughout Chicagoland and into Wisconsin, relief is closer than you think. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com to schedule. Trust me, you want to take care of this now. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Bleck Abdalla, WMVP WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome in to Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Weekdays from 2 to 3 right here on ESPN 1000. Uninterrupted, brought to you by Yuengling. If you want to join the conversation today, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Today on the show, we will talk to Chauncey. He will give us his football picks for the week. We'll have a song of the night. We'll get to 5 up, 5 down. Lots to get to. We're waiting the press conferences up at House Hall to get started here for week 7 of the NFL season, Abdalla. The Bears and the Saints play on Sunday. Ben Johnson will meet the media in moments up at House Hall, and Caleb Williams is scheduled to talk to the media at 2:15. So we will go up to House Hall when both of those individuals step to the podium here this hour.
Time to get to 4, right? Time to get to 4 wins in a row. Stack wins. You've got a very winnable game. The Bears are going to be a favorite in this game. They already are a favorite. They're about a 5.5, 5-point favorite against the Saints. Now, the Saints are, they only have 1 win. They're 1-5, but this is a team that they're plucky, I guess is the word that I'm going to use this week for them. They're feisty. They're plucky. They're not a bad 1-5 team, but they're 0-2 on the road. This is a game where you should be able to come in at home and handle your business, right? You shouldn't look over any team in the NFL, but don't get caught looking ahead to the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, Roquan Smith coming back, and you going on the road to face a team that's coming off their bye. Don't look ahead, right?
Let's go to House Hall. Here's Ben Johnson.
Small menu of plays that you had brought in for a game, or you?
It's relative. Maybe just a few smaller. Yeah.
Okay. Is that what this team needs offensively for the short term, or was that just for that game?
No. I think each week's its own deal. I mean, we carried the same number of plays into the game that we normally do. It wasn't like the total volume was any less. It was just probably had a couple less runs than what we normally do, and the complexity of the runs were maybe a little bit more. So we had more shifts and motions last week than what we'd probably had the prior 4 weeks, and we felt like that was the best way to attack that defense.
You also had your 11 personnel was up last week. Does that fall into the category of just that week plan, or was that a result of kind of self-scouting over the bye?
That was the best way to attack that defense, we felt. And so it always starts with us and putting our guys in good situations. But once we feel good about our personnel, then that's when we'll look to see how we can attack that defense.
When you got here, you sat down with Caleb and you watched some film and you talked about body language. In this game in particular, you have that real frustrating drive with 7 minutes left, and then he bounces back, and everybody bounces back for the final one. Is that an example of a case where good body language and maybe just kind of positivity on the sidelines pays off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my eyes on him at all times, so I'm sure, just like all of us do, we go through moments of frustration, and but we're very aware that people are looking at us, and so it's important that we respond the right way and we can handle the ups and the downs properly. And so I'd like to think that because we can handle and manage our emotions, that we can withstand some of that fourth quarter when the game's on the line, and whether things are going right or we can feel it starting swinging back our way, that we can just stay nice and level and be able to perform.
Is there a difference between showing a little bit of natural emotion? You go over, maybe you put your helmet down a little harder than you would ordinarily, but then you kind of move past it. You're okay showing emotion, just kind of not?
Yeah, no, there's no question. Of course, that's a big part of this game. I think, in particular on defense, you have to play that way. You have to play a passionate game and allow your emotion to fuel you a little bit. Offensively, I think it's a little bit more strategic and calculated at times, and so you maybe have to be a little bit more level-headed. But I think emotion does play a part of the game, and as long as we're using them correctly, I think it's a good thing.
What allowed Swift to be more successful running against loaded box versus like when you guys had a numbers advantage on Monday?
I don't know. I equate it to better fundamentals up front. I thought our guys did a great job with their combinations. I thought, they had 2 really strong interior players, and we were looking to get double teams on those guys as much as we could, whether it was our gap scheme or our zone schemes. And I felt like those double teams were really good. I felt like we were able to displace them and create some cavities that way. And then, like I mentioned before, we had some of the motions and shifts I do think helped soften that linebacking crew in particular up a little bit, because that was a hard-nosed downhill unit that we were looking every which way we could to try to give them a little eye candy and slow them down. And so, I think less of it 1 high, 2 high. I think more of it really good execution up front.
Ben, you talked about yesterday, to get respect, you have to earn it. What do you think it takes to earn respect, and how long do you think that takes?
Yeah, I can't speak for that. It's everyone's going to have their own opinion on us as a team, and and each player and each coach individually. And so, you do the best you can to block the outside noise. I think we know what we're building here. I think we're starting to believe in each other. The more time that we spend together, I feel that. I feel it building. And I think that's the most important thing. And so, yeah, I mean, I think ultimately you do want the respect of your peers, in particular, the people that you're working with. And I think that trickles outside of the building with how you compete and what you put on tape as well. So, that's a good thing. But at the same time, we're more concerned about what we're doing on a daily basis and what we're doing for each other.
And with Theo Benedett, if you take out some of the parts of that it's a good story that he's made this run, and just objectively, how has he played at left tackle the last 2 games?
I thought he's done a really solid job for us. I think the biggest compliment I could probably give him last week is I didn't feel him out there, which as a play caller, that's what you're normally doing is, hey, why is a play breaking down? And if it's a particular person, then you're looking to help him out somehow, some way. And I never felt that last week with him. And so I think the confidence is growing. I think his confidence is growing with his ability to perform in this league. And I think our confidence with him continues to grow as well.
If you go back to the fact that he is a really good story and his interesting path to get here, how do you explain that? How do you explain with offensive line play how a guy can go just totally overlooked, and from that to being your starting left tackle?
Yeah, well, I mean, he tucked away in Canada there, so it's you can overlook some guys like that. And I was in Detroit, and we ended up when I was there drafting one of his teammates in the 4th round, and those guys can be found, but you got to do a really good job of making sure that your scouting department is on top of things. I think Ryan and his crew did a phenomenal job identifying Theo. He had a lot of traits that you really liked, and athleticism, and I think that's really translated. But more so than anything else, I think he's just wired the right way, and a lot of times that's hard to gauge when you're evaluating prospects is you're getting to know them, you try to bring them in the building, and you only have a day, or you only at the combine 15 minutes in a formal to try to dive into that. And it's in an inexact science, as we all know. There's a lot of misses when it comes to player acquisition. But I do believe that he's wired the right way. And that's why he's been able to take his raw tools and talent and take coaching and get better. Last year on the practice squad, and then this year since we've been in the building.
Ben, you guys are coming off, obviously, couple high emotion wins in a row, obviously the bye in between, but how do you sort of manage the team this week now in a short week and what could be a bit of a letdown spot?
Yeah, I don't know what that word means. That we're coming back into the building today, and we're gonna embrace what the mission is, and that's to be a really good football team coming in town. This is a team that we're about to play that they have a lot of veteran players that have played at a high level and are a prideful group. I probably watched to this point a lot more defense than I have of their offense, but I have a lot of respect for how they play. They're getting better every week. I've talked to DA. He feels the same way about their offense. They continue to ascend. So we won't overlook this opponent. This is a good football team that's on the rise. That's number one. And number two, like when we have our team meeting here, it's going to be pretty clear that what's in the past is in the past, and we're only focused on this week. It is a short week, like you mentioned, particularly early on here. It's all about getting our bodies recovered from that Monday night game. I know not everyone's feeling great right now because that was a physical ball game that we played in. But mentally, we do have a lot of work to do.
And what's been your interpretation of the takeaway binge that your defense has been on here recently?
Yeah, no, I think something when you emphasize something, you normally get it, and that whole staff has done that from the get-go, and our players have embraced it. They're very ball conscious, as you know. We're looking to punch out in practice. We're looking to do that in individual drills. It's carrying over to the team periods of practice and then to the game as well. So same thing with the interceptions. You know, our scout team quarterbacks aren't trying to throw them, and yet it's happening almost every single day. And we can continue to not only get our our hands on those balls and be able to return them. But like we're turning them into big plays with the returns as well, and setting up good field position for the offense. And so, I think when you emphasize something, the guys take it to heart. I think that's when good things happen. So it's not luck; it's by design.
And Dennis Allen has kind of shown us that can be flexible. You know, whether it's switching the linebackers around, putting Jamar Turner on the outside, changing the coverages, like whatever it is. I mean, how much of that was his reputation before you hired him, and like how big of a reason is that why you went after him? Because it doesn't seem like he's got a very static mindset when it comes to his.
No, I mean he's really he's been a godsend to me because he's been incredible. Not just from coordinating the defense, but he's helped me every step of the way as well. So very grateful for him to be here and everything that he's done for this team up to date. But to your point, he's been a very successful coach in this league for a long time, and I think you got to continue to evolve. You can't just be stagnant in this league, or else someone younger, hungrier will find a way to surpass you, and he hasn't allowed that to happen. He's done this at a high level, and so just like you said, he thinks outside the box. He's very smart, very creative, and I think our guys are really starting to understand, like, okay, he's given us a strategic advantage each and every week right now.
And this is a point of confirmation. When Cairo Santos is healthy, he's your kicker.
Yes. That's good. All right. Have a good one.
There you go. Ben Johnson speaking to the media up at Hallis Hall. We await Caleb Williams. When he meets the media, we will go back up to Hallis Hall. So there you go. Right at the end, Cairo Santos is still the kicker from Ben Johnson. You can also watch the Ben Johnson press conferences on our stream. Every single time he speaks to the media, you can check it out on our YouTube, our Twitch channels. This week, it's brought to you by Chevy. Nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. J.D. Power's most dependable large, light-duty pickup. During Truck Month, get 2.9% APR on all 2026 Silverado 1500S. Visit ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, the official truck of the Chicago Bears.
Cairo Santos is our kicker.
Yes, he is. Jake Moody had a hell of a game on Monday, and he awaits, and we'll see what happens with the different roster situations and the health when they release the injury report today. It'll be interesting to find out because the question, I believe that was Mark Rohde that asked the question at the end was, when he's healthy, is he your kicker? So it is possible that Cairo may not be healthy heading into the game this weekend against the Saints. A couple other things that jumped out to me, Abdalla, from Ben Johnson right there, being asked about the letdown spot possibly against the Saints. And Ben Johnson's response was, I don't know what that word means. I love him. He's great.
That's exactly what I was saying as we were going into listening to Ben Johnson there.
He then said, quote, embrace the mission, end quote. The Saints are a prideful group, and they will not overlook this opponent.
Good.
I love it.
You can't have a look-ahead situation. You can't look ahead to the Ravens, who are going to get a little bit healthier. A team is 1-5, but, they're coming in healthy or coming in strong, and you can't do that.
Here's Caleb Williams up at Hallis Hall.
Calling a play lucky. What do you make of kind of the TV copy or whatever you saw?
Yeah, it's fun. Fun trolls. I was messing around. Yeah, DeAndre made a great play, and obviously he had some stuff to say about us or me, we came out victorious in the end. So made a little fun moment of it, and that was about it.
And how do you differentiate between kind of fair criticism and something that maybe you don't think?
Yeah, I could care less. It's kind of how I think I've said multiple times over my time being here. Fair, not. Life isn't fair. People are going to say what they have to say. We win, we lose. People have stuff to say. It was lucky, it was not lucky. People have stuff to say. Have a bad game, have a good game. People have stuff to say. So it doesn't matter. We're only worried about what's going on here within this building and with these guys. So that's all I can say about that.
Is Ben using it as motivation, or is it anything that?
Yeah, I think you always kind of use those. I mean, when you're in a competitive situation, like coach is, or myself or other teammates, that when people have stuff to say about you. And whether it's that week or, a whole year or, whatever the case may be. I think you do use it as a little bit of fuel, as a little bit of motivation. I think that's always a part of it as a competitor that goes along. But you don't put too much into it to where it affects you negatively.
Not to keep harping on it, but I guess I am. Aikman did say, one of the things that he said a couple times during the broadcast was that needing to put the receiver in a better position to have yards after the catch, not just completing it. Yeah. Fair criticism or not?
Yeah, I think that's always something. Every game you play, you always want to be able to put your receiver in the best position. That doesn't always happen. And so, you try and give him at least a catchable ball. At the least, you try and give him a catchable ball. At the maximum, you want to give him the best ball so he can go run. I think there was opportunities for that. I think there was opportunities that we missed. I think there was opportunities that, we'll hit. And it's still our fifth game that we just played, and so it's early, and obviously getting in rhythm with everybody. It's a long season, and you don't necessarily you want to catch fire a little bit later in the season. Obviously you work and you want to catch fire as soon as possible, but you want to make sure you're hitting strides at the right time and the right peak of the season to get rolling towards the end of the year. And so we're 3-2 versus a very, very good team, as all of us know. And, like I said, everybody has things to say, and that's great. And like I said, I could care less, and we're 3-2.
To continue harping on this, did you meet with Troy last week leading up to the game as part
I did not.
of stuff? Or?
I did not. I didn't get to meet with him. Tried to meet with him, and then reached out and tried to meet, and that didn't happen. And so moved on from it. Went and played the game and came out 3-2.
Why did you not meet with him?
I was here late and timings didn't meet up, lifting or whatever the case may have been, and then tried to call him after the game, or not after the game, after the day, that day that I was supposed to meet with him, and it didn't get through.
When you watch your film, are you seeing improvement, obviously, but also are you seeing a lot of kind of untapped areas for growth and that could still get a lot better for you?
Yeah. I think that's always something. Being able to have growth and understand where I'm at, but also understand where I can be and where I will be. I've been saying that since I've been here that I got a lot in the tank for this team, and I'll do whatever I have to do to be able to help this team win.
What's something you're seeing that on film where you're like, I can get so much better?
Yeah, and it's weird. I was sitting upstairs with Coach the other day, and we were just talking about it. It's like my steps are off, and my on the movement, like when I'm moving, I've been missing on the run a little bit more than I usually do. So it's been a little weird dealing with that. So it's just finding that. That's probably the biggest thing, because there's big plays. It turns into a second play. Something happens, play breaks down or anything like that, and it turns to a second play, like the hit I took on the sideline that I shouldn't have taken right before half. Just not really on the same page. I didn't feel in the right position to be able to deliver Lou the ball. And so I took a hit, and I should have just gave him a shot, especially, in that situation. There was a guy about 20, 30 yards, deep, and, I didn't give him a shot right there. But those type of moments, just feeling comfortable and on the run right now has been, one of my things that I've been working on in practice and, kind of looking over on the film and things like that. So we can have these big explosive plays that happen within, every game that we've had so far.
With that same situation, on the 4th and 1 you had late in the first half, what was your vantage point on that sequence?
So I got off a DJ too fast. I saw the safety roll down, but I got off a DJ too fast. I thought the safety was a little deeper than he was, and then he ended up covering the over that we had, and then I didn't actually see 4 backside. So it's a good rep to bank for me. Just understanding that situation and not allowing that to happen again for a safety to come down. We have a one-on-one with one of our top guys. Give him a shot and put the ball up in the air and go score in that moment.
What's the mindset like? Because if you think about it, 2 end-of-game kicks are the difference between 1-4 and 3-2.
Yep. That's football. A lot of times, and especially in the National Football League, many times games come down to one-score games. And so, kudos to our special teams, kudos to our defense, and the other guys on the ball, offensive side of the ball. I think it's something that we've been practicing, something that we harp on, is being able to finish, and I think we've just done a good job with that recently.
When you have a game, or when you have a situation like you had Monday night, where we'll call them interesting calls, took away a big play.
Yep.
How have you kind of learned, and maybe in the moment, to manage those, and what can you do for your team in those situations?
Yeah, those situations, it's a head up moment. It's a let's keep rolling. Let's not shoot ourselves in the foot. Let's not give them any shot to be able to take away from whatever we're doing. So I think that's where my mindset goes. It's frustrating. Obviously, you go back and watch it, and some of them are like, you feel a certain way about it, or whatever the case may be. In the moment, the call is the call, and so you have to move on from it. You got to find ways to move on, and find ways to go win games, which is what we did.
Caleb, I think there are 5 Oklahoma quarterbacks starting in the NFL, something like that.
It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah. What's your relationship with Rattler like? Realizing that there may have been, some reason for drama, I guess, way back when in college, and have you kept up with him?
No, we don't. We haven't really spoke much. There's not. I mean, I don't really speak to Baker and all those other guys that much, anyways. I know Spence was with me, so we don't really keep up that much. But excited for the matchup. I know he's excited, and we're gonna go out there and have a blast.
Do you think of yourself more as an Oklahoma guy or an SC guy?
Or I probably would say I think I claim USC. But when Oklahoma plays Texas, it's always horns down.
Go ahead. The left tackle position can be pretty important for a quarterback. What have you come to appreciate about Theo Benedict?
Yeah, he goes out there and gives his best. That's all you can ask for. He's trying to grow in every single way possible. And many times Theo has came up to me and said, "I got your back." And those small nuggets, those small notes that he may say, or one of the other offensive linemen may say, goes a long way.
How difficult is it to move on after such an emotional, dramatic win, especially in a short week? And is it the same as like when you suffer a really crushing loss? And how tough is it to move on and turn the page to the next game?
Yeah, I think losing is a little. It hurts a little bit more than obviously the winning. So I would say that side of it, the losing bothers me more than the winning feels good. But I think we got great leaders on this team that understand that this is a long season. We were 4-2 last year at a certain point, and obviously the season turned around. So being able to understand that now that I've been through a full season, been in those moments, I think being able to move on, past wins and losses, and understand that it's a long season, being able to move on from emotional game, being able to move on from, myself playing in my hometown and game going down to the wire, all of that is important. It's important for me. It's important for us as a team to be able to focus on the next one. You only have, this week it's a little shorter time, but you got about 24 hours to enjoy or enjoy a win or feel, however you feel about a loss or anything like that. And that's our mindset. And then you move on from it and you focus on the next opponent.
Caleb, I was asking Ben, what's the value of you leading back-to-back a couple game-winning drives in the fourth quarter? He said he feels like you come to life in those moments, and it's almost like you crave them. What do you feel?
Yeah, I'd rather not be in those moments. Just put it that way. I'd rather not, just because it's most important situation in that moment, obviously. But I'd rather go win the game by 30. I think all of us will here. But in those moments, I do feel calm. I feel right where I'm supposed to be. And so I try, and I think I said this last week or whatever the case may have been, or 2 weeks ago, is I try and portray that to my teammates, that I'm calm, that this moment right here is our moment. It's our show. And in those moments, it's time to go win the game. That's all it comes down to. That's all it comes down to. And there's nothing more important than that moment. And so being able to understand that, being able to be calm in those moments, whether, something good happens, a penalty, we have a negative play or a play that only gets 1 yard. Now we're, second and long like we did. We go, third and long or third and, kind of, medium plus, and we go get the first down after that. So it's the patience, the calmness, the belief in each other. And then from there, you just go out there and execute the plays the coach calls.
With the run game in a game like you guys had Monday night, what does that do for your overall confidence as an offense?
The rush?
The run game.
Yeah. The rush attack is, it's extremely important to winning games. Obviously, there's certain games that, that's statistic is a little off and, you win games by passing, but being able to have a balanced attack keeps the defense on their toes. Being able to have a balanced attack helps you march the ball down the field, getting open looks, play actions, keepers, screens, drop back. All of that starts to open up when you can have a positive and an effective run game. And I think the guys did a good job of that because that defense over there is a hell of a defense coached by a hell of a coach. And their statistics on the run so far this season has been pretty solid this year. And so being able to get that going versus that defense, I know it builds confidence in, Swift and, the offensive line and everybody else. And then, we put all these together. We take away, these penalties and, these negative plays that we have and things like that. And, now we're putting up points and a lot of points because, I think we have that capability. And I think everybody knows that, and we just got to go and do our part.
Caleb, what do you see real quick when you watch the Saints on defense?
What? Sorry?
What do you see when you watch the Saints defense?
Yeah, their record does not show what type of team they are, and so that's not something that we're gonna underestimate. We're not gonna try and take advantage of all of that. Like they're a good team. This is also the National Football League, so I think going into this with the right mindset is what we will have and what we will do, and understanding the opportunity we have to be able to go out and execute the way we need to be able to turn out 4-2. Awesome. Thank you. The Bears.
There is Caleb Williams up at Hallis Hall meeting the media. And if you watched the game on Monday night and you thought that there was a bias towards Caleb Williams from Troy Aikman, I think Caleb just let everyone know that you may have thought the right thing because, as Caleb said, he didn't meet with Troy Aikman before the game and the week leading into the game. He tried to meet with him. He called him, tried to talk to him, and did not have a chance to connect with Troy Aikman. Which, if you were watching the game and you thought that Troy was perhaps favoring Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams, you're probably right.
Now, to play devil's advocate.
Well, this is going to be a he said, back and forth now. Because now Troy Aikman's going to have to respond to Caleb Williams saying that Troy blew him off.
We don't need to get all Limp Bizkit about this. But I will say, usually what happens for these Monday night games is coaches, some personnel meet with these. That's why the whole hullabaloo about Tom Brady was going on, is that coaches, players, some coordinators will meet with the announcers.
Brady broadcasting.
Yeah, right. Okay. Now, I will say maybe it wasn't as necessary in Troy Aikman's eyes, just to play devil's advocate here for a second, because they just were on Monday Night Football a month ago. Okay?
Perhaps.
So maybe Troy Aikman didn't feel the need to say, hey, I don't need to meet with Caleb or the Bears because we just had them on Monday Night Football to open the season. There's no need for me to meet with them again. Like they were just we just had them on the broadcast.
I understand your point.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I get your point. But for those who think that there is a bias from the game on Monday night,
and just to be fair,
this is your proof that you want to use saying that he obviously likes Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams because he wouldn't meet with him the week before the game.
Just to be fair, who brought this up?
You did. You mentioned this. No, absolutely. but Caleb is now saying, now here's the thing. Now we need to find out from Troy Aikman why they didn't connect.
Yeah.
Caleb is saying that because of lifting and meetings, it didn't work out. So then he followed up to try and meet with him. So why didn't it happen?
Yeah.
What happened to why Aikman then didn't answer the call, didn't connect back with Caleb Williams? If Caleb is right in saying that Caleb's the one that reached out.
And also, I would think that you would also want to meet with Caleb, or at least have a conversation with him, even if you had the Bears on the call, the opening weekend of the season or opening night of the season, whatever it was, Monday Night Football against the Vikings. It's been 4 weeks with a new system.
Yeah,
with Ben Johnson.
Of course, and he's played well. Don't you want to talk to him and what he's learning in the system?
Exactly.
They've won 2 games in a row heading into the week.
Don't you want to say, hey, what have you learned so far from Ben Johnson? He's a first-time head coach. He's the belle of the ball. He's the most coveted play caller in the NFL going into this season. You've put together now games where you've put up 31 points. You put up 25 points against the Raiders. You won it on a last-second field goal block, right? You guys have had 2 weeks to prepare for this game coming off of a bye. Like, what have you guys learned? Like, what all this stuff that a quarterback to quarterback, right? Like, you could have taken this time to talk to each other that in like a 20-minute phone call could have gotten it done. Especially if like Caleb's the one reaching out. I feel like that could have taken place.
Well, yes, absolutely. I also think the public perception of Caleb Williams right now is that he's a bit of a diva.
Yep.
He has bad body language. He's not that good of a quarterback. And in the national spotlight, to continuously point out the things he's not doing right, when you're then pointing out how many smiles per throw Jane Daniels has because of how great of a young quarterback and what a charming young man he is.
Yeah.
I think it is definitely making the waters murky by not explaining to the audience the reason you're painting this picture is because you had a nice chat with Jane Daniels, perhaps. I can't confirm that.
We don't know.
Maybe he didn't talk to Jane Daniels either.
Maybe not.
But don't you think the perception of Caleb Williams changes, though, knowing that Caleb is telling us that he reached out? You see what I'm saying? Like, if he's going to be painted as someone with bad body language, a bit of a diva,
left him on red,
and all this stuff with his perception of what people think of him.
Yeah.
Doesn't it change in your mind what you think of Caleb? If Caleb's the one before a game that's trying to reach out to the broadcaster, when Caleb has bigger fish to fry than talking to the broadcaster?
I'm sure that Caleb talked to Tom Brady.
If the kid blows the older guy off for a meeting, Abdalla, don't look like that. You understand what I'm saying?
I didn't look at anything.
But
I was
gets the
looking
heat.
at Aiden.
The younger kid gets the heat.
Yes.
For being immature, for not being a professional,
1,000%.
right? But if the older guy blows off a meeting with the younger player, unproven player, what happens then?
Yeah, absolutely.
He broadcasts next week. It's no problem.
Absolutely.
I don't know. As a Bears fan, this is very interesting. And it's the reason I say, like, this is something now because now we got to get the other side. Because if it is confirmed that, yes, he just didn't answer the call, then, like, we got a problem.
Well, here's what's going to happen.
It's much bigger than what you pointed to it being a problem. But, like, this is something.
Here's what's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. You're not going to get a response from Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman's not going to give you a response.
Get him on the phone.
Troy Aikman. Tyler.
Let's get him on the Waddle and Silvy show.
Tyler.
Today. Let's get Troy Aikman on the Waddle and Silvy show today.
I'm telling you, are not going to get a response.
I think he should join Waddle and Silvy today. I would like a response.
I would
like Troy Aikman on the phone to respond to Caleb saying that he tried to connect.
You just put Tyler into a world of hurt.
No, we'll support Tyler.
He's the meme of the
we're all here to support.
Let's see. Do I got a number?
Let's look. I'm going to look for a number 2. Do you know that at one point
I don't have a Troy Aikman number.
Troy
I don't have a Troy Aikman number. Sorry.
Do you know at one point, I know that our listeners don't really care, but at one point, fresh out of college, I almost produced the Troy Aikman show.
You did?
On the Sporting News Radio.
Oh, see, you could have had a Troy Aikman number.
Yeah, could have.
You could have.
Long time ago. Didn't take the job, but yeah. But yeah, I don't have a number on him.
I know they got
either.
a Joe Buck number, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but you don't want to talk to Joe Buck because I want it from the person that's, like, I don't want a third party giving the conversation on what happened. I want to hear it from Troy Aikman.
But if you're not going to get it from...
Did he meet with Jaden Daniels and did Caleb Williams, because the time Caleb had, he was lifting or in meetings, did Aikman then blow off the other phone calls that Caleb sent to him?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what Caleb said, right? That's exactly what he just said.
Yes. He
To
said
the
that
media.
he reached out. He tried. He tried.
He also pointed out that his Instagram post yesterday was a fun troll.
Love that. That's my quarterback.
That's great.
That's my quarterback.
312-332-3776. I'm just saying, Abdalla, as someone who we listen to the national media trash Caleb Williams, well, I think it adds to the story knowing that Caleb was doing the work to try and have the conversation.
Yes,
he reached out.
Listen, and that's the first thing when we came in on Tuesday and we were talking about this before Carmen and Jurko started, we were talking about this. And that's exactly what I said to you, that it sounded like, and from what we've heard about the Seth Wickersham piece about how Caleb is in meetings and all this other stuff behind the scenes, that it sounded like there were meetings before the game, and we know how these meetings go with broadcasters before games. And maybe Caleb was one way, and maybe Jaden was one way. But now we know Caleb didn't even get an opportunity.
And he tried.
And Caleb was the one that tried to have an opportunity.
Caleb tried.
And maybe we don't know the other side. I want to know the other side because
Yes.
I'm not going to draw conclusions until I hear the Troy side.
And that's why I said it's a he said right now, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a he said, yeah. It's a Limp Bizkit.
You got to get both sides.
It's a Limp Bizkit. Those of you who look up the he said,
it's a
she
song.
said. Yeah,
it's a song.
Look it up.
That Abdalla's referencing. Aiden
Yeah.
O'Connor is producing the show.
Look
He
it up.
doesn't know what
it's
you're
a he
talking
said,
about.
she said BS.
Yeah.
No
yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Come
well,
on. Come on, man.
Of course he doesn't
Come
know.
on.
Why would he know?
Get a Yankees fitted and get up with the times.
All right, we will take your phone calls here at Bleck and Abdalla, 312-332-3776. Your phone calls are coming up on this topic. Caleb Williams says that he never met with Troy Aikman this week, tried to meet with him, he tried to call him, and the phone calls never took place.
Tyler, get on this.
I want Troy Aikman on the Waddle and Silvy show today. Today! It's Bleck and Abdalla. We take football very seriously here on the show. We'll get back to your phone calls in just a moment. But each week, we talk to Chauncey and we get his football picks.
Do you want winners? Chauncey knows a keeper when he sees one. He sees every angle and knows all the right calls. Get your picks from a man who was raised by the frozen tundra. It's time for Chauncey's Picks with Bleck and Abdalla.
Chauncey's Great Outdoors, 6 to 7 a.m. every Saturday morning right here on ESPN 1000. He joins us with his football picks each and every Wednesday on the show at 2:30. Abdalla, what is Chauncey's record today?
Chauncey always answers when we call. Chauncey is 12-6 on the year, 2-1 last week. How about that? Right back on the horse,
All
Chauncey.
right, Chauncey. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Chauncey, here we go. This week, there's only one matchup.
And across the pond.
Of animals going at each other. Rams, Jaguars.
And Jaguars, as this one is in London.
Yes, is it Jaguar or is it Jaguar?
Well, because they're in London, it's a Jaguar.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's right. Both animals you've heard me over the years. The Jaguar is still an ambush critter. He's got quick speed, but he doesn't have endurance. The Rams, they've got the endurance, they've got the muscle, they got the hardest heads on the face of the earth. I don't know if you've ever remember watching when you were a youth. I know you always watch baseball and football. You don't watch outdoor shows. But you could hear a camera videotaping two bighorn rams in the fall just going at each other and banging their heads.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like dropping two pieces of concrete,
Mm.
and they just stand there and look at each other like, okay, So it could be a pretty ugly game on the line. But, it's really kind of tough. I still think those Rams are going to run along the sideline and not go out of bounds and win the game only by a few points. That's it.
All right.
Okay.
Going with the Rams.
And then, Chauncey, since you like to give us an update with the Bears each week, a Bear versus a Saint, that's probably not a good situation
We don't want that.
For the human.
Well, yeah, it's not going to be good for the human. I think the Bears are going to kind of a couple of swipes with those paws, and they're going to be laying on their backs. It's going to be rough on the Saints, I think.
All right, I like
All
that.
right.
I like to hear that.
I think the Saints, they're going to get and there's nothing worse than the breath of a big black bear going raw in your face.
Oh yes,
don't want that.
No doubt. I don't disagree with that. Thank you, Chauncey. Have a great show on Saturday morning.
You too, and we've got a lot of good things going on this Saturday with fall color tours and your boats on the lakes and rivers in Illinois, and then we've got a biologist coming on to talk about some invasive species, and then just some inland trout fishing in the forest preserves of Cook County.
Fantastic. We'll be listening. Thank you, Chauncey.
You too, guys. Bye-bye.
There he is. There's Chauncey.
Do you want winners? Chauncey knows a keeper when he sees one. He sees every angle and knows all the right calls. Get your picks from a man who was raised by the frozen tundra. It's time for Chauncey's Picks with Bleck and Abdalla.
That's right. Every Wednesday at 2:30, we talk to Chauncey, gives football picks for the football weekend. We'll get to our 5 Up and 5 Down segment brought to you by Bradley University in just a moment. Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu. So 5 Up, 5 Down coming up in just a couple moments.
That's right, Chris. Also, if you're driving home, you don't want to pick up something for, you don't want to do any cooking tonight, pick up something for dinner.
Never.
Head to Fry the Coop. 10 Chicagoland locations, frythecoop.com. They've got one near you. They've got the best damn chicken sandwich money can buy. They've got snack wraps. That other place with snack wraps, don't go. This place, much better snack wraps. They've got this walk-in taco. You walk around with it. You can get it on to go. It's great. It's delicious.
Good.
I've had it. It's amazing. They've got chicken nuggets for the young ones. They've got tenders for everybody. They've got 6 different levels of heat, one for every single taste bud. Make sure you get their fries. They fry everything in beef fat. Why? Because it's that much better, and it's healthier for you. They cover everything in Vienna beef pickles. It adds that little extra crunch that makes everything taste that much better as well. Fry the Coop. Head there on your way home. Grab something for yourself before the game. Grab something for the family. Frythecoop.com. 10 Chicagoland locations. Frythecoop.com.
In case you missed it, about 20 minutes ago here on ESPN 1000, we carried the Caleb Williams press conference up at House Hall. This is what Caleb had to say about Troy Aikman. Here are a couple follow-ups with the reporters, the media, up at House Hall about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's fun. Fun trolls. I was messing around. Yeah, DeAndre made a great play. And, obviously he had some stuff to say about us or me. We came out victorious in the end. So, made a little fun moment of it, and that was about it.
And how do you differentiate between kind of fair criticism and something that maybe you don't think is fair?
Yeah, I could care less. It's kind of how I think I've said multiple times over my time being here. Fair, not. Life isn't fair. People are going to say what they have to say. As a little bit of fuel, as a little bit of motivation, I think that's always a part of it as a competitor that goes along. But you don't put too much into it to where it affects you negatively.
Not to keep harping on it, but I guess I am. Aikman did so. One of the things that he said a couple times during the broadcast was that needing to put the receiver in a better position to have yards after the catch, not just completing it. Fair criticism or not?
Yeah, I think that's always something. Every game you play, you always want to be able to put your receiver in the best position. That doesn't always happen. And so, you try and give him at least a catchable ball. At the least, you try and give him a catchable ball. At the maximum, you want to give him the best ball so he can go run. I think there was opportunities for that. I think there was opportunities that we missed. I think there was opportunities that, we'll hit. It's still, our 5th game that we just played. And so it's early. And obviously, getting in rhythm with everybody, it's a long season. And you don't necessarily, you want to catch fire a little bit later in the season. Obviously you work and, you want to catch fire as soon as possible. But you want to make sure you're hitting strides at the right time and the right, right peak of the season to get rolling towards the end of the year. And so, we're 3-2 versus a very, very good team, as all of us know. And like I said, everybody has things to say, and that's great. And like I said, I could care less, and we're 3-2.
To continue harping on this, did you meet with Troy last week leading up to the game?
I did not.
Stuff, or?
I did not. I didn't get to meet with him. Tried to meet with him, and then reached out and tried to meet, and that didn't happen. And so, moved on from it, went and played the game, and came out 3-2.
Why did you not meet with him?
I was here late, and timings didn't meet up, lifting or whatever the case may have been, and then tried to call him after the game, or not after the game, after the day, that day that I was supposed to meet with him, and it didn't get through.
So there you go. Caleb Williams, about 20 minutes ago up at Hall. He tried to meet with Troy Aikman, and now we await. It's a he said situation. Caleb saying that he tried to get the meeting to take place, and Troy Aikman didn't answer his call.
Isn't this much better than having a kicker controversy to talk about?
Well, you know why? Because this feels like it's big boy controversy stuff. Like we've got a team that's won a couple games here.
Yeah.
You're in the national spotlight with a big win on Monday night.
Yeah.
National broadcaster. We've got a quarterback involved. Like, this is juicy. I love this. This is great. You're right. It's better than a kicker controversy.
What are they going to do with Moody?
Yeah. No. This is much better. I like this.
I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe it is just a miscommunication. They were there to do the meetings. Caleb was working out and just didn't, and they left, and Caleb tried to call him, and he didn't pick up and didn't call him back for some reason. I feel like, if you're doing whatever, I don't see why, and we'll hopefully find out. Hopefully Troy Aikman has a response of some form, but if you can't find 20 minutes to talk to the quarterback that you're going to be broadcasting the game for, as a quarterback, it seems weird.
Yes, and it leads to anyone who thought that there was a bias on Monday night to think that there really is a bias.
And here's the thing. If you're a person who is on the internet of any form, if you're a person who scrolls through Instagram or TikTok or whatever, multiple people, a lot of people were making videos and going through this and very critical of Troy Aikman. This is not just
there's a lot of
fabrication.
You know what's interesting is because today is the day that usually content creators are putting out their all 22 breakdowns of film.
Yeah.
And I am seeing a lot of people pointing out how Caleb is getting this system.
Yeah.
And how he's organizing the offense.
Yes.
And how it's clearly moving in the right direction.
Yes.
And I didn't hear that commentary on the broadcast on Monday night.
No. That's the point, is that you're seeing people that were making the videos yesterday that were saying, Troy, what are you doing? And then you're seeing the former quarterbacks that are being like, look at how good Caleb is doing, and look at what he's seeing here, and look at where he can, and still look at where he can improve, and look at where he missed throws, and yes, he did almost throw 2 interceptions, and this is where he should have put the ball, but it's not it's getting better. Week to week, you can look at Caleb Williams and say, week to week, it is getting better. His numbers are getting, look at where he was through 5 games last year and where he was through 5 games this year. He's cut his sacks in half. He's got more touchdowns. He's got less interceptions. Now, the completion percentage isn't there. It's a couple percentage points lower, but just the sacks, by cutting the sacks in half, he had a game where he had 7 sacks last year.
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't had that yet this year.
No.
And hopefully he doesn't. But you can tell that the system is working. Having Ben Johnson here is completely flipped this team around, and he is getting better week to week to week.
Wally on the south side, you're on ESPN 1000. Go ahead, Wally.
Oh, I forgot I was even holding. Hey, guys, how's it going? I just have a theory, a little spicy theory on why...
Give it to us. Spicy theory.
Spicy.
What do you got?
He has a little bias. Have you seen Jaden Daniels' mom?
Okay. All right.
Okay. He waited on hold for 30 minutes.
I feel like he gave
that.
a fake name, too, because he said, I forgot my name was Wally.
Yeah. I forgot I was Wally.
Forgot my name was Wally.
All right. We got stuff to do. Hold on. One more call here. Thomas in St. Charles. Redeem us, Thomas, if your name's Thomas.
I am Thomas. I'm Thomas from St. Charles. How you doing, guys?
Good.
Great to talk to you. There's one thing I heard in there, and let me clarify by saying this. Troy Aikman was 100% biased. I watched that game, and my whole family, my brother-in-laws, we were all just like, what the hell? He's calling out every single mistake that Caleb made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was clearly biased. There's no doubt about it. But one thing I heard in Caleb's comment that maybe you guys didn't pick up on is he said, I wasn't available at the time I was supposed to meet with Troy.
Yeah.
So that could be it right there. Troy might have said, screw this guy. He didn't meet with me when we had it scheduled. because he had to work out or whatever he said.
Mhm.
I mean, it could be that.
Yeah.
But again, I'm a big fan of Troy Aikman, but I do think he was clearly biased, and I think he has been biased against Caleb for quite a while.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Thomas.
It
And
could be.
we'll have to see what Troy Aikman says.
Yep, absolutely.
Because this will get back to him, obviously. When the
Of course it
quarterback
will.
of a team speaks to the public,
Of course
this will
it
be
will.
everywhere.
Of course
it will absolutely be everywhere. Bleck Abdalla, each and every Wednesday here on this show. Before we get to the song of the night, it's time for 5 Up, 5 Down.
And down.
5 up,
High five.
5 down.
Down low. Too slow.
5 up and 5 down with Bleck and Abdalla on ESPN 1000.
And down.
5 up, 5 down in the NFL, heading into week 7. And each week it's brought to you by Bradley University, where students cheer on D1 sports, study abroad, and land big internships that lead to big careers. Choose Bradley. Abdalla, we're short on time, so I'm going to give you my 5.
Okay.
All right, here's my 5.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5, Pittsburgh at 4-1. 4, the LA Chargers at 4-2. 3, the LA Rams at 4-2. 2, Seattle at 4-2, and my number 1 team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 5-1.
Wow, we have differing opinions, my friend.
Yes, go ahead.
For me, number 5, the Rams. Number 4, the Colts. Their record is their record, and they have a plus 78 point differential.
Yep.
Number 3, the Seattle, the Seahawks, right there. Number 2, the Bucks, and number 1. I know they're 4-2 and they just lost, but I still believe in the Lions.
Okay,
I still
all right.
trust them over anybody else in the NFL. I
All
still
right.
trust in them.
All right. The 5 worst teams in the league, I'm going to go 28. I'm going to give you New Orleans
Ooh,
at 1
that's
and 5.
okay. Same.
All right, 29. I'll give you Miami, partially because of the bad pants being worn by their head coach. I'm
right,
going
Big
to go. I'm going to go. I'm going to go 30 Cleveland, 31 Tennessee, and the Jets. Even though they still have their head coach and Tennessee fired theirs, I'm going to put the Jets at last.
Okay, all right. I said 28. I also have the Saints. 29, I have the Browns. 31, I have the Bengals. 30, I have the Bengals. 31, I have the Jets and Tennessee. They fired their head coach. You have to be last just by default.
Jets are worse.
Yeah, well, I
Jets are
understand that.
worse.
But if you fire your coach, you're automatically
Yeah.
last. I'm sorry. Them's the rules.
I got the Jets as the worst team.
That's my rules. That's my 5 down.
All
It's
right,
my
all right.
rules.
5 up, 5 down in the NFL.
And down.
5 up,
High five.
5 down.
Down low. Too slow.
5 up and 5 down with Bleck and Abdalla on ESPN 1000.
And down.
5 up, 5 down brought to you by Bradley University, where students cheer on D1 sports, study abroad, and land big internships that lead to big careers. Choose Bradley. I obviously am throwing a lot of shade at the Colts. The Colts are not in my top 5.
I don't understand why.
I want them to prove it.
Okay, they're number 2 in DVOA.
I know what
they
the
have the
stats
best.
say.
They have the best offense in the NFL.
They have Daniel Jones as their
Who
quarterback.
cares? Who cares?
I don't trust it.
Okay, but if they didn't have,
It's a nice story now.
If it was a Twitter avatar, it wouldn't matter. You just don't like it because he looks like a thumb.
Daniel Jones?
Yeah, that's the only reason you don't like him.
He does kind of look like a thumb.
That's the only reason you don't like him is because
You're right.
he's Daniel Jones. If it was any other quarterback, if it was Matt Barkley, you'd love him.
Oh, if it was Matt Barkley, I would
You'd
be
love
thrilled.
him. You'd love him.
Thrilled.
All right? So why can't you just like it?
I want them to prove it
They
the
have
hard way.
What? They've proven
Keep
it.
winning, and I'll give them
They have
the
a
respect.
plus 78 point differential.
I'll give
What's
them
wrong
the
with
respect
you?
that they deserve.
Fine.
More on the Caleb Williams, Troy Aikman story coming up on Waddle and Silvy here on ESPN 1000. Tyler? You better call. I want to hear Troy Aikman on today's show. Thank you to Aiden O'Connor for producing
Great job,
Bleck and
Aiden.
Abdalla. We'll be back tomorrow at 2, uninterrupted right here on ESPN 1000. Time for the song of the night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck and Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, Larry.
Tonight's song. We go to the County Crown. Angels of the Silences from 1996. It's your song of the night.
Wrap me with some feathers in my hand. Did it make it any easier to leave me where I stand? I guess there might not be too many who would stand beside
Yes, why are we listening to Angels of the Silences by the Counting Crows off the album Recovering the Satellites?
We are listening to this album because it was released on October the 15th of 1996. Today. Yes,
today,
in 1996.
Yeah, that's right. This album, the first single off this album, the song was released as a single October 7th of 1996 a week before the album came out. This album went to number 1 on the U.S. Billboard 200. It was their second album after their big one with Mrs. Jones and all that good stuff.
Yeah. This featured a Long December.
Long December, a very slow song, a very somber song.
It's a great song, though.
It is a great song. This is also a very good song. Bleck Abdalla fact.
Yeah, if you're ever going to play Bleck Abdalla trivia.
If you're ever going to play Bleck Abdalla
trivia. Here's your fun fact.
Here's your fun fact.
Adam Duritz, lead singer of the Counting Crows.
Yes.
Joined our college radio show.
Was a guest on the Bleck Abdalla college radio show.
He was a guest on our silly show at Columbia College Chicago.
It was not called the Bleck Abdalla show.
No. I think it was the Rush Hour Renegades.
It was. It was named. If anybody knows what that show was named after,
also a fun fact.
Bonus points to you. You can Google that if you want to. It's not an original name.
No,
it is definitely not an original
lifted.
name. It is a stolen name.
Cut it out. All right.
Yeah, it's
That's your clue.
Yeah. Cut it out.
Yeah. So there you go. Adam Duritz joined our show, our college radio show.
Yeah.
Kevin Nealon was on the college radio show. Bill Burr before he was Bill Burr.
Before he was
famous.
famous.
He was doing well, but he is way more famous now than
Andrew Dice Clay.
The Bill Burr story is the best because he immediately sniffed out that he was calling into a college radio show and then gave us a half an hour of his time. He thought it was awesome.
When I would book people, I wouldn't tell them that we were a college radio station. It was kind of like asking people if they were cops.
Yeah, we just wouldn't say.
Yeah, and Gilbert Gottfried, R.I.P., also joined us. Yeah, we had a great deal of celebrities.
It was fantastic.
It was great.
Counting Crows, it's your song of the night.
Turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
The Waddle and Silvy Show is up next.
Bleck Abdalla on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Waddle.
That was everything there. That was a heck of a throw by Harbaugh, a heck of a catch by Waddle.
I had a hot dog at the Sox game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in in onions.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Silvy.
He is the guy that we've always wanted to crown, who is young, who we've always wanted to become that next great guy, but has just always fallen short. Bring gas. And hello, Andrew.
This is
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Silvy.
Smart guys, and like I'll tell you this, what Jesse Rogers has done on the baseball front, both locally covering the playoff run and the season for us here at ESPN Chicago, and the run that he gets on national TV and how well he does with it, whether it's doing the sideline after the game report for radio, whether it's the TV and the wild card, whether it's covering it for Sports Center for the NLCS in games 1 or 2. He does a very, very great job, and we're very lucky to have Jesse Rogers on ESPN Chicago. He joins us in studio.
As the kids say, you just got glazed.
That's extremely kind of you to say.
Rightfully so.
Very kind of you to say. This is still my home, no matter what I do elsewhere. This is where I have the most fun. I feel like after today, I won't see you till February, but that's not true. But it feels that way.
We'll see each other in Cancun in December.
Of course, and the off season starts. But this feels like my final report with you guys of the 2025 season, and I can't thank you enough for all the kindness you just said. And the whole year, it's always fun. The roller coaster that is a baseball season. I was up in Milwaukee up through last night and watching that series, which doesn't look very competitive right now. So we'll see. But we're here to talk about the Cubs.
Were you flying the L?
I was not flying the L. Oh man, we could talk about that as well. Look, you want to? Can we jump into that right off the bat?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would never ever advocate this to a little league team. I would not want Braxy's team to be bad sportsmen. Yeah, I would not. I would not. But multi-million-dollar athletes that usually act very like a fraternity with other players on other teams, goading the other fan base and goading the other team a little bit, that's what a rivalry is about. I have no problem with the L. Now the Cubs need to respond next year by winning the division and doing their own sausage race or whatever you want to do.
Oh, that'd be good. Nice sausage race.
But you do a twist on it.
We would do it better than anybody.
Yes, but you do a twist on it to make fun. Like that, I have no problem with that L. I would not teach the kids, no. But multi-million-dollar athletes needling a little bit?
I disagree. If I'm Braxy, I'm flying the L next time they beat the crap out of somebody.
So I'm not letting them do that.
When we use the word rivalry, this adds to it.
Well, I don't, and Merck pointed this out to us too, our old producer Randy Merkin, who's still great friends with us. He said after the Brewers tweeted that they're down, like they lost, and then that they're down 0-2, just that plain tweet, we lost 6-1 or whatever it was. Go to the mentions, he told me. And I went to the mentions, and all it is are Cubs fans with a picture of the L.
Yes.
And then they're flying the L. And then that's what it's about now.
Yes.
Like, the Brewers will have to take it because they're the ones who did it. I had very, very little problem with them doing that. Like, they deserved it. To the victors go the spoils. I thought Kap was very soft. This has been sort of a softy week here in Chicago, if I have to do. Well, I know this isn't a Chicago thing. The soft serve ice cream truck in New York was called Mr. Softy.
Okay.
It's Mr. Softy, I think, works here now 6 to 9 because he's had a problem with Troy Aikman and the Brewers flying the L. The guy who talks the most trash out of anybody at the radio station is having the hardest time getting over Troy Aikman and the L.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. The L is I think Trevor McGill was the guy, and I meant
about right.
Right, Trevor Gill is a big reliever. I don't want to,
Is he goofy?
He's kind of goofy.
Is he kind of a goof?
Kind of goofy.
Good.
Goofy.
He looks goofy.
Yes, he does. That's what I'm
And I don't mean that, in a disrespectful way. He's got a goofy look to
I
it.
think it was him that grabbed it. I've been meaning to ask him, but you don't have pregame access, and they lost the last 2 games, so I haven't, it's hard to go up to a guy after a loss and be like, hey, what's with the L, So, but here's the thing about Trevor McGill. I think he has a little issue with the Cubs. He played here.
Right.
Things did not go well. So last week when the Cubs were playing the Brewers, Trevor McGill was asked about playing for the Cubs, and he gave a very short answer. And some other reporter followed
Sort of
up.
like his time here.
Yeah, and some other reporter followed up and said, what exactly did you have, a problem with the Cubs? And he just looked at him and he said, next question. So there's something going on with Trevor McGill and the Cubs that it doesn't surprise me he would try to be the guy to needle. Anyway, that is in the past. Jed Hoyer's wrap-up presser is in the present. Just got back from Wrigley Field a few minutes ago. I know you guys listened to at least some of it.
I watched the whole thing.
Watched the whole thing. Probably nothing shocking, right? If you watched it, that to come out of it. But there's certainly a bunch of little things we can discuss.
You want to? I'll play some of the stuff for the people who missed it. We'll get into some Bears conversation, and if you want to talk about the Bears and Saints, it's a quick turnaround. We've got the game Sunday at noon. It's a rare noon start for the way the season has started off. We've had Monday games.
It's going to be a long list of nooners.
Yes, I think it's like the
forward.
next 6 or 7 weeks or so. But this is going to be a great stretch for the Bears, and to see what they're able to do at 3-2 with a schedule more favorable than we thought it would be in the middle here. We'll get to that in a bit. But I want to play you this, because this is one of the things that I told the guys that I was most passionate about. This was Jed Hoyer talking about the trade deadline strategy and how they weren't able to do a lot of things, but how a lot of other teams weren't, and how the market is very tight now, the way things are trending. And I've got a point to this that I would like to talk to Jed about if we ever get him, because I've had an issue with the Cubs about this for the last 2 or 3 years. Take a listen. Jed Hoyer on the trade deadline strategy.
Yeah, and I think that it's honestly it's the draft. It's the off season. It's thinking about all the different ways to do that, because it is really difficult to do that mid-season now, and I think it's becoming even more difficult with the new playoff format to do that. There's fewer teams are kind of closer together. There's fewer sellers. There's just many more teams in the race that have a chance, and then even some teams that weren't in the race made decisions to not trade. So I think that's a fair thing to, as we think about what's changed in the game, I do think that's become more difficult, and I do think it puts more emphasis on all other areas of the cycle, and how do you just continue to add depth and add arms. And I think I don't think that's unique to the Cubs. I think when you watch this postseason and look at different teams, I think that everyone is focused on that, because the game has changed. With kind of one team exception, you're not having a lot of guys going deep in games. You're using a ton of arms, and the early rounds of the postseason involve, for everyone, almost a lot of bullpenning and things like that. So yeah, it puts a lot more emphasis on pitching depth than ever before, and it's something we have to. I think we did a good job of that this year in a lot of ways, but I think we have to continue to push to get better.
So my point is, when you hear that, and the front part of that I thought was the best, where he's like, this is the way the trade deadline is now. It's harder to make a deal. There are more teams in it. There are more teams who want top prospects, so we're unwilling to give that up. If that's the case, the Cubs have always been one of these teams, as you've documented in real time, who say at the beginning of the year, hey, if we're in it, then we'll adjust at the trade deadline. And they don't go all the way to start the season. They want to see how it pans out. The Cubs now have to trend the other way. If it is so hard to add stuff at the deadline, you have to go at this in a hyper-intensive way in the offseason and try to add excess. You know what I mean? And not leave it up to the trade deadline. You're always going to need something at the trade deadline. Injuries happen, but they shouldn't say, well, we have enough at the beginning of the year, especially when there are a lot of guys left who are unsigned and are cheap, and they may not want to go the extra mile by signing them to start the year.
Oh, no, I think it's a great observation, a fabulous observation, because, look, think about it. The teams that don't need to hit a home run at the deadline are the teams that did it in January.
Yes.
And then and Jed's not wrong about everything he said. The trend at the deadline, more teams in the playoffs now, less teams want to do it. You have to overspend to get it. You're right, and that's why you feel for him when he went to ownership about Alex Bregman, and they turned him down, because that would have been excess, doing more.
Explain what happened there. With the Bregman stuff, and I've heard some stuff too.
Yeah,
so.
Their budget was set. It was locked. It was end of the offseason. But this
Jed felt he had him, though, correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I would say their budget was locked, but then this great player is still available late. Boris is waiting on the Cubs. He's waiting on the Cubs to say, here is guaranteed dollars at 5 to 7 years. It had to be that long for him to sign with the Cubs. Cubs were holding up everybody. He goes to ownership. Ownership says no. He immediately signs this shorter term but large AAV deal with the Boston Red Sox, which he's about to opt out on. So that's it. Cubs basically would have had first right of refusal because the length would have been the right place, and the place would have been right.
Baseball ops wanted him, and ownership said no.
Exactly.
It's a shame,
that's well documented.
It's a shame this team functions in a mid-market, town. It really is. That where all the revenues are, their revenues aren't great, so they have to spend like a team. I'm joking. Yeah. Obviously, you're in the third largest market. You're a top 5 revenue team. All of this crap is just that.
Yeah, but they're not going to spend like the Dodgers or Mets or Phillies. They're just not. They're going to spend more than the smaller markets, but they're not going to spend as much as the big, so they're caught a little bit in between.
They're halfwaying it, yeah.
Which is why I always thought this year they were not going to re-sign Kyle Tucker, not because he's a bad player, they don't like him, but because they didn't want to tie up $35 to $40 million in one player when they have a somewhat limited budget. And I say somewhat limited. It's not the Brewers, but it's not the Dodgers. That was my feeling all along about Tucker. Doesn't sound like anything has changed. I'm not changing my stance. The way Jed put it today about Tucker is exactly what I said to you guys all see to the very word. We're going to put a valuation on him, which to me means this is what we believe he's worth. We're going to make that offer because you have to or you're going to look really bad. And they're most likely going to say no because the offer won't match some of the other ones he's going to get. You know what I mean? He won't be swayed by what Steve Cohn or the Steinbrenners or the whoever makes that big offer to Tucker. There's no way the Cubs are going to be like, bring that back to us. Maybe we'll match it.
I find it hard to digest the approach. Like, look, they can hide behind, we're a top 10, salary team every year.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the amount of money that you spend on salaries as a percentage of revenue, you're in the bottom 10. And that's what would piss me off as a Cubs fan from a business perspective. Yeah. So I know you're not going to spend like the Dodgers. You may not spend like the Mets, but if you look at what they spend with regard to the percentage of revenue they're taking, it's dynamic. The Cubs take in 500, let's just say, for example, $500 million. They spend $200 million on salaries. That, to me, the ratio doesn't work.
Yeah.
So that's where I think that they ask for cover, but for me, they don't get it.
And you
could be a top 10 in, well, look at us. We're top 10 in salaries. Yeah, but you're top 3 in revenue. You can't be bottom 10 in the percentage of revenue spent on salaries in my world.
Yeah,
as complicated as that sounds.
And take the Brewers out of it for a moment at 97 wins. To secure 95 to 100 wins, that does cost you money. Because you need pitching on top of pitching on top of pitching like the Dodgers had this year. And they still didn't win 100 games. So, but at this point, I think securing multiple 90-win-plus seasons is the goal. That was one of the questions I asked him. All right, the Brewers are about to enter like a decade worth of going to the playoffs minus 2021. There's always a stumble season in there for teams. And they haven't spent anything. Can you at least tell us this is the opening of a long run of 90-plus win teams? And they certainly said that is the goal. But I will tell you, they don't think it comes down to money. I don't even think Counsell believes that it comes down to money. And I want to talk a lot about Counsell with you. But at least they have established the floor for the kind of Cub team and seasons they want to have. Now they have to move forward from there.
All right, I want to get to all that. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. Jesse's here for an in-studio visit on the heels of Jed Hoyer's season-ending press conference. So if you have a baseball question of any kind, Jesse told us he's got Bears thoughts, too. He always does. Yes. It's talk show Jesse. So if you have any questions for Jesse or comments, you can ring us up right now, 312-332-3776. I want to play you this from Hoyer. I worry about, too, because, like, a lot of these really, really brainiac baseball guys, they're very stuck in their ways. Mm-hmm. So this is Jed Hoyer on the team's lack of success with runners in scoring position.
So I think the totality of what our offense did, I think, was exceptional. We were 5th in baseball in run scoring in a difficult home offensive environment. So I think our offense overall was terrific. I don't know if we have any control over the shape of how that happens, to be honest with you. last year we sat here and we had a great second half offensively. I think some of that stuff is random when guys are hot and when they're not. And I think that, if you look at, the totality, we had a really excellent offensive team. We did have some struggles in the second half, and those struggles were just, simply we had a collection of players in the first half at the same time that were playing exceptionally well, and then some of those same players were struggling in the second half. I think in the postseason, I think we're like fourth or fifth in OPS and offensive production for the postseason, for the teams that are in the postseason. We did struggle with runner scoring position. I don't think that's indicative of anything. If I'm being honest, I think it's eight baseball games, and I think it's against two of the best pitching staffs in baseball. You're not getting the matchups you're going to normally get during the season, and because of the nature of the postseason. So, I think drawing big conclusions based on 8 games against really good teams, I think is probably not the best conclusion to draw. I think for the totality of our season, we had a really good offense, and that's what I'll focus on.
You may not like this, but I actually tend to agree with him. Yeah,
Jesse.
but here's my point.
I take
Silvy.
everything back.
Here's my point, Silvy.
You suck, Jesse.
Get good players, as many as you can, and let the chips fall where they may. Here's my bigger point. This is a moot discussion. What are they doing? They're not changing 6 of their 8 position players. This is who they have. There are some good players there. There's going to be ups and downs. You just can't predict it. That's why I actually think concentrating on this pitching staff makes more sense to me. They don't have velocity in the bullpen. Yes. They don't have velocity in the starting staff. Get redundancy in case of the next Justin Steele and all that stuff. Your position player group is good. Unfortunately, you don't have an Aaron Judge, you don't have an Ohtani, and you may not have a Kyle Tucker, so you got to find other ways to score, and we'll talk about Counsell in a moment. So I sort of understand where he's coming from. What would you do?
Here's the problem that I had with it. On one hand, he's complimenting what they did in the postseason. We were 4th or 5th in the postseason, but it was only 8 games, and yet don't worry about hitting with runners in scoring position because it's only 8 games. So on one hand, he wants to raise up a win, saying our offense was this, but my thing is the trend. We always follow the trends. On this show, the trend is your friend. And whether he wants to believe that everyone slumped together, they slumped in July, in August, in September, all together. That's not a 6-week slump. It's not a month-long slump. It was also on the heels of getting one of the best rookie pitchers in the game, in Horton. And they were still only about 5 or 6 games over 500 from the end of June on. This continues the trend of, and he talks about shapes, of this high strikeout team. It's not just that they didn't hit with runners in scoring position. They didn't put the ball in play with runners in scoring position. Dansby, 15 strikeouts. Happ with all the strikeouts. PCA with all of his strikeouts. Shaw with the strikeouts. All these guys are sort of the same. And you can't just say that it's only 8 games because this has been an issue with their offense going back to June, and they won't do anything about it, and they'll shrug. What are we supposed to do about it? Well, the writing's been on the wall for a long time.
Well, the strikeout totals peaked in the postseason because of who they faced. I guess my point is, don't fight City Hall. Go get your Mizorowskis. Go get a Mason Miller. Why don't you be the team to shut the other guys down? Because hitting is so, you know what I'm looking.
It's hard.
It's just hard to do.
To be consistently good at it.
And yeah, if you could get some MVP candidates, that you'll be more consistent. But it was a good offense that struck out a lot in the postseason. But that has to do with the opponent. It wasn't a great offense in the second half. So why was it so good in the first half? There's no right. He's right. There's no rhyme or reason. It was great in the second half last year and bad in the first half.
But if you improve your bullpen, fine. But that's not going to help your bats be any better against the bullpen arms that you're facing. They struck out 81 times collectively in 8 games. The numbers are crazy. PCA in the postseason was 186 with 12 Ks. Swanson was 154 with 15 Ks. Shaw hit 118 with 7 Ks. Kelly was 179 with 12 Ks. And Happer was 100 with 13 Ks. So, that's 5 of your of your everyday players.
And that's who you're stuck with.
5 guys hit under 200. Those probably the 5 you just mentioned. But here's my next. You got to give me the next sentence. What are they supposed to do about that? You want to get rid of PCA?
No. He's got to grow.
Then there you go.
But I feel like a lot of these other guys, Dansby, Hap.
Dansby's signed. Hap has one more year with a no trade.
They're the same guys. They're very, very streaky.
So
and when they streak bad, it's horrendous.
Well, I'll give you an answer to
what
the
are they
question with
supposed to
PCA.
do?
Well, try and develop him and try to help him become a more more disciplined hitter.
They certainly are.
Well, that's the answer I would give you because you're not going to move on from PCA.
You don't think they're trying to do that? John Maley, Dustin Kelly, they are trying.
And you probably it's hard to do during the season, but that would be priority number 1 or 1A for me throughout the course of this offseason.
Try to get better is certainly something they should do, but there's not much more they can do than that. Now, you could try to pull off something, sign Bregman and trade Shaw for pitching. Like, I have no problem with trying to get better.
Can you get Sayed waivers no trade and then play a young kid in the corner and then sign Schwarber as your DH?
Yeah, I would love that. But it goes back to what I said about the Jurko poem with Hap, and I said it on the air. The day Hap hit the 3-run homer, you don't know the day someone's going to slump. You don't know the day they're going to get hot. Hitting is so volatile. That's why I think as many resources on your pitching staff as you can. To me, that's where they came up short. Yes, they didn't hit in the postseason. What were you supposed to do about that?
But and then I would say to Jed, what was the stat, Waddle, where for 17 out of 18 games, at one point it was a 13-game stretch. You told us about this too, where they scored 3 runs or less in postseason games. Yeah. This has been a year in and year out problem with the roster they have built offensively. Yeah. So maybe they're missing something in the way they design their team.
Well, and that in some ways goes back to money. This is the negative of trying to be the Brewers. The Brewers continually hit a ceiling in October because they're not. You got to be.
They don't have stars.
They don't have stars that can slug consistently for up to 4 rounds, and that's what we're. Remember, I said it after the deadline. Their fate was sealed. They got
the randomness of the postseason goes away the further you get into the postseason. Yeah. It just does because you're going to face better opponents. Like you just can't argue that. Hey, well, our bats went cold when you're facing the Dodgers.
I hate
so
that,
we're going to score.
And I know there's something to it. We've been trained over the last decade about the random nature about these stats, and I hate when people get too dug in on that.
Yes,
and they get stubborn and they're like, "Well, it's random. What do you want us to do?" Maybe if they would have gotten hot at the that, I don't think you
just get better players.
Because the
longer take the randomness out.
The longer you go in the postseason, the series get longer, and the opponent gets better.
Right.
So the randomness then that you have in the first round of the playoffs and the best 2 out of 3, or even the best of 5, I can buy some of that. I just say, and maybe that's what's gotten the Brewers over the course of the last several years. And they've had no success early in the postseason.
But the last 2 nights are a great example of hitting a ceiling. Yamamoto and Snell are about as good as it gets. They managed a first pitch home run last night and get nothing out of Snell. Sometimes that 2-run homer mistake pitch is all you're going to get, and you might have to win 2-1 or 2-0.
And you signed who? Matthew Boyd?
Yeah.
And who else was starting games for you as well? I mean, that's the difference. Yeah.
I have a problem with what they did in the bullpen, too, in general. But, all this is part of it. But I just think there's so much variance in hitting. I'd rather put all my resources in pitching unless you can get.
I'm not arguing
unless you can get some great hitter out there.
Right. And they can't be all the same. All these vanilla guys. You got to get a star in one way, shape, or form. 312-332-3776. Phone lines are hopping. We'll get to some Bears conversation. A lot of Bears conversation. They have a 3-game win streak. Jesse's got thoughts on that. Jesse wants to talk about Counsell. We got a lot of people want to talk to Jesse. There's someone on the line who says that they're enjoying the Brewers losing as much as a Bears win.
Makes sense.
I don't know. That's not how I feel, though. Fan how you want to fan. It's not the way I feel. We'll get to all these phone calls. Jesse is in studio. Is brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer, Toyota. Let's go places. We'll go to more baseball conversation with Jesse Rogers next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes Bears 6, live from Soldier Field. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee bring you the call starting at noon, pregame at 8. Network pregame at 10. Interviews, analysis, and more in postgame. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Guys, Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, and they're celebrating 91 years. We're thankful. I have a ton of furniture from Steinhoffel's. I believe, Jesse, you have a ton of furniture from Steinhoffel's, too, as he moved into a new home a couple of years ago. During their Friends and Family sale, you can save 10% store-wide or take advantage of 36-month 0% financing, plus take $91 off every $9.99 you spend and get a $200 MasterCard rewards card when you finance over $19.99. Celebrate 91 years of quality, value, and style at any of their 7 Chicagoland locations or online at steinhoffels.com. Shop Steinhoffels today.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Tonight at 10/9 Central on BET, the new series 106 in Sports.
Oh, it's on now.
From executive producers LeBron James and Maverick Carter.
A new top 5 sports countdown.
Ooh-wee. Girl, we about to kill.
With hosts Ashley Nicole Moss and Cam Newton.
We are talking sports, culture, and entertainment.
We got people from the NFL, they're coming from the NBA.
And don't forget the WNBA.
106 in Sports. New series premieres tonight at 10/9 Central. Only on BET.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo & Associates. We're there when you need us.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Save big money on your bathroom update at Menards. Transform your bathroom with a stunning new vanity from Magic Woods. With over 100 options to choose from, our vanities combine contemporary style with durable materials. Find the ideal piece to create the bathroom you've always wanted. From stylish and elegant to simple and modern. Save big money on Magic Woods vanities at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Jesse Rogers is in studio, brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. A lot of people want to talk to you. Why don't we get to some calls, and then you can build us a house on Craig Counsell, and we'll get some of your Bears thoughts, too, because I know you're always good for those.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Dean
Hot
downtown.
takes.
What do you got, Dean?
Gentlemen, best to your family.
You too. You're on that bad Bluetooth again, dude.
Yeah, aren't you?
You can't hear me?
Well, I mean, I could hear you, but you're like...
Sounds like you're talking into it.
You're a pro sports radio caller, but like you're dealing with amateur equipment these days. I don't know what you changed in your life.
You didn't even recognize my Jimmy from the North Side shout out.
I did. I knew exactly where you were going. Best to your families.
Yeah.
I'll be brief. I got to shower and get to the pork store, but I got a lot to unload. Really quickly, Jesse.
Yeah.
Thank you for making your way to the studio today. You are a mensch, a great teammate. I know you and Waddle. You two are the Bristol boys. That's what I call you.
Okay.
You guys have your own Comrex set up at the respective Glenview and Long Grove estates, and I know that you could have just stayed home today. So shout out to you.
Shout out, Jesse.
Oh, look at that.
Thank you.
Behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
So
Dean knows all.
Besides Cap, yeah. And you know, by the way, I know that Sylvie teased this by saying that I was just as excited for the Brewers' loss as I was the Bears' win. But as Waddle knows, I'm a master of the misdirection. That was a bit of hyperbole.
You are.
A bit of hyperbole. So Cap bitching and whining the other day, that was a bad take. I called to say that. You know, it was even worse when he said today that the worst story in sports is people who think that the Cubs don't spend enough money. It's almost like he's still working for the Cubs, but I digress. I told Tyler that earlier I was talking to Abdalla and asked him why he said, oh, him and Carmen are getting all over us for enjoying this Brewers loss too much. There's got to be a happy medium, a middle ground. You draw a line in the sand. Yes, you can take your L, but especially after the way they exhibited zero class. And let me tell you something about class before I hang up, fellas, to these people in Milwaukee and Wisconsin, all right? Class is not something you can acquire, all right? You are born into it. It's a matter of pedigree. Downtown Dean lives it, all right? There's nothing wrong with liking your star. Your star.
Liking what?
I couldn't hear the
I
end.
know,
Like, he's a
it's
funny caller. He does his thing. There's one tweeter who says Downtown Dean's like a wrestler. He's got the wrestling persona.
Yeah.
But when you come with the bad equipment and you can't air, you lose points.
Sometimes you just lose the.
You couldn't land it.
You lose the plot with him sometimes.
I bet it was a great finish, but I couldn't understand what he said.
Yeah.
All right. So should we get to someone with a good phone line?
I never felt like that though. Like I don't get more enjoyment from watching an opponent lose versus, watching my own team win.
I think if you ask Sylvie or Cap, when the Cardinals lose, they get some enjoyment.
Well, it depends.
Or
It depends.
Packers.
But when my team is eliminated and you had a chance to beat the Brewers, this is just me, and I'm not blaming you if you want to do it. I get very little joy over the Dodgers beating the Brewers. The Dodgers aren't supposed to be our rival.
Yeah.
Why are we playing this small market stuff where now all of a sudden we're angry at the Brewers for they beat us, they rose the L, they had that prerogative.
I agree.
The Cubs need to be the big market team. They should be the big brother. We're getting all hot and bothered that little bro beat up big bro. Like, that's not supposed to happen that way.
And you're getting joy from the Brewers getting beaten by the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Really? That's how you're getting your...
That's what I mean. Like,
your funny rocks
we
off?
had our chance.
Varsity beat JV, and you're getting all excited.
Yeah. How about worry about you? You know what I mean?
That's my point. But if you want to get excited over that,
that's fine.
I get very little to be gained that the Brewers are in an 0-2 hole.
Yeah.
Griff in New Lenox, you're on with Jesse Rogers. Say hi to Jesse, Griff.
Jesse, what's going on, my guy?
Good to be with you, buddy.
All right, I need a little help on Twitter, if you don't mind. I am sick and tired of defending my boy Jed for two reasons. The first one is people think that he should have made the trade. Every time I hear the deadline, he should have made a trade. Those are the same idiots that would have Mackenzie Gore, 5.8 ERA,
given up for Horton and Shaw. The second one is that he won't spend the money in the offseason, when that is 100% Ricketts' fault. That's why we have Naperville Nicky playing third base to start the season, not Alex Bregman. I'll hang up. Take it easy, fellas.
Nick.
I think we all have. I mean, that's been the question that we've asked now for a long time.
Yeah, you've asked me that. Yeah.
I mean, should our questions be directed to the owner or to the general manager? Is the general manager just carrying out the orders of the owner?
He's definitely carrying out the budget orders
point.
of
Yeah,
the owner.
money.
And look, you guys know Jed, and Jed's not a dummy or anything. Like, Jed knows the game. He knows what he's doing. Does he make mistakes? Of course. Is he competent? I think he's proven he is. Now, they broke up the team all at once in 21, and I mean, I want to get to it because it relates to council. It took a little bit longer than it should have, maybe, to get back to this place. But Jed knows what he's doing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Is there a muscle or two he's not?
But is he a better sous chef than he is chef?
Maybe, but sous chefs can be pretty good at their jobs too.
No,
I don't know.
But you were in the sous chef role.
Right. I do think there was a gene that he wasn't, or muscle or club in his thing he wasn't using, and that was the whole being aggressive, and he did that with Tucker, maybe to save his gig, but it worked. It helped them get to the postseason. I don't think you were going to see a lot of that, and that might be worth criticism. But other than that, he knows how to build a team. He put together a 92-win team this year. A year late, though. That's one thing. That was a year late. But, look, I think that Ricketts has given him a decent amount of money, but not an open wallet here, whatever you want, and he's got to make the best of it.
It's like and this is where Ricketts comes into effect, where Cody Bellinger is traded for nothing.
Yeah.
It is a salary dump. Yeah. And when he tells you that at the deadline, teams are robbing other teams when you need to add, you could have traded him then. That is not a good business decision. When you're a big market team and you've got an asset and you get rid of an asset for zero, that is not a good business decision.
But I will tell you, imagine the conversation about Bregman now. Tom's going to be like, you did fine without him.
Of course.
We got to the second round and almost...
How was Dansby in the postseason,
right.
he'll say.
So, I think Tom is, in his own mind, vindicated. Like, I gave you enough resources. We got to the fifth game. Now, they didn't have home field advantage. That would have helped. So, having better regular season would have helped. They probably would have got bounced by the Dodgers. But, nothing that happened is telling Tom Ricketts I did the wrong thing here, in my opinion.
I just resist the money aspect, in Cap, and I'll call him and tell him this as well, not just say it here. That's a tired refrain for me. You can't tell anybody who thinks that they don't spend enough money is crazy. They spent $200 million. They took in $550 million last year, right?
Yeah.
You have a built-in advantage that other small market teams don't have. So use it to your advantage. Does it guarantee you that you're going to win? No. But don't tell me that you've got enough money with $200 million. And if you do tell me that, lower all my friends' ticket prices.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it's the most expensive ticket in Major League Baseball, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't begrudge him for getting what the market is willing to bear. But then I would look at it and say, if you're taking in $550 million, and that's not all gate, but that's big market revenue and shared revenue, and you're only spending $200, you ranked 26th last year in ratio of money spent on your payroll. So that's where I hate to be repetitive, but to hear Kap say, well, if you're an idiot if you think that they don't spend enough money, that's not the point. And if you're going to continue to do business like this, give the fellas that are going and the gals that are going to the game repeatedly, give them a break in their wallet.
And here's another thing that is factual, not opinion. That $200 million has a ceiling. Once in a blue moon, someone like the Diamondbacks breaks through and gets to the World Series. They didn't win it, though.
And gives them cover.
They didn't win it.
Yeah.
There's not been a smallish market team win the World Series in a long time, because to win 3 or 4 rounds now takes redundancy. Look what the Dodgers did. They spent on top of everything and still barely have enough arms in the postseason.
That's a lesson in itself, where the Chicago Cubs owner, imagine if the New York Yankees owner said, we want to be like the Diamondbacks. Imagine the Dodgers owner saying, we want to be like the Diamondbacks. The Phillies or Mets owner saying, we want to be like the Brewers or the Diamondbacks. No big market team says that.
The Dodgers actually came out and said, we're going to hold everybody accountable by giving huge offers to players.
But the Cubs can get away with. I don't understand why.
Let's be clear. They never said that verbatim, but
Right,
their
of
actions
course.
are speaking to
We
that.
know.
I just want to be clear.
We
Yeah,
know.
Yeah.
Jay in Homewood, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jay?
Man, we are so proud of the Cubs. I mean, if we were to be told that they were going to go 92 and I think, 70 and get to the second round, we all would have celebrated and be happy about it. But having said all of that, they are a ways away from really competing for the ring, and we have to be honest with that. We can do it. Can be both things. We can be proud of the Cubs and proud of the coaching staff and all of that. But then realistically, when you really look at the whole kind of spectrum, they're a ways away. And I like what Jesse said in terms of pitching. We got to put the money where we had to put that money towards pitching. And the term he used, the volatility of hitting, absolutely. Ohtani went 1 from 20.
Yeah,
one could argue that
yeah.
He's the best hitter in the league. We can agree with that.
Yeah,
we can all agree. Having said all of that, he went 1 for 23.
Yeah.
And let's look at what Judge did last year. I mean, you saw the Yankees, and I'm going to use this term, and I can't think of a better term. They were berating him last year because his hitting was subpar in the playoffs. Hitting is so volatile. I mean, we know, a millionaire is a 300 hitter. I mean, it's very difficult. Having said all of that, they got to put those expenditures toward the pitching. But it was a wonderful story. But in terms of really being a perennial team that competes, they are ways from there.
Yeah,
and we
it's a
see
good
the
call.
Dodgers. So thanks so much, guys.
You got it, Jay. As someone commented, Waddle saw this tweet. I think I retweeted it when we were saying, well, what are the Cubs supposed to do where they've got their roster? Right. And the comment that the person said was, don't give out these no-trade clauses to players who don't deserve no-trade clauses. So if you wanted to move on, what happened? You're like, look, our time's run out. Ian, you're great. You're great in the clubhouse. You're great for the community. And you've been a good player for us. Really have. And we appreciate your time, but it's time to be a little different in left field. We'll put one of our kids out there. We'll get cheaper there, and we'll send some of the money in this regard. They've handed him this no-trade clause. Say, I believe, has a no-trade clause as well. Yep. So you've got these guys who are not Aaron Judge quality players with no-trade clauses, and now you can't move off of them even if you deem them to be too much of the same type of player that they already have.
No, I think it's a good point moving forward. I think I'm the one that said, what are they supposed to do right now? He has the no trade.
Yes.
This guy has a no. How are they supposed to revamp that offense, barring moving on from some young players, whatever? And they're not going to. I mean, they're not going to just trade Matt Shaw and sign someone for $40 million a year. They're not. They're going to try to take advantage of Matt Shaw's young years cheap, Owen Casey cheap, hopefully taking that money and using it where they have a weakness or don't have enough redundancy, which would be on the mound.
Listen, I mean, I know I constantly the financial conversations just drive me crazy.
I know.
Like I think you can, look, smart teams can get somewhere without being the top spenders. I get all of that, but
you'll always take the more money than the less money.
Hell yeah. Why?
You can do both
While it's still at your disposal, because who knows what the next collective bargaining agreement is going to dictate.
And then look, you always want good prospects. You want good young players to either put in your lineup and use them or to trade them. And the Cubs really haven't done. Now, I know they have with Shaw here, but they had some outfielders that were untouchable who they really didn't play.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see. Did you get to your council point?
No, not at all.
Let's do that next.
Yeah.
And then I want a Bears thought out of you.
You got it.
So Jesse's here for the hour. Then we'll play you some of the stuff that was said between Caleb and Ben Johnson today. Some interesting stuff, including one talking head who said that Caleb has to stand down on Troy Aikman. That was said today. So we'll talk about all that coming up.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Yeah, you know me. I'm not exactly the biggest tech guy in the world. I can read a defense for sure, but half the time I can't figure out my own phone. But here's what I do know. If you're running a business, you can't take chances with cybersecurity. That's why I recommend trusting our partners at Trend Micro. They're the best in the business. For over 35 years, Trend Micro has been protecting companies from ransomware, phishing, and threats you don't even see coming. With AI-powered proactive security, they stop attacks before they ever reach you. Visit trendmicro.com today and see why smart businesses put their trust in Trend Micro.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
you tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
With the Bears back in Springfield this week, hoping to get lawmakers' help on a new stadium-anchored project in Arlington Heights, one local state rep is trying to make that harder. A new bill introduced this week calls for any agreement on a subsidy or incentive for a pro sports stadium to be posted publicly for at least 30 days. And if a team relocates from a stadium before the end of a lease, they would be required to repay all of the taxpayer help. The proposal comes from Chicago Rep Cam Buckner and directs a shot at the Bears during the fall veto legislative session now underway. The team is pushing for a new state law that would allow it to negotiate property taxes with local districts at its new suburban venue and entertainment district, and separately win as much as $855 million in taxpayer help for infrastructure to support it. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Earlier in the game, just like the at-bats, thinking like the 7th inning with Morrell, there's a tying run at second. He's looked like he was swinging for the lake there. I don't know. What do you think about some of those?
Come on, Jesse. Come on. That's your comment?
Well, yeah, I'm wondering about.
I think that's a bad take. I think that's a bad take. He's swinging for the lake. That's a bad take.
Love that. This is the most feisty we've heard, Craig Counsell.
Yeah. I haven't heard that in its entirety for a while.
I love hearing it in its entirety. Good job bringing that back, Charlie.
I'd be shocked if he got out of his chair for it, though.
Hearing "Come on, Jesse" in context, because we've played it a gazillion times out of context, is really crazy.
It could be one of Jesse's most factually accurate statements or questions of all time.
They traded him a month later after that. All right, so what do you want to say about Counsell?
So this is going to end up sounding, and actually is, a defensive counsel, and that he might still be the right manager in the right moment for the Cubs, especially if they're going to be in this 90-win range and not be closer to 100 because they won't pay for it. Meaning the margins are going to be important in 90 wins. I think that, I'm going to be honest, and I think you've heard me say this, I think Kap was way out over his skis on the criticism. And I think, Silvy, you were slightly over your skis. That's just my opinion.
I was fair.
That was just my, okay, fine. That's just my opinion. And you could claim, Jesse, you're with him every day. You're close to, you could do all that. That's fine. It's not about that. Because I'm going to analyze this without emotion, to be honest. His first year, they punted. And the criticism was fair. He didn't know anybody in the organization. He didn't bring 5 guys from Milwaukee. He did not put his fingerprints on that organization. They won 83 games with Ross. You're supposed to get a first-year manager bump, especially someone respected like that. They didn't. How many first-year managers made the playoffs with the Cubs over the years? Dusty Baker.
Sure.
Lou Piniella.
Yes.
Joe Madden. They didn't get the first-year bump, and I blame Craig for that in part. But they certainly did in the second year. And, again, this isn't about what you see. And I understand this is all you see from 7 to 10 p.m. at night. You want to argue about the lineup? Fine.
Yes.
You want to talk about it, pulling a pitcher? Fine. It's not what's most important. And I think, Tommy, you'll agree. It's what goes on beforehand in spring training from 3 to 7 p.m. is just as important as 7 to 10 p.m. It's the culture. You establish how you play the game. I want to read something to you.
You got to be able to do both, though, Jess.
Yes, agreed. And I think Counsell's pretty good in game. You can argue a move, of course.
I don't want him fired. Don't get me wrong.
I know.
That's never been my stance. He's fine as the Cubs manager.
Let's not even go through how we rated him. I want to get to this point, and I've said this over and over again. Taking someone from a small market and putting him in a big market, if exactly that's what the Cubs are, they're kind of mid the way they spend, I think is a very smart thing to do. I've said this over and over again. I want to read something to you. Andrew Friedman is a great small market to big market person. He worked with the GM of the Brewers, Matt Arnold, in Tampa together. So not only does he know what a small market does, but he knows Matt Arnold, who's now the GM in Milwaukee, and what he's done. And I said, what is it that we need to know? Because everyone asks me, why is Milwaukee so good? I'm like, what do you need to know about being successful in a small market? How do you drill down on it? And he talked about knowing exactly who you are, which is a kind of a cliche thing. But I thought this analogy brought up. This is just 2 days ago in Milwaukee. He said, I've used this analogy before, and I'll do it again. When I was with the Rays, you have to think about it as a doctor. We were able to be knee specialists in the Rays, just be an expert on the knee, and that's all we could do because we don't have payroll. So we knew, and what does he mean? Well, what's the knee, like player development?
Right.
So that doesn't
Drafting development.
You get it. And he said, when I went to the Dodgers, I had to be an expert on the whole entire body, which is awesome because you have the payroll to be an expert in everything.
You have unlimited resources.
Right. So what I'm getting at with Counsell, in his first full off season before the second year here, he started to become an expert on the knee, and I think the elbow, and slowly but surely he will be an expert as much as you can with their somewhat limited payroll. For example, I wrote about the Wind last week, right? It was him that said we need to embrace Wrigley. We need to win in different ways. And he told his hitting coaches, let's make this a priority day in and day out. Remember what he said midseason? It's the most he's worked on with a team regarding base running in his career. And that's all they did in Milwaukee was good base running. But it was when he got here because he felt it was lacking. So the knee is the base running. The elbow is embracing Wrigley. They're becoming experts at every little part they can, minus having enough payroll to just overcome everything. And I think Counsell's influence on a 90-ish win team is really important because he knows how to win on the margins. Because the margins are about 90, 92, 89, 93, and maybe once in a while you pop to 97 like the Brewers did this year. So I do think Counsell's the right guy, and he's doing things.
We will see. Do you have a word about the Bears really quick because we're up against
this is very quick, and it comes watching that game off the bye. How many times off a bye do we used to say, what did they do?
Yes.
What did they do off the bye? That doesn't look penalties, and they played with their hair on fire like they had been rested for 15 days, not 14, the extra. They looked like a team that had a bye.
It's so true, and they corrected the things that needed to be corrected.
And the game plan was brilliantly put together on both sides of the football as well, which tells you that the coaches put in the work as well, and they've inspired the players to trust what they're being asked to do.
And everything we're seeing kind of makes sense. Even the when they come up short, you're like, okay, they're not quite there yet there. But the other stuff is making sense. Yeah, and right. You're going to have Big Cat on? I mean, it was brilliant. I was listening that day. He said, be careful. That's a gateway game. The first win, that could be a gateway game. And he might be exactly right.
He's right. He's calling this must win, and I think he's right, too. We'll talk to Big Cat in an hour. Jesse, great job as always.
Thank
you.
We
appreciate you.
I love you both. You know that.
Yes, he's the best.
And
there's no better teamate than Jesse Rogers, guys.
That.
Like, you guys hear him every day, but like he was talking about leading up to a game, 3-7. So like not only is he good on the air, but leading up to shows, the way he cares about each and every show, he deserves everything. So thank you.
Tyler and I are buddies from 3 to 6 p.m. every day because we're always trying to get a player on.
I heard you guys broke down the whole baseball thing at 1 in the morning.
I got a baseball booty call from Jesse. When Jesse calls in, hey, buddy.
No, but driving back after they lost at 1 in the morning, I'm like, I gotta work this. I knew you were sleeping.
Yeah,
and there's no chance Wads is up.
I got a 1 a.m. baseball booty call from Jesse.
Because he's young.
You up?
Are you up? Let's talk about this Cub team, and we did.
Unbelievable.
You're the
45
best.
minutes.
Great
My roommate
work.
was like, "Who the hell are you talking to?"
Yeah, so good. All right, Jesse Rogers. When we come back. We had Caleb Williams address the Troy Aikman stuff, and he went into detail about that. And maybe there is something personal here in regards to how Caleb told the story. We will get into all of that coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, football season is in full swing, and boy, did I eke out a win on Circa Sports Illinois in the Bears game. I had the Bears and Commanders on the under, and it was 50, and it landed on 49. With all those bad beats that we've had, it was nice to get a good one, and I cashed in at Circa, the world's largest sports book, right at your fingertips. And did you know that this is the first game that the Bears are a favorite on? I love Circa because it's sports betting the way it should be. There's high app limits, low holds, amazing customer service. There's never a bot that you have to talk to, and no bet fees ever. They're not going to nickel and dime you guys like some of the other books. And they want you to comparison shop at the other books because you'll find out that Circa is the best place to play. Every play is yours to call. So start betting like a pro anytime, anywhere. Download circasports.com today. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
It's football season once again.
And the collision of the week.
Sounds more like a rear-ender on the Dan Ryan to me.
Maybe when you hear collision.
Exciting on the field, not so much when you're behind the wheel.
Aiken Laws help thousands of people across Chicagoland and Illinois injured in car, truck, and rideshare accidents get the compensation they deserve.
Yeah, but can you help the offensive line?
He's Howard Aiken, our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Save big money at Menards and stock up on your favorite Procter & Gamble products. We carry quality products from brands you can trust, like Dawn, Tide, Bounty, and more. Right now, get a $10 instant savings on a single qualifying purchase of $40 or more on Procter & Gamble products. Now through October 19th, head to Menards to get a great deal on qualifying Procter & Gamble products. Plus, view the weekly flyer for other great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
What a Monday night, and the big week continues for the Bears. The focus turns to Sunday's showdown against New Orleans on the lakefront. This ESPN Chicago Big Week, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago, and this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know when a quarterback misses a guy, too.
Yeah. When Troy Aikman says, hey, that's a miss on Caleb Williams, Zacchaeus sees zone and is sitting in the zone.
Yeah.
Caleb's got to know that. Oh, my God, baby ears can't take the fact that Troy Aikman was just critical of Caleb Williams.
blasting Bears fans right now?
I don't understand, like,
As being a tad bit sensitive?
Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
Like, maybe a little overly
Oh, my God, I
sensitive?
can't believe you would say something like that
When it
about
comes-
Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
The quarterback missed. It's okay.
So is that a term, baby ears? Is that a thing for someone who...
First time I heard it was this morning when
Never
Carmen
heard of that
Jurko started laughing out loud in my house.
Me too. I texted you guys right away, baby ears.
You know what we were getting there was we were
You're
flying
getting old school Carm.
We were flying right on the surface of a Carm crash out on that one.
Yeah.
He had another one at the end of the show.
Did he
too.
really?
When,
About what?
What's his? Danny and Schomburg called in.
Did he get mad at Danny?
Oh yeah.
He was very little patience today.
For what? What happened with Danny?
It was about Mayor Skip.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
He was
So what did Carm
imitating
say?
Mayor Skip?
I forget exactly what
Mayor
he
Skip's
said.
awesome, but I think, like, you want to know when a marketing campaign works.
Yes.
I got the best job, Carm.
People
When
start to imitate it.
Everyone
Yeah.
calls in and talks about Mayor Skip. They know.
Yes.
It's working.
That's right. They're talking about you.
It's always like the Saturday Night Live thing, too. This is a much higher level, but it's like whenever they start parroting a famous person, you're
You've
like,
made it.
When Stephen A. started getting parroting, you're like, Stephen A.'s made it.
Yeah.
He's in the mainstream now. It's not just a sports niche
Imitation is the greatest
thing.
form
Yes,
of flattery.
That is
exactly. So, baby ears.
That was great.
If
it hasn't been something or he just made it up, I would trademark it. Copyright that. Baby
ears, print up the T-shirts.
Yeah.
I think this is what I said to the guys before. I think what Caleb was upset about, and he hashtagged it about Lucky. And then what Ben Johnson heard is probably the biggest issue they had with Troy Aikman wasn't about, hey, Zacchaeus sitting in the zone and not being on the same page or this throw that's got to be more in stride. It was more about when the Bears did do something good, when they scored from 55 and they got a big play when they were, chasing 8 at the time? Isn't that when they...
Yes,
so
they were
they're down 8 in the fourth quarter.
It was a huge play in the game.
And they schemed something up that Ben Johnson had seen. And DeAndre Swift, who has been getting criticized for not extending plays and running the right way, all of a sudden DeAndre Swift makes a move on a defender and goes the distance to get your team right back in the game. And the announcer calls it lucky. Like the Bears got luck. That's the way he termed it. He didn't. And I get it. There's a missed tackle. There are missed tackles on every play. But that is the part where I think the Bears are sort of circling and saying, oh, see, when we do something well, fine, criticize us. But then when we score from 55, don't now circle the opponent and say, well, the only reason the Bears scored is because that was luck. That's what I think they've got the issue with.
Yeah, and how many games have they won the last 3 years? 15, is it?
Yes.
Like prior to
Yes,
this year?
exactly.
Guess what happens when you start winning more than you lose them? You know, like people stop calling you lucky for making good plays.
Yes,
So
sure.
the point is, I'm not making excuses for Troy. What I'm saying is there's a built-in narrative about the Chicago Bears that has been festering for the last several years. They haven't been able to win. And by the way, you're facing a team that was in the NFC title game last year, and their quarterback was the rookie of the year. So, like, winning cures everything. Listen, first of all, I don't care about it. In fact, I think there is a side hustle here that I think is a good one, and that they're taking a page out of the Lovie Smith playbook right now that, look, nobody respects you. Even when you're winning, you've won 3 in a row, and they're calling you lucky. Use that as motivation.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make sure your team is fired up on Sunday for a lesser Saints team. And don't you dare let down, because that's exactly what the national media wants to see.
Yeah, I think where they got the bye at the right time, where they won a game and they could correct some things and it was perfect for Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson knows too deep down that this was a good thing, Troy, that people are mad at Troy Aikman, so he can use that as ammunition for his team, saying, look, you've won 3 in a row. You guys haven't achieved anything. You've got no respect from the national media.
Yeah.
And now you've got a weird spot where you're finally favored. You're on short rest. And he's going to say to his team, no letdowns here. No one believes in you. We can't afford a letdown. Go out there and go kick their ass.
Whatever motivates
and win 4 in a
you.
row.
Yeah, I mean, Lovie was the master of that. Don't you remember, like, Brian Urlacher would barely talk to most of us during his career because he was I wouldn't, not brainwashed, but he was kind of taught and coached to feel that from the outside there was no support. The only support came from the inside.
Yeah, I wasn't upset over the Aikman stuff, but I'm not also upset at people making it something. Do what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, I'm not that bothered about it. This was Caleb at the podium today.
Does Carm think that Caleb's got baby ears?
He's texting us right now, but I didn't look to see what he said. He's texting the group. He said, Carm said Danny accused Mayor Skip of being in the mafia.
Oh, come on, Danny. It's Schomburg.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I
think that's a
Mayor
bad take.
Skip is an upstanding mayor who is putting them on the map. And that's the way to get to Carm's bad
You know
side.
what, Carm? That was that was totally within reason that you would be upset.
I've got the best job, Carm.
I'll say this about Carm: he did not have baby ears on that call.
No, he didn't.
That was fine. That was an adult move.
Yeah.
So here's so Caleb posted an Instagram thing. And he said they got lucky with in quotes, and then he attributed it to Troy Aikman, TA. And then we know that Ben Johnson also said something to Joniak. He got his point across, and then he wouldn't double down on it when he was in the media. So this was Caleb at the podium today being asked about that Instagram post where he did mention something about Troy Aikman.
Yeah, it's fun. Fun trolls. I was messing around. Yeah, DeAndre made a great play. And obviously he had some stuff to say about us or me. We came out victorious in the end. So made a little fun moment of it, and that was about it.
So he said he was just having fun trolling Troy. This was interesting, because these production meetings, the announcers, when with the road team, they'll usually get them virtually. You'll usually do a virtual meeting with the head coach and the quarterback.
Yeah, because the team doesn't usually get in until
right. Home team, a lot of times they do in person. They'll go to the facility during the week. Yeah. And then the road team, they usually will do the Zoom call with them. And Caleb talked about not meeting up with Troy Aikman.
I did not. I did not. I didn't get to meet with him. Tried to meet with him, and then reached out and tried to meet, and that didn't happen. And so, moved on from it. Went and played the game and came out 3-2.
Why did you not meet with him?
I was here late and timings didn't meet up, lifting or whatever the case may have been, and then tried to call him after the game, or not after the game, after the day, that day that I was supposed to meet with him, and it didn't get through.
So maybe look, I'm not accusing Troy Aikman of not analyzing the games the right way. I've always liked Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
But maybe there was something personal here. Maybe Troy Aikman didn't like, this kid's cocky. This kid doesn't want to talk to me. He couldn't make time in the day that he was supposed to meet with me because he was lifting. Remember, he had a press conference, Caleb, scheduled like a few weeks ago when we were there, and it was scheduled for 2:30. But guess what? He got caught in meetings. He got caught in the weight room doing football player stuff, which I'll never, ever disrespect. Like, do your work first.
Most
and
important.
yet, a lot, like, the media had to then do the press conference 4 hours later, 5 hours later, and some of them didn't like it. But how could you criticize a player who's caught in his day trying to get better, and the time just didn't work out? So I don't know if Troy took offense to it and went a little more. We're all human.
Yeah, it sounds like some people had some baby ears, right, Carm? Look, I think this has gotten probably a day. It's lasted a day longer than normal. But Caleb spoke today, tomorrow. And even Caleb, I saw one quote where he said, I could not care less about this. And he's focusing
and you should.
on to the Saints.
And they have to win this game. I think Big Cat's going to lay it out where it's a must win. I agree that if they lay down and they don't beat the Saints at home, that all of the good of the 3 games has been lost. You must beat the Saints.
Yeah, you have to win games. That's step one in becoming a good team. You have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, especially in your own building. That doesn't mean you disrespect them. It doesn't mean you take them lightly, because I think the Saints are kind of a plucky team. I think they do some things fairly well. I would not sleep on them. I expect the Bears to win this game, and I don't expect them to be resting on the laurels of a 3-game win streak. I just don't. I don't think their coaching staff will let them do that.
Stephen A. today got in on the act, too. So the national media will, and if you heard Wilbon yesterday, you can grab the interview at youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Subscribe when you're there. You could also watch us live there on youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. And you can watch us on Twitch as well. Who is our video stream brought to you by, Waddle?
It's brought to you by Chevy. Nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. J.D. Power's most dependable large light-duty pickup. During truck month, get 2.9% APR on all 2026 Silverado 1500s. Visit ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, the official truck of the Chicago Bears.
So Wilbon said on our show yesterday that he was very defensive over anyone critiquing Troy Aikman. And then when I told him, I'm like, look, Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams were a part of it. He still didn't want to hear it. They all love Troy. Troy is a very good analyst. Yeah. He was a great Hall of Fame player. He's a fantastic analyst. So Stephen A. talked about it today on First Take.
I've been at ESPN since 2003, with the exception of the 2-year hiatus from 2009 to 2011. One of the proudest moments I believe we should have is when we acquired Joe Buck and Troy Aikman to do Monday Night Football. You're talking about the A-team, and you're talking about a guy in Troy Aikman who is a 3-time Super Bowl champion, smart as a whip, incredible integrity, and anybody in the world of football who has a problem with him talking about a quarterback should really, really check themselves. You can have people just as qualified, because there are some who are. There's nobody more qualified than Troy Aikman to be talking about the quarterback position in the National Football League. So everybody just needs to stand down. Let's get that out the way first.
So Stephen A. telling the Bears to stand down.
Stand down.
Stand down if you know what's good for you.
I have a ton of respect for Troy, not just as a player, but as an analyst as well. And listen, I want the sincere thoughts of my analyst. I don't want him saying things that he thinks you want to hear. So if you got full, honest Troy Aikman, that's why they pay him probably $20 million a year.
No one likes to be called lucky, though, when you do something good, especially when you work hard at it. So I think that's the biggest issue that the Bears had.
Well, not to mention, too, like, it was a beautifully schemed play, and there was a reason why they called that play. That just wasn't a random 5-yard out to the running back. It was something that our coach, who is fantastic at game planning and play calling, it was something he noticed earlier in the game, and they acted on it. So
you want to talk to our Troy Aikman?
Who's our Troy Aikman?
Eddie on the north side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Eddie?
Oh, God. Hey, boys. How's it going? So right off the bat, wow, Jaden Daniels wins a Hail Mary pass for his team, and then he loses the game for his team, because that's what it was. We all have to admit it, because if he doesn't throw that fumble into the running back there, they win the game.
Right, just like if the Bears would have not given Jaden Daniels the free 14 yards to set up the Hail Mary and would have then defended the Hail Mary correctly, the Commanders never would have won last year.
I don't know, Eddie,
I know, but you know where I'm going, Silvy.
No, I don't.
And Waddle.
No.
You know where I'm at on that and everything. But the most thing I was impressed by, I haven't seen a guy in a long time that can torpedo a pass like Jaden Daniels. I couldn't believe it. How quick from his hands went to the receivers or tight ends. I was like, wow, these guys have to practice so much with Jaden Daniels just to catch a pass from this guy, because it's like out of his hands, just like a flick of the wrist, and bam, it's there in a spiral right there. He has a lot of talent. He does. I mean, nothing against Caleb Williams, but this guy has a lot of talent, and I'm glad the Bears won, but my thought is the Bears didn't win. Washington lost the game.
Okay, well, whatever. It counts in the win column.
I know
look,
it does.
it's the basis of my column that's coming out tomorrow. we in this town, which you just said Waddle won 15 games in the last 3 years, we're going to nitpick a 3-game win streak?
I'm not.
With a team that's looking to identify a new culture and set a foundation with a new head coach, I am not going to nitpick any sort of win. You won on the road in Washington. No matter how it happened, you managed to do it, and you have a good chance to win 4 in a row. I will not criticize winning.
In fact, I'm more thrilled now than I have been in a long time because of how they won the game. They won it at the line of scrimmage against an opponent that was the number 1 rushing team in the league and a defensive front that was pretty disruptive. So, what have I been complaining about as a Bear fan myself over the course of the first month plus? They're not good enough at the line of scrimmage. Not only were they good enough, for one game, they were good enough to outplay a team that many of us believed was significantly better at the line of scrimmage. So I give credit where credit is due. At the end of the day, the W or the L is what's most important. But for me, as I look at my favorite team, as they're on the incline, how they win and lose is also important to me. I'll go back to, real quick, the loss to the Lions. It was only one loss in the standings. But that loss stung because not just because you got boat raced, because on film, they played with more intensity than you did. They gave more effort than you did. Don't take it from me. Take it from the head coach who spent the entire following week telling you, we don't practice like a championship team. Our effort isn't there. What has happened since then?
3 in a row.
You have seen a team that plays with greater intensity across the board. Their wide receivers were kicking ass in the running game on Monday night. So the point is you lost that game. It only counted as one. But to me, how they lost that game propelled them to be a better football team.
It's tangible evidence of them improving as a team. And what Eddie says about Jaden Daniels is true. Jaden Daniels is very good. He's got a lot of talent. Talent is not Caleb Williams' issue. No. Like, Caleb is developing. We are watching Caleb develop in real time. But like I said yesterday, he makes the hard look simple, and sometimes he makes the simple look hard. It's a matter of getting the footwork right, the accuracy right, and still diagnosing things, whether it's pre-snap or after a post-snap, and dissecting who's open and where the throw should happen.
I don't spend any time thinking about my quarterback, and this is just me, in connection with what is going on in New England with Drake May, and that young man is playing great football right now, or what's happening in Washington with Jaden Daniels. Like, my focus is on our quarterback being better on a week-to-week basis, being guided by the right guy, and ultimately living up to the talent and the potential that existed, and was the reason why they drafted him first overall. So, I know, we had fun at Danny Zetterman's expense because not only did he want Caleb to play well, he wants Jaden Daniels to stink. Makes him feel better if Jaden Daniels stinks. I really don't care.
I like a good rivalry between good quarterbacks. Now, I want him to stink against the Bears.
Sure.
Buffalo Bill, our friend. So he is not called in a while, and I'm glad to hear that Buffalo Bill is still around and hasn't been captured yet. Bill is a guy who lives in Grays Lake. We've met him before. And
he may be on the move, though. You never know.
That's
true. Trying to stay under the radar?
He would call in the show, and we would find out that, yes, he sounds like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. And then it turns out his name is Bill, and the rest is history, and he's called the show. So what's up, Bill?
Hey, guys. Nice to talk to you again. Last time I talked to you was almost a year ago. I think the last question I asked you if Eberflus was a dead man walking, and you both said no.
Oh, no.
Fired.
We said no, he's not dead man walking?
That's what you both said. But it was like 2 weeks before he got fired. I think it was before the Detroit mess up or something. It was after the Fail Mary, whatever. But anyway, that's ancient history. This Aikman thing, I don't watch sports all day long, although I try to listen to Jurko and Carmen and you guys, but I don't understand what everybody's getting all upset about. So what? So Aikman wasn't kind. I mean, like I think Tommy said earlier, the Bears haven't earned that respect yet. But I didn't grow up here. I've lived in Chicagoland for about 22 years now, and so I can't talk about people who grew up in the city, how they feel. Maybe I'm not as emotional or thin-skinned as they are. But I didn't get it. By the way,
speaking of skin, how is life at the house?
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm making vegetable soup right now for my wife. But there's something I read today in the Tribune. The Bears have won their first 5 games of the season. They've scored more than 20 points a game.
Yeah.
Do you know the last time that the Bears did that?
18?
You have to go back 30 years, 1995.
Wow.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it. I mean, things are changing, and I'm optimistic. I loved watching that game, and I think Aikman. I mean, there's a lot of commentators that are like, Nance and Good and Tom
Olsen. Trying to send
and,
us a message.
But I think Aikman's like the best. When I'm watching the game with him, I want to hear all the details about what's happening.
All right,
I got to let him job of that.
Bill, thanks for the call. Good to hear from you. I listened to the vast majority of the first half. Then I watched the whole game, but I didn't hear much of the commentary in the second half. So I didn't really even hear the Lucky reference to until I saw a replay of it. I thought some of the criticism in the first half was spot on.
Yeah.
And I went back and watched the film the next morning. I was like, yep, Troy's right about that. Troy's right about that. Troy's right about that. Yeah, he played the position. He knows where he's coming from. I don't think there's any doubt that there's an appreciation for Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, probably more so than the Bears, because, again, last year they went to the NFC title game, and that young man won the Rookie of the Year. So
we should do our power rankings of football analysts. We've done a draft before where we've drafted them, but we should do game analysts and who we have as our top 5s and see how they match up. You want to do that for tomorrow or something? Come to we're going to be at Hallis tomorrow, so that could be a good one where we go through the national analysts. So, like, we love Tom Thayer. We would put him number 1. I'm talking about, like, national guys who should be unbiased and where they stand to us.
If that's part of Ben Johnson's approach, and he wants to take a page out of the Lovie Smith playbook, whatever it takes and however he feels is the best way to motivate his team, have at it.
As long as it's not Lovie's offensive playbook.
That's true, yeah, but I don't think you have to worry about that. I think the playbook they have up at Hallis Hall right now,
pretty good.
Pretty damn good.
And Dennis Allen's doing a good job taking the ball away, too. 312-332-3776. We're rolling. We've got Barstool Big Cat in a half hour from right now, and Waddle's World coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Bears return home, winners of 3 straight. Here as the Saints march into Soldier Field. Live coverage begins with pregame tailgate at 8. Network coverage starts at 10 live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Noon kickoff with the best play-by-play team in the game. Touchdown! Plus 4 hours of interviews, analysis, and your calls in Bears postgame. It's Bears and Saints, Sunday. Kickoff at noon. Pregame starts at 8 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria flavor without the weight or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer right to the table. It was born in Connie's restaurants that we all grew up going to, and it's now in your freezer. Connie's brings that delicious cornmeal-dusted thin crust, premium toppings. My kids love the pepperoni and unmistakable flavors. It says, I could have gone out, but why? Maybe you're hosting, maybe you're dodging dinner duty, or maybe you're just hungry and you want to watch a game. The solution is always Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza, authentic Chicago flavor without the pizzeria prices.
Tonight at 10/9 Central on BET, the new series 106 in Sports.
Oh, it's on now.
From executive producers LeBron James and Maverick Carter.
A new Top 5 Sports Countdown.
Girl, we about to kill it.
With hosts Ashley Nicole Moss and Cam Newton.
We are talking sports, culture, and entertainment.
We got people from the NFL, they're coming from the NBA.
And don't forget the WNBA.
106 in Sports. New series premieres tonight at 10/9 Central. Only on BET.
Crash, bang. You know, I've been saying that to Chicago sports fans for the last few seasons. Lisa, why don't you give it a try?
Crash, bang.
That's what that feels like.
Of course, personal injuries feel much worse.
They do. That's why the Chicago Personal Injury and Workmen's Compensation lawyers at Maurice Longo are here for you.
I'm Jim Morisi, and she's Lisa Longo.
Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com.
We're in your huddle when you need us.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Cairo One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Cairo1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Schaumburg East, West Addison, and Des Plaines. That's Cairo1.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Football season's back. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Is that why you were here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
Yes, come on in. Waddle's World is brought to you by Tyler and Charlie and me and Sylvie. And if you want some of this, just holler at us, right? 312-332-3776. That's how we advertise. That's how we develop partnerships right there. You want some of this?
Yeah.
Come and get it.
Come and get it. How could you not want any of Waddle?
I'm telling you.
He's a thirst trap still, isn't he?
A what?
Thirst trap?
What is that?
It's like when you try to, you take a picture and you try and make somebody a little thirsty for drinking you.
Excuse me?
I think you're misinterpreting this.
Do I have thirst trap now wrong?
This thirst trap is like a picture.
Yeah,
I think.
thirst trap is a thing, not a person.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
It's not like a thirst trap isn't like taking a picture and posing in a certain way.
That is, but it's a thing.
Right.
It's not a person, though. I wouldn't call Waddle a thirst trap.
Well, he can.
Waddle
I mean,
can
when he
post a
dresses
thirst
up,
trap,
he could be a thirst trap for people. I think it was on point.
Do you think it was on point?
I think it was a little off.
Yeah,
a little off.
I'll ask Big Cat if he can be a thirst trap.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I've never heard the term. How about that? You know what we didn't get to yesterday? Power rankings.
Oh, wow. How dare
Week
you?
7,
I've been looking forward to this.
Week 7 power rankings are out.
Where are the Bears?
Charlie, did you peak? You're a peaker.
You're not a
power
peaker.
ranking peaker.
I'm not
Yes,
a triple.
you are.
I'm not a PRP.
Are you a peaker, Tyler?
Did not peak. I actually intentionally did not peak because
Okay.
Me
I
too.
realized
You knew we were
forgot
coming
to do
back
it.
to this. All right.
I think last week they were 20.
Last week.
Don't.
Oh, you don't want to know where they were last week?
You can if you want. It's your war.
Last week they wore 20.
His hoe is right. I think they've moved up here. I think they're going to be 17 or 18. I'm going to say 18.
Charlie, the power ranking peeper. What do you got?
I'm going to say 15.
Ooh,
15.
Big moving.
Charlie.
I feel like there was a little bit of chaos in the league this week, so I'll go 16.
Courtesy of Troy Aikman, they're at 19.
Wow, one spot.
That was a joke.
Lucky win.
Get that? You guys get that? You get that?
I got it.
Baby ears back
yes, they find themselves at 19. Do you know where the Commanders find themselves after
They're
the Bears
still top
went
half.
to?
They're still top
went
half.
to Washington.
I'm
and
gonna
beat
go.
them.
I'm gonna say 11, 10 or 11.
I'll go 13.
I'll go 10. Right at
17.
Wow.
17.
They fell.
Yeah.
How far did they drop?
The Commanders dropped from 14. They were only at 14. Remember, they're 3-3 at this point. Okay, would you like to play a little Who's Number One?
Who's number one? Let me call up this.
Charlie, would you like to go first since Sylvie's not ready?
Maybe it's. Let's take a shot. Let's be bold. Is it Tampa?
I was going to say Tampa.
2 Tampas. What do you got?
Is it my turn?
Sure, yes, sir.
Let's see. It's not, probably Detroit lost to Kansas City. Green Bay hasn't looked great. Philly is on a losing streak. Buffalo is on a So I'm going to say it's either Indy or Tampa. I'll go with the guys. Tampa.
All right, the Yucatan Liquor Stand having free drinks at 5 o'clock. Yes, it is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They are number one. Number 2.
Guys, do you think Kansas City has made its way up to 2, or is it too high of a jump and it's Indy?
I think it's, yeah. I don't even know if is it Indy?
Who else would it be?
I think it's going to be just hold serve with like Buffalo or Detroit or something like that.
I'm going to say they're going to overcompensate and they're going to give Indy credit.
I'll go Buffalo.
I'm going to go Indy.
The Detroit Lions are number 2.
So they held steady, or were they number one?
They were number 1 last week.
Okay.
How about the Buffalo Bills coming in at 3?
Okay.
They were number 2 last week. Your Indianapolis Colts were number 4. The Eagles are number 5. The Packers are number 6. The Rams are number 7. The Seahawks are number 8. The Chiefs are number 9, and the Denver Broncos are 10.
You know, the team that I have the toughest year in and year out getting a hold of is the Rams.
I have the same feeling with Seattle.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
I can't ever get a feel for
Seattle's
Seattle.
not higher, honestly. What did you say they were?
Seattle comes in at number 8. They were 11 last week.
That feels low for me.
And they went to Jacksonville, played the early game, and beat the Jags 20-12.
It was impressive.
Yeah.
But you know, with the Rams, remember last year when the Bears beat the Rams and everyone's thinking, oh, the Rams are done. And then they end up in the snowy game against Philly, like a series away from advancing. And
I had the Rams as the best team in the West this year.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's a very, very competitive West. I mean,
they still could be.
Yeah. San Francisco's always injured, but I thought they would be better this year. They had a down season last year because of all the injuries. Seattle, they were pretty damn good last year, weren't they? Seattle, weren't they a 10-win team last season?
Yeah. Were they
was it 10 or 9?
They were a 9-win team, I think, that missed the playoffs.
Remember that? Still one of the ugliest games I've ever seen. Bears and
it's hideous.
On Thursday night after Christmas.
No, Seahawks won 10 games last year.
Did they win 10? So they missed the playoffs with 10.
Stinky culprit to blame for the majority of couples' arguments, a new survey shows. 6 in 10 Americans say a reoccurring smell in the house has caused an argument or awkward conversation. According to a new survey of 2,000 Americans who live with a partner, roommate, or family member, 58% said they've had arguments over reoccurring smells in shared spaces, with culprits ranging from trash smells to post-gym stink and pet owners.
What about bathroom odors?
Other stinky passions like hobby-related fumes or storing fishing gear were also common surveys of disharmony.
Do you guys argue about the smells in your home?
No.
We don't argue over it, but we've been on a quest to freshen up the smell in the house.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I got a bunch of stuff.
Why do you think the house is not odor-free at times?
I don't know. I got this like gel that you put in like a cup, and it's supposed to absorb whatever is in the air.
Really?
And then we got a diffuser we
we
purchased.
have a bunch of things you stick in the outlets, and
we got one of the commercial diffusers trying to make it smell better.
Yeah. Charlie, you farting in front of your girlfriend these days?
Well, yes, but it's the hockey gear. The hockey gear is the one that.
Oh, it's your hockey gear. It's not your backside.
It is. Why is it?
Well,
is it because it can never dry out properly?
I rent a locker, so I guess it's the I don't know, the stuff you wear underneath. So like the undershirt, like tights, the jersey, the socks, all that stuff. That smells really bad.
At what point in your relationship did you start not really trying to hold off breaking wind?
The farts? Pretty early.
You remember the first one?
I don't remember the first one. I'm pretty sure it was pretty early, though.
Yeah.
I've always told you the story when Allie and I were dating. I would get gassy. Gas pains.
I get more gas now than I ever have.
Because I would hold it in and I get cramps because you need to release that.
Yeah.
And so then we'd be together and I'd be like, I got cramps. And so one day I've told you this, she jump farted at me.
Yeah.
She jumped in the air and actually farted.
And you said game on.
And I don't know if it was on purpose and we had a laugh. I'm like, hey, this thing's now open. It's open season.
Yeah.
And
Sometimes
it hasn't stopped.
you just got to pull the ripcord and then
it's
all of a sudden, like, you never go back.
It's a health thing. I mean, it really is. I think it is.
Oh, yeah. I think couples who fart in front of each other have a better relationship.
I would probably agree. I would probably agree. Certainly, yeah. I mean, healthier for sure. Denver's hosting a 31-mile run where racers have to constantly consume Taco Bell. There's an ultra runner event in Denver called the International Taco Bell 50K Ultra Marathon. A 50K is 31 miles. The race is a loop throughout Denver and includes mandatory stops at 10 area Taco Bells. You have to order something at 9 of the 10 Taco Bells, and you've got to actually eat the food.
Oh, my goodness.
That includes one Chalupa Supreme or one Crunch Wrap Supreme by the 4th stop and one Burrito Supreme or one Nacho Bel Grande by the 8th stop. You need to finish the 31 miles within 11 hours. You need to keep all of your receipts, and wrappers and drinks do not count as food. Naturally, this is a very challenging race for your digestive system, but you got to keep it down. They have a zero tolerance policy on vomiting. If you do, you're immediately disqualified, and you're banned from on-course stomach medicines, including Pepcid, AC, Alka-Seltzer, and Mylanta.
That's like taking steroids for a baseball player.
You are able to use the bathroom as much as you'd like, but you can only use Taco Bell restrooms along with one other approved public toilet.
It's
the Taco
incredible.
Bell 50K is in its 8th year, and this year's happened on Saturday. They haven't announced a winner or any final numbers, but they were expecting around 600 participants.
Holy, I was saying 100. That's it.
For the record, Taco Bell is not affiliated with this in any way, and they won't even comment on it.
Well, you could walk 31 miles in 11 hours, can't you? 20 minutes a mile?
Maybe, I don't know. Probably.
You throw up on, like, people throw up on regular marathons. This is like really cutthroat.
It is.
This sounds like, obviously you wouldn't do 31 miles, but this sounds like a fantasy punishment. Where
You're right.
You got to hit like all the McDonald's or all the Taco Bells or whatever over the course of like maybe a 10K.
I also feel like the Venn diagram of people who run marathons and people who regularly eat Taco Bell is like a very
small
slim area.
Yeah. That's why it's a challenge, Charlie. And finally, before we take a break, police called after an apartment tenant blasts pornographic noises from their unit.
Where was Meller?
An apartment tenant fed up with hearing explicit, disturbing noises coming from a nearby unit called police to address the issue. Upon arrival at 8:18 p.m., police said they could hear loud moaning noises. It sounded like pornographic material coming from a unit. Police say they have not yet named the apartment complex where the action took place. They knocked on the door repeatedly in an attempt to make contact with the resident, but there was no answer. According to a police report, a neighbor across the hall said there have been multiple noise complaints made regarding that apartment. Neighbor was asked if she would be willing to fill out a witness statement form, to which she agreed. Police were told this is the first time obscene material has been heard coming from the residence. While on the scene, the report said other residents in the neighborhood apartments came to the door, stating they could hear the disturbance as well.
So do they believe it was coming from a TV, or what could it have been live action?
I think they were thinking it was coming from some sort of television or computer or something.
You don't think it was live action?
Keep your porn down. Keep the volume down on your porn, okay?
Porn down. All right, there you go. That's the first part of Waddle.
When we come back, we're going to have a little Florida, Ohio.
That's right.
Again,
it's Wednesday already.
If you want some of this, come and get it.
It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Bleck Abdalla's pregame tailgate, Sunday mornings at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Bleck Abdalla and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Bleck Abdalla's pregame tailgate, Sunday morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
Guys, have your windows ever leaked when it rains like it does today and it's getting colder? Are you losing money on your energy bills because your windows don't work properly and aren't energy efficient? It was a world where I used to live. My kitchen windows leaked one storm, and I was having astronomical heating bills. So I called Window Nation, and they changed out the windows in the kitchen and in the master bedroom and in the kids' room. And that was the first project we did. We loved them so much. The way they looked, the way they worked, the money that we saved in the long term. We went back for a second project, and we changed out our windows in the living room. Call Window Nation today to do the same. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com to see all they have to offer. Window Nation has a great deal going right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Buy 4, you get 4 free. Buy 8, you get 8 free. So on and so forth, but they're never going to upsell you. My guy, Alan Favada, their sales manager, come to your house, give you a free in-home estimate. He'll educate you on why he suggests you need to replace these windows and those over there. So check out and find out why they have 45,000 five-star reviews at Window Nation. Also A+ rated from the Better Business Bureau. WindowNation.com, or call them at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books. October is here, and we are smoking hot again. 5-1 on Saturday in college football. UFC wins, soccer wins. Everybody is making money. If you're not winning, you are not signed up at FatJackSports.com. Basketball season is here, and we are ready to make money this week. Go to FatJackSports.com for less than $100 a week. Get all the plays through the Super Bowl, or save money with those longer packages and ad hoops now. FatJackSports.com to win today.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Member Week is back at Lowe's with big savings for pros. Now through October 15th, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, building materials, and more. Plus, get free standard shipping. Shop these exclusive member-only savings before they're gone. Not a rewards member? Join for free today. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom designs that let everyone know who you're rooting for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing stacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
Get ready for chilly days with True North's True Brew Coffee. True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend brewed daily. Now only $1 when you use your True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness. Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right.
It's been a while. It's been a while since we've had a little Florida or Ohio.
Well, you weren't. Were you here last Friday?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
He wasn't here.
We
You're in
did.
Boston.
You were
that's
gone.
right.
Yeah, that's why it's been a while for
Yeah.
you, mister. And then that Wednesday was the day that the Cubs played, and it was a shortened day.
We've had a lot of Wednesdays off the last 2 weeks.
No more of that. Yeah, we're full show mode until White Sox spring training.
I'd say bring us a good one.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
He put it up the exit ramp.
Excuse me?
Man with long rap sheet caught hiding thermos inside body.
A thermos.
A man. There's an X-ray as a part of
What
the
kind
picture.
of thermos? I mean, how big a thermos?
I'm trying to see if I can get you some.
Are you asking if the
on
thermos
here.
was girthy? Is that what you're
Well,
asking?
let's just say, you know what? At the break, come in here. I'll show you the X-ray.
No.
It's not a small thermos.
I don't think they make small thermoses.
No, I know. I mean, I don't know.
It's
A
like
kid's thermos as a kindergartner versus a guy who's going to work.
Remember that
second
plastic
shift, taking it with him.
Remember the plastic cup they used to give you with the thermos?
On top of it?
Yeah, they would
Yeah.
screw on.
Yeah, pour your coffee in it.
Man with a long arrest history is back behind bars after deputies said he tried to sneak a thermos into jail by inserting it into his rear end.
What was the purpose for doing that? Is there any explanation?
Purpose for the thermos.
What was the purpose for the thermos? Thank you, Charlie.
Were there drugs in the thermos?
I'm trying to see
Smokes?
what was in the thermos.
Is that still like currency in jail?
I don't know, but I would think that you could probably smuggle the smokes or the drugs in
a baggie?
Something that would be less painful than a thermos.
It doesn't say.
How about was there hot coffee in it?
Oh boy.
Doesn't say what was in the thermos. The whole thing started saying it all started when deputies got a call about a naked man inside a park restroom. Deputies showed up. He had his clothes on, so they gave him a break. However, the break didn't last long. He then climbed onto nearby train tracks, landing him right back in trouble, and got arrested for trespassing.
Was he nude again?
Are you a comfortable or an uncomfortable naked guy?
Once he was inside the jail, he went through the standard body scanner, and that's when deputies spotted something strange.
Ooh.
That's right. The sheriff said he put it right up the exit ramp, if you know what I mean.
All right, so this was not someone who was trying to sneak something in. He got arrested, and it was already there.
For the love of the game.
Wow, for the love of the game.
This is Florida crazy? I mean,
yeah, that's got to be.
It's been a while
This
since
guy's
in Ohio.
been arrested 25 times and served 5 stints in state prison.
Yeah, that's Tampa. That's
How do you
Tampa
get
crazy.
out of jail 25 times? This is not a get knocked down 25 times, get back up 25. At a certain point, you have a track record.
The answer to that question would take too long.
I'm going to Hollywood, Florida.
I'm going to say outside of Orlando.
I went with Tampa, my go-to.
It took place in Winter Haven, Florida.
Of course it did, yeah. I don't know why you're running. I guess Charlie nailed it for the love of the game.
Yeah,
I don't know why
you're
running around with a thermos in your rear end. I mean, you're not, you've got some issues, but.
Are you a comfortable naked guy? The question that you asked there?
Are you a comfortable or an uncomfortable naked guy?
I'm like in my own house.
Well, I hope it's not in someone else's house.
Well, no, some people. No, but some people don't mind. I mean, some people go
Like
to
in the locker room,
like nude colonies and.
Well, like Charlie just said, I fear those comfortable naked guys in the. It's one of the reasons why I don't work out at a gym. Is too many people comfortable in that locker room.
Yeah, but you could always work out at a gym and just go home and shower.
You can, yes, you can, but like the way that.
So you're an uncomfortable naked guy.
I am extremely uncomfortable.
Okay.
I am uncomfortable having a conversation with another man naked.
So you're not like a sauna conversationalist.
No. And the people groaning in the saunas, which I've told you about in the past.
Ew.
And then the move that I've seen that really was the last nail in the coffin for my gym days. Yes.
Yeah.
It was the hair dryer of the nutsack.
Yeah.
It was a guy who put his leg, he was completely naked, and he put his leg up on the sink.
Ooh.
And he took he was
Captain Morganing it.
He was blow drying his undercarriage, and I said, "That's it. I am done."
What's the bigger crime? Using the gym sponsored hair dryer, or actually putting your dirty foot on the sink?
It's a double. That's a double whammy right there. I think I have less of a problem with the foot on the sink.
Really?
Than having the guy with using the gym's hair dryer that someone's going to take to their hair, putting it underneath his undercarriage.
Yeah, but you're not like making contact with it.
Why not just use a towel?
I don't know. Not sure. I don't know. When that guy not only does that, but then wants to have a conversation with you, that's when it gets the worst. And then it gets totally sideways.
Extremely doing lunges, naked, and talking, carrying on a conversation. We'll talk to Barstool Big Cat, speaking of that, about lots of fun in Milwaukee besides what the Cubs did, and his prediction of the Gateway game has so far come true. We'll talk to Big Cat next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
You ever been in this situation? You know, you're over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup's total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, just trying to find the game. Telling you, hey, I'm a big fan, but honestly, you feel like you've been fan-fished. If you call yourself a football fan, you have to have Xfinity. With Xfinity, I've got all the best games all in one place, plus enhanced 4K that makes it feel like I'm actually in the stadium front row seats without leaving the couch. And the Wi-Fi, it's smart. It knows when my devices need a boost, keeps everything running smooth, and even my phone and tablet stay connected while I stream. Next game day, make sure that big fan at your place isn't a big fail. Xfinity makes it easy to watch, stream, and enjoy the game your way. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them, visit Xfinity.com, or stop into an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply. New customers, residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. No wonder J.D. Power awarded Silverado the most dependable, large, light-duty pickup. It's a true workhorse. Right now, during Truck Month, get 2.9% APR financing on all 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details. Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Work hard, play harder in a new Chevy Silverado.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. October's here. Those chilly drafts at home are no fun. I had the same problem until Window Nation stepped in. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, the offer ends October 31st. Go to windownation.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I'm not going to tell you that the Bears are going to win this game because I don't know how we're going to stop the Cowboys. I really don't. If the Bears come away with a win on Sunday, you ready for this?
Oh, you got a bunch of wins coming up?
Don't be shocked if they're 5-4 or 6-3. I crunched the numbers. I'm just saying, remember who told you, if they win, they have to win on Sunday.
So the Cowboys game, Sunday, you're telling me the Cowboys game
gateway game
controls the entire season.
Game. They win this game, don't be shocked. 5-4 or 6-3 is on the table.
One safety back deep. Here's the pitch to Swift. Tosses it back to Caleb Williams. Looking deep down the left side. Going for Luther. Burning over the shoulder. 20, 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
Lucky play.
Ben's bag of tricks, baby. Awaiting the snap. It's good. Snap is good. It's blocked. Bears blocked the kick. They blocked the field goal on 4th and 3 with 32 seconds to go in the game. Awaiting the snap. Scott Daly sends it back. Spot down. Kick up. Jake Moody from 38. It is gone. Time expires. And the Bears win their third in a row for the first time in 5 seasons.
It's right, Jeff Joniak, and of course the prophet that is known as Barstool Big Cat, setting the table. That was a highlight from each of the 3 games since Big Cat joined us and made that proclamation that if they beat the Cowboys, there's this path, and sure enough, they're 3-2, and these next 4 games all are winnable. Well, I doubt they'll win all 4. But they are winnable games, and they're a favorite for the first time against the Saints.
Big Cat brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping and Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
Your program that you are crunching numbers on is pretty damn good.
Listen, not so crazy anymore. That Commanders win, that's making 6-3 possible because the number crunching that I did had us splitting the Commanders and Ravens game. And I will say I'm very nervous about the Ravens game. We got to focus on the Saints.
Yeah.
The fact that Lamar is coming back off the bye, that feels bad. But this week is truly a must-win. We're now in must-win territory. And I say that because it's a game you're supposed to win, and you got to win those. And Monday night, I don't know if you guys heard, but I walked away from that game, and my big takeaway is this. I am not ready to say the Bears are a good football team yet, but they have officially, cap and gown, graduated from being a bad football team.
Excellent.
And that's a very important step in the progression of a franchise and what Ben Johnson is trying to build. So I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke and say, oh, the Bears are back and the Bears are good and the Bears are a playoff team. No. We got a lot of work to do. But they are officially not a bad football team for the first time in, 5 years? 6 years? I don't even know how long.
So
that feels good.
How many good football analysts are out there that we like putting on the show? I don't know if anyone has quite broken it down like Big Cat just did. Like, that is as good as any big-time football journalist out there.
Look out, Dan Orlovsky. Yes. Big Cat's coming for your gig.
It's the truth because people want to say, oh, elite teams and great, playoff. No. We're just not a bad team anymore. Yeah. And we're working to be a good team. We're in the direction of a good team. And this Sunday is a very big step in that because it's a game at home that you should win. You're better than the Saints. And if they win that game, guess what? We just took another step in the right direction towards being a good football team.
How much Saints football have you watched so far this year?
All of it. I got a take for you guys. I think Spencer Rattler's pretty good.
I said to the guys earlier today, he's plucky.
Listen, he was one of 5 quarterbacks to start his career 0-10. 0-10. The other ones were like Brody Croyle, who never won one, Zach Mettenberger, Derek Carr, who actually ended up having a good career, obviously. This guy named Stan Gelbaugh, Stan Gelbaugh started 0-10, and then in his 11th start, he tore his groin on the second series, but the Seahawks won the game, so he finished his career 1-10 or 1-11.
Nice.
So Spencer Rattler's, I looked all this up a couple weeks ago because he said the quote, like, I feel like we're playing winning football, and I was like, that's crazy. And listen, his receivers drop a lot of balls for him. They're not a great team overall, but Spencer Rattler, if you're just looking at, wins and losses and not watching the games, you'd be like, well, this is going to be the easiest game ever. He's got a little something to him. He's not as bad as people think.
Yeah, and I don't think we're as good as maybe some people are dreaming. We still have to scratch and claw every Sunday or Monday night to get wins. So the one thing I'm confident in, Big Cat, is that this team will be prepared and this coaching staff will never let them rest on any of their laurels.
Yes, I agree. And you're right. Like, we just won 2 games, 25-24. Now, the positive part of it is, and you guys have probably said this a million times, those two games were games that the Bears never won, and they never were able to win. And you saw that after the Raiders game when Ben Johnson said that, hey, those are the games that when, the book was out on this team, you get them down and they'll stay down. That's no longer the case. So I agree, but it wasn't perfect Monday night, and we needed a couple things to bounce our way, but, they did just enough and they never gave up, and that's the big piece of this. Like, they didn't lay down. They could have laid down when the Commanders ripped off all those points in a row and it felt like everything was shifting against us, and that didn't happen, and that's why I'm so excited about this team.
Barstool Big Cat joining us on the Yuengling guest hotline. Like, think about this. I know a lot has been made that they scored the exact same score 2 games in a row, 25-24, which is that's hard to do, win the same score 25-24. But think that the game ended in the same way both times. There were 2 Bears walk-off wins where a team lined up for a field goal. So the Bears blocked a field goal last play of the game, and the Bears made a field goal last play of the game with the exact same score. If anyone would have predicted that, we would have laughed at them.
Absolutely, and I now just triggered a memory of mine. Tyler might have to go dig up the audio. I think on this show, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, was I not the guy who said, hey, why don't we take a look at Jake Moody? I think I got laughed at when I said that.
No, I think Tyler and Sylvie were both.
Yeah, we were
thought Tyler was
Moody.
the first one that said bring him in.
So maybe Waddle laughed at me. Maybe I laughed at you guys. I might have laughed at you guys. I might actually. This is what happens to you when you start running hot with takes. You start also just taking other people's takes and be like, yeah, I said that too.
That's Cap's move right there. He forgets all the time. He's like, hey, he'll go up to me and he'll say, Sylvie, I heard this from somebody. And he'll recite, I go, Cap, I told you that. And that was yesterday.
So at least I have the self-awareness to admit it. I know.
Barstool Big Cap.
Suck
with
on
the
that, I'm admitting it. I'm admitting that might have taken place just now. So at least I have that self-awareness.
Are you mad at Troy Aikman?
So we were streaming the game, and the audio was low, so I didn't hear a lot of it. Yeah, I mean, some of it, I watched back some of it, and there was a couple moments where it's like, what's going on here? Like, is he really – remember this happened with my guy John Gruden, and he was a Mark Trestman guy. Remember we played like a Monday night game late in the season in the Trestman era, and he just ripped Jay constantly and basically was like, this is, all Jay's fault. I remember that vividly.
Yes.
Maybe you guys can back me up, but I don't care. Who cares? Listen, Caleb Williams is the most hated quarterback in the country. All we got to do is just rally around him. That's what we have to do. Everyone else on the outside is not going to like this guy. And he's going to keep playing winning football, and we're going to keep rallying around it, and hopefully we get the last laugh. So I welcome the haters. I love the haters. I want more haters. I want the list to go so long that someday we can read it all off and laugh in their face.
Did you hear what Caleb said today about the production meeting?
Yeah, he missed it because he was grinding tape. That's my quarterback.
That's right. That's right. So, I saw Orlovsky tweeted that bite out, and he said, this is odd. So I think now Caleb's going to be criticized for saying that he missed the production meeting.
Add Orlovsky to the list. Great. Yeah. That's more.
You just made the list.
I don't. Here's my thing. Is I don't understand. I don't care if people don't like Caleb Williams. I don't care if they trash him. If they're not Bears fans, what do I care? You have your opinion. I have mine. We'll go and see on Sunday. Who cares? You know what I mean? Troy Aikman doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm not going to get upset about it. I like Troy Aikman. So who cares? If Caleb plays well, Troy Aikman will look like an idiot and we'll get the last laugh. So I kind of enjoy the back and forth where you can pick sides and be like, all right, you got your camp, I got mine. Let's see how it plays out.
Well, on this topic also, and then we could shift and tell some stories about our night on Saturday in Milwaukee. Another thing about, we'll see how close you are to being Barstool Big Cap. Cap was very offended by the Brewers players holding up the L flag because he said that's a fan thing. The players shouldn't get involved. And I called him soft for having that take. How do you feel?
I agree with you. I will say the only comment I made on it was it is little brother energy from the Brewers. Like, that is little brother energy by the Brewers to be like, we just won the NLDS and we're thinking about the Cubs still. But I don't care. It makes rivalries good. You know what I mean? Like, I want to beat them even more now. Anytime, here's a really good rule to live your life by. Anytime someone calls something classless, they're a prude and a dork and a loser. Okay? the minute they use the word classless, like, what do you mean classless? It's professional sports. It's not Little League baseball. There's no class. Like, they did the move. We got to answer and start to win the division and not get our teeth kicked in by them. And yes, I do think it's little brother energy, but that's just how I feel about it. Like, I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna be this obsessed with us, we got to go and prove it and beat you.
You know what's classless? Taking a dump on a bus with 15 guys on it, a bus that has a toilet in it, on a trip to Milwaukee to watch your favorite baseball team play a playoff game. If, in fact, you had done that, that would be classless. That would be an example of classless. Yes.
Listen, that bus smelled so bad already.
Who do you think it was?
I think it was White Boy Rick. He had I pointed out the moment he like jumped up on an Indiana touchdown, and I'm pretty sure he just farted in all of our faces. I also know that we had a couple guys, myself included, who were wearing shirts that had not been washed since the start of the playoffs. That did not help. So I was definitely wearing a shirt that I had not washed.
Wow.
I wore it for every single game.
Rally raking.
So hand up on that. But yeah, it was not a good smelling bus. Here's the thing though. It was a great time. I texted the group after, and I said, look, we lost. It stunk. If we ever get back in that spot, all 16 guys are invited again, because it was to go up to Milwaukee and try to capture a series. That's just such a great time. I know that it stunk. The game sucked the soul out of us. Like, you should have seen, Waddle, you should have seen me and Silvy in those late innings.
Yeah.
Like, the pathetic pumping up of each other that we did.
I tried to stay positive for you. You were more down than I thought that you would be late in the game when we still had time.
I told you that. I said I'm a positive guy before the first pitch, and then once the first pitch is thrown, I go dark fast. And we were just, after every half inning, we're like, all we need is a base runner. In the back of my head, I'm like, what are we even talking about? We can't get a base runner. We can't do anything. So it was a soul-sucking experience. The Kyle Tucker at bat will be like living in my memory for a long time. And it just, in the game, I mean, we were talking about it in the game, Sylvie, like, the Cubs were off. They were just off a little bit. I don't know if it was the pressure of the situation, but we saw it early in the first inning when I pointed out how PCA took that ball from Hap, and Hap kind of yelled at him. And then you had Dansby's error, which he never makes errors. And you had, Kittredge not only let a guy steal and not move, but remember the end of that inning when there was a pop-up to Michael Busch and he almost grabbed it at the last second.
I forgot that one too.
Yeah, those little things that we just did were like, we were just a little off, and the Brewers met the moment better than we did.
Were you slurring?
Me?
Yeah. No, Silvy. Because usually when he has a couple, like he's still
first thing to go.
He's still got his his wits about him, but like he sounds more drunk than he is most of the time.
No, he was good. He was drinking. I drank a lot on the bus, and then I stopped drinking because I was too nervous for the game. Also, that stadium, it stinks. I hate baseball indoors. I don't know why they didn't have the roof open. It was like hot in there. It was uncomfortable, and it was a beautiful night. And like, it's a fine stadium, but I just can't stand baseball indoors.
Explain to Waddle the parking lot situation after the game. I've never been in a parking lot where nobody moved. I understand that, hey, it's a sellout. The game goes down to the ninth inning, and we got out of there pretty quick because, and a lot of Brewers fans stayed to celebrate.
Well, you had special transportation too, didn't you?
But I was right next to them. He got me a security guard.
Mike.
Security guard Mike.
Mike he's a legend. Security guard Mike. You didn't even know. Security guard Mike is always has a gun on him. Always. So if anyone had stepped to you, always.
From Staten Island, a New York guy. Yeah. He was very New York too.
He's the most New York. But yeah, it was.
Explain it to Waddle.
Hour and 15 minutes, didn't move an inch, Waddle. Not a single inch. We got to the point where, so we got back on the bus, and Tyler was with us, we did a full recap of the game. Doug, who is Tyler's friend from college who works for us, keeps score of the game. So we went through the whole sheet. We went at bat by at bat.
By the way, Big Cat, by the way, Tyler says he totally looks like a Doug, like a guy named Doug.
Oh,
Is that true? Is that accurate?
The most Doug.
Okay.
Like, if you just close your eyes and be like, Doug, that's him.
Okay.
He's the Dougest Doug to ever Doug.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
That's a fact.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry to
we have
interrupt.
a group chat. We have a group chat that's just with like a few guys that we just send each other pictures of Doug in the wild because we're just like, look at this Doug. So we'll just like see him on a bus or see him like, grabbing something out of the refrigerator, and be like, Doug. And it's great. So so we went through it all. We went through the whole game. We had Mikey Betts started giving us porn recommendations.
Oh, nice.
We started singing Landslide, Fleetwood Mac, and then we look up and we're like, we have not moved an inch, and it was insane.
It was crazy. Did anything surprise you about the night? Because there's one thing, because it was the first time I've hung out with you as far as during, I'm not saying that it's work, but this is still content stuff that you get. I've hung out with you before, but never in that work environment. And what I was surprised most by was whenever there would be your social media guys there too. So whenever the Brewers would hit a home run, the phone would be put right in your face and on showing on all of us. For us, when we're together, Waddle, as friends, and if something bad happens to your team, no one's putting a phone up and starting to video you. But I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, oh yeah, they shoot everything. These guys.
You don't realize also your ride back to your house. That's on tape as well.
Oh,
so
someone videoed
it.
it.
I know what kind of conversationalist you are with, especially people you don't know. So I can only imagine that first hour and 15 with you and Mike, the security guard, or whatever his name is.
And I'm trying to be calm, but I was really inside me. I was getting pissed because I was tired. The Cubs had just lost, and we haven't moved an inch. And I'm with someone that I don't really know
What
that
were you guys talking about at that point?
The Yankees, a little bit of Yankees, some
just what you
New
wanted
York
to talk
stuff.
about. Yeah.
I should have told you before. Mike is an all-time. You can just sit in silence guy too.
Yes.
I've done rides with him where we just don't talk, and it's fine. But yeah, the phone thing. You really are a fish in a fishbowl, and you don't realize it until I'm so used to it now. I should have prepped you better.
Yes.
But you also were sitting next to my best friend Dave, who he's not content, he's not a public figure, and he was sitting there and he got off the bus, and we had a video, and all the comments underneath were like, that guy doesn't want to be there. It's no, he just doesn't want to be on camera. And so, but yeah, it's a different world where it's hey, your worst moment, let's quick smile for the camera. We got to tweet it out to millions of people.
Yeah. Hey, and I told the guys this on the air as well. One of the funnier moments for me, I laughed at myself about it, is when you guys took the television on the bus, and it was Indiana playing and
Oregon.
Against Oregon, and you're like, Silvy, I just want to let you know this is college football.
See these guys? And then we had, and then the beauty of the bus was Mikey Betts, who's Frank's.
I thought he'd come back.
Mikey Betts
there we go.
Mikey Betts is obsessed with Silvy to the point where when Silvy came to the office, Mikey Betts was too nervous to talk to Silvy. Mikey Betts' true 1-1 is Silvy. Mikey Betts, I don't know if you heard this, Silvy, because he told us this on Monday. When he found out that we were picking you up from your house, he drank 7 drinks in 25 minutes because he was so nervous to talk to you.
Oh my God!
Did he drop a pin in his phone? I hope not.
I don't know. He disappeared for a few innings during the game. He loves you so much. He sent a tweet to absolutely nobody. It had 10 likes at 12:30 in the morning on the ride home that just said, "I wish Silvy was still on this bus."
Stalker.
That's how much he loves
I've never been liked by a person before in my life, so I don't even know how to act.
And Tyler can attest to this. We did, so we went around the bus after the game, and we all said, our feelings. We had a little, powwow, hey, how much should this stink? And then so we went around, and everyone was like, what was the problem with the game? And then I was like, let's go back around and everyone give a positive. Like, what's good about life? Mikey Betts' positive was the Bulls are 2-0 in the preseason. And he got booed so hard. We're just like, what are you talking about?
This guy, Mikey Betts, is very much C-Red Fred.
Yeah.
And we need to set up a podcast between Mikey Betts and C-Red Fred, because the one thing Mikey Betts was getting mad at me, he's like, Silvy, I don't understand this Bulls boycott. They're going to be good. You're going to miss out. And I'm like, I still watch them on TV now that they're on TV. But he is super positive about the Bulls.
Wow, that's one person.
Waddle, I said it perfectly. They made the play-in game for Mikey Betts.
Yes.
Like, that is his pinnacle of being like, oh, the Bulls made the play-in game again. He was mad. He was mad at Dale and Terry for smiling post-game in a preseason loss. Like,
so let me get this right. Mikey Betts loves the Bulls and Silvy.
Yes.
Okay.
No wonder.
Okay.
No wonder.
All right.
Yeah.
By the way, what was Tyler thankful for when you went around the bus? What would you say? What was your positive?
I'm pretty sure we shut it down after Mikey said the Bulls are 2-0.
So you got rid of it.
And I was sitting next to Mikey on the way home, and we just shut it down after that.
Oh, that's funny.
That's right. Yeah, I was like, no more of this. We can't do this. So,
that's great.
That's great.
Waddle, we missed you. We missed you, and we will do it. Like I said, we will. I know that the loss stunk, and it, doing all that was terrible being in that parking lot, but to go up to a deciding game with your friends and try to get a win, it's a fun moment. It was a fun experience.
I got to tell people, and I've told people this before, I've always said this about you. Whenever someone says, hey, what's Barstool Big Cat like? I met you in the basement of 50/50, and I've told you this story many times, when you were just part-time, you were still working in real estate, and you're the same dude as you were back then. You haven't changed. You haven't gotten arrogant. And the thing that I like the most about you, Big Cat, is as much as you can bust balls, is you take care of every guy in that office. And it was so cool to see how many people you wanted to enjoy the experience, and it's a testament to your generosity.
Yeah, and Tyler could tell you, I appreciate that a lot. It really means a lot. And, the guys I work with and my friends are the best, and they've always been, stuck by me. And I will say, though, Tyler can tell you maybe after the show, but you might not have the same message if you stayed on the bus ride, because our guy White Boy Rick had like an all-time freak out about me busting his balls. That was very funny.
Oh, wow.
He was was screaming. He was mad because we weren't happy enough for him for the Hoosiers, and he was just like, he was screaming like, when are you guys going to stop busting my balls? And it was timed perfectly with us pulling up to the office. So he was having this like emotional moment where he'd had like 20 drinks, and we were all laughing in his face. And then the lights came on the bus. We're like, we're here. And we're just like, all right, Rick, see you, buddy.
Game over.
So
Rick was the only one that enjoyed the bus ride home.
Yeah.
Really?
He was the only one.
The only winners of the day were White Boy Rick because the Hoosiers won, and Mikey Betts because he got to hang out with Silvy.
There you go.
Those two guys were happy. Everyone else was miserable.
So good. By the way, they have a quota at Barstool where you have to be 6'5" to work there. Every guy in that office is tall. Like Big Cat's sneaky tall.
Yeah.
The Chief is sneaky tall. This White Boy Rick is like 7 feet tall. It's crazy.
No small guys allowed.
PFT's not, he fills our quota. We only got one PFT.
Big Cat, great stuff. Thanks again. You are the best, and hopefully the Bears get this must win.
Must win. And then when we win our must win, we'll talk about next week, and we'll figure out what we're going to tag that game. Oh, no. Wait, who do we have next week after?
Baltimore.
Yeah.
At Baltimore.
That's going to probably be, we're going to get our butts whooped.
Bus
That's
trip.
going to be a humble week.
Bus
We're
trip.
going to get humbled.
Bus trip to Baltimore.
We're going to retire.
Okay.
Trip to Baltimore.
All right.
All right.
See you, Big Cat.
Thanks,
there
Big
he
Cat.
is. There he is. Barstool Big Cat joins us each and every Wednesday at usually 4. Is a little later today because of the schedule we had with press conferences and such. If you missed anything from today, Ben Johnson talked. There was one bite from Ben Johnson where Waddle says, this is exactly in a 30-second bite why we love Ben Johnson. I believe that's the way you framed it, and I'll let you have the floor as we play that coming up next. Caleb, a lot of stuff on the Troy Aikman stuff. If you want to talk to us about Bears or Cubs or anything on your mind, 312-332-3776. It's Waddle and Silvy.
listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Bears return home, winners of 3 straight. Here as the Saints march into Soldier Field. Live coverage begins with pregame tailgate at 8. Network coverage starts at 10 live from inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. Noon kickoff with the best play-by-play team in the game. Touchdown! Plus 4 hours of interviews, analysis, and your calls in Bears postgame. Touchdown, Bears! It's Bears and Saints, Sunday. Kickoff at noon. Pregame starts at 8 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Bash your way to $50K this October at Potawatomi. You could play the Bird Bash game show for up to $50,000 in cash. Just play with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. The Bird Bash game show at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. For more details, visit paysbig.com/birdbash.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Tonight at 10/9 Central on BET, the new series 106 in Sports.
Oh, it's on now.
From executive producers LeBron James and Maverick Carter.
A new Top 5 Sports Countdown. Ooh-wee. Girl, we about to kill.
With hosts Ashley Nicole Moss and Cam Newton.
We are talking sports, culture, and entertainment. We got people from the NFL, they're coming from the NBA. And don't forget the WNBA.
106 in Sports. New series premieres tonight at 10/9 Central. Only on BET.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening. Tomorrow night, 5 to 8. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law has attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6-million.
Howard Aiken is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Tire Care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for Tire Care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry banana to sour apple. Packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle, you'll get as much caffeine as 12-ounce premium coffee with 0 sugar and also 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
Guys, I've been telling you about Cairo One. I've been waking up sore for the last couple of years. I've got headaches and neck pain, and I've gone to Cairo One Wellness Centers. They've got 50 Illinois locations. I go to the one in Libertyville, and there are plenty of North Suburban offices to choose from as well. There's Wheeling and Vernon Hills and Glenview and so on and so forth. They've got in the Western Burbs, they're in the downtown area. Check out Cairo1.com today. Guys, you don't have to wake up in pain. Maybe it's preventing you from working out. Maybe you have trouble even playing with your kids. Don't let this continue. No drugs or surgery. This is just a good old-fashioned great chiropractor with awesome exercises to make you stronger and to find a solution for your pain. Cairo1.com today and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Just ask your smart speaker to play
ESPN 100.
No, it would be 1000. Terrell, right, from ABC7?
Yes.
That was from a couple of months ago. It's
from
still
ABC 70.
ABC 70, that is correct. We told Dion Miller to make sure that they correct that down there. Did you know this?
What the hell is Jesse still doing here?
I know. He wants to come on again.
What are you doing, Jesse? You got some breaking news with regard to the Cubs?
Any news? No news? Jesse was on earlier. If you missed it, go to our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Subscribe while you're there. You could get Jesse, you could get Barstool Big Cat. You can watch and listen live. You can also watch on Twitch, twitch.tv/@ESPN 1000 Chicago. Before I play you this Ben Johnson bite that you made a point of letting me know about, Brendan Shagru, who covers the Bears for USA Today, has been a supporter of our show for years and is in the reporting game and writing these days. He's very good. You should follow him. The last name always gives me trouble. It's spelled Sugrue.
Try it again.
Shagru.
There you go.
Brendan tweeted, this has been going on with some of the other Twitter accounts too, and then he corrected it. Did you know that the Bears have not beaten the New Orleans Saints since George Bush was in office? I
did not know that.
The Bears have lost 8 in a row, including the postseason game that they played. Wasn't that the Javon Wims game?
Yes. He dropped the ball in the end zone on a trick play, right?
Yes. And one of them went after Gardner Johnson after they knew not to. Yeah. There was another player who went after him. But the Bears have lost 8 in a row, including the postseason. It's their longest active losing streak against any team. To say that the Chicago Bears haven't beaten a team that is in their conference since George Bush was in office is crazy.
We beat them when they were 7-0 back in 1991, brother.
That's right.
Gave them their first taste of a loss.
That's when they used to do the cha-ching.
Cha-ching.